What makes AutoZone America's #1 battery destination? Because they offer free battery testing and charging and reliable replacement batteries starting at just $79.99. And they've always got your battery solution. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Presented by Timeless Coffee. This is the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, baby. It's already Thursday. Good morning, everybody out there getting off of work, your graveyard shift. Good morning, everybody out there on the roadways. Roasters on YouTube and Twitch, Langford and Curly and Chasky. Good morning to you guys as we have another fun show planned. Don't you love when people say that, Chasky? Another fun show planned. But really don't have a show planned. We're just going to discuss some things here on the Morning Roast today. And there's a lot to discuss. We'll get to the Warriors a little bit later. We got Niners and Hawks. It's Seahawks week. And the Niners have a chance to end the Pete Carroll and Russell Wilson era for good. Send them until tailspin, knowing that the last time they played the San Francisco 49ers, they took a big fat L. Now, it ain't going to be easy, but I'll tell you how they could get it done. Shanahan, this could be his best moment. We'll get into snitching music. We'll get into construction. Maybe not. Maybe. Probably. Maybe not. But the top headline of the day, or at least on our show, is baseball locking out the players right now. Last night, it was reported around 9 p.m. West Coast time that Major League Baseball had locked out its players, certifying the game's first work stoppage in more than a quarter century after months of talks yielded little progress towards a new labor contract, and it was a long-anticipated lockout, Chasky. We all know this, which the league told the players union it would initiate once the previous CBA, collective bargaining agreement, ended Wednesday at 11 p.m. Eastern time, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. So as of right now, baseball is locked out. If you look at their websites and the team pages, they scrubbed all the players off of there. No transactions. All you see is Hall of Fame, Hall of Fame, Hall of Fame, Hall of Fame. So right now, there's going to be no moves happening. And who knows how long it's going to last. Will it bleed into spring training? Will it bleed into the regular season? Who knows here? But it feels like, Shasky, and you're the resident expert when it comes to all this stuff here, when it comes to baseball, it feels like both sides, the owners, the players, are so far apart that no resolution is going to come anytime soon.
You know, it's just frustrating. I think a lot of people want to look at maybe the union there. And, you know, my brother and father and my grandfather and my uncle, they were part of the plumbers union here in San Francisco for forever and still are, you know, and they pay their dues. And there's some positives and there's some negatives to being part of a union, you know. I think at times if you are an excellent worker, whatever the union is, your salary can be suppressed. At times, if you're one of the worst workers in the union, your salary can be inflated and protected. Yep. And there are unions for a reason. It is to protect the greater good. I don't love all unions, but I understand that they're necessary to create good wages for all and to create safe work environments. Major League Baseball's player union is one of the strongest ever. Not just in the country, like one of the strongest unions ever created. It is the template by which all other unions wish that they could strive for. And the reason that right now the owners and the players are disagreeing, it comes down to one thing, Bonte. What do you think that is?
MONEY.
Absolutely, which is everything in life, right? Yep. And whenever you're doing something, you know, there's compromises in a negotiation. You and I, we negotiate different ideas. You want to have this guest on. I want to talk about this concept, and there's some give and take back and forth. Right now, the reason it's called the lockout is because normally the players can go on strike, which is what they did in 1994, and they were labeled as greedy. And so to preemptively kind of get out in front of it, what the owners have done is they're going to lock them out so that they don't strike during the regular season because there's no CBA agreement right now. There's no collective bargaining agreement between the owners and between the players. And I am really frustrated here. And the reason why, and we can talk about all the little nuances, it all comes down to one thing. It comes down to, in my eyes, arbitration, and the amount of years before a player hits free agency. Now, are there other sidebars that they're arguing about?
Absolutely.
Playoff teams, the amount of playoff teams, how much money each team should be spending with a threshold and a minimum. Absolutely. All these little other sidebars. But the number one thing is arbitration. And this is where baseball just doesn't get it. It really pisses me off. And I'm going to say two names to you. Let's start with the first one. There's been a guy who is as high profile as possible where baseball should have been told loud and clear, your system is broken, okay? And that guy's name is Kyler Murray. And the reason I bring up Kyler Murray is because I look at what he chose to do. He had an opportunity to be a top 10 pick in baseball. He had an opportunity to be the top overall pick in football. We all know football is dangerous. You are little, okay? And what this guy choose?
Football.
Why?
Money, and a quicker way to hit free agency and make a lot more money. We're in baseball. You're going to get drafted.
Exactly.
You're going to go to the fall league. You're going to play in single A. You're going to play in double A. You're going to play in triple A. Then you're going to come up. You're going to have arbitration years. And you may not hit free agency until you're about 28, 29 years old. And therefore, it's like, man, I may be past my prime already. You know what I'm saying? You think about baseball primes. You're into your 30s. It's like, can I get a quick buck? Can I make the money here? So, and you're going to just get more sponsorships if you're Kyler Murray in football. It's more platform. It's a bigger platform. Think about Kyler Murray on Sundays and how many Kyler Murray jerseys.
Thank you.
Kyler Murray would have went to the Oakland A's, and we forgot about the guy. We forgot about him because baseball does a poor job of marketing its stars. Now, they're starting to get a little bit better. They're starting to wrap their arms around guys like Shohei Ohtani,
Absolutely.
Robert Ronald Acuna Jr., Tatis having him on the cover of the game. But they are so out of their league when it comes to marketing their own players that why do you think the regional ratings are down? You know, what do you know what I'm saying? Like, that's all we always say. If Mike Trout was walking down the street, how many people would recognize him?
I mean,
he's only the best player in baseball.
Even if he didn't have a hat on, I'm not sure you and I could recognize. I'm being real when I say that. I'm not sure I could. So the reason I bring up Kyler Murray is I find this to be a fascinating juxtaposition. Imagine what he went through when making the decision of football and baseball. Do you think he sat down with a financial advisor?
No. Oh, yes, absolutely.
Do you think he sat down with a couple of sports agents?
Absolutely.
Do you think he sat down with his family?
Absolutely.
Okay, let's just go through the financials. Every single sport right now, for the most part, has slotted rookie salaries, right? Baseball has them. There's certain slots, money that we can give to a rookie if they are drafted 4th overall, 5th overall, 6th overall. And that's smart. I'm glad that they put those in place so that you don't give a guy like Alex Smith $50 million before he's even taken a snap in the NFL.
We saw that with Bradford, Alex Smith for years. It was a joke.
Exactly. So I'm good with that. But imagine if you're Kyler Murray. He would have made X amount of $1 million on the signing bonus from the A's. I think it was it $8 million, $9 million total?
Look this up right now.
Okay, I think it was $8 or $9 million total. And then look at what he made as the number 1 overall pick. Now, of course, he's going to make a little more money being the number 1 overall pick, but it's not about that. He can negotiate a contract extension as a first-round pick after 3 years. Now, if he stinks, like the way Baker Mayfield, great rookie year, okay, great rookie year. But even then, they're like, we're going to probably exercise your 5th-year option, which is a way of keeping a player on a team for a little longer. He's still going to get paid a very good wage.
So Kyler Murray was taken, 11 overall, I want to say? 10th overall with the Oakland A's. In the 2018 MLB draft, he signed a $4.6 million contract with the club.
Yeah, half
with
the
the
money
Arizona Cardinals, he landed a 4-year guaranteed contract worth $35.2 million.
Okay, but forget the signing bonuses because he was a number 1 overall pick, so it's going to be a little higher. But also, the NFL.
And he wanted to play both sports.
Absolutely. So my point that I'm going at here, Bonte, is that he can sign a Josh Allen-like extension after this year. Josh Allen just signed a $250 million deal. Okay? Right. His average annual salary is just exploding. All right? That would be at the age of 24, 25, after 3 years of service time. Okay? Now, if they wanted to, they could go the Kirk Cousins route and franchise tag him over and over and over again.
He'll still make $35 to $40 million a season.
And now, Kirk Cousins, we all agree. Is he mediocre?
Yep.
Okay. You know how much money he's made to this point in his career?
Over $200 million.
Thank
Easily.
you. $196 million. Okay? Chris Bryant. Now let's juxtapose Kyler Murray with where he's at and the extension he's got staring him in the face. Chris Bryant, Rookie of the Year, won a World Series, okay, has been a multiple-time All-Star.
Rookie of the Year, an MVP, World Series championship, All-Stars,
postseason stud, winner.
Batted .417 against the Dodgers in a 5-game series.
He brought the Chicago Cubs their first World Series ever. He's 30 years old, okay? 30 years old. Now, he's made some good coin because of arbitration. He is just hitting quote-unquote free agency where he can determine where he wants to play at 30 years old.
Yeah, it's a joke.
Okay?
It's a joke.
Kirk Cousins.
And don't forget how Chris Bryant's career started, where they were messing around with him.
The suppression.
Suppression where it's like, yeah, you're ready to play on an opening day roster. However, due to arbitration and due to the clock, we're going to save a couple bucks here and keep you down in AAA until we clear this threshold where we don't have to give you all this coin, which is an absolute joke.
The equivalent is basically, we have 6 years of team control.
Right.
But if we hold you down for X amount of games, we get the seventh year. Yep. It would be like, hey, we can't play Trey Lance right now because we'll get one extra year of team control.
Yep.
It's totally ridiculous. And in no other sport do you do this. Are the Charlotte Hornets suppressing LaMelo Ball's salary?
Absolutely not.
Hell no.
Absolutely
Now,
not.
I'm not here to say that every single sport has a perfect business model. I think the NBA gives out max contracts left and right.
Can I just say something here real quick? He got a $6.7 million signing bonus signing with the Cubs when he left San Diego in college, and he was a top pick.
Yeah, but read his first couple salaries.
Pick. When he won Rookie of the Year, Chris Bryant made $470,000.
Come on, man.
When he won the MVP the next season, he made $652,000. Now, that's a lot of money to us. But in baseball terms, this is an MVP who didn't even make $1 million. $1 million.
Sprite commercial for Zion Williamson is worth more than what that salary is, right?
This guy made just over $2 million during his first full 3 seasons with the Cubs.
Where I'm going at with this, and this is what the whole thing, to me, the crux of the lockout, this is what all this other stuff, and we'll get to all the other things, those are sidebars where we compromise, give and take, right? Hey, you give me a little here, you get a little over there. To me, the crux of everything is how quickly can a player hit free agency? There is no middle class in baseball. All right. Right now, you're either a Tommy La Stella getting an aftermarket deal, or you're a top end of the guy Mike Trout dude. And if you are, what are they doing to you if you're 21 years old, Bonte? They're buying out your arbitration years, knowing that you're impatient and don't want to wait 6 years, and you take less money than you're worth, and they give you 150 when really you're worth 3.
Wander Franco from the Tampa Bay Rays just signed a 12-year 150. It's a joke of a deal.
It's a joke
when you consider it.
De'Aaron Fox makes more money, and De'Aaron Fox is the 14th best point guard in the NBA.
Think about Albies, who just helped the Braves win a World Series.
Stud.
What was it, like a 5-year, $40 million deal or something like that? He's an all-star.
So let's go a little. Let's go internal.
Ronald Acuna Jr. I think signed an 8-year, $88 million deal. It's
what about Madison Bumgarner? Think about how much he had accomplished in baseball before Madison Bumgarner became a true free agent, Bonte. He had an entire lifetime. I mean, he's still in the league. I don't know if people know this. He is still in the league, and it feels like he's been pitching my entire life. And that's the problem with baseball right now. Look, do they make a ton of money for the top-end guys like Max Scherzer? He is the prototype. If you do X, Y, and Z, you can nail the top end of the money, and you can get cashed out. But very few guys see that kind of money. The majority of the guys that are out there that just want to make, what would be equivalent in other sports, it's just not there. And here's the other thing, Bonte. The leagues themselves, baseball specifically, has suppressed salaries by adding this thing that they call the platoon.
Oh, yeah.
And I am convinced that the platoon, not only is it a strategic way of winning baseball games, but more importantly, it's a strategic way of suppressing financial talent. If I paid $40 million all around the diamond for everyday players, how expensive would my team be?
It'd be pretty expensive, no doubt about it. But you win a lot of baseball games, I believe. We've had this discussion last year about, Brandon Crawford. We're talking about righties and lefties. And I was like, man, I don't care who's pitching. Play my best players. And that's what we saw from the Braves. They said, we're going with Freddie Freeman, Austin Riley, Albies, Dansby Swans. We're not changing anything because of who's on the mound, where we see a few years ago Bellinger not playing in the first 2 games of a World Series. Cody Bellinger not playing in the first 2 games of a World Series because, there's a lefty on the mound. We saw the Giants panic when Dave Roberts said, we're not going to start Julio Urias. We're going to start a reliever, and the Giants end up changing their entire lineup. I'm thinking, why panic? Just play your guys. It's game number 5. So I never thought about it like that when it comes to finances, baby, that, you know what? We'll make him a part-time player, and we'll slash maybe 30% of his salary here. Now, what's the end game here? Because it's locked out. So, we have no games yet, so I don't want to go too crazy here because spring training's not starting until mid-February.
But the business side fascinates me.
Look, dude, spring training's not starting until mid-February. The games don't play until late March, early April. Will we have baseball by then? Will the players be on the mound? Will they be on the diamond by the time spring training rolls around?
Well, there's no doubt about it because, look, a lot of these guys, for every Max Scherzer, how many hundreds of guys, Bonte, are making nothing? And when I mean nothing, relative to the other players that are in their sport. There's a lot of them. I mean, think of the Giants. Look at their bullpen. Bonte, just look at their bullpen. How many guys are making $1 million in that bullpen?
Not many.
Now, I'm not trying to scoff at $600,000, $500,000,
it's a lot of money to us.
It is, but relative to the other athletes around that are comparable, that are playing, it's different. So here's the thing. Here's where I think that it's the arbitration is the key sticking point. How many years do I need to play in the bigs before I hit free agency? And to me, they're talking about a specific age and this and that. No. I want it down to 4 and 5. 4 and 5 years for service time because the NBA is 3.
What? About 3 or 4? Well, 4 or 5 still feels long.
It does feel long.
It feels long because some guy may come out of college at 22 years old.
I agree with you.
And all of a sudden he's waiting 4 or 5 years. He's 27 years old, and that's when he's hitting free agency.
I mean, look at Joey Bart.
He may only get one major contract after that. Joey Bart's still down in AAA.
How old is he right now?
27 years old, isn't he? Joey Bart?
I think he's 25. I think he's 25.
I need 3 or 4 years.
He hasn't even played. So he wouldn't hit free agency conceivably, even if he came up this year, until he's 31.
With Rob Manfred as your commissioner.
Oh, he sucks.
All right. Tony Clark representing the players.
I don't think Tony Clark's the greatest, but I understand where he's coming from. And it's hard for people to understand that, Tony Clark's job is to do exactly what he's doing, which is try to fight for his union to get the best leverage. Bonte, here's the sticking point.
So what's the end game here?
Yeah, here's the end game.
Are they going to come to an agreement at some point?
Yeah,
because it feels like they're so far apart. Because here's my thing.
Yeah.
I'm not irate right now. I thought baseball was having a good off season.
Do I sound irate?
No. There's a lot of people angry about the lockout,
which they should.
Look, no players said. Basically, the lockout means we're going to see nobody sign until this thing is agreed
frozen.
to. Everything's frozen.
Yes.
So Chris Bryant, we don't know where he's going to play.
And it's smart business to not sign.
Yeah, but a lot of players did get their money. Like Corey Seager said, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and get this $300 million now, and I'll chill. Marcus Semien got his big money. But everything's frozen right now. Everything's frozen. If this stuff bleeds into the games, because I remember 1994.
I do too.
I was a kid, 12 years old. Giants were in it. Matt Williams on his way to breaking Roger Maris's record, home run record, single season home run record. Barry Bonds was having a triple crown like season. Darryl Strawberry starting to come alive for the Giants. The Expos were in first place. First year of the wild card. When they went on strike and there was no World Series in 1994, they lost me till 97.
Oh, they lost
me till 97.
No, they lost one of my good friends, Mikey Kruchek. He is out on baseball and has been since the strike, and he played high school baseball.
So if this work stoppage bleeds into the regular season, and I've got the NBA playoffs rolling, and we're going into the off season, and we got football coming around, you know what? You may lose me forever.
Yeah.
You may lose me forever. I'm dead serious.
Yeah, it's fair.
So right now I'm not going to panic because, again, no games are threatened. No gates are threatened right now. I think if baseball comes to an agreement before spring training starts and we got the games scheduled, people will forget about this. We'll be like, hey, we got the game back. Sure, they had a work stoppage. Players are happy. Owners are happy. We move on. But if this stuff bleeds into the regular season, this is a different conversation.
Bonte, you're spot on. It all comes back to me. You had Kyler Murray tell you to your face your system is broken, and you learned nothing from it. Now, here, I want to get in on the other side. I want to get in on the other sticking points that I think are going to be kind of the back and forth of negotiations, because there's something to me that totally sticks out that no one ever talks about enough in sports.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. Baseball's locked out right now. We'll get into some football. Man, a lot of high payrolls here. Baseball's frozen right now. Nobody's going to sign anything. So we don't know who the next Alex Cobb is for the Giants. We don't know if they're going to re-sign Chris Bryant. That's going to have to wait, because baseball decided last night at 9 p.m. West Coast time that they would lock out the players. And if you look at the websites, you see all the players getting scrubbed off the list here. So we're going to discuss that. Plus, we'll get into some football. It is Seahawks week. Russell Wilson and Pete Carroll struggling right now, 3-8. Niners got to have this game, but they don't have Debo or Fred Warner Jr. available. How are they going to do this? We'll break that down. Plus, the return of King of the Hill. King of the Hill. That's what's happening here on the game. Brought to you by BioNTech and Pfizer. Come rain or shine, high winds or mild breezes, blue skies or gray, it's a great time to consider getting vaccinated against COVID-19.
If you haven't noticed, Draymond is playing 4D chess with the media.
I will go to the man who was called just last week the best defensive player on planet Earth.
By himself.
And Draymond, well...
What it is he's priming the pump for his DPOY candidacy.
Yes.
He started on day one, and every chance he gets, he reminds you, it's genius. He's speaking it into existence, as the kids say.
He is, but someone else said it for him, and he agreed. Steve Kerr said it.
They're in cahoots.
Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
You work hard, we know that, so you deserve the good things in life, like getting an amazing deal on awesome internet. That's why there's never been a better time to switch to Xfinity. Get the fast and reliable internet that you deserve for $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And ask how to get 12 times the internet speed for the same price when you add Xfinity Mobile. That's more speed, and you'll save hundreds over AT&T. Or you can score a $200 prepaid card when you get gig speed internet during the Xfinity Black Friday sales event. That means powering a house full of devices when everyone's home this holiday season. Take advantage of this great deal and save even more during the Xfinity Black Friday sales event. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay. Ends 12/31/21. Restrictions apply. New Connect Internet 50 megabits customers only. Speed boost ends 12/22/21. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. After term, regular rates apply. Prepaid card ends 12/6/21.
Robert Johnson, Veritas Funding in Walnut Creek, California, talking about mortgage. Whether it's jumbo, conforming, FHA, or VA for our veterans, we're here for all your residential mortgage needs. Give us a call, 925-399-4041. 925-399-4041. Whether you're purchasing a new home or want to speak about refinancing one of yours,
I love that beat, as this segment is presented by Golden State Lumber and building materials from professional builders and contractors throughout Northern California. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Langford had a great show today. I was dying laughing. Dying on the way to work. Dying listening to Langford. Just compare players and playing songs. Like, it was just unbelievable what Langford was doing this
how
morning.
could I hear that?
Go to the Odyssey app and download it. 95.7 A Game.
Use that rewind feature, baby.
Let's go.
His name is Stephen Langford, got a license to ill. Oh, you don't know this one?
No, I was waiting for the bars.
No, I don't want to do the rest.
All right, don't do it.
All right, I want to get back into this baseball thing
do it,
because
do it.
the arbitration is clearly the most important. How many years it takes for somebody to get to free agency? They have to have 3 years of Major League Baseball service where the salary is pretty much fixed. And then you have 3 years of arbitration where a judge, a third-party person, kind of sits in the middle between you and the team explaining your side on why you should get paid what you think you deserve. And what it ends up happening is, the teams end up telling you how weak you are in comparison to other people out there making less money than you, performing better. It's kind of a weird system. But the other sticking points that are going to be a part of this, that they're not as big as the arbitration, the first one I want to start with is the overall salaries. We've said for years, baseball, you could spend as much as you'd like. Right, Bonte? That's kind of what we say when it comes to the salary cap. There's really no salary cap.
But there's a CBT. If you go over, what was it? It was a few years ago. It was 197. I think it's
Let's just say for this discussion, it's $200 million.
Say $200 million.
Okay, just to be easy.
You go over $200 million, you're paying a tax.
Exactly, and if you do it multiple times, there's a repeater tax.
Look at the Golden State Warriors, kind of the same thing.
Exactly.
When it comes to the luxury tax.
So now look at the Dodgers, and there's a reason why everyone knew they had to let Corey Seager walk, because there's no way they could afford their salaries that they have currently, and then give Corey Seager more money. Like that was obviously going to happen. Here's the thing that I find interesting. In no sport, in American sports, is there an inequity more than Major League Baseball when it comes to these salaries? And I'm going to read you off just the top salaries in terms of how much their cap is for an entire team, and then the bottom ones. The Dodgers, $271 million payroll in 2021. The Yankees, $205. The Mets, $201. You see where I'm going with this?
You know what's great, though? Not all these teams win, though.
No, I agree with that.
All these teams in baseball, that like the Mets sitting here at $201 million, the Mets stink.
Yeah, I know.
They stunk.
I agree.
The Phillies, $189 million. They stink. So some of these teams spin. They spin.
Yeah.
And they don't do anything.
But here's where if I'm part of the players union, I'm frustrated. In other sports, there's a minimum, meaning in the NBA, you have to have X amount of salaries on the books, or else you don't field a competitive team, and the NBA then hits you. And same thing in the NFL. And that's where you kind of get into this, hey, you got to give De'Aaron Fox a max contract, because who else are you going to give? And who else is going to want to come here? This is why we got to give Vance McDonald a 5-year deal, because we have no one on the roster.
When you think about it, you think about all the money the owners are making.
Yeah.
All the money the league's making, the gates, the jersey sales, the beer sales, the concessions, all the players deserve this money.
No.
You know what? And I will
agree.
always back the players here.
I'm with you.
I saw some stuff floating around.
They're the product.
They're the product.
I agree
There's
with
no
you.
product without them. That's why
I'm with you.
When I scoff at media people when they're like, "Oh, this player didn't talk to me today." You know what? We wouldn't have jobs if it wasn't for these players. Think about it. Our jobs is predicated on what they do. You know what I'm saying? So it's all about the players here. And to see the way baseball has basically stiff-armed the players for years.
Yes.
For years and years and years with this flawed system. I can't believe they made it this far with this flawed system.
And I'm glad you're saying that. So let's just say you're a Major League Baseball player. You're a potential free agent. I'm going to say I'm Chris Bryant today. How many teams are really going to spend the money, even though anyone could spend as much as they want? How many teams are really in the market to go get Chris Bryant today with the old version of the CBA intact?
No more than 12 teams, and I'm being loose with that.
Yeah.
More than 12.
I would cut that in half.
Probably 6
Yeah,
now.
I would cut that in
because,
half.
The Boston Red Sox have scaled back on the way they spend.
Yes.
The Brewers are not probably going to spend that money. The Mets are probably tapped out.
The Padres
the Astros,
are up against it.
Padres are up against it. And the Giants are telling you, we're going to go with the cheap labor and the way they're doing business.
We'll get to them. Yeah. We'll get to them. But, let's go to the bottom 5 teams. Now, again, the discrepancy is ridiculous here. The Orioles, their overall team salary for 2021, $42 million. That's one Buster Posey and a Brandon Crawford. I mean, there's just 2 guys on the Giants.
That's why they stink, too.
Let's go to the Indians. $50 million. Now, they had one of the premier shortstops in baseball, didn't want to give him a $300 million deal, and they traded him to
the New York Mets.
Now, he had a horrible year for the Mets, but he's still a great player. The Pirates, $54 million. The Marlins, $58 million. Where I'm going at with this is, if I'm part of the Players Union and I'm Tony Clark, I'm saying to myself, I need more of these teams to be involved in the sweepstakes for not just the Chris Bryants, for the Tommy LaStellas, for the Hector Sanchez's, all the random middle tier guys, because there's no middle class right now.
What about the Oakland A's?
Oh, well, they're a whole nother joke. It's a whole nother joke. If there were minimum threshold spending requirements, right? If there were minimums, they would not be selling pieces off the way they are. They would be forced to spend a little money.
What should the minimum be?
I think at least $100 million. That's fair. Yeah. I mean, $100 million. Bonte, if you've got someone, I'm just saying, and again, this is not me bashing the A's. You have Matt Olson. How have you not figured out a way to ink up Matt Olson, for example? Yeah. No one's saying you got to give him $400 million.
Well, you're using arbitration years, and you're saying I'm going to get off
some of it,
right? But they're going to get off cheap, saying, "Hey, I can get this guy. I could get premium production at first base from this guy who's an all-star, and I don't have to pay him. And when it's time to get paid, I could just let him walk, and some other team will overpay for him, and he'll be 30 years old by that point." But let me push back a little bit.
Yes.
Tampa Bay Rays have been really good over the last few. Heck, I think they've been good over the last 12, 15 years as a franchise.
Yeah.
Once they dropped the devil from Rays, they've been in a completely different franchise. They don't spend a lot of money. They use the platooning. Mm-hmm. They use the bullpenning. They get by the way they get by not spending a lot of money. Now, they don't have a good ballpark. And they don't have a big gate. Now, the ballpark thing, I think the owner's got to figure that out. Owner's got to figure that out. But they don't get a lot of gates. So what if they spent their $100 million, but they're not getting a gate? You know what I'm saying? That's one thing that I'm looking at.
Bonte. There's a dirty little secret.
You think A's fans are going out there if they spend $100 million on that team?
There's a dirty little secret. I hope you know this, okay? When you own a sports team, you make lots of money. Okay?
You do.
Lots of money. There's this thing called the collective bargaining agreement, right?
You do.
And there's revenue sharing. And that's what's happened for years. It's a welfare check, essentially, where the top teams that make the most money cut a check to the bottom feeders.
But isn't that done, though?
Well,
isn't that done in Major League Baseball?
That's part of what's going on right now. And so what has happened for years is that it is a business model to keep that money and not reinvest it into your team. You know what the Oakland Raiders did for many, many, many years? They got the $200 million check from the NFL, and they said, well, this is our operating revenue.
Right.
Because we're not making any money at the Coliseum, and we don't do a really good job on the business side. This is going to keep our football team afloat. And B, it did for a long time, keep them afloat.
Well, they had to wait on that check to pay their players, and then they would pay their players the bonus. Be like, hey, we got to wait on the check. You're going to get your money. They ran it like a mom and pop's operation.
Did. And I'm just saying here, like, again, if you are not in the business of spending money on your baseball team to make them competitive, then you need to get out of the business of baseball. Because I look across other sports and I see people like Joe Lacob. You think Joe Lacob is alone in how he feels about building and assembling a team?
Absolutely not.
Right? And I think this baseball thing, more than anything, has made me appreciate Joe Lacob more than ever.
Well,
you want to talk about someone putting their money where their mouth is.
What about George Steinbrenner? A lot of people laughed at him when he spent so much money, and rest in peace to George Steinbrenner.
I respect it.
Wouldn't you rather have an owner like that than have an owner like John Fisher?
Totally.
Have an owner like the Tampa Bay Rays owner? Even look at Ricketts with the Cubs.
Exactly.
He spent all this money, renovated the stadium, got people to pay for a new scoreboard out in right field, rebuilt the concession stands, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, I'm going to slash things now. Knowing that I'm going to get Cub fans to come to the yard every game regardless, and I'm not going to spend money right now. So, I know the Rays just spent a bunch of money on Wander Franco. About time.
Because they knew that this rule was going to get changed. Yep. Why do you think the Rangers are out here spending money like drunken sailors? You think they're like, yeah, Corey Seager's going to stay healthy for 10 years. We'll give him $325 million.
So what happens here? Shasky, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. What? Let's go to Nick and Berkeley real quick, because I think this is interesting, because this is the next question I want to ask you on the other side here.
Give it to me, Nick.
Nick and Berkeley, what's happening? You're on the road.
I hope people are following along.
Hey, what's up, you guys? Man, I love all the points that you guys are making, man, like across the board for other sports teams. And it's like, if you're an owner and you're not spending money to win, then sell the team.
Thank you.
But the main factor is I don't care about what the players are talking about or the owners. They're making, a player makes more in one at bat than I do in 2 years working, man.
True.
You know what I'm saying? So I don't want to hear they're crying. I don't want to hear this or that. I don't care what they're talking about. I don't care what the owners are talking about. I want to, how can I take my family to the game when the tickets are like $100 or something, and then buy my kid a jersey, that's like $175 now. It's $20 for a hot dog, $10, $15 for a beer. Man, they've lost their minds, man. They're throwing around hundreds of millions like the average person that watches the games, and you got to damn near have cable to watch the games now because on regular TV. So I'm just like, man, Nick, you think the regular person that's making like 30, 40, 50 grand a year cares what they're talking about? Man, I'm telling you this: if they're locked out one game, if they don't start on the regular season, I'm not messing with them the whole season, bro.
You're not alone.
I will support none of that.
You're not alone, Nick. That is an excellent point, and this is the problem. Read the room. Like, everybody, read the room. Money is flowing in, and you guys can't get on the same page?
You know what? That's why I'm not even tripping off this lockout right now. Okay, you put a pause on your offseason, whatever. We'll figure out who's going to sign where, whether or not the Giants are going to re-sign Chris Bryant. That's on pause for right now. Let me see if they actually miss games. I'm kind of where Nick is at. If they miss games, then this conversation becomes a lot different.
So
it becomes a lot more volatile.
There are two little elements on field that are part of these negotiations, and I want your opinion because one of them is something you and I have actually talked about.
We'll do that on the other side here on the roast.
Can somebody give the Suns some credit?
Why can't certain Warrior fans give the Phoenix Suns credit? How hard is that?
Now, back to the morning roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
Bonita Apple Bomb. Bonita Apple Bomb. Boom, boom. Bonita Apple Bomb.
Good show.
Bonita Apple Bomb. Got it going on. That beat is hard, man.
It
beat
is
hard. Langford's coming. Langford's on this game today.
I always think of the Fugees, though, for this. That ding, because I always think of Wyclef.
Oh, yeah. Fugees, man.
Am I
No,
alone in that?
Praz.
Yeah.
I thought Praz was going to be bigger. You know, Praz was in a movie with DMX.
Superstar.
Remember Praz? Do you remember this? It was an OG. No, was it Praz at DMX or Praz and Ja Rule? I think it was Ja Rule Praz. I don't know. It was one of those rapper movies. Yeah, it was it was actually a sleeper movie, man.
That first Ja album, though, was sick.
Living it up.
No, that was the second one.
That was the second one?
That was when he went more pop.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
that first one, when he was Murder Inc., I mean, it was...
Yeah, that was hard. I got to find that movie here as we talk a little baseball.
Yeah, hey, people won't admit this now. Ja had a moment in time where everyone was bumping him and J-Lo.
Well, you had no chance because Ja Rule was all over 106 KBL.
Yes.
He was all over it.
And
it was like
94.
you couldn't get it had 94 9. It was like Ja Rule to some, but thank the heavens for 50 Cent.
107.7.
50 Cent saved 50 Cent kind of saved rap.
Wankster.
Because it was getting a little ridiculous with Ja Rule.
Yeah, but then he became Ja Rule coming out with the same exact songs 3 years later.
Yeah, I mean, hey, 50's a businessman. Yeah. You see he's got all the Power Series.
Oh, yeah.
He's in the Stars, like he's got BMF. 50's a businessman.
He dated was it? What's her name?
He's dated a lot
Handler?
of people.
How do you say her name?
Chelsea Handler?
Chelsea Handler. For some reason, I always get hung up on the name.
Turn It Up is the movie. Turn It Up with Ja Rule and Praz in in 2000. Remember that?
Yeah,
that was kind of a good movie.
DMX had a couple of decent movies.
DMX had a couple decent movies as well. No doubt
All right,
about it.
I want to get back into this baseball thing. So I've talked to you about the payrolls and whatnot, and obviously they need to bring this thing up. And one of the things that no one wants to admit out loud, I don't care what sport it is. Bonte, do you know why they have thresholds? Like, as in, like, luxury tax spots? Do you know why they have those?
Why is that?
Those are restrictor plates, okay? Those are to keep owners like George Steinbrenner, like Joe Lacob. Those are to keep them from going crazy. Because you know what they would do?
They'd go to $500 million. They do whatever they could to win.
Exactly, in a heartbeat. Now, would there be 5 or 6, maybe 10, 12 owners who would never do that? Absolutely, of course. There's no doubt about it. But there would always be the 10 or so who would go above and beyond.
I got to ask this question, Shasky, before you
Yeah, we got the on-field stuff in a second.
Are fans irate over this right now?
Not yet.
Like, Lakeford, are you ticked off with this lockout right now?
You're a big baseball fan,
because
Langford.
I'm not even tripping off of this until they miss a game.
Yeah, that's the thing is it's in the off season, so it's not like it's a player's strike because there's no games being played. They got 3 months to figure this thing out, and even by then, by spring training, they may miss a couple of games there, but by the time it seeps into the season and you take away from the 162, that's when I'll start to get concerned about it.
Got it.
Well,
yeah,
so
that's kind of where I'm at.
Well, here's why I think it's important, and here's why it's important. Because the changes we make today and the negotiations that have today are going to have lasting impact forever. Think of 94, Bonte.
Yeah.
They obviously had the revenue sharing. What's that done to A's fans since 1994? Let's just think about what that's done to A's fans. Think about what that welfare check has meant to that organization. Has that incentivized ownership to reinvest money back into their team?
Nope.
Okay. All right. What's it done to the middle class of baseball?
It's kind of ruined it.
Okay. What's it done to the young players in baseball? It's turned them into chess pieces that can be used to suppress talent, and they're swappable at every single turn. So I'm looking at it right now. Here's the big one for me on field.
Right,
hey, Joe,
on-field.
what does this matter on field? Right now, there are 10 playoff teams. You have the 2 wild cards in each league, American and National. That gives you 4 total. And then you have the 6 division winners. So you have 10 total teams right now in baseball that make the playoffs. The Players Union saying we want at least 12. Major League Baseball's owners are saying we want 14. And they want to do a 3-game wild card for all the wild card teams. And then the teams that win their division would essentially get the bye, which is what I've been preaching for how many years now, B?
For a long time, but I don't like it.
Why?
I don't like that.
Why is that?
These teams that get the time off, reset their rotations or whatnot, some of them gonna come out cold. Like, you get that team in the wild card that wins a couple games here, they get some momentum flowing, and boom, they go ahead and win. I don't want a bye week in baseball. I just have the lowest seed in baseball play the highest seed.
Well, this is what they're saying now is that once you have the bye, you get to choose based on record who you want to play.
Yeah, see, I don't like that.
See, I kind of like that.
I don't. Now this is getting ridiculous.
Why?
Now you have no system. It's like, oh, we're going to pick the play this.
So if I'm the Giants, the Giants had the best record in baseball. You think they're choosing the Dodgers in round one?
No, of course not. They're going to choose probably the Brewers or the Braves.
Exactly. So I kind of like that because there's some gamesmanship that can be had there. Now, I don't know if that's going to happen. We'll find out. The other part of this is that's on field. So I think 12, we're going to 12. Would you agree?
Probably.
We're going to 12 at least 12 playoff teams.
Right.
What does that do for how long the season goes into the calendar? You got to surprise.
Well,
I think chop off 8 games and you're better.
Well, now there's no way baseball's cutting down from 162.
Why not?
The owners, they're telling you that they're greedy.
Well,
they're telling you that they didn't want the gates. They're telling you that they don't care about the long season. They don't care about going from April all the way until late October, early November. They're not cutting back on games.
I just don't see how 2 weeks into November, baseball is going to stay relevant with the crowded, the college football, second most watched thing, NFL most watched thing, NBA at times has been better than Major League Baseball on television.
Dude, the baseball owners and everything about baseball has told you, they don't give a damn what you think about that.
Chicago,
they don't care about being relevant.
In New York and places where it snows in the second week.
They don't care. They don't care.
Okay,
they showed you that they don't care, Sasky.
Well, maybe they reset the schedule or chop off games or find a way to move it up.
I don't know. They're doing anything. If this is about money and dollars and cents, then why would they give up gates at their home stadium? Especially
the gate is a drop in the bucket.
It is a drop in the bucket. It is a drop in the bucket, but they're still.
I know.
They want every single penny.
They want every teardrop. They want every. Here's the other part. They want to limit the amount of pitchers that you're allowed to have on a roster on any given day. I kind of like this idea conceptually. I don't know what it's going to play out and look like. I kind of like this idea because the pitching changes have gone a little out of control.
Yeah, I mean, you do that, and the pitcher has a bad day. Say Max Scherzer goes out there and has a bad day, and he has 2 innings, and he's going out there getting lit up. Now the game's going to go longer because the pitcher's not getting any outs. Teams are scoring 20 runs, and all of a sudden, people who are complaining about the game being too long, guess what? You're going to have a long baseball game because your pitchers are getting tagged. So that, to me, is working backwards. That doesn't make any sense to me. The roster size, to me, isn't the problem. The time of the game is going to be the time of the game. It's always going to be around 3 hours. You never know what you're going to get in a baseball game. You never know where you're going to have a big inning. You never know if a game's going to go quicker or whatnot. That, to me, isn't the issue. The issue's more so is off the field than it is on the field. To me, you could tweak some things on the field. Yeah. You could tweak the playoff format. You could tweak the schedule, which I don't think they're going to do, like I just said, because they want all the money here. Everything is off the field. Everything is with the front office, the ownership, and the contracts. On the field, what are you going to do to slash time off the game?
Here's my
you know
answer.
What I'm saying?
No, I'll tell you the answer. How many games did you go to this year?
I'm just asking. 5.
Okay, 5. Langford, how many games did you go to this year?
About 8.
8. You went to a lot. Curly probably went to what, a half dozen?
I think 7 or 8.
Yeah, I went to, I think, 8 games total. Here's the thing that I've noticed this year more than ever. The time in between innings is absurdly long. And I understand that's part of the TV. That's part of the commercials. If you, every other inning, did the playthrough the way golf and tennis do it, where they run a commercial, but it's box in box, and we're going to get right back to the actual game, do that. And then after a strikeout, when they throw the ball around the infield, run a quick commercial, 30 seconds, right then and there.
Right.
So instead of having a 2-minute impacted commercial break, can we spread these commercials out during the play of the game and not have the downtime? I don't need to see Brandon Belt throwing over to shortstops and third baseman and warming up every inning for 4 minutes.
Think about that, though. When they do go around the horn, and they are doing that stuff after a strikeout, you'll usually see a TV broadcast go to a promo for a future event.
You're right. You are a TV guy. You know this.
And so now looking at that.
Here's the Wendy's moment in Bonte Hill. I'm going to be here with you on Post Game Live and check in. I'm on the WebEx. What is it, WebEx?
WebEx, WebEx brought to you by Cisco. Look,
But
they're not giving that up.
I know, but that's where a brilliant TV broadcast crew, like, look, you're dealing with Fox. Forget your regional, right? They've got Fox and TBS and ESPN. These guys who know TV inside and out can't figure out a template for all the regional sports networks to feed the beast.
In television now, they want to sell every second.
I know, you're right. You're right.
If there's a chance to sell anything and fit in a spot, the speedy oil change, Kelly tires, whatever it is.
We're putting images behind the batters on the all-green batter box thing that they have on the pads. I mean, we're selling every inch of this bad boy.
The pitcher just wiped the sweat off his brow. That wipe is brought to you by Dude Wipes.
Thank you.
100% correct.
Thank you. That's what it is. Let's go to the lines here. Lines are jacked up here. Anthony at Fairfield, what's happening? You're on the roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Good morning, guys. So I'll be real. I'm not really I'm really not a big baseball fan, but I will say I'm kind of with you, Bonte, when it comes to like picking the opponent. I think you and Joe are going back and forth about that. Like
you don't like it,
but not picking the opponent. Nah, I feel like that. Like you mentioned gamesmanship, but like I just feel like if you're better, you're gonna always pick the lesser opponent so you can have the road to least resistance, and that just takes some of the competitiveness out to me. But like I was listening to what Nick said earlier, and he was like, I'm out if baseball locks out even one day, and I think I kind of feel him with that when it comes to like all ownership groups. Like if the team isn't good, like forget it. Like, don't go to the games, don't buy the merch. Like you got to have some sort of buying power, or at least exercise your buying power, because I feel like that would be the only thing that honestly make these owners and stuff like kind of get with the program. Like, you were mentioning the A's, not spending money and stuff like that. Well, stop showing up. Like Detroit over there, the Lions are terrible and people still are at the stadium cold as hell, excuse my language. And like, it's like, forget that. Like, if the owners are going to cash a check regardless, right? Like, don't make it easier for them. Like, force them with your buying power to have to do something about it, right?
Greatest call.
And like we claim is.
No, it's the greatest call we've ever had. You are so true. Look, the consumer tells you who they like by spending their money on it. You know why Amazon is great? Because we all use it every single day. In fact, some of us 5 times a day. Not me, my wife. Right?
Yeah.
Bonte, your money speaks.
Yeah.
All right?
No doubt.
Your money speaks.
No doubt.
Why does a business go out of business? Well, sometimes, they make their own business decisions behind the scenes that affect their bottom line. But the majority of the time, it's the consumer telling you we don't like your product.
Well, look. A's fans have stopped coming. They've stopped coming.
Yeah,
Miami Marlin fans have stopped coming.
Yeah, you're right.
You know what I'm saying? Tampa Bay, they screw around. If they didn't give Franco that money, they would have stopped coming.
I'm with you.
There's teams that stopped coming. So there are teams out there, the Tiger fans, they don't go to games. You know what I'm saying? They may come to a Saturday morning game, but you look at all those empty green seats. A lot of baseball fans don't come if your team is bad and you're not spinning. So to his point, Anthony's point, there are some fan bases that stop coming. But if you're in Detroit, you got the Lions, man. That's your lifeblood. I
know.
It's different out there.
Well, think about what USC just did in college football. They were like, hey, our bottom line stinks right now. We need to, what'd they do? They invested in their product. Why? Because the boosters, the people that throw money at that program, were like, we're not giving you a dime unless it's someone as high profile as Lincoln Riley.
Well, look at LSU. They got rid of Coach O 2 years after winning the national championship. You know why? All of a sudden, we're playing Florida. The Florida game's supposed to be at 5 o'clock at night.
Yes.
Supposed to be at 12:30, a CBS game. No, we're now playing at 9 in the morning because we stink, and there's empty seats here. Oh, no. That's not how we roll.
Yes.
We built the stadium to be 105,000 deep.
You're 100%
80,000 ain't cutting it. So they will move on quickly. This segment is presented by Golden State Lumber. Lumber and building materials for professional builders and contractors throughout Northern California. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1, San Francisco, an Odyssey station brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Privacy Simplified. We're talking about the lockout here with baseball. They locked the players out yesterday, so everything's frozen right now. No movement will be happening. They scrubbed all the players off the websites.
Yeah.
You can't see any transactions there. So as of right now, everything's frozen in baseball. What will happen? Will both sides come to an agreement? When I say both sides, players and owners.
Yes.
Will this bleed into the regular season? If it does, me, Bonte Hill, will then have an issue with this. Right now, it's not bothering me too much because I want baseball to try to get this right because there's a lot of flaws within the system.
I just find the business of sports fascinating, and I find this negotiation to be extremely fascinating. Vontae, you are a TV guy now. You understand to some degree. No, but to some degree, you understand the inner workings of how television works. You're also a huge sports consumer. Vontae, you go to games. I've seen you sitting behind Fred Warner at a Giants playoff game. I've seen you in the end zone at a 49er game.
Time out. Fred Warner was sitting behind me. Let's just get that right.
Look how happy you are. Look how happy you are.
Fred Warner was sitting behind me.
Look how I love how happy you are. You are cheeky.
I had an aisle seat.
Congratulations.
Fred Warner had to say, "Hey, excuse me, please, can I get to the aisle?"
No, he didn't. Did you get up and go, "Hey, big dog, you want me to get you something?"
I did not do that. No, I did not.
But my point being is that you understand kind of like both sides of this, because it is.
No doubt.
Let's agree. Let's agree here. I love going to the games. Going to the games is a tiny fraction of the amount of people consuming the product in general. The television and streaming is where the bulk of your fan base and your consumers come from.
Well, it's why some regions don't have any sideline reporters anymore, because they're saying to ourselves, you know what, instead of going to the sideline reporter for a minute, we could use that minute to sell ad space.
Got you.
And make more
I didn't
money.
know that.
So some regions do that. Some regions do that where they're like, you know what? We're gonna step back and we're not gonna pay, because we could get this ad space and get a lot more money instead of having to report about the game, where we could just have the play-by-play announcer or the color analyst do that. We could sell this ad space. They're going to sell you see it on the mound now. They're selling whatever it is. So it's
everything.
Everything.
They're putting graphics all over the field
on the
at
mound,
all times. Yes.
behind
the
the dish.
change,
It's ridiculous.
The speedy oil change. So, but here's where I'm going at with this. The NFL, when I'm watching an NFL game, I know whether my team is the Jaguars or the Cowboys or the Patriots or the Rams or the Niners, whoever, I'm signing up for 3.5 hours at most every week for 17 weeks. That's what's being asked of me as a fan. All right? I know exactly what's happening. There's a clock. Now, can a game go 3 hours? Yeah, like that one where they ran the ball like crazy, the Niners, and it was a shortened game. Yeah, can you go to overtime? For sure. It might be 4 hours. Basketball, there's a clock, okay? I know, for the most part, if a game starts at 7, it'll be done by about 9:30.
Yep.
Right? In baseball, I have no idea when that game's going to end. And because of that, I think they, more than any other sport, need to be creative in how they repackage it for television. And that's why I'm looking at other slow-moving sports. Golf, I'm looking at you. What does golf do well? Well, during the downtime, they're selling you the ads before and in between shots and in between different things that happen. And I'm looking at baseball and I'm saying to myself, there's too much downtime. That's when they need to insert more commercials and stop having the traditional commercial break.
But you know what, though? As we go deep into the weeds here.
Yeah, because you know it. That's why I'm asking.
It's too much downtime, yes. But that's a product of baseball.
I know.
There's not a lot of action. So if you give me more product and more ads in baseball, I'm going to probably tune out even more, because it's like, man, I'm watching a 3.5 hour commercial. What am I doing here?
Even if you have picture-in-picture, and what I mean by that is a small screen showing the action still with the bigger bubble saying, oh, here's da-da-da-da, we're going to go right back to the baseball.
It's going to become annoying. It's going to become annoying.
But do you change the channel?
Maybe.
Because when we go to commercial,
this is what I do.
Change channels.
Oh, I change channels all day.
Okay, so
I'm not a commercial
alone.
guy.
Am I
I'm not
old
a commercial
school?
guy. This is
I
why
hate commercials.
Super Bowl Sunday, when everybody goes crazy over the commercials, I'm like, dude, that's when I go get more food.
Yeah.
That's when I go get another beer. That's when I go use the restroom. I'm not a commercial guy at all.
Yeah, YouTube drives me nuts.
Oh, I change it.
When I have to go through 5 full seconds of a commercial.
I know what games are on, and I got my... All right, here's the A game.
Yes.
Here's the B game.
Yes.
Here's the C game.
I'm going
if
last.
The A game, if the A game is going to commercial, I'm going to the B game. B game's in commercial, I'm going to the C game. So, but I just want to know, is anybody outraged about this? Because until they miss a game, I'm not going to be outraged by this. Do I want them to get it right? Do I want them to help out the players? Sure. But I'm not going to be outraged at all. Let's go to Willem Marin real quick. Willem Marin, then we'll get to Phil. Mike, Will, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. I really appreciate it. I think what baseball should do is that I kind of like that clock when you were there. They had like 2 minutes in between innings, so it was kind of quick. And I also think where baseball's lacking is a lot of their uniforms are pretty plain when you look at them. If you look at a lot of international sports that are always running continuously and don't have time for commercial breaks, baseball should put more of their sponsors on their uniforms.
Well, it's
so that
coming.
You can see it. And then the guys like me and Bonte that don't like commercials, the sponsors are still getting paid, and we're getting more of the product. I understand that, they think it could be ugly, it can alter it, but embroider it in some way where it looks and fits the uniform. You'd save a lot of time, you'd give more product to the people, and I think that could really help baseball.
I totally agree.
That's a good call, and I think it's coming. Basketball's already done it. You see the sponsorships, and it doesn't get in the way of anything.
I don't even know what Rakuten is, but I know what Rakuten is because it's on the Warrior jersey, but I don't even really know what it is.
But you forget the sponsors even on the jersey.
Oh, no,
Remember there was an outrage like, oh, my
Yeah.
gosh, there's
I'm numb to
bumbles
it.
on the Clipper jerseys.
Yeah.
Oh, man,
The
how's it going to look?
GE on the Celtics.
Yeah, but you know what? We don't even trip off of it anymore.
Not at all. But I do think there's a fine line. And look, purists will lose their minds. Get over it. Like, get over it. If it means the product I'm watching is better, I'm all for it.
Let's go to Philmo Mike in the city. Philmo, what's happening, man? You're on the morning roast.
What's going on, man? Hey, man, you can't be getting on Curly Line if you don't even know the words to the classic A Tribe Called Quest. He was up there talking about Bonita Applebum. It's Bonita Applebum. Oh, man, you need to stick to sports, Bonte. No music. You can't be calling yourself a hip-hop head. You don't even know Q-tip lyrics, bruh.
He ain't no rap cat. He's not a Nicotina rap cat.
Yeah, man. I'm out here shaking my head.
Hey, Philmo. Philmo. You knew what the hell I was talking about, though, right? You knew what I was talking about.
You can't mess that up,
You knew what I was talking about.
Womp, there it is. Womp, there it is. Oh, bruh.
I may do womp, there it is. That sounds like my grandma doing that, man. Philmo, you got a sports take, man. Don't get on me about my hip-hop. So I'm the sports talk radio host, man. What you got? What you got a take? Got a take today?
Yeah, he says you suck.
Man, I got to take, man. I got to take. Stick to sports, brother.
Hey, Philmo, do you know what a Makita is? Oh, you got rid of him? All right. Coming with the drive-by. That's okay.
Here's something that I want to say to the fans, because I'm kind of getting this sentiment on YouTube right now. I'm getting this sentiment on Twitch. You could search us out. Search 957 The Game. If you're a fan of baseball and you're a consumer, like we are, you are, Bonte, right. I am. I mean, I went to all the playoff games, right? I mean, I love baseball. What's your message? 888-957-9570. I want you to give me a call, and I want you to tell me, what would your message be to the players and the owners to not either get them together, if you have a suggestion to help the situation? What is your message to the players and the owners so they can get this damn thing done? Because I'm telling you, B, I think more people are with you than you want to admit. If they miss one day.
They miss one day.
If they miss one day.
Miss one day.
In this era.
Try me.
That's what I'm saying.
I dare you.
People are testing their kids for COVID.
Right.
And they're getting locked down left and right. We're worried about a new Omni, whatever the hell it is, variant. We're losing our minds. People are trying to count how much money they could spend for Christmas this year. Maybe they didn't see their family. And baseball owners are crying over $9 billion and how to divide the pie. I want to hear from the fans what their message is to these players and owners.
Rob Manfred just said, we made a proposal yesterday.
Oh, this guy.
If it had been accepted, it would have provided a clear path towards an agreement. It's Rob Manfred, according to Bob Nightingale of USA Today.
This is a big zero. As in, that's the amount of faith I have in Rob Manfred in general.
So I sit back.
Oh, my God.
I sit back along with the Anthony and Fairfields, the Nick and Berkeleys. Go ahead and miss one game.
Yeah.
Go ahead and miss one game. You won't get a damn penny from me next season. I guarantee that, Shasky. There will be no MLB TV on my app. I won't spend a penny on baseball. You go on strike. You go ahead and do that. Do that and try me. Try me. Try Anthony and Fairfield. Go try Nick and Berkeley. I'm serious. I'm starting to get upset here because this is a $1 billion business. Shasky, I'm not talking. $1 billion business. Let's go to break. I can't even hear myself. It's so loud, man. I can't wait till break, man. All right. It's coming up on a game brought to you by Exogen Thermometers. Accuracy matters. Fever is the leading sign of COVID, so make sure you have an accurate thermometer. The Exogen Temporal Scanner Thermometer, backed by science. It's the accurate thermometer you need and can trust. Be vigilant and learn more at Exogen.com.
Fillmore Mike, dude, he got you rattled.
If you haven't noticed, Draymond is playing 4D chess with the media.
I will go to the man who was called just last week the best defensive player on planet Earth.
By himself.
And Draymond, well,
what it is he's
music?
I don't know. You tell us. You are,
No, I'm not the guy.
Ebenezer Scrooge over there.
Apparently, in this world, you can put up a Christmas tree in April. I mean, for crying out loud.
Anytime prior to December 8th, Joe, is the answer. Cannot allowed to play Christmas music before December 8th because Christmas officially starts on December 8th, according to Bonte Hill.
Do you walk into like a Whole Foods or, a Molly Stone's and they're playing Christmas music and you're just throwing your hands up?
No, I just kind of
slapping the tomatoes
see
off the, the perfect display. Like, I get this Christmas music out of here.
No, look. Christmas music is not snitching music, 650, and this is where AirPods come into play. You just play your own little playlist. You just kind of ignore it. Plus, usually when I go into Molly Stone's now or Whole Foods, Baby Chez is rocking with me, so got to keep her entertained, and I'm chopping it up with her, having a nice little conversation, which I'm basically doing all the talking. She's just doing all the looking.
She did say hi to Uncle Joe yesterday.
She did say hi to Uncle Joe yesterday.
Yeah.
She butt dialed you. She was playing on the phone watching Cocomelons.
She wanted to know why my takes are so incredible and wanted me to expand on them in a private show.
Said,
Wanted to get the details on baseball's lockout.
Yes. Okay, if you're just joining us right now.
Hold on. The new Odyssey exclusive station on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar. We want to get that read in because yesterday we waited like 20 minutes because we were talking about Makitas and Milwaukee's and DeWalt's. And
I actually rewound it and went back and listened on the Odyssey app.
Was it good? Was it better than?
It was hilarious.
Yeah.
We probably went a little long, for the boss's liking, but that's okay.
I'm out. You guys talk about construction. Matt Nahegan I think he had a flood in his house, so he had to do some work there.
Was it him trying to shove one of those bright shirts down the toilet?
Now, Matt, wow. Drive-by, so I'm not doing that to Matt Nahegan, our program director. I'm not driving him by. I'm not hitting you with a drive-by. Shasky is. Look, Matt Nahegan, you imagine him putting up Christmas lights?
Oh, dude, you want to talk about Griswold?
Oh, man.
You want to talk about construction? You guys are digging yourselves a big old hole right now.
That guy can't even change a tire either. I was on the phone with him last week. He's like, hey, I'm on the side of the road, got a flat tire.
When was the last time you changed a tire?
Last time I had a flat.
Okay.
Last time Anna had a flat.
Yeah, was that in this millennium?
Yeah, a couple years ago. I could get down to change a tire, dog.
Yeah.
I could change a tire, man. That's something
you have the
I could do.
appropriate equipment in the car to be able to hike the car up and
I got
switch
the
it
jack
up.
in the car. I got 2 jacks in the car.
Oh, 2.
I got jumper cables in case your battery dies.
Thank you, Wesley.
Yeah, if your battery dies, I got the jumper cables for you.
2
I got
Jack
everything.
City.
Yeah, I got everything for you, man.
Congratulations.
I'm always going to be prepared, man. You're not going to have me stuck on the side of the road. Oh, no. Not going to have me stuck like the players are right now in Major League Baseball. And according to Bob Nightingale, of course, if you're just joining us, we will get the Niners and Seahawks. Rob Parker's going to join us at 8 o'clock to talk. He had a tweet the other day after the Phoenix Suns game about Steph Curry. Oh, we're going to get into it. We will get into it here on the Morning Roast with Rob Parker.
And he's also a huge baseball fan.
So
and
we'll
I
get
really
to this.
respect his baseball opinions.
Got him for baseball, but
I love him for baseball.
He had the Steph Curry tweet as well.
He's the GMOAT.
Yeah, we got to get into it. He's
okay.
His Twitter fingers
I'll
are moving a little
you
too
to have
fast.
that.
Oh, you gonna punk out on me?
I like Rob. He's a friend.
You gonna let Rob Parker just do Steph Curry like that?
I mean, he could say whatever he wants.
Well, you gonna let him just slide, huh?
Damn, let him slide.
Biggest Warrior fan here. Biggest Warrior fan here.
He's the GMOAT.
He was just wearing the Warriors warm up, and you just not have my back on this.
There's
one?
something that I like to call to each his own. And, if you have an opinion, it doesn't mean you're right or wrong. It's, that's his opinion. I completely disagree with it.
San Francisco.
I'm becoming a more reserved, mature me.
He's becoming San Francisco right now. Jim Barnett, 8:30.
Oh.
Got JB. It's been a while for JB. But we're hot on baseball right now because last night at 9 p.m. West Coast time, baseball locked out its players. Mm-hmm. Baseball is frozen right now, which means no major league deals can go on. No trades, no signings, no nothing. And the sides right now are very far apart, the players and the owners. Bob Nightingale, 17 minutes ago, just tweeted out that Commissioner Rob Manfred said that the union is seeking a $100 million reduction in revenue sharing. A $100 million reduction in revenue sharing. Rob Manfred on the lockout. It's not a good thing for the sport. We understand it's bad for business. We made a proposal yesterday. If it had been accepted, it would have provided a clear path towards an agreement. Rob Manfred also said there has not been any on-field rule changes proposed in their labor talks. So here's what I stand, and we could get back into everything here. Oh, by the way, Tony Clark's statement. Let me read this one real quick, Shasky.
Tony Clark,
the executive director of the Players Union. This drastic and unnecessary measure will not affect the players' resolve to reach a fair contract. We remain committed to negotiating a new collective bargaining agreement that enhances competition, improves the product for our fans, and advances the rights and benefits of our membership. So what does all that mean? All the players, all the teams are saying, fans, be patient, be patient. Well, not patient because it's the offseason. There's no games being played until late March. But as I said before the break, it is Anthony and Fairfield said, Nick and Berkeley said, and Charlie Baker Jr. on Twitter. If you miss any games and it trickles into the regular season, bye-bye, I'm out. I will treat you like horse racing. I will treat you like boxing, where you may get a mention every 4 months. I'm dead serious, Shasky. I won't talk Giants baseball on here. You can talk Giants baseball. I'll sit back and relax. But after the pandemic and everything we've gone through and sitting at your games for 3.5 hours and dealing with all your rule changes and all the all-star stuff, deciding home field advantage over the years, I'm done with this. How can you be this poorly run in 2021? Baseball. Go ahead and miss a few games. I won't spend a dime on that sport. I promise you. I won't spend a single dime on baseball in 2022.
Well, I love the game of baseball. It's ingrained in me. And I do find the business aspect to be quite fascinating. Bonte, I just look at Rob Manfred, and it just, does he strike you as someone who's a deal maker?
No, he strikes me as somebody who's incompetent.
That's exactly my point. And what they need now more than ever is they need swashbucklers who can get deals done. You can say whatever you want about Jerry Jones. Is Jerry Jones a deal maker?
He does make deals.
Right? Jerry Jones is a deal maker. Think about the strong ownership that you have in the NBA. Are those guys deal makers?
Yep.
Yeah, is Joe Lacob a deal maker?
Get things done.
Mark Cuban, right?
Mark Cuban gets deals done. Mickey Harrison doesn't say much, but the Miami Heat, look at their business model.
Exactly. Now let's think about baseball's owners. Think about any of them. Pick anyone you want. Can you name one clear-cut deal breaker? A guy who's out here wheeling and dealing. Can't say no to him. It ain't Derek Jeter running the Marlins, that's for damn sure. Had 3 MVPs and traded them all away in one offseason. It definitely ain't the A's. It's not the Tampa Bay Rays. Now, they could be smart in business. I think you look at a team right now like the Los Angeles Dodgers. Their ownership is a deal-making ownership group. Right? You got to give them love.
Larry Bird makes moves happen.
I agree with you.
He makes moves.
But Bonte, they don't have the cachet of owners that are like, what are we doing? Read the room here. We need to make a deal. Like, that's what they need. And here's the part that lets me down.
We got breaking news real quick. Fay Vincent was the commissioner of Major League Baseball during the 1990 lockout. He's going to join us at 7:40 today.
Okay, good.
In about 13 minutes. Fay Vincent.
So, Bonte, you have talked about this. Let's reset this one before he comes in. You have talked about this ad nauseum. Young kids playing sports right now. What are they gravitating to?
Football, basketball.
Lacrosse, soccer.
I mean, they're not playing baseball.
There are, but not like it was when we were growing up.
Shasky, I drive by a lot of parks now.
Yeah, but that's inner city.
And I've been doing that. Inner city, out of city. I'm on the peninsula now.
Suburbs, they love their baseball.
They do love their baseball. But, man, I don't see kids playing rundown. I don't see kids playing strikeout. I used to go to Wallenberg.
I know.
Wallenberg High School.
We played against the garage. We played against the neighbor's garage. If you hit it into their yard, you're screwed. So I just look at the lesson that they should have learned from Kyler Murray, and they didn't learn anything. Think about it. They had one of the biggest stars in college sports, Kyler Murray, a 2-sport athlete who was drafted by the Oakland A's, probably the worst spot he could have been drafted by. Okay, and they had an opportunity to learn a lesson from that. What did Kyler Murray say to them? Even though I am the smallest quarterback to ever go at number 1 overall, even though I had 1 year of football tape, he said, I am going to the Arizona Cardinals, not the Dallas Cowboys. Bonte, not the New England Patriots. Yep. He went to the Arizona Cardinals.
Yep.
Okay? And he is on deck to set himself up with a $275 million deal after this offseason. He'd be riding a bus in some podunk town somewhere that we'd never even heard of. Joey Bart was drafted when?
First round.
Yeah, no, when?
Oh,
like 5 years ago. Yeah.
5 years ago.
We still haven't seen him.
We still haven't seen him.
I still have no clue.
Well, we don't even know if he's good anymore.
Chris Bryant's been a World Series champion. Chris Bryant's been a Rookie of the Year, an MVP, a multiple-time All-Star, and at 30 years old is finally set to hit free agency for the first time in his life. Meanwhile, in the other sports, you got the De'Aaron Foxes and the Kirk Cousins, mediocre players. They're average. They're good. They're average players making ridiculous coin early on. Baseball, you are screwing up the entire business model.
It doesn't sound
too many players don't hit free agency in their prime. The arbitration needs to be reduced, and that's what the crux of this entire lockout is. 6 years to get to free agency.
It should be
too
3.
long.
It should be 3.
4 maybe even.
4 at most. 4 at most, because again, these kids may be drafted at 23, 24, 25, 22. Some kids go to community college. Some kids redshirt. Some kids don't get out of college until they're 23, 24 years old. So all of a sudden, 4 years, and I'm 28 years old.
Exactly.
And I'm just now hitting free agency. Man, look at Yaz. He's 30 years old, not even making $1 million. He's playing it for the San Francisco Giants.
I know.
In right field.
I know.
In front of this fan base, and he's not even making $1 million at the age of 30. Now, again,
Mohamed Sanu is more well paid than Mike Yastrzemski.
Absolutely. It's not even funny.
And one guy batted 4th for the Giants a majority of the year.
It's not even funny. Man. So, look, they have an issue off the field. On the field, I thought the game was fine.
It was fun this year.
It was I had a lot of fun watching baseball.
You're going to see some DH tweaking.
Right. Yeah, the shifts and everything. People are adjusting to it. We're starting to see more speed out there. I
love the shift.
Dude, I love what Starling Marte did with the A's, running around the base paths. I love the old school Atlanta Braves approach there when it comes to offense. But you know what? You miss a game because of what you can't figure out in the offices. And when it comes to the paperwork of everything, because certain teams don't want to spend, I'm done with you. 888-957-9570. Fay Vincent, the commissioner of Major League Baseball, will join us in about 9 minutes here because he was part of the 1990 lockout. So we're going to ask him, basically, what is a lockout like? How did you figure this out? How far apart were you with the players back in 1990? Mm-hmm. And how did you prevent Major League Baseball from missing games in 1990. 94, we know what happened. The game shut down in August. Mm-hmm. You didn't have a World Series champ. Mm-hmm. And as a kid, Shasky, I didn't come back to baseball until the 1997 World Series when it was the Cleveland Indians and the Florida Marlins. I swear to you, I did not come back. The 95, 96 baseball years, I don't remember them because I was done. They broke my heart as a kid. Matt Williams was going for the Major League single-season home run record, trying to surpass Roger Maris. He was at 43 home runs. Barry Bonds had 37 home runs. It was going for a triple crown. It was on fire. The Giants are starting to roll. They were leading the wild card. Dodgers were in first place by 5 games. Expos were in first place. It was going to be a fascinating playoff. It was a year after the Giants won 103 games. But I was done for 2.5 years. There are some people who have never came back to the sport.
Yeah.
Now, if you miss any games this year, you may be done forever. I'm 39 years old. I'll treat baseball like it's horse racing. I won't give a damn. I'm dead, Shasky. You know I'm dead serious here. I'm chilling right now, but if you mess around and miss some games after what this world has just gone through, I won't be back, man. I won't be back. I'll be done.
Well, and especially if you look at a market like the San Francisco Giants' market, I mean, think about what this fan base did for that team down the stretch. That place was packed, was it not?
Yeah.
I mean, did we buy merchandise? I don't know. Did you guys see those City Connect jerseys all around the city?
Everybody was rocking those.
I mean, come on.
All the kids are rocking those.
I don't want to hear about them crying that they're broke and that they're all far apart on money. Like, figure it out. Like, this is what Rob Manfred, you know how much he gets paid a year?
How much?
How much do you think?
Well, Goodell was getting paid like is he getting paid Goodell money?
No. Goodell makes $64 million a year, and he's worth every penny. Goodell's
he was
worth
making
every
40,
penny.
50,
Yeah, he's
60.
worth every penny, though,
I don't
Monte.
know about that. That's a conversation for another
You know
day.
why? You know why he's worth every penny? Because he makes his constituents tons and tons and tons of cash. You cannot deny that. He's got the number one ranked television product, and he's got the number one product across the world. All right?
We can agree to disagree on that.
Manfred makes more than the entire Miami Marlin infield. $11 million a year.
That still might be too much for Manfred.
That's what I'm saying.
That still might be too much.
I have zero faith in him to figure this out.
So what happens then? Then what happens? Are we going on a strike?
I think
we done?
I think they're going to be really far apart, and I think they're going to continue to be because you have obviously the arbitration sticking points because how many years it takes for someone to get to free agency. Then you have some of the lower tiered points. How many teams are going to make the playoffs, pitching, all those things, roster stuff. That's the on the field stuff. Forget that. How much are the A's and the Tigers and the Indians and the Rays and the Marlins, how much are they going to spend? Like, that's what I want to know. I want to know how much they're going to spend. You want to say what you want about the Sacramento Kings, Bonte? You know, most people think that the Sacramento Kings aren't the most well-run organization.
They're not. That's a fact.
You know what? One thing they do? They hit the minimum. They spend their $115 million every single year like they should. Now, we can argue about whether it's good money spent, but at least they're spending it. You know what I know these bottom-tier baseball teams aren't doing? Spending money. But I know that they're collecting that revenue share check. It's a nightmare. The system of baseball, the financial system, should have been broken up a long time ago. We have 2 and 3 different tiers of leagues out there. You have the haves.
Yep.
You have the well-run teams that are running on a shoestring budget, and then you have the complete have-nots. It's whack.
Let's go to Manny real quick in the city before we get to Fay Vincent. He was the 8th commissioner of Major League Baseball from September 13th of 1989 to September 7th of 1992. Let's go to Manny real quick before we get to Fay Vincent. What's up, Manny?
How's it going, man?
Good.
Hey, I just want to give you my perspective real quick on, I have a 9-year-old who's just getting into baseball right now. Like, he's out there, playing ball. He's just starting to go to games. And this is where you become a fan for life.
Yes.
Doing something like this, you're going to lose him. You're going to lose this kid for who knows how long. Like right now, he loves ball. He loves playing ball. He's all about Giants. He wants to see every game. And you might lose him for life. And, the future of the game, it could change it.
It can. It can. Thanks for the call, Manny. And that's the thing for the kids. Kids need to see the product. They need to see these players on the field. Right now, it's the all season and kids, like as a kid, I wanted to see who was going where. Like right now, I'm a little. This morning when I came in, I wasn't as ticked off about the lockout. I was like, all right, wait till you miss a game.
I was pretty heated,
but now you were heated. You were hot.
I was ready to start the show at 4:44.
Yeah, you were running hot. But now that I think about it, Shasky, and here it is, 7:36 a.m. And I'm thinking to myself, damn, I got to wait to see where Chris Bryant's going.
I know.
I don't even know what team the Giants are going to field.
The guy waited 6 years, 7 technically, to get to free agency, and now he's got to wait another couple of months to get paid.
I'm thinking like, damn, okay, I got to sit here and debate about Alex Cobb being the 4th starter on the Giants and whether or not that's a great move. Mm-hmm. Like, I'm starting to get a little bothered now by the lockout because baseball, after having some quiet hot stove seasons, remember we were all complaining, man, baseball's off season.
Yeah, because
players are waiting.
The average salary has clipped down every year for 10 straight years.
Right, and J.D. Martinez is waiting a long time. Bryce Harper's waiting a long time to sign. And now all of a sudden, you got things cooking. Marcus Semien on a Sunday signing for big money. Corey Seager signing for big money. Oh, Robbie Ray going to Seattle for big money. I'm like, okay, hot stove is cooking this year. Yeah. It's cooking. I'm into it. It's November. It's in the heat of football season, right where the NBA is starting to take off here. The Golden State Warriors are 18-3. And yet I'm saying, we're talking a little baseball in late November. How about that? And now you're locked out. Now you're locked out because from what I see, and Jeff Passan wrote about this 5 years ago, he saw this coming in 2021.
Yeah, a lot of people
saw it coming 5 years ago. It felt like baseball. The players, the owners, the commissioner, it felt like they didn't even try to come to a resolution. Didn't it feel like that? There was no sense of urgency. Like at least in the NFL, when they were locked out in 2011, there was a sense of urgency to get these players on the field.
I agree.
And there was a united front. Now, the deal wasn't as great for the players, no doubt about it, but they figured it out. It just felt like baseball, the sport itself. And I'm putting everybody in the category. I'm throwing the players in the pot, the union in the pot. I'm throwing the owners in the pot. I'm throwing the commissioner in the pot. It felt like there was no sense of urgency to get this done.
But this started before when the pandemic happened. What was the one team that was about ready to start their season and couldn't get their thing together and had to wait until after July 4th to get started? What was the sport?
Baseball.
Baseball.
Yeah.
I mean, they could have figured the whole thing out. Did you not see the microcosm of greedy that was like seeping through the television as we were watching on a daily basis when they couldn't even come to an agreement? The world was like shattering around. Businesses getting shut down, schools shut down, every state's getting locked down, and baseball's like, I don't want to pay you an extra $1 million. I don't want to have 85 games. Let's have 60. Like they showed you how transparently greedy they were during the pandemic negotiations.
All right, let's go to a special guest here. He served as the 8th commissioner of Major League Baseball from September 30th of 1989 to September 7th of 1992. He's a legend. Fay Vincent, he joins the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game with Joe Shasky, the Butcher, and Bonte Hill as baseball has frozen out the players. It's locked out right now. No moves can happen at the major league level. No trades, no signings, no nothing. How long will it last? We have no idea. But let's go to Fay Vincent because he was part of the 1990 lockout. And Fay, good morning. Thank you for joining us on such short notice here. Take us through what happened in the 1990 lockout that lasted 32 days and eliminated most of spring training.
Well, let me first say I'm delighted to talk to people in San Francisco because I have such memories of that miserable earthquake in '89 that blew our World Series apart and left me there with a proverbial mess on my hands. And I have great memories of San Francisco. Look, the 1990 lockout was for me. I was a brand new commissioner. Bart Giamatti had died the preceding September. The lockout was in the winter of 1990, and I think there are three things to say about lockouts. One, it's a failure, and it's hard to put a good light on it. These are two sides in the same industry, the players and the owners. When I left baseball, I warned that the owners and the players had made no real effort to build a common strategy to come together in some sort of partnership, and that until they came together and recognized they were in the same business and they were supposed to work together to protect the business and treat the customers, the fans, fairly, it was going to be difficult. Well, I was right. That's 30-some years ago, and baseball is now trying again to go to war with each other, when in fact they have to come together and work together. There has to be an agreement that the game, the industry, it's a huge $11 billion business. Everybody's making an enormous amount of money. The average salary in baseball in the range of $4 million. I mean, that is not what we ordinarily think of when we think of a union. If the average salary of every employee is $4 million, we have a different idea, a different concept of unions. So the last point is this: until they work out a attitude, a recognition that this kind of economic warfare, after all, a collective bargaining breakdown is really economic warfare. It's two sides, each one trying to destroy the other. That cannot make sense or even harm each other. The one thing we know is everybody in baseball at the moment, from the top down, is making an enormous amount of money. I think the salary for Bud Selig when he retired was $50 million. I was paid $650,000, as was Bart and Peter Ueberroth.
Wow.
I think Selig's pension is $10 million.
Wow.
So we're talking about a business that is booming. I don't know what Manfred is paid, but he's paid an awful lot of money.
Yeah, and I want to get into the negotiation side of it, and I have some other questions for you as well. When you're in these rooms and you're behind the scenes here, who are the power brokers? I think of other sports and someone like Jerry Jones and how influential he can be in a room of his peers. Who are the current baseball power brokers who are going to be trying to strike a deal here?
Well, that's a fair question, and I'm totally out of date. Obviously, there will be some owners who are interested, bright, aggressive, have some respect of the others. And all the people that I dealt with are now out of baseball. The one who's probably got a major voice still is Reinsdorf of the Chicago White Sox. He's very bright, very, very aggressive, very anti-union, and was very involved in collusion. So, but I can't answer who's involved. There will be some owners. The big clubs always want to get settled, whatever deal. Steinbrenner used to call me and say, I don't care what you do, get it solved. Your job is to get us back on the field. And, of course, he was saying the big clubs are going to make money no matter what happens.
Right.
Yeah. Fay, your perspective is needed right now because you brought up a lot about the money, and some of the owners understand that we just can't do this right now. I mean, we're coming out of a pandemic. People have lost their family members. They've lost their jobs. The money is through the roof. It's so not relatable to the common fan who is a consumer of the product. Does that resonate at all with the people here that are making these decisions? Because, God, it just feels like they lack perspective.
Well, I come from the movie business. I've been around entertainment for most of my life. The sad fact is that the dollars, the compensation, nobody goes to a movie and is offended by the fact that, because they really don't know, what is the major star making for making this movie? And the answer is millions and millions of dollars. And the difference between baseball and the movie or television business is in the television and movie business, the owners include the talent. So the actor in these television shows, Seinfeld, for example, made tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars by owning a piece of Seinfeld, and it will be going long after he's dead. The players in baseball have sadly never gotten any ownership interest. And it's interesting to me, guys, that in this negotiation, the players and the agents have continued to accept the fact that they're going to end up paying ordinary income tax on all this money that they're making, when in fact the owners are building a capital asset on which, when they make the sale, they will pay a capital gains tax. And although Biden and others have threatened to screw around with capital gains taxation, they haven't, and they won't. And so this whole industry of sports is totally contrary to every other business I've ever known, in that it doesn't take into account taxes. And yet the tax rate on ordinary income at the upper level in this country is well over 50-60%, including the states, especially California and New York. So until there's a sophistication and a recognition that this whole structure for baseball has to be redone. But look, I tried, and I failed terribly. I tried to bring the owners and the players into recognition that fighting with each other never works.
Right.
Everybody gets hurt.
Mm-hmm. Fay Vincent, former commissioner of baseball from September 13th of 1989 to September 7th of 1992. Here on a Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game with Joe Shasky, the Butcher, and Bonte Hill. Baseball locked out its players late last night, 9 p.m. on the West Coast, midnight on the East Coast. Of course, we're talking to Fay Vincent here because what a lot of fans want to know is, Fay, what goes on behind the scenes during negotiations like this? What goes on in these meetings with the owners, the players union rep? What goes on behind the scenes, Fay?
Well, as the pressure builds, and it won't build until we get closer to the season being blown away, or part of it being blown away. The question is, what's the compromise? Where's the middle ground? And, of course, the real question is, what are we trying to achieve together? Are we going to try to build a business and begin to market it in a much better way? Are we going to try to make it more fan-friendly? Are we going to try to get some of the games, some of the aspects of the game, like the cost of going to a game, the Coca-Cola, the hot dogs, the parking? The cost for the ordinary citizen going to Yankee Stadium is simply prohibitive. And it's not true around the country. There are other parts where it isn't quite as expensive or even anywhere near as expensive, but it is still a major undertaking. I have people that I'm close to who try to go to Yankee Stadium, and it is enormously expensive for an ordinary couple to bring their son. I have a couple that work for me, and it's very hard for them to go to Yankee, though they love baseball. So I think that what's happened is that everybody at baseball is doing great, except the little people, the people who work in the stadium, the groundskeepers, the people who sell programs, the people who sell hot dogs. You know, when the season gets cut or spring training gets cut, the people that get hurt are basically the small people. The union says we have a huge strike fund, we have enough money to take care of ourselves. Of course they do. But what about all the people who are tied to baseball and nobody pays any attention? Look around San Francisco. If the season doesn't open on time in San Francisco, you and others won't be paying much attention, but there are a lot of people that are going to be hurt, and they're not baseball employees. They're people who are on the fringe of baseball.
Yeah. Fay, you are like dropping so much knowledge. We've got the former commissioner of baseball, Fay Vincent, with us. It's just absolutely incredible. You're bringing up all the tax ramifications or lack thereof when it comes to owning a sports team. They do depreciation on stadiums. You're hitting all the nails on the head here, and I find it to be so fascinating. I want to get into just one of the key sticking points here. There's obviously how much money each team's going to spend is one element of it, but the arbitration years. You're saying that you come from the entertainment industry, and I always use other sports as an example. Could you imagine the NFL suppressing a talent so that they could save a couple bucks and manipulate his contract and not play that star rookie quarterback? Could you imagine basketball not playing LeBron James because they want to hang on to him for an extra year? Why do we do this in baseball, and why is it such an accepted practice if it's clearly hurting the actual product of the game?
Well, because underneath it all is the question of money. And, you know, the general perception, guys, is that over the last 20, 30 years, the union has done a spectacular job of protecting the players, and it has. But think of what it hasn't done. It hasn't gotten a share. When the Mets were sold last year for $2.6 or $2.7 billion, did the players get any money out of that? Was there any payment to a fund for all the Mets players in the last 20 years who contributed to the value of the Mets? The answer is no. The Yankees are worth $8 or $9 billion today. Think of that.
Wow.
Steinbrenner paid $9 million for the team in 71 or 2. One of the greatest investments in the history of American commerce was Steinbrenner's purchase of the Yankees. And yet, if the Yankees were sold tomorrow for $9 billion or 10 or 8, would any of the players who helped build, would Jeter, would any of the great Yankees of the last 30 years get any money? The answer is no. So the sad story is that everybody's announced that the union has been enormously successful. I'm arguing to you that the great laugh is that the owners still own 105% of the industry of baseball.
Wow. Fay, real quick, we got a couple questions for you before we end this, before we get you out of here. If you could share any advice with the Major League Baseball commissioner, with the owners, and with the Players Association today, what would you say to them?
I would say to get some really acknowledged and reputable and decent and caring person, and my candidate is Steve Greenberg. Steve Greenberg was my deputy commissioner. He's the son of Hank Greenberg. He's the most respected person in baseball you've never heard of. Manfred told me once that my greatest contribution to baseball was to bring Steve Greenberg into baseball. And I would hire and get Steve Greenberg. He probably wouldn't do it, but the idea is to put Steve Greenberg in a room and have him talk about the bigger topic, what I'm talking about. How do we build an industry? How do we build and rebuild goodwill between the two sides? How do we stop trying to kill each other? How do we build an industry that's thinking about the customer? Look, the fans are the customers. Coca-Cola spends fortunes worrying about customers. Baseball treats customers as if they're a necessary a necessary problem. We have to pay attention, but we don't like it. Well, the two parties in this room, who's representing the public? Who's representing the interests? Well, I would get Steve Greenberg. I'd bring him in immediately. I'd say, Steve, make it work out. I will tell you, in 1990, when I was running the lockout or trying to solve it, Steve Greenberg went off on a Sunday night with Don Fear, the president of the union, right outside my office, just the two of them. They trusted each other. Steve worked for me. Fear was the head of the union. And in about an hour, late at night, they had agreement between themselves on the remaining issues, and they solved the little knots that kept the two sides apart. So Steve Greenberg has a history of being a magician, and I think what baseball needs is somebody in the room who has credibility, stature, independence. Steve is one of the most successful investment bankers on every business or sports deal involving football, basketball, and baseball. He's involved. He's at Allen and Company, and he is a brilliant human being.
Wow, Fay Vincent here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Real quick, Fay, because we're up against it. The Hall of Fame ballot has been released, and Barry Bonds, we're out here in San Francisco, and this is the last time he's on this ballot to get into the Baseball Hall of Fame here. Is he a Hall of Famer? Do you see Barry Bonds as a Hall of Famer, and would you vote him in to the Hall of Fame?
Well, I think he is a Hall of Famer in the sense he certainly has the ability. He's tainted by the steroids, which almost certainly he was using. I think that baseball and the Hall of Fame have to revisit the standards. Maybe they have to have a separate category. I wouldn't put Pete Rose in, but I think Barry Bonds is a different category. Steroids is different from gambling and cheating on the outcome of games. And, I would be very much more sophisticated, I think, in terms of dealing with these cases.
Fay Vincent, here on the Morning Roast. He was Major League Baseball's commissioner from 89 to 1992. Thank you so much for joining us on such short notice. A lot of inside information there, and we have been enlightened by what you just said here about the strike. Fay, take care. We'll do this again soon.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Fay Vincent here on the Morning Roast. A lot of nuggets there. A lot to get to. Rob Parker coming up on the other side. We'll recap this coming up here after we talk to Rob Parker next on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
He's the GMOAT. Can somebody give the Suns some credit?
Why can't certain Warrior fans give the Phoenix Suns credit? How hard is that? How freaking hard is that? To just say, the Suns, the Warriors didn't lose last night. They got beat. They got beat by the Suns, and that's okay. They're still 18-3. They're still the best team along with Phoenix in the Western Conference. Nobody's saying they're done.
Steiny and Guru. Hell yeah. On 95.7 The Game.
I heard the Federal Reserve may raise interest rates.
Yes, in fact, mortgage rates have already started going up on the rumors.
That's why we just refinanced with Owning. We got a 30-year fixed 2.5% rate, 2.731 APR. And we also took thousands out in cash to use for a bunch of other things. Owning made the whole process fast and easy.
Waiter, check please. I'm going to call Owning and lock in my refi now.
Call Owning at 8332-OWNING or go to owning.com and lock in a 30-year fixed refi at today's 2.5% rate, 2.731 APR. That's 8332-OWNING or owning.com.
NMLS 2611, licensed by the Department of Financial Protection and Innovation under the California Residential Mortgage Lending Act, subject to credit approval for qualified.
game.
What a morning it has been here on the roast. As I say, good morning to everybody out there on the roadways. If you're just getting off of work, good morning to you. Have a good nap. Hopefully you nap when we're off the air. Joe Shasky, good morning to you. Langford and Curly, good morning. Roasters on YouTube and Twitch and the text line. Fay Vincent, former commissioner of baseball in 1989, from 1989 to 1992, just joined us, and boy, did he enlighten me on so many things. And the biggest takeaway I had, Shasky, is that Major League Baseball basically sticks its middle finger at the fans.
They do.
They basically stick the middle finger at you and I. And they don't care about us. They care about themselves. And the owners are basically playing chess, not checkers over the players.
So, I've been in quote-unquote sales almost my entire life. And I'm always like consumer. Every other industry is worried about the consumer of their products. Why do you think, companies overreact and fire someone when they do something wrong? They don't want the consumer to be offended, right? Does baseball ever care about the consumer?
They don't.
I can't wait to talk to Rob Parker, because Rob Parker does a great job covering baseball and has the perspective and the know-how of years of watching the game. I can't wait to ask him that same question.
Well, let's bring in Rob Parker, the Yacht Cup on Fox Sports Network's podcast with Chris Broussard. Of course, he's all over Fox Sports 1. He's got his baseball podcast. Rob Parker's everywhere. And we will get into a tweet he had the other night. Actually in the morning, 7:08 a.m. December 1st.
He woke up and chose violence.
He chose violence with the Warrior fans. We'll get to that in just a second. Rob. It's good to have you back on the airwaves, man. We love you, Rob. Joe Shasky, the Butcher, Bonte Hill. Thanks for coming on with us here on such short notice here, man. The Lockout.
Always a pleasure. Always, man. How you guys doing?
We're good.
Great.
We're good.
Obviously, you hate to have a work stoppage. The only thing I will say, I just heard what you guys were saying. And let's be fair. I mean, we've had 26 years of labor peace. That is unprecedented.
It's true.
For baseball. Okay, so let's not act like this happens every year. We've had a great run. I'm not happy about a lockout, but I do understand if you want to try to get a deal done and start the season on time. This is the only way you force people to the negotiating table.
No,
so I'm not. I think we need to pump the brakes and say baseball. 26 years. I grew up, in the 70s and 80s. You want to talk about work stoppages and whatnot that came every 3 or 4 or 6 years? It used to be a mess. So I think we got a little spoiled that things have been great for 26 years between the players and the owners.
I think that's interesting perspective, because you're probably right. The way I'm looking at it, though, is that they had an opportunity to come to the table during the pandemic last year, and they couldn't even get on the same page then, and the writing was on the wall. And it's like, come on, you guys, it's 2021, and everything that's gone on in the country. I just look around and I'm like,
I get it.
I
think that's fair. I think that's a fair way to look at it. But the other thing that people got to understand, too, and I'm just trying to be on both sides, I really am, is that, baseball has never been healthier. People who talk about the demise of the game, it's a $10 billion industry. It's never made that kind of money, even in the glory days of baseball. Never. $10 billion, and money's coming in. And even more money is coming in. If you ever talk to any gambling people, they talk about, with the expansion of gambling across the country, baseball will ultimately be the biggest winner. Football only has 17 games.
That's a good point.
Baseball has 162. You can bet on whether or not a guy strikes out or hits a home run, or all kinds of things that will add up to big-time money, all right, as we move forward. So what I'm trying to say is trying to figure out, owners basically kind of want to keep what they have going, add some expanded playoffs, and players are like, if you're going to be non-competitive like teams like the Marlins and whatnot, where they don't sign any veteran players, and they only pay the kids and their payrolls, you've seen there are 4 teams in Major League Baseball who have a lower payroll right now than Max Scherzer's contract with the Mets. Okay? So I get it. This can't be, there's got to be some sort of floor and ceiling, but it can't be just the ceiling without a floor. And I think that's, the players have a legit gripe, and they want to maybe get to free agency sooner.
So I see both sides. I think this had to happen for them to really sit down, figure out how they're going to move forward. I hate it. I'd rather there be a lockout and not a player strike come spring training.
Right.
So I'm hopeful.
Yeah, I'm hopeful too. Rob Parker here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Of course, Fox Sports 1, the Odd Couple podcast with Chris Broussard. Also knows the game of baseball. Has a baseball podcast out there as well. One of the best out there when it comes to baseball. And Rob, let's say hypothetically this does bleed into the regular season. How damaging would that be to the sport? Because a lot of people are fading out of baseball here. I remember being a kid in 1994. Giants are in the race. They go on strike. I didn't come back around to the game until 1997. So what would happen if this strike did linger into the regular season and we actually had to see this sport lose out on games? What would happen?
Well, yeah, you're going to turn people off. There's no doubt about it. Whenever you take away what people have had, they find something else to do. I mean, let's face it. The NFL didn't have a football team in Los Angeles for 20 years, right? I mean, people find other things to do. So it's not in the best interest of the players or the owners to have a work stoppage. And I think both sides understand that. I remember people were dooming and glooming that they weren't going to get together for a season in 2020. You remember when they had to have the reduced schedule, right? And everybody, they're not going to get together. They're not going to have a baseball season. And they wound up at the last minute, right, coming to terms. I do believe they know what's at stake. They understand the landscape of this country, where we are. People will find other things to do. So I'm hopeful. I've talked to some baseball insiders, and they look at it and say they have till February 1st, really, so that pitchers and catchers can show up. Still a long time. Today's December 2nd. Got plenty of time to really get a deal, and I think it's imperative to get one.
You know, Rob, for the longest time, I was a National League guy. You know, I didn't love the DH at all. And then I had a taste of it in 2020, and I came all the way around, and I'm like, you know what? I'm all in on the DH. Like, I want it in both leagues now. I want some equity and allow a National League team to throw a guy an extra couple of years at the end of their contract saying, hey, you can be our DH. And you're seeing some of the other proposals, the rule changes as we negotiate, maybe 12 teams into the playoffs. I did love the exclusivity of baseball making the playoffs, but I understand as a television product, adding more teams creates more revenue. What are some of the rules that you're looking at here that are the most intriguing to you?
Yeah, I mean, the two you just touched on are the biggest and the ones that I think about the most. I grew up in New York as a Mets fan as a kid, so I was a National League fan. I do like the strategy of the game. I don't like it to be softball where you just, everybody's swinging for the fences. Sometimes if you play National League Baseball, and you know this, if you're watching the Giants, sometimes you got to take a pitcher out who's pitching well because you need, somebody to bat for him, and this might be your only scoring opportunity. So there's a lot of stuff like that I do like. I get the people wanting action and home runs and all that. So I do understand that. I was an old school guy when they went to the wild card. I wasn't crazy about it. I just don't want baseball to get to be the NBA and where the NFL's headed and the National Hockey League, where more than half the league makes the playoffs. You don't want to make the regular season irrelevant. This is what happens in the NBA now is basically, we got to wait for the playoffs. Like you kind of dismiss everything that's going on and go, we'll wait to the playoffs because more than half the league is going to make the playoffs, so you're not thinking about it. Whereas baseball still, 10 out of 30 is great. You have to earn your way. And if they expand to maybe a couple more, but I don't want it to be what it was in 2020 where 16 of the 30 teams made it. I don't want to see us get to that point, but I'm open to more playoffs and expanded playoffs and whatnot. So there's a couple things there. I don't want to see the runner on second base kind of thing. I mean, can you imagine a guy pitching a no hitter through 9 innings, and then in the 10th, they put a guy on second base or whatever, and they bunt him over to third and hit a sacrifice fly, and you pitch a no-hitter and you lose 1-0. I mean, come on. That's just I can't get with that.
Well, the odds of a pitcher even lasting into the ninth inning of today's game is probably low.
I'm dreaming about the 80s.
Right. I was just watching the documentary on the New York Mets once upon a time in Queens. Doc Gooden's pitching into the 10th inning against Nolan Ryan. And I'm like, man, I wish I was alive during those times, man. Jeez.
Hey, at that year in 85 when Dwight Gooden went 24-4, I want to say he had 17 complete games. He was 24 with 17 complete games.
I don't think the NL West had 17 complete games last year.
No. He was a monster, man.
No doubt. Jack Morris scored 10 innings in Game 7 against the Braves in 91, man. No, we're not seeing those days anymore. Rob Parker, Fox Sports 1 here on the Morning Roast. All right, let's get over to it because Dub Nation. Rob, I don't know if you can come to the Bay Area right now, man. I'll just being real with you. You tweeted out December 1st, 7:08 a.m. And I saw this and said, oh, my God, Rob, we got to get him on the air. Why is he doing this?
Stirring the pot.
You tweeted out, Rob, in a huge game last night, Steph Curry was nowhere to be found for the Warriors. Is it really possible for the greatest shooter, and you put greatest in parentheses, quotation marks, greatest shooter to go 4 for 21, including 3 for 14 from 3? The Curry minions are silent in hiding. Well, Rob, what I will say to you is it took them 21 games to have a stinker, and it just happened against one of the best teams in the NBA. Rob, if you had the chance, would you delete the tweet? Because Dub Nation right now, they're not feeling you.
I understand that, but I wouldn't delete the tweet.
I know you
won't. My only point is, this is my point with Steph Curry and his minions, as I call them, is if Steph Curry would have had 50 points and they beat the Suns, they would be going crazy. Because he didn't play because he played poorly, what I was getting was, there's no big game in November. That was no big deal. And you can't tell me that if they would have stopped the Suns' 16-game winning streak and Steph went off, tell me they wouldn't have been ranting and raving about
chest
that.
out.
Oh, we would have been flexing. And we're still flexing. And you know what? We're still flexing. They're 18-3. Okay. It happens. Mikal Bridges had a good night.
Oh, he was fantastic.
We'll see him again tomorrow.
It was old school 90s basketball. Be physical. Make the guy earn it, man. I loved it. You know what I mean? But that's all I'm saying is that, I know people get crazy about Steph. He's playing great this year. I'm not saying he's a bum. I mean, everybody makes it like if I'm not on the bandwagon, I'm calling him a bum. He's a great player. He's had a great career. I just wish he knocked down some shots at the end of games when it matters.
Oh,
I love that.
Come on, don't do that.
Rob,
you've been around Skip Bayless too long, man. Come on. You've been around Skip Bayless too long, Rob. You're better than that. You know Curry's been clutch.
He's 0 for 8 in the postseason. Wait a minute. Let's go back to the playing game with the Lakers last year. Wait a minute. Did he have no points in fourth quarter and overtime?
If Draymond hits a floater, they win that game.
I'm asking you about Steph.
I know.
They wouldn't have been in the game if it wasn't for Steph. He's the reason why they were in the game.
He had a broken butt.
He did have a broken butt. He averaged 37 in the last 2 months of the season, too, Rob.
Yeah.
Did he win the MVP?
No.
He should have.
No.
Should have.
Hey, Rob, you got to understand here. I watch your pictures every day. Rob's got great footwear. I don't know if you know this.
No, Rob,
he rocks the
Rob
Jordans every day.
I'm a Jordans guy.
Yeah, and I am too.
So is my man right here.
So the guy who's talking right now, Joe Sasky, Rob, knocks me for wearing the Jordans. He's not a Jordans guy.
I told you on TV, I think you should wear the dress shoes. He does the Warrior pre- and post-game show. And he's rocking all kinds of different Jordans, and I'm just, mix it up with the dress shoes every now and then.
I've got dress shoes, Rob. I only wore the J's twice this season. Through 21 games. Trust me, I keep a counter of when I wear the J's and which ones I rock. Trust me, you can't rock the same ones on television during the same season. So I've only done it twice this year.
Yeah, I understand, man. I'm all into the retro Jordans and all that, and I just got the white and blue Travis Scott's low cut, sweet, just absolutely sweet. I have the brown and mocha black ones as well.
Okay, all right, you flexing too hard, Rob.
No, I like it. Keep going.
You're flexing now. Look, hey, the Warriors, though, honestly, they look like a championship team, don't they?
I don't know. I mean, there's a lot. Let's just pump the brakes. They've gotten fat off a lot of bad teams. You got to play them. You got to beat them. They got about 10, 11 wins against some dreadful teams. Go add up their winning percentage on those 10 wins. And I'm not knocking them. That's how the Suns are going through and got a winning streak like crazy as well. But you'll play way better competition down the road to try to win a championship.
Who's going to stop?
Don't get caught up on beating the teams that they've beaten. I'm just being honest. Take a look at the win total and look at the teams they've beaten. There's some bad teams.
All right, Rob, let's do this. Next time you're in the Bay, come through. Let's go to a Dubs game. You, me. I'll see if B can take the night off, all right? We'll go hit the town up, all right? And you could showcase Bonte your entire collection of Jordans.
Yes, hey, that sounds great. I always come up there. One of my buddies lives up in Oakland.
Oh, nice.
Ron Williams. So I always get up there. So I'm going to we'll make that happen. We'll go hang out. And I'll be rocking a pair of Jordans as well.
Not only that, we're going to take you to Chase Center.
Yeah.
We're going to watch Steph Curry's entire warm-up, and then you're going to apologize to Steph Curry saying, you know what? You're not the GOAT. You're the greatest shooter of all time. I stand down.
That'll be fun. I appreciate you.
You're the
Anytime,
best, man.
Rob.
And I love listening to your podcast. Great stuff, Rob. Thank you.
Matter of fact, it just dropped this morning. Perfect timing with everything going on in baseball. So check it out. Listen, rate, subscribe, share it. Inside the Parker on Apple Podcasts and iHeartRadio podcast as well.
Keep doing it because there's a lot of unique voices that I'm not accustomed to hearing, and I really enjoy it. So thank you for coming on. I really do.
Inside the Parker, Rob Parker.
Yeah.
We also going to get him a Steph Curry jersey, too.
Yeah.
He's going to rock the Steph Curry jersey.
Well, I don't agree about his basketball opinions, but his baseball opinions are spot on, man. I'm telling you, there's a lot of people that he interviews on this pod, people that I never hear from in the middle of the country. They just have unique perspectives of the game, and it's really kind of grown my appreciation for more, not just the Giants, but like baseball as a whole around the country.
So, Dub Nation, look, we're going to transition. Jim Barnett's going to join us. He was in Phoenix the other night. He'll join us in about 11 minutes.
Are they traveling?
Yeah, the radio team's traveling.
Gotcha.
Tim Roy,
okay, cool.
Jim Barnett.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, Jim Barnett doesn't do home games, but he's tapped in. He's when it comes to the NBA.
Phoenix is a fun flight.
It is a fun flight.
Southwest is like, whoa. You're coming in like throwing a tomato can across the street.
We'll get Jim Barnett's opinion on what happened the other night and the Warriors moving forward. Rob Parker just joined us. Dub Nation, we held our own. We didn't let this guy come off Come on now. We represent for Steph Curry. He knows he's...
I love how you went at him. It was great.
It's professional.
I think if both of us, this is what I'm learning, if both of us try to jam down the throat of one of the people that are coming on, it's just too much. And so that's why, every now and then, I just let you take an account, and I'll let you take up for Steph.
Well, you know what,
Joe
though?
Lacob would be proud.
Yeah, you know what, though? When we came at that dude from St. Louis, the AP writer.
That was the best.
We had to double team him. We had to punk him.
Well, that was also Kate was over there being happy with him.
Oh, yeah, it's okay, guys. He just had a vote. No, Kate. This guy's slandering Barry Bonds. The guy wasn't even born. Admitted on the airways, I never watched Jeff Kidd play. What? Get this guy out of here.
And then I asked him about David Ortiz, and he's like, I hadn't really considered that. I'm like, what? You don't know whether David Ortiz is going to be on your ballot or not?
That's one of the things that's wrong with baseball.
Oh, don't even start me.
Is the writers who post their pictures of the vote and how they don't vote for Barry Bonds and don't vote for Jeff Kidd. And they show us these votes, and they're like, we're going to vote for who's up for the Hall of Fame for the first time this year.
Jurisprudence, as I like to call it.
Yeah, it's just embarrassing.
I like David Ortiz. Even though he tested positive, I'm not going to hold that against him, and I'm going to let him in. But Barry Bonds, even though he never tested positive, and we know both did steroids, but we're not going to let Barry in, and we're going to let Poppy in because he said some swear words in front of the Boston crowd saying, I'm Boston strong.
Just saw something on Twitch here. Maxine Van Date. He is the good joke, Rob Parker.
He's the good mo.
That's pretty good. The good joke. That's pretty good. Sideshow Bob, because Steph can do no wrong. Rob Parker's a hater. Enough for Rob Parker. Who would get more boos at Chase Center? LeBron James or Rob Parker?
I mean, is Kendrick Perkins not on this list?
Kendrick Perkins just jumped to the other side.
Well,
He's all about Dub Nation now.
Yeah, he is.
Him and Warriors World are cool.
Yeah.
Kendrick Perkins is all about Dub Nation.
I think at one time, who was that guy from Oklahoma City who was the writer that everyone hated?
Oh, wow.
Who was that guy?
His name?
He was in the pocket.
Royce Young, ESPN.
Young.
Oh,
I totally forgot about him.
You know what's funny about him? I just saw him tweet the other day about Lincoln Riley, basically just slandering Lincoln Riley, not happy about another guy leaving the state of Oklahoma.
Yeah, newsflash.
Hey, Royce Young, if ESPN said, hey, come to ESPN LA, come cover the Clippers, your ass would be out of Oklahoma City in less than 10 hours.
I know. Did you see what Dave McMenamin did? He went from Cleveland to LA in a heartbeat.
No, what? Left the family, everything. Out to see y'all on the other side. We'll talk about the housing arrangements when I get out to LA. Come on, man.
A guy who's making his way into that booing category is Kenny Smith.
Oh, well, Kenny.
Because he had the Warriors delusional comment on TNT, and now he's on notice. So next time the Warriors are playing on TNT and they talk about it.
Well, let's play the clip right here, Lakeford. I'm glad you brought it up. Here's what Kenny Smith said the other day about Dub Nation.
I always said that I thought the Knicks fans were the most delusional, but I think the Golden State Warrior fans might have them. Because, shout out to, the Williams families, the Newport family, and the Scholes family, who they are unconditional. I mean, even when they're up 18, they're still arguing with the refs.
Arguing with the refs. I mean, are Warrior fans arguing with the refs? I mean, I feel like we just hate certain players. There are nights that we're not, loving the refs. Isn't that also just like an NBA byproduct? Every team hates every ref.
What NBA fan base is more delusional than the Laker fan base?
Kings.
I saw the Laker fan base. No, the Kings fans are fine. They haven't been to the playoffs in 15 years.
I mean,
if the Warriors didn't make the playoffs in 15 years,
they didn't.
Which they didn't. It made us 13. Delusional.
Yeah.
All right, we talked ourselves into certain moves.
Yeah, Monte.
We talked ourselves like
Monte's the man, dude.
Sign Bobby Sir, bring Bobby Sir. You know what? Bobby Sir ain't a bad point guard. He make All-Star team.
Be here.
Come on, man. I was all in on AC Law.
You know who was the guy that I really loved though to this day that I actually thought was going to be that dude? It was Larry Hughes. When they traded for Larry Hughes, I was like, this is the move.
So Steiny always talks about that. When Larry Hughes played his first game with the Warriors, is one of the biggest walk-up crowds at Oracle Arena.
I sat in the Larry's section with my boy, the People's Choice, Sean Joyce.
I thought Larry Hughes was going to be dynamic with the Warriors.
Number 20?
Anthony Randolph. What about when Marco Bellinelli lit it up in Summer League?
I hate Bellinelli.
Well, he lit it up in Summer League with 37 points. I said, man, Warriors got a shooter. They got a two-guard. Yeah, it didn't work out.
Zarko Chabarkaba? Yeah. When you say Bellinelli, I just go straight to Zarko.
I go Yuri Welsh.
Oh, Yuri Welsh, 44.
Yuri Welsh. Oh, Laker fans are the most delusional.
Unloading the clip on old Warrior European draft picks.
Because Laker fan, Kenny Smith is so wrong. And I know Curly's working on getting Kenny Smith on the morning roast.
Are you going to go right at him?
Oh, we're coming for the smoke. But
I love how the Warriors account is now his to defend.
No, I defend everything. Niners. So, I had to jump in on Softy. You needed a little help. You needed a tag team partner.
I'm over Softy.
You tagged. Should we get Softy on tomorrow? Okay. Maybe we should get him on Monday. Maybe we should get him on Monday when the Niners beat him.
I mean, he'll be in a casket by Monday after the Niners beat him.
All right, man. If you're looking for all the best Warriors content from 95.7 The Game, text Warriors at 20357. That's Warriors at 20357. Make sure to hit the subscribe button in the Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast and what's coming up on the game. Brought to you by AC Transit. It's the legendary, the great Jim Barnett. He will join us to talk some Dubs here on The Roast. Find a career with great benefits and work-life balance and do what you love. AC Transit is hiring bus operators now. Paid training is provided. Join
That's more speed, and you'll save hundreds over AT&T. Or you can score a $200 prepaid card when you get gig speed internet during the Xfinity Black Friday sales event. That means powering a house full of devices when everyone's home this holiday season. Take advantage of this great deal and save even more during the Xfinity Black Friday sales event. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay. Ends 12/31/21. Restrictions apply. New Connect Internet 50 megabits customers only. Speed boost ends 12/22/21. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. After term, regular rates apply. Prepaid card ends 12/6/21.
Why is this oven still going? Hi, this is Dinesh.
Dinesh's Bakery just landed a sweet catering contract.
40 dozen fritters? Friday at 5 a.m.?
He needs an event planner to help him rise to the occasion.
Oh, every Friday at 5 a.m. Not a problem.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, yeah, how's it going?
Word of mouth has Dante's dental clinic thriving.
17 new patients? Nice. Is this next month's calendar?
But he needs another dentist to give his schedule a good cleaning.
This is this week? You're kidding. Oh, you're not.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Shop on eBay this holiday season to get more for your dough on stand mixers. Or get more for your buck on this season's hottest tech and gaming gear. And on eBay, you can even get more Cyber Monday rewind the clock deals. Cyber Monday prices are back for one day only. Get more and save more on premium brands with eBay's can't miss Monday deals. Get more when you get it on eBay.
What makes AutoZone America's #1 battery destination? Because they offer free battery testing and charging and reliable replacement batteries starting at just $79.99. And they've always got your battery solution. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Do you know this song, Bonte?
I do.
Pandora's Box. What's the name of the artist?
Souls of Mischief.
Look at you.
Come on now.
93 Till?
93 Till, man. Brings me back. What a show. What a show. What a week it's been on the roast. It's been good to be back with all the roasters on Twitch and YouTube.
You're shining today.
Yeah, man, I'm trying to. Jason Battle. I love Jason Battle on Twitter. He's very good. The kid, man, Jason, he plays 2K. I'm seeing him post on Twitter. But his basketball insights, it's really, really good. I mean, he's not a casual NBA hooper, but he was getting on us about letting Rob Parker slander Steph Curry a little bit. But Jason, we got him.
Apologies.
The good joke. The good joke. No, Rob Parker's good, people. And by the way, we got JB on, and I've been waiting to talk to JB for a long time. We haven't talked to Jim Barnett since the season opener when the Warriors took on the Lakers. It's been that long. It's been too long. Way too long here. Let's talk to Jim Barnett here on the Morning Roast. Joe Shasky, the Butcher, Bonte Hill, as we bring everybody back. JB, good morning. Thanks for joining us. You're doing a hell of a job on radio this season. We always love your insight. And, man, we had a dandy of a game Tuesday night in Phoenix, a defensive battle. The Suns look really good. The Warriors have been really good. Both teams at 18-3. Round 2 tomorrow night at Chase Center. JB, what was your biggest takeaway of that game?
Well, my biggest takeaway was that there are several things. First of all, the Warriors just have to stop turning the ball over. The turnovers killed them. As badly as they shot, in particular, the last three quarters, and only scoring 61 points in the last three quarters, as badly as they shot, they were still in the game. Even into the fourth quarter, it was a 1 and a 2 point game, and then it kind of slipped away, but with about 3 minutes to go, they got out of it. But with 3 minutes to go, they were only down, I believe, 97-92. It was a 5-point game. Now, it helped that Devin Booker didn't play in the second half. The Warriors were fortunate there, but it still didn't matter because Chris Paul took over. He really took over the second half, and in particular that fourth quarter. But my takeaway is this. The Warriors were still in the game with Stephen Curry having the worst shooting night that I can ever remember, which is a positive thing. But the Warriors have to take care of the ball a lot better. I mean, when you get 23 turnovers, and 16 of them came in the second half, and you give away, you're minus 10 in points off turnovers. It's hard to win games, especially if you have a team that's matching you with their scoring and their defensive prowess.
Yeah, I'm looking at Jordan Poole because I'm trying to find some positives from that game, and his ascension has been remarkable, and I don't say that lightly. Like his IQ, his patience, understanding, decision making in terms of shot selection is so much better this year. What's the area of his game that you've been most impressed with?
His consistency now scoring. About 10, 12 days ago, he had 2 games. He gets a 32 and a 33, and he's the game has slowed down for him, and he's seen what's going on. He's a little more judicious in his shot selection. I think he was a little wild early in the first part of the year, and certainly, obviously, last year he was very inconsistent. He saved them in the first quarter. With this, the Warriors had 35 points. They shot very well that first quarter, but he had 16 of the Warriors' 35, nearly half the points. And if he hadn't been in there, they easily could have been down double figures in that first quarter. But instead, they were up by 4. But then it was kind of downhill since then. And I see that Phoenix. I think Phoenix has a deeper bench than the Warriors. They've got guys that can come in and fill the slots for you. Cam Johnson is, and they're young. These players are young. I mean, when Mikal Bridges, by the way,
yeah,
I'm trying to think. He had maybe 2 points in the game.
Yep.
But he put the stops on Stephen Curry. He's 6'6", but they've got players who are athletic, quick, off the bench. Bridges can really play. Shamet can play. Johnson, as I mentioned, Cameron Payne. And then, of course, we haven't mentioned it yet. The Warriors have to get bigger. They really do. I think Wiseman's really going to help them when he comes back. Obviously, Clay is going to be a different team. And maybe for the rest of the year, the Phoenix Suns and the Warriors will be the 2 best teams in the league. I certainly hope so. But when Clay comes back, Curry's not going to have these kinds of games because he's not going to be pressured as much.
Right.
And it's going to take the pressure off of him. But the Warriors need. I can't even believe what they're doing. Guess they've been doing with mirrors. They've been incredible defensively all year long. Draymond Green is having one hellish of a year. But they were really hurt inside against Phoenix the other night. With DeAndre Ayton, he had a field day. And even when JaVale McGee came in, he only played 7, 8, 9 minutes. But he had a quick
8 points,
3 baskets.
Yeah, he was 4 for 4. JB the other night. JaVale McGee
had 8 points. Yeah, they get anything they want inside with those 2 centers. And Ayton is a 4th-year player, and I'm thinking, can Wiseman be like DeAndre Ayton? The Warriors will be in really good shape because he's a 4th-year player now, but he's only 23. And he has really improved from last year. He's just doing a heck of a job. And so, but the Warriors are really hurt inside, and they were just too small against Phoenix.
No doubt about that. You brought up Jordan Poole. He's averaging 23.5 points per game in his last 6, 52.7% from the floor, and 48% from the three-point line. He's really starting to ascend. Andrew Wiggins is playing well. I want to ask you about back spasms, because I do agree with you about the Suns being bigger. Ayton had 24 and 14. It felt like he played bigger than that. But Wiggins, JB, you're a longtime NBA player. You've been around the game for so long. What does back spasms do to compromise your game? Because obviously Wiggins was hurting the other night in Phoenix.
Well, there's a point to whether you can play or not. And there was a question before the game that he would. Obviously with the physical staff that they have, they help that out. I'm sure he got some heat on it. He got it worked out. And I don't know to the extent, I did not converse with him at all. I didn't talk with anybody in the medical field.
Do you ever have back spasms playing? Do you ever have any back issues when you play, JB?
No, but I have to tell you, I ride my bicycle a lot because I can't run and jump anymore. And this, especially, when we had in the off season, the summer, I was riding 100 miles a week.
Whoa!
And one day I went out and rode about 42 miles. And I didn't stretch afterwards. And I woke up about 3 in the morning. I felt like I'd been shot in the back by a rifle.
Wow.
And I woke up screaming, and I had back spasms, and I had to go get therapy. I had to go get therapy for the next couple of weeks because the spasm was so bad. And so I know what it feels like. And it just locks you up. I mean, it just paralyzes you. And so obviously he wasn't that bad because he did play. Didn't shoot the ball well, and I can understand that because he's been really. I love what Andrew Wiggins is doing this year. He's really taking his game to a higher level. You know, he's just been tremendous. He's been better than he was before.
Yeah.
Like the last 15 games, he's still averaging about 21 points a game and shooting it well. So when I tell you what, this is going to be a hellacious team when Clay and Wiseman come back. I mean, it's going to be something to really watch. And, Curry had a bad game. We know that, but he's had an incredible year leading the league in scoring and everything. And he and Kevin Durant and going back and forth at over 28 a game.
Jim, you bring up all the bike riding, and I've been made fun of on this show many times by some of my coworkers because I will wear the padded outfit, the pants, the stretchy pants. Are you wearing the full outfit as well?
Oh yeah, I do. Yeah, I wear. You have to do that. You have to wear bicycle pants, and still put some cream on your rear end there too, which helps. I put that on every time. And then I've got the shirts with the pockets in the back.
Yes.
And sometimes I just wear a little windbreaker, like on the weather we've been having lately here. Sunny, but it's cool.
Yeah.
And so I've got to wear a little windbreaker. But yeah, definitely. And you wear your biking shoes because you clip in. There's no question about it. And I know it's dangerous. I just hope I'm going down Danville Boulevard out here, and I live in Orinda, but I use that boulevard a lot, and it's a straight shot. But there's a nice bike lane, but I can't prevent someone from coming up behind me, texting on their phone. But that's it's worth it to me to take the ride.
Yeah, no, I kind of stopped riding bikes in the city because the driving out here in San Francisco,
10?
At about 28 years old. I like Shasky's getting on me here, but I'm telling you, JB, the drivers out here in San Francisco, it's gotten worse and worse.
Especially
and worse.
The Ubers.
Yeah, the Ubers and Lyfts and everything. Yeah, it's dangerous out there. Real quick, back to basketball for just a second. You brought up DeAndre Ayton because, a lot of people say the big man's dead, and I don't think that's true at all. You got Embiid, you got Jokic, you got DeAndre Ayton coming around ascending here. Gobert's been playing really well in Utah. The way Ayton plays and the way he played the other night down in the paint, soft touch around the rim. Defensively, I thought he was really good on the perimeter when he got switched on to Stephen Curry. Who does Ayton remind you of?
Oh, man. Believe it or not, that night he reminded me of Bill Russell. Well, first of all, he blocked one of Stephen Curry's three-point attempts.
Yep.
Okay, and it looked like Curry thought he was going to get it off, and so did I. I was watching that. I'm thinking, he's got enough space there, and his quick release. And that son of a gun went up in the air, and he got it. And it was several feet from Stephen's hand. He didn't close on him or anything. He was still about 8 feet away from him. He went up and blocked that shot. He looked like Wilt Chamberlain or Bill Russell when I saw that. It was pretty incredible. And so he's a good player, and he's gotten a lot better. He really, really has. He changed the game.
Yep.
I mean, they would not have won that game without DeAndre Ayton in there. So we'll see what happens tomorrow night as they match up again. And it's the Warriors 18-3, and they had I admit they've had I think a favorable schedule. The first 20 games of the season. It's about to get tougher because they got these 4 games at home: Phoenix, San Antonio, Orlando, Portland, and then they go on the road. That Eastern trip there, that'll be the longest one coming up here. Philadelphia, Indiana, the Knicks, Boston they're playing, and then I'm trying to think. I think they played Toronto the last game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. JB, you played in the NBA during an era of a lot of union and ownership and league turmoil, right? There's lots of different things going on, competing leagues, things like that. So I'm sure you were part of a lockout. I know that you've seen today that the owners are locking out the players. Did you ever go through this in your career?
You're talking about football. You're not talking about basketball now. Lockout,
well,
right?
the baseball now. There's a lockout, and I know that there were different things that happened in the NBA very similarly. Did it ever happen during your career as a player where you were either on strike or locked out of the league?
It never came to that. But my first year in the league, the Celtics were playing a nationally televised game against Philadelphia, and that was always the great matchup. Russell against Chamberlain. in those days. And, you know, the Celtics had won 8 straight championships when I was there as a rookie. They had won 8 straight. I screwed them up enough. They didn't win that year. Then I left. They won 2 more. But so, I remember this game, nationally televised. We did not have a players association. There was no NBA players association, and we wanted to have one, and the owners didn't want us to have one. And I wish we had more time, because that year, a team that had won 8 straight championships, we played 8 intra-squad games during training camp. Training camp was a month long, and the second week we started playing games at night. It was a 48-minute game in high school gyms throughout the New England area, where Red Auerbach would charge $1 or $1.50, maybe 1,000, 1,500 people, whatever that gym could take, would fit in there, and we played the Greens against the Whites, an inter-squad game, and that was your night practice, a scrimmage, and it was 48 minutes long, and we didn't have guaranteed contracts. And then we played, after that, 15 exhibition games before the season began. Real ones against Philly, against the St. Louis Hawks, against Detroit, and we played 12 games in 12 straight nights in 10 different states, traveling with the opposition on a bus like Philadelphia, and you go 100, 150 miles down the road on a Tuesday. The next night you play Wednesday. You play in some city in South Carolina or North Carolina. We were the Harlem Globetrotters in the NBA at that time. We played 23 games before the season began.
Wow.
So yes, I do know. So anyway, back to this day when they were going to not play the game. And I remember our owner, he was a guy named Marvin Cratter. He lived in Las Vegas. And he came into the room. It was getting closer and closer to game time, nationally televised. And he came in. He said, "Okay, you all have you got a package now. You're going to have a players association." And he said, "We're going to let you do that. You're going to anyway." So that was the closest I ever saw it, by the way. But we got a player association right then and there, started it, and so I always had a player association, which we had some leverage then from then on. Not like they have today, but we certainly had leverage.
Well, I could listen to you talk about the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, all day long, JB. Your stories are endless. You've been around the game for so long, and that's why we love that you're still part of the game, calling Warriors basketball here on 95.7 The Game alongside Tim Roy. JB, can't wait to talk to you again. We'll do it. We won't wait 20 games, trust me, to do it again. The Warriors, surprisingly, as we go out here, they've been out-rebounded teams, which has been a big surprise to me this season. They out-rebounded the Suns the other night by 15.
It's remarkable. It's remarkable how they're doing this, because they're playing small ball. Yeah. But I'll tell you what, Draymond Green is infectious, and he's pumping them. And the 2 guys that played the most the other night, I really like off the bench.
Otto.
And we know who that is. That is Otto Porter Jr. He's got to get more minutes. He can knock down threes from the wing. And I'll tell you, how about Gary Payton II? This guy, he just finds the ball, and he disrupts. This young man is unbelievable. He's got to get more minutes. I really like him.
No doubt about that. Warriors will take on the Suns tomorrow night at Chase Center, round 2. They'll also see the Suns on Christmas Day. Season's starting to heat up here. Jim Barnett here on the Morning Roast. Thanks so much for the time this morning, JB.
Call me again, please, anytime.
Absolutely. Jim Barnett, legend here in the Bay Area. Would you say he's Bay Area royalty? No doubt about it. He eats for free, right?
1,000%. When I think of the Warriors, I first think of Jim Barnett, and then I think of Al Attles. I know that sounds like when I think of Warrior, like forget just the team. When I think of the Giants, I think of Krug and Kite.
Right.
There's no other, they're synonymous to me, right? When I think of the Warriors, I think of Jim Barnett, and then I also simultaneously think of Al Attles, because the Destroyer is the legend.
Right. It was good to see the Destroyer earlier this season at Chase Center, getting on there. He's still smiling from ear to ear. It's great to hear JB on the airways. I still, whenever it gets down to like 45 seconds, I'm like, 2 for 1, 2 for 1. Because JB, every single game, acts at 36. Now's a great opportunity for a 2 for 1.
The year after We Believe. I'll never forget this. The year after We Believe, they're battling for a playoff spot. They're having a great year.
They won 48 games.
And didn't make the playoffs.
Yeah, they lost
I think
to the
it's
Nuggets.
the most ever for not making the playoffs. Only the Warriors.
They lost to the Denver Nuggets on a Thursday night, which basically eliminated them. It was like, wow.
You had the whole Baron Davis birthday party incident, and we'll get into that later. But there was a play, and they're down the stretch. They're trying to close out a game, and Baron Davis is getting trapped in the backcourt, and JB yells to Baron as if he's like as close as I am to you. I don't know. Maybe JB was up in the rafters. I had no idea. He yells, "Baron, behind you!" And Baron crosses over so that he doesn't get picked. And it's just he is the Warriors. He wants to win.
Yeah.
Like we all want to win.
Right.
And it's just, I don't know. He's so infectious. He's like everybody's favorite uncle.
How about those stories? 12 games in 12 nights in 10 different states.
It's incredible.
He has a story.
I wanted to ask about Kyrie then. What do you think of Kyrie not playing?
Whoa.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
though?
no doubt.
Imagine some of these OGs that you see someone like Kyrie and you're saying to yourself, like, come on, man.
What Kyrie is doing is despicable. I'm just going to say that right now. He's selling out his teammates. Forget your personal beliefs. The sacrifice his teammates made to play. I just look at Kevin Durant and, I'm not going to go as far as Stephen A and saying I feel sorry for him or whatnot. He has no help, but Kyrie is selling them out. So I'm sure JB probably, I don't want to put words in JB's mouth, but
I think a lot of the old school guys, they look at the situation and are like, look, man, I get it. You're going to be recalibrated to what you grew up with. But dude, I mean, did you hear that story from Jim Barnett of where they played and how often they played?
He had a story where they had a doubleheader. And they had a doubleheader, I believe, at the Astrodome.
Oh.
And next time we have them on, we could ask them about it. But I guess they had to wear their jerseys, their uniforms from a team that played in the first game of the doubleheader. So they're wearing these different uniforms, and it's all sweaty and everything. It was just wild. It was just wild. Like they would have to wash their own clothes, carry their own shoes around.
Do me a favor, all right? Put it in your queue on Netflix. I don't even know what the name of it is, but it's about the UHL hockey team, okay?
Yeah.
That was owned by basically the real-life Tony Soprano and his 17-year-old son, AJ.
Oh, I got to check that out.
I'm telling you right now, they had a guy named T-Bone, and he was he was part of the mob. He was like an enforcer who was also a hockey goon.
Right.
He would check fifth graders into the boards as an adult. He would give the away teams in this minor league, he would give them 6 of the thinnest towels possible, and he'd say, good luck. And, you have a team of 15, 20 guys, and he'd give them 6 towels. He would not give the goalie the goaltender pads for the away team.
It's part of that same series that the Malice at the Palace documentary was. The Untold is what they're calling it.
That's what it is. Okay. I'm telling you right now, I laughed the whole way through. It was awesome.
Send that to me because I will watch that tonight.
Incredible.
I will watch that tonight.
I'm not even a hockey guy.
Plus, they've got the East Coast accents. It just makes it even better.
It so much
just
better.
elevates it.
T-Bone, not the greatest character of all time.
He's amazing.
Don't give it away. I'm watching it tonight.
No, I'm not giving you anything away. I'm just saying T-Bone is unreal, and the real Tony Soprano.
Yeah, I'm on that.
Savage.
That will be queued up tonight.
They were literally throwing bags of money at guys, and this is the best. I'm just gonna give you this right now. The first ever game at this stadium in Connecticut, Danbury or wherever the heck they're from, some tiny little town.
When does documentary come out?
I don't know, but it hit my queue, and I randomly watched it. And I was like, this is incredible. First game ever, brand new packed house. Nobody's seen hockey in this little town. He tells the guy on the cell phone, here, give the cell phone to T-Bone. T-Bone gives the cell phone to the biggest enforcer on this hockey team, and it's from the owner's suite. And he goes, the second the puck drops, I want you to lay out the biggest dude on the other team. He's like, all right, no problem. Hands the phone back to T-Bone and just starts wailing on this dude.
Enough. You can't
Langford,
stop.
How incredible
You can't stop. You start giving me nuggets and you just ruin that scene for me.
Won't tell you anymore.
All right,
but you got to watch it. We'll talk about it tomorrow.
And
that's enough.
That's enough.
You're getting excited.
No. Enough. It's about to tell me the whole movie.
It's incredible.
No.
By the way, Philmo Mike chopping in some more JB-isms.
What is
Jim Barnett about the shoes. The leather on his shoes.
Oh, yeah.
He's always talking about the shoes. Oh, man, it's slick, too slick, or slip, or whatnot. JB's great.
We need to get Rick Barry on with JB and break down ankle support. Remember when Rick used to do like 3 hours on radio, in and out of the shower on ankle support?
No doubt. Come on, people. Let's go to Gene real quick. Gene in Oakland real quick before we get the show
man
here.
Who knows about ankle support?
Yeah, he does. Gene, what's happening, man? Good morning.
Hey, good morning. So, I wanted to say something about what Rob said earlier. But anyways, first off, though, I really enjoy listening to Jim Barnett because he's one of the few guys that's actually older than me that's on the air. So.
I love you, Gene.
Yeah, he's 2 years older than me. I was established the same year as the NBA, the Warriors, and 3 ex-presidents. But anyway, but turning to, and I remember the year that they didn't make they didn't win the championship when he was on the team. That was the year that Russell was injured. So that's what it took to beat my Celtics back then.
Your Celtics.
All right. So, anyways, I want to talk about what. Yeah, I grew up with them.
All
right. So, anyways, I want to say something about what Rob said. He said that he brought up the 0-for-8 Curry record and or die shots. And
your phone's breaking up a little, Gene. Your phone's breaking up a little bit as we get to crosstalk.
You know what? Gene says that he's old, yet he clearly was on a cell phone because it was breaking up. He's not on a hard rotary line.
He's on the flip phone?
He's got to be on some sort of...
you see Anthony Edwards do that, by the way?
What?
The flip phone,
At his post-game, during the Timberwolves post-game, he had
Busted
a call
out.
on his flip phone, and he's like, I got to take my call here.
I like
on the
Anthony
flip phone.
Edwards. I like Anthony Edwards.
He's great.
Look, he is great. By the way, we will get to Niners Seahawks tomorrow. We got sidetracked with the baseball stuff, which was a very interesting conversation. But Nick Bosa, Eric Branch from the SF Chronicle wrote this story today. And apparently Nick Bosa, not only did he tear his ACL last season, he tore his MCL. Here it is. He tore his ACL, had meniscus damage, had ACL reconstruction surgery, had a torn MCL, and torn lateral meniscus in his knee.
That's what my dog Leo had and was just sidelined forever.
Right. And this is an injury that Joe Burrow had last season.
Burrow looks good.
And Burrow looks good.
Looks real good.
Bosa looks good. I mean, he looks elite. He has 11 sacks on the season, so we'll get to
With
Warrior.
nobody opposite him.
Nobody opposite. So we'll get the Niners Hawks tomorrow. Could it be the end of Pete Carroll and Russell Wilson? Wouldn't it be fun to stick a dagger into that regime?
Yeah, and also I think we disagree on this. I think the Seattle Seahawks quote-unquote rivalry is immediately extinguished the second Pete and Russ leave.
I disagree.
I know, that's fine. We can talk about it tomorrow.
We'll discuss it tomorrow. A little teaser. Mark Willard, good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, I don't know who who is the 49er rival? Right now it is the Seahawks, but that's been a living, breathing, different animal for years. The Rams sometimes, the Cowboys sometimes.
Right.
New York Giants.
Which sort of means they don't have one, in my
NFC
opinion.
West, I think they're bloodbaths, division rivals in football.
It used to be the Saints.
Washington hasn't been good for a long time, right? I know they made the playoffs last season.
They were
but Dallas
rival.
and Washington, always
that's
battle.
the thing.
Yeah, Philly and Dallas, always a rivalry.
But Washington
Giants,
and Dallas is that's their rival.
That's their rival.
Right? I mean, it's a better sports product when you're like, that's our rival.
Right.
Yeah.
Every time.
I can't stand Seattle. To me, they're a rival.
Stanford students don't like USC students, but Cal is their rival. They don't have any confusion here.
Yeah.
The Giants and Dodgers don't have any confusion over who the rival is. It's kind of different with the 49ers.
Yeah, that's interesting right there. What you guys got coming? What's up, Dan Dibley?
What's up, fellas? Sorry to come in a little bit late to the crossover, but I had to impart some wisdoms on young Steven and, of course, John Curley. My man as well.
Which was?
Well, Steve and I were talking about my 20-and-a-half-year-old son, and he was remarking at how grown-up he looks and is, which is a reality. I mean, baby Ches at some point will be 20 and a half. She'll be a college junior, and you'll be 20 years down the road.
Let's be real. Knowing Anna, baby Ches will be 20 and a half by the time she's 8 years old. I'm in trouble.
Well, you slow play that as long as you can.
Yeah, well,
for
I'm
boys
trying.
and girls out there.
Girls do grow up faster.
Well, and that's honestly, that would be my one piece of advice for a young parent is delay the maturation as much as possible with the pop culture, with the social media, with the electronic devices, all that stuff. No, it's not too late. It's never too late, Joe. And all that's out there for them, slow play it as much as you can.
It gets harder with each one that you have, though. Because then when the new ones come in and they see what the older ones have, it's like real easy not to get your first son an Xbox until he's 10 or 11 or 12 or whatever you want to do it.
Right.
And then you got another son who's sitting there at age 5 like, tick, 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 tick.
Yeah, that's why I'm one and done.
And it's tough when dad's already the one playing the Xbox.
Kids, you need to go to bed. Daddy's been working on his legacy season here on Madden. It's bedtime. We're on a roll.
That's all one and done, baby. We're on the roll. Baby Chad's in the right arm, controller in the left. Yeah,
that's one of my favorite pictures of you, Big Daddy.
It's the best. It's the best.
It's problematic.
All right, let's get into the topic du jour. Are you guys going to get into this lockout situation that's going on right now?
A little bit, but there's very few sports radio topics that are more paint-peelingly dull than let's talk lockouts, millionaires versus billionaires. So we're going to touch on it. We're going to discuss some of the more human aspects of it, but we're not going to break down the minutia of all of the points of contention and let's talk Marvin Miller and the history of labor.
I hear you.
That to me is not what this is about. A more important, a more pertinent part of this is, what does it mean for me, the fan? Because me, the fan right now, it's tough for me to go to the ball game.
It's expensive.
It's too expensive. Yeah. It's tough to get there. It's a whole week, as Ike Taylor famously said on Steiny Guru and Dibs. So if that changes in my favor, I'm interested. But right now, you got Scherzer making $43 million a year, $1.25 million per start, and I got to pay $18 for a pint. I got to pay $60 to park if I'm lucky.
Yeah.
I got to pay $2 to get my family of 4 in there. So to quote our famous program director, when the prices get that high, I'm out.
So here's an interesting one that we were talking about earlier. I love that one, Dibs. I just look at the Kyler Murray situation, and I'm saying to myself, baseball, did you not realize what it was staring you straight in the face?
Right.
Kyler had an opportunity to go to either sport, and he told you very emphatically, I have no desire to wait the time it takes to get paid, through the minor league system, and then the 3 years of regular pay, the 3 years of arbitration before I hit free agency. He is set to set a contract up for close to $300 million right now after this year. He's eligible after this year to do what Josh Allen did. And it's so obvious to me. If you have an opportunity to play one of the two sports and you're a young player, like if you can, you're going to go to basketball, you're going to go to soccer, you're going to go golf, you're going to go anything before you go baseball because it's so slow.
Sponsorship opportunities too, man. It seems like you get a lot more sponsorship opportunities.
What though? There's another piece to that conversation because there is a totem pole, there's a hierarchy, and if you look around the way young players look at it, it's actually football that's at the bottom, and it's because of not only the risk to body, but because of the lack of a guarantee in your contract. Now, what you're pointing out,
absolutely
what
true.
You're pointing out is very true, and we'll get into that a little bit. Like just the oddity of the way baseball starts out careers, it's super, super strange. But even when you just said Kyler Murray is eligible for $300 million, well, how much of that does he get if he breaks his leg in two on the first play?
Yeah, but he at least gets 50 or 60.
Exactly. It's all about the sign-in bonus.
This is the anomaly, though, because you don't often find guys who are number one, first round.
Right, but Max Scherzer, and this is the way they're all going to look at it, that $130 million that Max just signed, no matter what happens from the second the pen hits the paper, $130 million goes to Max Scherzer.
It's a clean 130.
But the difference between baseball and the other sports, all the other sports, the average annual salary across the league, the median salary has gone up. Baseball, the median salary has actually gone down.
Well,
and there's no middle class.
They figured out an equation, and Farhan.
Yeah, it's called platooning,
others,
suppressing talent and not paying anyone the money, and you platoon 5 positions.
So they've done a good job of making the age 30 sound old. And so the second you turn 30, you don't get a real big, long deal anymore unless you're uber elite. I know we're talking about...
Or you're J.D. Martinez and you're overpaid immediately.
Right, well, and Scherzer just got something that's going to take him until he's 40. But if we're going to say hard no, anytime you turn 30, we're not going to do a long-term deal anymore. And we've got you under control until you're 28.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
screwed.
The player's sitting here going, wait a minute. When exactly am I going to get what I'm supposed to get?
Well, that's why you got Tatis. We've talked about this a lot. They buy out those ARB years, and they buy out those years early, and you don't blame them. Mad Bum didn't hit free agency. They bought him out. It was a great deal on the Giants.
Tampa Bay just bought out Franco, the young shortstop.
Again, the problem is not the elite players.
Yes.
Tatis Jr. is not what we're talking about. You're talking about the other 80% of the roster.
Right. And the Mike Yastrzemski is not making a mill.
But and here's the big issue that won't get addressed is this won't change because the owners have control of the system. And if the players want to hold out and we're not playing until this gets fixed, well, fine, we won't play. The players miss out. And there's thousands, if not tens of thousands of players who grow up in other areas who are more than willing to come up and play for the minimum. So,
no doubt.
And, unless ownership really wants to take a step back, but players also have to. You can't pay a guy $43 million to be a pitcher every fifth day and then cry about how the average salary is going down. There has to be some sort of equitable system where the owners are like, we can't pay $300 million for stars. Of course, we're going to try to shuffle guys between AAA.
It's a great business model.
You know,
it's a great financial business model for them to do that. Last thing, because there's the money. Forget that. You guys are both old school baseball fans, like we are. 12 teams in the playoffs, 14 teams in the playoffs is part of the. Bonte thinks it's a little too much. I'm okay with 12. And then the other thing, DH on both sides.
Rob Parker
are any of these deal breakers?
Rob Parker made a great point this morning. The NBA. Half the league goes to the playoffs and it waters down the product in the regular season. That's why we're going crazy over a Phoenix Warriors game on a random night in November. We don't get too many big games in the regular season. Football increasing now teams are saying, relevant. Yeah, but you know what? What's the point of playing the regular season? You got to have half the league in the playoffs. You got to earn your way to the postseason.
You're fighting a losing battle because this is coming whether anybody likes it or not. Number one, and number two, especially for baseball. As much as I understand the idea of watering down the regular season, what baseball has always needed was increased urgency. They have very, very few moments in a baseball season where you feel urgency. I can watch a wild card game if Cleveland's playing Minnesota. I can't watch Cleveland play Minnesota any other night of the year.
So you're going to watch even if there's more teams knowing that, hey,
again,
you know what, increased playoffs. Look, but that Minnesota-Cleveland game in the middle of June, if they lose, it's not that problematic.
It doesn't matter anyway. Even if there's just, the division winner, Minnesota and Cleveland. There's so many games that don't matter that you're just creating more games that do matter. Ultimately, baseball is not built on urgency. It's built on in-person experience.
You remember Marshawn Lynch's run?
Oh, yeah.
Beast mode run in
7-9, beating off the champions the year prior.
That was an exception to the rule, though.
But calm down, Dibs. But what do you remember from that game? You remember Marshawn Lynch.
Yep.
We haven't moved on with life going, but he shouldn't have even been there because they were 7-9 and they shouldn't have been in the playoffs. Our society more and more each year they're not going to remember those details. Give me moments, give me things that are urgent that matter in sports, and that's the logic side. I get what you're saying, but this is the way it's going.
Plus, November World Series means more snowy games. Which
there it is. And that's what you guys. That's what everybody wants. And I guess you'll get your listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG FM and AC17 Cisco and Odyssey Station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo, Privacy Simplified. 9 a.m. hour coming up with Willard and Dibs, brought to you by Timeless Coffee. Have a great show, fellas. We'll see you at the Roasters tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. right here on 95.7 The Game.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I want to look at it from this angle, this lens. And good morning, Dibber Claus.
My man, Mark Willard, what's up?
I feel like I should we call you that enough, but it's now December. I actually went out and about and ended up in a very Christmassy type shopping mood. Couple of impulse buys for the little ones.
Smart. Just
last night.
Dibber Claus.
Well, there's a lot of stress around the holiday shopping this year. I don't know if you have this kind of voice in your life. I have this voice in my life constantly. My mom, whose maiden name is Schneiderman, so she's celebrated Hanukkah. And it is, what do we have? Night 3, I think, coming up of Hanukkah right now. Night 4,
closer to 4
night
or
5,
5, not
5, not 6. When did it start? Is there Sunday night? Monday night?
Sunday night.
Sunday night. So Monday, Tuesday.
So it would be night 5.
This is night 5. Night 5 that's coming up. So happy Hanukkah.
I don't have the menorah in front of me, so I can't candle count.
We're going to 5. So we're going to the other side of the menorah.
Pivotal game 5.
That's right. This is a
night 5.
pivotal crossing of the Shamus is happening at 6 o'clock tonight.
Number 5.
So
it's a must win.
I have this voice in my ear, my mom, who married a Gentile, and therefore we celebrated everything growing up. And so she's used to shopping for all of these different holidays, and she better be done in her comfort world, done by Halloween. If some things bleed over to mid-November, that's okay. But once Thanksgiving comes, it means eat turkey and no more shopping. And she's been in my ear for a better part of 2 months already about, you realize that nothing's going to be available. Everything's on a boat in Long Beach, and that's it. You better go get everything now. So I'm feeling like I'm normally a December 20th and on shopper. We're in sports media. I like a deadline. I like the stress. I want a little bit of tension in this game. I want to put a Christmas hat on, turn on Nat King Cole, drive around town looking for stuff that might still be on those shelves. Can I do that this year? Am I allowed to do that this year, or is that going to put me in a bad spot? So I ended up actually, I've made some purchases already.
Smart.
It's very early for me.
Savvy, really good. Stocking stuffers can wait, and if you're buying off the shelves, you can obviously see if something's been delivered or not. You don't have to worry about it. But if you're going to do any online or any, this is going to be coming in a week or two, you want to do it now.
Or two.
Well, if it's a week or two now, and next week it'll be 2 to 3, and the week after that might be 3 to 4.
Gone.
And then you're in real trouble. So fortunately, both of my kids are adults. So, there's a little less pressure. If I don't come up with the exact right gift, I can go to the ATM.
How many gifts at that age? Just 1, 2?
We're dealing with dual households now.
I know, right.
Maybe it's 2 from me, 2 from that side.
Okay.
2 per side.
Is that something that gets discussed?
I think so.
Okay.
And
so
this is new
equitable,
frontier,
or do you guys compete and try to be the better the fun house?
No competition. More of a collaboration.
Collaboration
What
sensation.
is needed? What are you thinking? What am I thinking?
Okay.
Let's come together.
That sounds healthy.
And plus, they're adults. My oldest is almost 21.
Right.
So, next Christmas, it's going to probably be a bottle of Jack and a punch in the arm.
Do they get you anything?
Traditionally, no. All right. But I've never wanted anything. All I've wanted is for them to be good boys. Mark?
Seriously, all you want is for them to call.
Thank you.
Just call, and then
text.
All we want is maybe just a text.
I don't usually answer the phone.
Nobody's going to answer the phone. I got the perfect thing on my phone.
Scam Likely calls me all the time.
Really?
By the way, yeah.
My ringer is broken. I can't. It's broken.
It rings on your computer twice a show.
Exactly. I think I finally figured that out, by the way. Anyway, all I want also is a baseball season, and it's interesting because the lockout is officially underway. It's no surprise. We knew it was coming. However, I think you, the fan, probably don't actually care until this gets to late February. If they're still locked out in late February, then we've got a problem. But right now, I'm pretty sure the Giants weren't playing tonight, right? Was there a game?
I'd have to check.
So this is we're locked out, and the players already. This is the one thing. One quick suggestion to players and owners. Don't try to get us on your side. The answer's no. The answer's no. We're not on your side. Have you seen what the players are all doing today? They're going around to their social media, and they're changing their avatars from their picture to a silhouette of their head. And that ends up on MLB.com. So that's their way of saying, we're non-existent.
Right.
And here's how much sympathy we've all got for you.
It's a silhouette of symphony.
That much. Sympathy. Okay, so there's no sympathy. But I was looking at it this way. And what do you think about this? If you were an alien and you landed on planet Earth, what are some of the immediate things you'd see and go, Why do you all do it that way? I mean, one of the first thoughts that came to my mind, daylight savings. Who came up with this? Nobody likes it. Why are you doing it? Certain states have decided not to do it, caused Brandon Crawford to not call us one morning. I mean, there's so, and I bet the list here is long.
There's a history of it, though, from a farm standpoint, and I understand that.
But it started then.
For me, if I'm an alien, I come down and I say, what is a catch? Why is it 1 foot in high school and college, but it's 2? And
Great one.
Do we have to possess it through the entirety? What does that mean? So if I'm an alien, I immediately go to Gene Steratore or somebody and say, Gene, I'm about to vaporize you with my gun, my special gun here. Tell me what a catch is.
I mean, there's so many things. I just want symmetry. Also, I'm a big fan of symmetry. Have you ever been to Paris? Paris is a beautiful city because it's so symmetrical. You go to the Champs-Élysées and
look at you. It's 4.
Thank you. And you just look, you spin, and you're like, everything makes sense here. Everything is perfectly symmetrical, except they're driving on the other side of the road and they're sitting in the other side of their car. And I sit and wonder about things like this. Why? Why did that happen? How come they ended up on the other side of the road? Or maybe we're on the other side of the road. Who was the person that sat down and decided that way back when? I don't get it. So let's take this to the lockout. The process of the way a baseball player starts his career. Who the hell came up with this? Who did this? It's not done anywhere else in corporate or sports society. Yet somehow this has been normalized through the process of baseball ownership that once we draft you, even if you immediately come to an elite place, and we're getting this actually more and more. Mike Trout did it. He was great right away. But we've got Juan Soto's and Ronald Acuña's and Vlad Guerrero Jr.'s, guys who pop right away, maybe before drinking age. And they are important to baseball right away. And their team can do multiple things. Well, we'll bring you up next week so that we can mess with your service clock. And then once you do come up, glad you're here. We're in total control of what your salary is, no matter if you become the best player in the game or not, for about 7 years. And then what we're going to do is we're going to offer you pennies on the dollar because we know you don't want to accidentally get hurt. And you're going to sign that because you want generational wealth, which you deserve. Now, again, let me back up. I don't feel sorry for baseball players. They're paid well, and they have a really, really fun job. But who set up this system? How on earth does it make sense? I guess I'm on the player's side here more than I ever have been before because the whole structure of this thing makes zero sense.
Well, the structure of how you become a major leaguer makes perfect sense. It's the contract issuance and the contract team control that's the problem. Because you look at Major League Baseball or you look at the NFL or the NBA. If you're a first-round pick, you have a salary slot. You have a guaranteed number. You have an annual per year salary. You go right to the NFL. You go right to the NBA, and you can become a player. Well, baseball doesn't have that. Most players aren't Soto, Tatis Jr., Guerrero Jr. They need between 2 and 5 years of seasoning before they become major leaguers. So the problem is the way that teams can slow play development, and like you said, they can kind of jigger with the service clock to where maybe you spend 2 years in the minors, 3 years in the minors, and you become a major leaguer. Now you're on that 5-year deal where you get arbitration. So now you're 8 years into your career. If you played in college 4 or 5 years, you graduate at 23, and it takes you 3 years to make it to the majors. Now you're 26, and the team owns your rights for 5 years. Now you're 31 before you get that first real contract. And like you said on the crossover, 30-year-olds, it's hard to get that real big, make that massive money contract. So a lot of times you get either passed over or you get a veteran minimum deal and you never got to maximize on your window. So the big change that needs to come, and by the way, spoiler alert, it won't be coming because the owners run this. And ultimately, the union itself is not out for its own membership. So this whole lockout is a titanic waste of time. The owners aren't going to do away with this indentured servitude that they've created. Now, they might modify it. They might make it so, okay, service time no longer is a thing. If you play in that season, you get credit for the full year. And players will gleefully acknowledge it and rejoice it because the players who are in the union who are already paid or getting paid, they don't really care about the future players of baseball. And the majority of the major leaguers who are still on the way up, they don't have the gravitas to step up against the machine. And if you're a young player, Lamont Wade Jr., can he really afford to stand up and rage against the machine and put his professional life on the line for what? For an extra year of service time or for the future of baseball? This whole thing's a waste of time.
One of the really interesting examples is Mike Yastrzemski, and he's got a great attitude about it because I think for many years in the minor leagues, he didn't think he would ever get this shot. So that changes your perspective. But I've had this conversation with him, and he laughs it off. But Mike Yastrzemski, because he came into his own so late 20s, the Giants will have him completely under control and relatively cheaply until he's 36 years old. Well, then what happens? See you later, bro.
Gone.
That's it. Mike Yastrzemski's never going to go have an opportunity to be a big free agent, get a big contract. I don't know if he would. That still needs to be shown, but he's certainly a productive major league outfielder who somebody would sign to a multi-million-dollar deal. And he'll be fine. He's making good money. He'll be okay. He's got a good head on his shoulders, but he's never going to get that. And that's weird. It's weird that this guy got hired by the Giants essentially at age 28 or 29, and they're like, cool, we see something in you, and they were right, and now we've got you for the rest of your professional life. That's weird.
That's whack. It's beyond weird.
It wouldn't work anywhere else. And this is, these are uber elite people. You know what I mean? Like, what was the number that they crossed this year? 20,000 people in history have made it to a major league roster. In history, 20,000 human beings have put on a major league uniform and played in a major league game. That's it. And some of these guys are just, they're held to a spot that does not show their value and isn't fair.
You know what Yaz is right now? He's pre-ARB 3. His official contract
whatever the
status.
Hell that means, by the way.
That means it's his third year of
I get it, but
arbitration. So
how many people sitting in Section 320 with a bucket of popcorn? Oh, yeah, he's pre-ARB 3.
Let's go pre-ARB.
Right. What are you talking about?
He's pre-ARB 3. Also pre-ARB 3 is Steven Duggar, Tyler Beatty, Zach Littell, Hunter Harvey, Logan Webb, Lamont Wade Jr., Tyler Rogers. I mean, this is, and by the way, as we're championing and praising Farhan with your FZ on your chest Superman outfit.
I do love me some Farhan.
You need to recognize that he's the king of
one of the offenders.
Keep him down.
Yes, he's
a cutting edge of the keep him down mentality.
He's playing the game and he's playing it better than anyone else. I don't fault anyone for playing the game that's presented to them. I would like the game to be changed.
You're right.
I would like the game to be changed.
Because the game won't change. And it's because of the game that we have a roster churning savant like Farhan Zaidi, who he understands the game. It's chess, not checkers. He understands that if I can get Mike Yastrzemski to come in and be 20, 25 homers a year as a pre-ARB 3. 25 homers, right? That should command on the open market 12 to 15 a year.
I was going to say at least 10 a year.
With his punchies and good defense, solid plus arm.
Good clubhouse guy.
Threat to go deep. A lot of consonants in his last name.
Oh, yeah.
That's got to be worth 12 to 15 per. Instead, you're pre-ARB 3.
Yep.
And by the way, go out and do it again this year. Have a great year. And you know what you get as a reward? You get ARB 1. So now he gets to go to arbitration. He doesn't even get to go out on the open market unless he can find a better deal. You go to arbitration, and then next year the club will say, there's a lot of strikeouts. We're going to offer you 8.5.
Yep.
And Yaz is going to say, you see these consonants? You see that power? I want 15. And then some panel of 3 people in a windowless room will sit down with their spreadsheets and decide, well, Yaz, you get 9.8. Congratulations.
Do you know what he made last year? Did you look it up?
No, but I bet it's about 1.7 mil.
I got him at $600,000.
Wait,
last year. Now, next year, 2.5.
Pre-arb 3.
Pre-arb 3.
I take it back.
Congrats. Nice raise.
That's 400%.
Nice raise. He will be what is called a UFA, not a UFO. That flies through the air. You don't know what that is, but a UFA, we do know what that is. That would be an unrestricted free agent. He will reach that in 2026.
2026?
2026. He is locked until age 35, 5 years from now.
Night. He'll be 36 years old.
36.
In
35, turning 36. Yeah.
2026.
I feel like you and I had a conversation about this about a month and a half ago about Halloween. If I were an alien and I came to Earth, I'd be like, what are y'all doing? Why is Halloween on a Tuesday? You can put your kids all out in the street.
Why are you taking candy from strangers?
You walk up to people's doors and ask them to give you a Twix bar.
We tell you 364 days a year not to take candy from strangers.
And then you're going to eat it. And then you've got school at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. What are we doing?
Yeah.
It's very easy. Stop the October 31st thing. Make it the last Friday in October every year so they don't have to be up in the morning. Hey, soccer leagues, let's do Sunday that October. Let's not have soccer games at 7:30 in the morning the day after Halloween. Let them sleep in. They've sugared up. It's already weird enough that we're sending them to strangers' homes. I mean, in 2021, does anybody answer their door anymore? What do you do if somebody knocks on your door and you're not expecting somebody right now?
I check my surveillance camera and see who it is.
Thank you. Nobody runs the door like, oh my gosh, the neighbors must be coming over with pie. Nobody's doing that anymore. The doorbell rings and you look at each other like, what the hell is going on? Did you invite somebody over? I didn't invite anybody over. What's going on outside? We do this on Halloween. At least we're expecting someone. However, we live in neighborhoods where usually most people have children. So what does that mean? People are coming to your house for candy, and you can't be there because you're out with your kids getting candy from other homes. So we stick bowls of candy in front of the door and act like the first kid's not going to die. I mean, the whole process is broken, and I can fix it if you let me be that alien.
You come on down.
When I'm done with Halloween, I'm getting a baseball.
Don't worry about Halloween. Halloween's fine where it is. You got to deal with it on those nights where the next day is going to be a little bit rough. It's called parenting. Try parenting your kids. Now, baseball,
that's a
alien
ridiculous
man,
request.
Come down and fix this this service time okey doke that is being played out in all these markets. And do me a favor, too, while you're at it. Bring the ticket prices down. Can't afford to go to a game anymore.
That is the much bigger question.
A's tickets currently on sale. Just ask them.
Oh, wait till you hear what the A's did yesterday in the wake of all this. Alex Pavlovich is going to join us in 34 minutes with what this all means for the Giants. And then important questions on the text line, such as this that just came in from the 408 area code. Hey, Willard, left Twix or right Twix? The answer is obviously left. And maybe we'll get to a point in this show where I'll explain why. Are you left or right?
Don't talk about that.
The whole notion of it is ridiculous. Just let me open it and eat it. Left Twix, right Twix.
Ginger or Marianne?
That's a different story.
No, the answer is both.
I have a wife.
The answer is Mrs. Howell.
It's all
someone can show me my way around the
parlor room. That's such a dipper answer. That's unbelievable. All right, it's all sponsored by Lazy Dog Restaurant. Wait till you hear how the A's handled yesterday, and Pab's coming up in a half hour. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Our friends at Lazy Dog Restaurant are hiring. Get interviewed and hired on the spot.
What did I do wrong?
It's the 9 o'clock hour on Willard and Dibs, presented by Timeless Coffee on 95.7 The Game.
Look at Spadoni on the pop tip here. Nice. Great job, Spadone.
Spadone appears to be feeling it today.
He is. He is, which means Benny must have slept through the night.
Yeah, well, no. Okay, we're getting a thumbs down. Did you win your pick your battle bet yesterday?
Certainly did.
That's what it is. That's what I could tell.
I even got off Bart.
That's true. That's right. Yeah, we send each other, just so everybody can be brought into the room a little bit. We send each other, you know the green check mark emoji?
I just found it yesterday.
Okay, yeah. So you send that to the group when your game comes through as a W. I got that thing. It felt like it was about 1:22 in the afternoon. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Earlier.
Yeah,
it
was Everton-Liverpool. Started at 12:15, and it was 2-1 in the first half, so over 2.5.
So it didn't. We didn't even have to wait for the match to end.
Right.
That was elite.
And his over beat my over, Manchester City, Aston Villa, which also went over, but it didn't get over until his over was already over.
Nothing is over until we decide it is.
Thank you.
All right. And now here come the texts because apparently no one's ever seen that movie. But anyway.
We're getting old, Mark.
I refuse to believe that.
I love the young people.
I had to go in there and explain Gilligan's Island, so...
Oh, no.
Yes.
No, did the Ginger or Mary Ann reference go over your heads?
Kyle said, I don't know.
Don't do that.
He said, I don't know what you're talking about.
What are you talking about?
And I said, I had to explain to him, it was a 3-hour tour. The weather started getting rough, and the tiny ship was tossed.
No, Kyle,
I will take that from Dibs. I am not accepting that from Captain. I've never watched anything.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair, except you could reference Game of Thrones or Breaking Bad, and I'd get it. Even though I didn't watch it.
We just referenced The Wire, and you didn't get it.
No, I did get it. I said, I know The Wire. It's another very good show that I didn't watch. I know The Wire.
Sing the theme song.
No, I'm not going to sing for you.
Name 3 characters.
I'm not your wind-up doll. Or tall. I'm tall, but I'm not a doll.
That ain't true.
For crying out loud. You have got to be an American and know Ginger or Mary Ann. You're gonna make us feel bad because your head is in the sand about history. Have you ever heard of Darth Vader? Came from about the same time, bud.
I find your lack of faith disturbing. That I wouldn't know who Darth Vader is.
All right. It's a trap. Speaking of evil empires, let's talk about the Oakland A's for a second.
That's a 2.
That was a good transition.
Decent.
I want a 3.
They traded the Death Star halfway through its build.
Seriously.
Death Star was showing some promise, and
Death Star had some sewage problems in the lower levels.
It's now a New York Yankee.
Traded for 2 TIE fighters and an X-wing to be named later.
That's not bad, Kyle. It's a 3.
The New York Yankees website, as of last night at 9:00, simply wrote a letter to baseball fans. This is what it says. You go to NewYorkYankees.com, and the first thing that pops up is, what did I do?
Right.
And then
what did I do wrong?
So then if you scroll down, it says a letter to baseball fans. MLB Commissioner Rob Manfred addresses baseball's first work stoppage in 26 years. That's all it says. Okay? Now you go to the Giants, sfgiants.com. Same exact post. A letter to baseball fans. MLB Commissioner Rob Manfred addresses baseball's first work stoppage in 26 years. Let's go to the New York Mets website. A letter to baseball fans. MLB Commissioner Rob Manfred addresses baseball's first work stoppage in 26 years.
I see a trend.
OaklandA's.com. Check out the new A's 2022 schedule. The A's begin the season March 31st with a 4-game set against the rival Angels.
Always be closing, Mark.
And don't forget an interleague series against the Marlins coming up the following week. Oh my goodness.
That's huge. It's huge. And then there's this. According to the San Francisco Chronicle, the A's reportedly have a favored site on the Las Vegas Strip for a potential new ballpark. So not only is it tone deaf during a lockout to sell tickets, but as you're trying to pimp tickets on your website, you're buying land in Vegas. P.S. We're locked out, but we want you to buy tickets, but we're leaving.
When we're leaving. I mean, of all the things to come together on one day, thank you for your phone, Kyle. I left my phone in the car. I mean, it's like, maybe they're right. Maybe I am getting old. I left my phone in the car. That's like showing up to work without pants.
I hope it's not visible to the naked eye because it's a smash and grab waiting to happen.
Well, we are in a gated parking lot.
Oh, we are today.
Yeah, we're in the gated parking lot. Yeah, we got in. Not
our building, I hope.
Why not?
Because new guys should not have access that OG doesn't necessarily
it's not my own spot. It's a gifted spot for the week.
Oh boy.
It's funny because
it's the holiday season.
Well, as we really take people behind the curtain, there was an internal email yesterday that went out.
I believe that I have stepped in poop.
What's in the spot? The internal email yesterday said,
Yes.
"Hey, all you parking lot interlopers, knock it off."
Right.
And then the next day, you are such a parking lot interloper.
No, because the bottom of the email says, please check with your department manager, which is exactly what I did.
But the middle of the email says, make sure your approved hang tag is dangling from the mirror.
Well.
And I know you don't have any danglage.
You do not know what's going on inside my car.
I can guarantee you got no danglage from your mirror there, new guy.
Do not talk about what I dangle. It's not appropriate.
All right.
What is going on here?
Yeah.
Indeed.
My BART ticket is... I got my BART ticket, and Johnny come lately's in the lot.
BART doesn't go to where I live. Anyway.
Only private helicopters in your neighborhood. That's fine. Anyway, you've lost me.
I drove my Kia to work. You calm down.
Uh-huh.
I'm the only one in that damn county with a Kia.
What
you
year?
let me drive it to work. All right.
Anyway,
indeed.
buy A's tickets, hurry, before they sell out.
Indeed, the A's Marlins series is on sale now, if you are so inclined. And all of that with the backdrop of both a lockout and a I imagine, billion-dollar offer put on a 35-acre site on the Las Vegas Strip. But wait, there's more.
There can't be more.
Do you know where this 35-acre plot sits? It's right where the Tropicana is. So the A's are not only ignoring the lockout, they're not only asking you to buy tickets in the face of leaving. Dave Cavill is planning to destroy the Trop.
Oh, God.
You cannot, stop it now. I don't even know if the damn place is open anymore. Is it open?
It is, yeah.
Okay.
It is.
I want to go on a worldwide tour to save the $10 blackjack table. And I feel like the Tropicana is something we're going to need. I don't want to go to the Bellagio. I haven't been to Vegas in I don't know how many years, and you and I have already promised one another. Actually, I promised you. I'm still waiting for your response. And I feel like the parking thing didn't help just now.
No.
But I want to go to Vegas with you on your March Madness trip that's going to be coming up now here in about 4 months. And so I feel like the Tropicana is something that we should probably visit because I don't want to go to the Bellagio and do $25, like 7 people gathered around a $25 minimum blackjack table. I don't want to do that.
That's not how I roll. So you're in the right place.
Good.
I tend to go off strip. There's a place called Ellis Island that Low Neal famously went to, which is on, I guess that's Koval Street. Couple of streets off of
Cavill
the strip.
Street? Wait, he's got a street named after him already in Vegas?
Not with an A.
Okay.
Maybe, but if he turns the Trop, and by the way, the A's would be the flop at the Trop if they decided, if they're looking for a ballpark name, I got you, Dave. But I've always been there for you with great ideas. It's so tone deaf and so just blind to what's going on in Major League Baseball. But I think we can make a run, Mark. I tend to find the places where you get the $5 blackjack.
Well, they're dying. The Imperial Palace is gone, right? Isn't it gone?
IP's been changed, yeah.
It's been changed. But is it all, is it still like...
Well, the building is there.
Is it still on the real, or is it like the Venetian now? Like, what is it?
Everything on the Strip is pricier. Last time I went, and this was pre-pandemic, you got to go either downtown or... I go usually to Summerlin, the Red Rock Casino and Resort. Lovely. It's about 10 minutes off the Strip, about 5 or 6 miles away, out near the Red Rock Desert. Much more low-key. You get a chance to game. Prices are lower. Gaming is a little bit cheaper. It feels a little bit more like the way Vegas used to feel.
Is O'Shea's still there? No,
it is, but
Irish,
rebranded, yes.
What is it now?
It's still O'Shea's.
It's still O'Shea's,
now
but
they have beer pong tables in the back instead of...
I'm not mad at that.
No, O'Shea's is a place where if you're between the ages of maybe 21 and probably 31.
Let's be honest. If you're north of 10, they'll let you in. Come on in here,
it's
Sonny. Let me show you a couple
super
things.
fun and boozy and loud and...
Wait, but can I still throw coin for $5 a pop, or did it get rebranded in a bad
Probably
way?
$10 a pop.
Come on, O'Shea's,
and that area behind it they've built a new street behind it, and it's almost like Bourbon Street.
I don't like this. I don't like what I'm hearing. O'Shea's. They used to give you a hat if you got a blackjack. Like you got a gift. It wasn't just like, we'll pay you 3 to 2, and here's a visor. They used to put a hat on your head just by hitting a blackjack.
Spoiler alert, the Stardust is gone too, Mark. That happened only about 30 years ago.
Kyle, what do you got? What's going on? What are you doing? What's up?
He's buying A's tickets.
I was just going to say, I'm locked into this Marlins series coming up. I can't wait. The Marlins, who are going to spend more money than the A's this offseason.
I'm gonna know more Marlins than A's at the rate we're going.
Joey Wendell.
I was going to just vouch. I'm 31, and the last time I went to Vegas, O'Shea's felt a lot like college, and I was definitely the oldest person in there. Like, for sure. The oldest person there.
Okay, well now I really, really want to go and just walk into the place and scream, Ginger Marianne, and see what happens. Like that's now a dream of mine.
They would hand you a drink.
Crickets.
It's a drink.
Seriously, I'd be like, yeah, on the rocks, please. They'd be like, oh, okay. Scrambling for their little bartender's book. I don't like the idea that O'Shea's has changed. But anyway, do we have a song of the day? Let's do the song of the day today.
I'm steady trying to find the motive. Why do what I do? And freedom ain't getting no closer. No matter how far I go, my car is stolen. The registration. Cops patrolling. And now they done stopped me and I get locked up. They won't let me out. They won't let me out. I'm locked up. They won't let me out. No.
I mean, even Trevor Bauer's running around Twitter today tweeting. These players think that they've got the world on their side to such a level that even Bauer came out of his cave today to send a couple of tweets because the players are, as Akon says, locked up and locked out. And Akon, of course, one of my favorites because he has done a collaboration sensation with The Lonely Island.
Okay, good.
I haven't shown you that one yet.
I'll have to peep that during the break. You love some Lonely Island. It's pretty funny.
It's my favorite band. Well, maybe my third favorite band. Anyway.
Locked out. And this is baseball being baseball at its finest. Flaccid Rob, as I call him, Rob Manfred. He somehow thinks that this is good, that baseball is still in the consciousness of sporting America. Gosh. Baseball, the only reason why you're relevant in the winter is free agency. And you had a nice little free agency run, which was, precipitated partly by the lockout because there is this urgency. But now you're looking at a 1, 2, 3 month embarrassment where the casual fans who maybe go to between 1 and 5 games a year, they're going to be even more turned off to your product than ever.
Yeah. Rob Manfred has reached that spot. I'm trying to think of who else we could compare him to. I'm sure many presidents throughout history have felt like this to some people. Like if you didn't vote for that person, maybe your spouse sometimes can feel like this. It doesn't matter what he says. We're not going to like it. Like Rob has reached that status. The second you see him show up on your television screen, you're like, oh, what the hell has this guy got to say? And so you're right. There's a fundamental lack of understanding of how to communicate with fans. I think baseball's had that problem for a while, and Manfred really, really has that problem. I think that as we go into this, Rob Manfred would be smart to hire a mouthpiece. He would be smart to find a different face to come out and say whatever it is baseball's ownership wants to say, because nobody wants to hear this guy Nobody trusts this guy. He's been given some rope, and he's abused it every time. His decisions are not good. You're right. The whole all publicity is good publicity idea, I've never bought into that. I think that's ridiculous. Of course there's bad publicity, and baseball gets a ton of it, and he is the face of that. That's going to be one of their problems over the next 2 to 3 months, is his reputation.
And the reputation of baseball is not great. And you look at the erosion of fan bases in many places. And one part of this that Rob Manfred has thrown out is that the current structure is too damaging to small market teams. These small market teams can't compete. Yet baseball doesn't want to do the hard move, Mark, and neither side wants to do what truly needs to be done to make baseball fair and equitable, which is to institute a salary cap. Get into a system where all 30 teams can compete fairly. But the owners in the big markets don't want that. And quite frankly, the owners in the small markets, or even the small-minded owners like Oakland, and I one of my big sporting pet peeves is when people refer to the Oakland A's as small market. They're not small market. They're small-minded. The Bay Area is the number 5, number 4, number 6, whatever metric you want, market in this country. The A's are in this market. You're not small market. You're small-minded. You choose to be small-minded. The A's don't want a salary cap. They want to spend their 30 to 40, maybe 60 million if we're in go-for-it mode on our baseball team, and they want to make their little tiny profit, be small-minded, and watch the gap pockets grow. So until baseball really wants to make the change that would do away with a lot of these problems, and the players don't want it. Max Scherzer doesn't want a salary cap. And, all the players who are making the huge money, they don't want to fight for the future of the game. And the owners don't want to give back anything. If you're in New York or LA or San Francisco or a big city, you have a huge advantage. So baseball doesn't want to fix it. So me as a fan, I don't really want to care about it.
8 minutes from now, Alex Pavlovich, our insider and NBC Sports Bay Area, all over the Giants. What does this lockout mean specifically to the Giants? They left an open spot on their 40-man roster. Their rotation, not quite set. They did not bring in any offensive players. Where does that sit now that everything is immediately on hold? And do they have any tickets to sell for the Giants-Marlins series that is no doubt coming next year, assuming that there is a season? So more on that coming up in just about 8 minutes. Couple other things that are on our radar for the next 24 to 48 hours. First of all, Devin Booker is going to miss a few games. No Devin Booker in tomorrow night's game at Chase against the Golden State Warriors. The Suns do have a game tonight against the Pistons that has a really interesting line in it, and we'll get to that. And then, are you ready, Dibber Claus? Tonight, are you ready to sit down in front of your television set or laptop or tablet or phone or whatever and root for the evil empire?
How about them Cowboys? Yeah!
Are you ready to see if the Dallas Cowboys get in there down New Orleans and see if they can hand the Saints their 5th consecutive loss and help out your San Francisco 49ers?
Be a dog.
The Lord helps those who help themselves, Mark, so I'm not that deeply concerned with rooting for Dallas, because if Dallas loses, it's also a win for the Niners as Washington continues to knock on their collective door. If I'm San Francisco, I'm not worried about New Orleans at all and a possible 5 seed. If you handle your own business, you're going to get where you need to get. But if I had to have rooting interest, I would be rooting for the Saints tonight.
You would?
Never root for the evil empire.
Well, that's true. A lesson learned over Thanksgiving, by the way. Although when the Cowboys play the Raiders as a 49er fan, I'm like, you know what? Maybe that's why I ate myself to sleep. I'm like, you know what? I think I just want to pass out right now. I don't want to do any of this.
Don't want anyone to win this game.
This is America's most watched game in 20 years, and I'd like all of it to just go away. I'm rooting for a power outage right now. Where's Beyonce when you need her?
Seriously.
Okay?
All the single ladies.
Oh, my goodness.
Short this building out.
All right. Alex Pavlovich joins us next. What does this all mean for the Giants? Pick your battles. Just let me tell you, later on tonight or later on this morning is going to be very, very interesting. There's some lines out there, including this Suns game tonight, that we've got to get to. So all that coming up next. Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
You work hard, so you deserve the good things in life.
I'm a Dodger fan.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Dodgers, A's, Giants, Yankees, Mets, it's all the same now. It's all silhouettes across the internet. Locked out players, those poor players. But where does it leave the Giants, who left an open spot on their 40-man? Certainly still open spots on the roster as well. Need more starting rotation, depth. They still need that right-handed power they've been talking about. Here comes our right-handed power. Alex Pavlovich, NBC Sports Bay Area, our insider on the Giants. You are right-handed, right, Alex?
I am. I wish I was left-handed. I might be playing baseball, not covering it. But, yes, I am right-handed.
Bats right, types right. Instead of throws right, you got to...
I got a 7-year-old lefty at home. What do you think he's making 35 years from now?
Ooh, I mean, what did we just see? Scherzer got $43 million a year.
Right.
So it rises quickly. I think you turn him into a middle reliever, you're probably looking. I mean, right now that rate's like $4 or $5 million for the average guy, so maybe like 15. So I think keep working it.
Maybe if he waits until he's 35, because Alex, with Mark's young son, we're going to go ahead and delay his maturation to the majors. We're going to make sure he's pre-ARB 3 as long as possible. Alex, how can baseball solve this conundrum of, oh, congratulations, you're a big leaguer. Now you don't get paid until you're 38?
I think that is well, it's $1 billion question. I mean, that is the main reason why they're walking out. And I saw somebody make this point. I don't remember who it was on Twitter, that Tyler Rogers is really kind of the best example of what this fight is about. I mean, he had to wait a long time to reach the big leagues, and he has become one of the best relievers in the National League, and now he has to wait longer to potentially hit free agency. I think he could be a free agent at the age of like 35. So that's the fight here. I mean, for the guys who are not, unless you're a Wander Franco or somebody like that who gets paid at 19, 20, you have to wait a long time. And even somebody as good as Chris Bryant was, this is his first time being a free agent. So that is what they're trying to figure out. I think it's a really, really difficult thing to figure out, because the best thing that the teams have going for them is the fact that they are paying these guys not a lot of money, and do have these guys under team control. And by the time they hit free agency, you can let them go, and you know that it's not going to harm you too much. So that's kind of the big discussion here, and I think that's going to be the ultimate sticking point.
So it's no surprise that here on December 2nd, this is happening. I don't think fans really care until it gets to February or March. Alex, will it?
I think so. I mean, at least February. I don't think this is moving anywhere without a deadline, and the real deadline for them was not December 1st. It's the start of games, and really, the start of games that count. But I think spring training games, that's become pretty big money as well, and so that might lead to some movement. And certainly once you get into February and March, you can look around and start thinking about losing actual games in April, which will harm everybody. So I that's where it's kind of a weird situation where you go like, really, there's nothing, I don't think, to be done for 2 months. I mean, they can get back to the table. They can try to negotiate when they can, but ultimately this is something that's not going to be moved. And you heard Rob Manfred say it today. He said a lot of things, but one thing he said that was absolutely true is that this isn't going to move until they get closer to a season. And so I think we're looking at, the beginning of February as you start looking at pitchers and catchers reporting, at things like FanFest. Teams maybe start worrying about ticket sales a little bit more. So it's just, the problem is that's 2 months away.
When you look at the resolution and when the common ground is finally met, what do the owners look at from a player standpoint that they need to give back? Players obviously want the service time and the free agency periods to be fixed in their favor, but what can the players give back other than universal DH and additional revenue for playoffs?
Yeah, the playoffs is a big one. That one I think we'll see. I'm not a fan of expanded playoffs, but I mean, there's just too much money involved, and that is money that the owners can help their cause, and that's something that they have pushed. I think the DH they're trying to push on the players is something that, look, we're giving you, because they view it as giving them 15 additional jobs and 15 additional high-paying jobs. It's a little bit of one of those things that there's a lot of things that they'll try to say like we're giving to the players, and it's probably not a huge deal to most players, because you think about 1,200 guys on 40-man rosters, and you're talking about, a dozen guys who might be impacted by this. But the playoffs is a big one, and then I think they really are going to hold really firm on free agency, and you saw some of that with their proposals about, guys who are 29 years old, 29 and a half years old. I mean, they really do want to make sure that they have control of these guys through their prime years, and I think that'll be the sticking point for them.
Alex, how would you rate the job the Giants did in getting ready for this lockout? They got 3 starters, but there's a lot still to do. So where does this leave them?
Can I give them an incomplete?
Sure.
I think they are, they did a really good job, I thought, of filling the rotation. And I know it's not the sexiest way to do it, but it is the way that they did it last year and had a lot of success. And I think you look at these 3 guys and you know that when they're on the field, and that's probably part of the issue, is they do have a couple guys who have durability concerns, but when they're on the field, they're giving you well above average or above average contributions. And so I think they did a good job for a very reasonable price of figuring out most of the rotation. I personally think they need a number 2. I think they need somebody, right there alongside Logan Webb, because I think you're now looking at a team that expects to win a World Series. And for me, you want somebody who you feel very comfortable with in a Game 2 of a playoff series. I don't think they necessarily feel that way, and I think they would look at some of the teams that have succeeded recently and say, look, there's a different way to do it. But the reason I'd give them an incomplete is just because they have not spent a lot of money. And you can add in the Brandons and Crawford's extension and say that, yeah, they have added to payroll as a whole, but right now they're middle of the pack in payroll, and that shouldn't be the case when you're the Giants. So I think they do need to go out when this is over, and certainly they're going to add more pitching, but they need a right-handed bat, and they need a big right-handed bat, and that's going to cost them, and it should, and they should spend that money. So I'm kind of waiting to see how it all turns out. I think they've set themselves up pretty well and put themselves in a position where when this is over, Chris Bryant's still out there, Story is still out there, Castellanos, Suzuki. There are a lot of right-handed bats who can fit the mold. It's a matter of actually going out and biting that bullet, which is not something that they've really done the last 3 years.
And it hasn't really fit with what Farhan's done from a roster standpoint for the most part. And the big void that is either going to be filled or not is the Buster Posey void. Is it basically Bart or bust? Is that the approach?
I wouldn't be surprised if they bring in another catcher in some respect. I do think it's time to turn it over to Joey and see what he has. And to our earlier conversation about free agency, I mean, you potentially have a guy who you have under team control for 6 years, or we'll see what it ends up being. But you have potentially a pretty good big league catcher, ideally a pretty good big league catcher making the league minimum or close to it. So I think you have to figure that out if you can, rather than going out and trying to find another solution. But for me, I mean, that goes back to the right-handed bat. Buster was their big right-handed bat for the most part, for most of the season. And Chris Bryant added in the postseason. Those were their 2 best hitters in the postseason. And right now they're missing both of them and, haven't heard a whole lot on the Bryant front. So I think when you look at replacing Buster, I don't worry about the catcher per se. I worry about the right hand and the right-handed bat and finding somebody who can do that.
Alex Pavlovich, our insider, NBC Sports Bay Area, all over the Giants. So, Alex, assuming this does end when we all think it will, prior to the deadline of the start of the season, what does this look like then for the Giants? You just mentioned what they still need to do. Is there just going to be an unbelievable frenzy when this thing closes out right before the season? How do you see it?
Yeah, I mean, I'll promote a story that's going up on our website today about that exact thing. I do think this sets them up pretty well. I mean, they don't have a lot of money committed going forward. They don't have a lot committed. I mean, they're at like $120 million right now, I think, to 2022's roster, and beyond that, there's basically nothing. So financially, they're in a really good spot. And I also think if you think about who you want in the middle of the storm, you think about who you want in a situation like that where everybody over the course of, a week to 10 days is trying to fill out their rosters, and these free agents are scrambling and pitchers are scrambling to find a home potentially for 1 year to try to set themselves up. And I think the guy you want in the middle of that is Farhan Zaidi. He's going to be calm. He's going to have a pretty good plan. Him and Scott are going to be talking about this for the next 2 months and figuring out how they want to attack this. So I do think they're in a really good spot to potentially be very aggressive. And I'll look at the Dodgers the same way. I mean, I don't think it's a coincidence that those 2 teams were pretty quiet the last couple of weeks is everybody else threw, $1.5 billion around that those two teams waited this out, and they're waiting this out until February. And I think both those teams are going to be aggressive, but they are in a pretty good spot. And if they are willing to spend that money, and hopefully they are, they should be able to fill those holes, I think, in the span of 4 or 5 days.
Alex Pavlovich, interesting stuff. Appreciate you on a busy day. Thank you.
All right, guys, take it easy.
There he goes, Alex Pavlovich, with what this all means for the Giants. And so maybe that actually will be fun in a stressful, weird sort of way. But assuming this thing closes out in February or March, and you've got spring training a few days away, let's just paint some sort of a picture like that. And the Giants still have a ton of money to spend. And you just mentioned a bunch of names that are available. I mean, it's going to be furious, the pace of getting all those guys a team.
Right. And I think that the Giants are an attractive destination, and the Giants have the money, certainly. The amount of money that they make down there at 3rd and King, and the fact that they're not on the hook for that annual payment anymore to service the loan. The only thing that makes me hesitant to expect the Giants to jump in with both feet is what Alex talked about with Farhan Zaidi, that you and I have talked about as well. The way he goes about constructing a roster is not to invest big, long-term money in one or two particular people. Look at the moves he's made, and look at the contracts of all these guys that are arbitration eligible under team control. If you look at players that are outside of team control, Mark, players to whom they owe more than $100 million over the course of more than 4 years, it's nobody. It's a grand total of no players. Right. You've got Evan Longoria in the final year. You got Crawford, who you just re-upped.
2 more years.
You got Belt for 1 year.
1 year.
You've got a couple of starting pitchers you just signed. Who
LaStella is the longest contract right now that they've got, which I think is for 2 more years.
And it's peanuts.
Right.
So you look at what he does, how he likes to roll. I can't see them going in and giving Nicholas Castellanos 5 years and $150 million. Farhan doesn't do that.
He hasn't done that. However, remember, he has offered that. They tried to go get Bryce Harper, and that was because of his age.
But what was the offer?
Yeah, well,
was it a competing offer, or was it, hey, Bryce, we're going to give you 4 years and $34 million?
I mean, based on what we know Bryce Harper said at the very end of that conversation, he got on the phone with Boris on the final day and said, where's San Francisco at? In other words, there were real negotiations going on there. I think that they are always going to be willing to spend, but it's going to be the very, very right situation. And you might be right that it's not Castellanos. However, I would suggest this. Castellanos and Chris Bryant are actually only 2 months apart in age. Exactly 2 months. Castellanos is 2 months younger. I just found out that Chris Bryant shares a birth date with my dog. So that was kind of cool. January 4th, big day. Chris Bryant's going to turn 30. My dog's going to turn 1.
Is that your dog's actual birthday? Born birthday?
Yeah. Well, that's what the shelter place told me. She was born at the shelter.
Right.
And they told me January 4th.
Because a lot of times when we get pets, we assign birthdays based on an approximation of how old the pet is.
There's a piece of paper that says January 4, 2021.
He was whelped.
Yeah, she came
That's to get whelped in there.
She came to planet Earth, and so we'll celebrate her 1 as Chris Bryant celebrates his 30.
And Penny could be androgynous. Penny could be Penny, Brad Penny, etc.
She could be. Yeah, she's in the bucket for sure. Castellanos will wait 2 more months until he turns 30. I think the Giants got Chris Bryant with the idea that they would sign him long term, and then they saw some things once he actually was in a Giant uniform that maybe has made them hesitate a little bit. I don't know what they think about Castellanos. I know Scott Harris knows him well, helped acquire him in Chicago, obviously knew Chris Bryant well also, so maybe that's an odd point to make, like, they saw something in this month and a half he was with the Giants that changed their mind. But if they feel like Castellanos will age well, he's not that old. He hasn't even turned 30 yet.
Right.
Maybe. I think they will spend. It's just got to be. They are going to stick to their damn process, and it's got to be the right guy at the right age.
But I don't think that Farhan Zaidi in this case is he wants to invest the years. It's not so much the money, because it's not his money, and this organization has money to throw around from a geopolitical standpoint. That's obvious. We've got money to throw here. We got money to throw there. So money's not the issue. It's about the commitment. And Farhan Zaidi, what he's shown us in all of his moves, all of the backfill of the roster, all of the unbelievable finds, the ARB 1, the ARB 2, and the ARB 3 guys, he does not want to invest in the years. So
he wants to keep financial flexibility every year.
Janet Jackson. I'm going to start calling him Janet Jackson. It's about control.
Or
his control.
Or Mr. Zaidi if you're nasty.
Thank you.
Okay?
I'll give you 40 off 4 on the follow-up.
All right. I appreciate that. How about this? We've got a little breaking news to pass along.
95.7 The Game breaking news. Brought to you by BetQL. Become a better sports bettor. Get smarter to beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
From the files of You Don't See This Often, and Spadone, as excited as you are, you're going to stop raising the roof because
I already know exactly what you're going to say,
This breaking news is a big old slap in the face to the Los Angeles Lakers, and in fact, the entire city of Los Angeles. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a Friday night when the Lakers and Clippers have been flexed out. Thanks very much for your presence, Lakers and Clippers, but that national ESPN game on Friday night has been swapped out in favor of the Warriors and the Suns.
Wow.
So, tomorrow night's game at Chase Center
Flex.
has been, that's right.
A little Duran for you. The reflex.
Reflex, yeah. Gosh, now you got my mind on Hungry Like the
Simon
Wolf.
LeBron,
Man,
the whole deal.
All over the place.
That Rio video was dirty.
Her name was Rio. But anyway, that in the next room. Do you guys have, do you know who Duran Duran is? Have you heard of Duran Duran?
Hungry Like the Wolf. When he said that, I know that song.
Okay, you got that one, huh? All right, yeah. Thanks.
That's great. And I'm hungry.
That's great.
That's it, right?
That's great. Yeah.
Give myself one.
Yeah, that's it. All right. Anyway, the Lakers and Clippers gone. They are out. The Warriors and Suns are in. This may seem like an obvious thing, but I would add that there is a little something to this that goes beyond just the standings and the fact that the Warriors and Suns are 18-3. Is LeBron still out? So
yes, he's out currently 10 days. So that is probably one of the main reasons.
That is a factor. But what we're also seeing is now that we're past the quarter pole, I think you're getting to a point where there is a new belief system in the Warriors and Suns. It was only 2 weeks ago that these two teams were winning a lot of games, and everyone was throwing the same response. Oh, cute schedule. That's great. Who have you actually played? Well, then both of them went into Brooklyn and got wins. Then they played a high-level game against one another the other night. I think there's a completely new belief system in both of these teams being the elite in the NBA, and there's a complete loss of faith in the Lakers and Clippers, and also the loss of their stars. Will there be any Paul George? There wasn't last night. There is no LeBron James. I know a lot of people who still think the Lakers will figure it out. I'm not one of them. They're a playoff team. I do not think that's a championship factor this year.
I think when you look at the individuals involved and what could be with the collection of those individuals, they're dangerous. And if you can be healthy in April, it doesn't matter what you do in November and December. Make it into the play-in, make it into the playoffs, and then you can be dangerous when you have that many veterans and you have that many dangerous players. For me, I'm just stunned that there even is an ability to flex out of a game like this. I didn't know the NBA flex like the NFL flexes, let alone this early in the year. But this tells you all you need to know about the Steph factor because Devin Booker's not playing for Phoenix. ESPN knows that, and yet they still want to flex this game in. The two best teams in the association, but more importantly, you've got Steph Curry. He's the star now, and this tells me that, with LeBron obviously not playing for whatever reasons that he and the team are going through protocol-wise, Steph Curry's a big star, and he deserves a spotlight.
He's the big star. Remember that game against Phoenix the other night, I was listening to Tim Roy and Jim Barnett, and they made the comment about that this was one of the first crowds that they had experienced or seen in road games this year that was heavy into rooting for the home team. Everywhere they've gone so far this year, the road fans are rooting for Steph Curry. And so Phoenix, oddly, is one of the first environments they've encountered this year where the fans all collected to actually just root for their team. So this has become a very new thing, and I do think that it's got some staying power. That game the other night was very, very watchable, and I can't remember very many December NBA games outside of Christmas Day games where I'm thinking about them 2-3 days in advance. This game is not even tonight. This game is tomorrow night, and I've already been thinking about it for 24 hours. This is a big one.
It's big, and it's, I think, a little bit bigger for the Warriors now after what happened on Tuesday, and especially knowing now that you don't have Booker on the floor. So you've got no Booker, and you're the team who's going to have maximum rest. Phoenix, of course, plays tonight at home against Detroit. We can talk about that and pick your battles on what that number looks like. But this is a game where the pressure's on the Warriors. I think Tuesday night, the pressure was on Phoenix. That was a game where you've got to show the Warriors that what happened last year is not a fluke, and that you, riding a 16-game win streak, are the better team right now at home. Phoenix did that. They held serve, to use the tennis analogy. Well, now the Warriors are the team with the serve. Phoenix is coming off a back-to-back. Phoenix has to travel. Warriors had a couple of days off. Sorry about that. I was thinking about Steph Curry.
Yeah, now you just said golf. That's it. My mind just went somewhere completely different.
I wonder how Steph played yesterday, assuming he got out there with some of the fellas. But the Warriors are expected to win this game. The Warriors need to hold serve now. The pressure's on Golden State.
Speaking of that number, and we can get to it and pick your battles, but we've referenced it a couple times, so let's throw it out there, and I wonder how it grabs you first. The Suns are 12-point favorites against the Pistons tonight in Phoenix. Now, yes, it's a big number, but by the same token, when you look at the Suns and what they've been, 17 wins in a row, at home, the idea of them not winning that game by 20 seems unthinkable. But a classic trap game. A classic trap game.
It's an Akbar?
You are literally bookended by 2 games, thank you, against the Warriors. These are bookending, and you've lost your best player. So is tonight the type of game where the Suns will win, but sleepwalk and win it by 7 points in the final few minutes? I kind of feel like it might be. There's a reason the Pistons are only 12-point underdogs in this one. If I'm the Suns, I find it kind of hard to pay attention tonight.
Yes, but at the same time, you do have history that you're staring down. A 17-game win streak. This is not something that happens every year. Now, you're not even close to the NBA record, which, of course, held by Spadoni's Lakers at 33 in a row. So you got a long way to go to get there, but you can't get there unless you continue to win.
No.
And you got to be able to beat a Detroit team. And let's be fair about the Pistons. They are terrible.
They're terrible.
They're not only terrible, but they're tanking.
No, they're number one pick terrible. But the Suns aren't worried about the winning streak. They already know if it's going to end tomorrow night. So they don't need to worry about any records. This one, that's an interesting sort of a betting profile on that one for me coming up tonight. Hey, we were talking about the A's earlier. Listen to this. Remember how their website didn't really make any mention of the lockout? They're like, hey, buy tickets now. Well, now they have just sent an email out to their address base. Listen to the words they chose to use here. Remember we started off the show, and one of the first things I said was, hey, owners, hey, players, go do your lockout. We get it. Big-time negotiations. You don't like each other. You got a lot of things to figure out. Don't try to win our support. It's so funny to me that you do this every year, as if we're all going to side with anybody here. You're all making bajillions of dollars. You're asking for $16.50 for a beer. We're not on your side. No matter who you are, we are not on your side. We're on our side. That's where we sit. Yet these owners and players, they keep doing it every year. Listen to the words just sent out by the A's. Quote, stay till the end.
Laughs were added for editorial purposes.
Quote, despite Major League Baseball's best efforts to reach an agreement by offering a set of compromises aimed at addressing the Players Association's stated concerns in a manner fair to both sides, the current CBA has expired. Therefore, MLB has been forced to commence a defensive lockout of Major League Baseball players effective 12:01 a.m. on December 2nd. Forced to commence a defensive lockout. A's, stop. You're not going to get our support. It doesn't matter what you write in an email or what words you choose. The answer is no. You don't have our support. Send an email that says half off beer prices next year. Now.
Right.
I'm listening. Now I'm listening.
Bring back free parking Wednesdays and dollar Tuesdays and all that.
And all the other days, too.
And all the other things that made us really want to go out there and take in your product. Then we're in. This reminds me, and I know, Mark, you're a huge Game of Thrones guy. This reminds me of what the Stark family did at Winterfell when they locked the gate. It was a defensive lockout. They were trying to make sure they could hold the fort, so to speak. And you said it perfectly as a memo to Major League Baseball, ownership, and players as well. We're not on either one of your side. We love you players because you entertain us and you regale us with your athleticism, and ultimately you are the reason why we go to the games. But you're all billionaires and millionaires for the most part. You all are doing better than any of us can ever dream of doing. So you don't get our sympathy. But owners, those of you who charge us $15 for a 12-ounce beer, $8 for a hot dog, and $100 to put my car in park, you don't get my sympathy either.
Nope.
You've been gouging us for the better part of a generation, so you don't get our sympathy. So from all of us to all of you, fix it and play ball.
You made it sound like a Christmas card. That was nice.
Trying to.
From all of us to all of you at this time of year, bleep off.
Yeah, I was going to say, Eli Manning,
that's
double
right.
bird.
Yeah, that's all sponsored by Safeway. At Safeway, they partner with trusted top-quality growers for hand-picked fruits and vegetables harvested at the peak of flavor from farm to you. Visit Safeway's produce department today and see how they're perfecting the art of fresh. I can't believe I didn't mention this yet. Coming up next, we're giving you a chance to win a pair of tickets to see Bill Burr at the Oakland Arena, May 14th. Coming up next, we're going to be doing this every day this week around this time. Courtesy of Live Nation. Go to livenation.com for tickets now. But your Bill Burr ticket opportunity for today is next. And also, coming up next, is this 49er game different than all the other 49er games we've seen so far this year? We'll get into that. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
If you thought you missed the lowest mortgage rates in history, you're in luck because they're back. Mortgage rates are near historic lows again. So if you have a mortgage, refinance it.
First off, people need to remain positive. It's so easy to get bogged down with the stress of everything that's happening in the world right now, but we're coaching our clients to look at this time of year as truly a fresh start. So practice by having a positive mindset and open yourself up to new possibilities. And when you're ready to go on a date, whether it's virtually or socially distanced or with a mask on, remember to keep conversations light. It's okay to talk about COVID-19 for sure. It's impacted all of our lives, but don't let that rule your conversation. Dating is supposed to be fun.
If there was ever a year we could use some extra love in our lives, this is it. Can It's Just Lunch help singles find that special someone to enjoy the holidays and ring in the new year with?
Definitely. We would love to help. You could gift yourself with a membership at It's Just Lunch, or you can even give the gift of love to somebody by purchasing them a membership. And at It's Just Lunch, our process is really geared towards helping busy people who want to spend their time dating instead of just searching. So we're offering coaching on everything, as to how to have a great conversation, to also what to wear. So if you want that extra level of support, definitely give us a call. We're here. We'll make dating easy and also very fun.
For more information, visit itsjustlunchsanfrancisco.com or call 415-989-9818.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, I was going to say, it doesn't count, Spadone, unless you can sing along. Can you do the whole chorus? Because I can.
And this is not...
I won't, but I can.
Flex. I thought,
No, this is not the reflex. I did go through a period of time in my life where the reflex was my absolute favorite song. It might have only been 3 weeks, but it was a great 3 weeks. Yeah.
It's a different time. A different era.
Always. I watched Bill Burr on Netflix last night to prepare for this moment. It's time to give away a pair. Bill Burr, Oakland Arena, May 14th. The time is right now. Around 10:30 or shortly thereafter every day this week, as we've been doing. So that means today and tomorrow. But today's time, as they said in Spaceballs, is now. We've reached now. It's right now in this show. And right now, we have 2 tickets to Bill Burr on the contest line. You've got to call the contest line, not the regular line. It's the contest line, which is 844-999-4263. 844-999-4263. One more time. 844-999-4263. Pair of tickets courtesy of Live Nation. Go to livenation.com for tickets now. Stay tuned for your chance to win tickets again tomorrow at this same time. May 14th. What day of the week is May 14th? Have we looked at this yet?
It's a Saturday.
It's a Saturday night. It's a Saturday night.
You know how I knew that so quickly?
Yeah, how did you? I was actually looking at my phone's calendar, and you got to it before I did.
It's because my birthday is on a Monday next year, Mark. That's why. And both of my sons' birthdays will be on a Monday as well. My 2 sons are separated by 4 weeks, almost 2 years and 4 weeks. And then my son's birthday and mine is separated by 8 weeks. Our birthdays are always on the same day of the week. And thus, I knew that my son's birthday next year would be on a Monday. I did quick math.
Which one of them is in May? Is one of them in May?
The younger of the 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. So, got it. All right.
Yeah, Pac's birthday is in May, and so I was able to super sleuth it and tell you it's a Saturday.
It is, which means you've got no excuse to not go to that show, because I'm going to that show. You should go to that show.
I'm in.
All right? You don't need to go to bed that night.
Nah, never.
Not early. Not early like you usually do.
8:45.
Yeah.
Lights out at 9.
So we were sitting here talking about this 49er game against the Seahawks. As we are prone to do, I try to gather information about what the public thinks about it, about what Vegas thinks about it. As you look at the line, you watch the line move. It is down to 3. The 49ers are a -3 favorite at Seattle this weekend, which is interesting because the Seahawks are bad. They're bad, and they're in a bad way right now. Russell Wilson doesn't look right. He doesn't look healthy. The whole team has not been able to move the ball, and their defense is nothing special. The 49ers, on the other hand, have won 3 games in a row and are looking like the best version of themselves that we've seen at least this year. So that looks like something that the 49ers should be able to do. But there's no Fred Warner, there's no Dre Greenlaw, there's no Deebo Samuel. And this is going to be Kyle Shanahan's game. That's why this one's different. Of all the games this year and all the discussion about Kyle Shanahan and play calling, this is the one for him. Remember, we've had Jimmy games this year. Hey, Jimmy, going to have to win this one. You're probably not going to start anymore if you don't. Bears game, Rams game, won them both. This is Kyle's game. Doesn't mean he's going to get fired if they don't win. But what it means is Kyle has not been able to beat Pete Carroll. That's checkmark 1. And checkmark 2 is you've turned your offense into Deebo right, Deebo left, Deebo over the middle, and now you've got no Deebo. However, you do have a lot of other stuff. You got George Kittle. Brandon Ayuk is now producing. Eli Mitchell out of the backfield, and I think Hasty returns, and Wilson is there too. You have enough, but can you go do what you're supposed to be able to do, which is create offense without your best player against a coach who's had your number?
That's the thing. It's your turn, Kyle. Figure it out. This is a classic figure it out where, sometimes your kid comes to you, it's like, I have this assignment, I have this, I got that, I have all these things to do. Well, you got 3 days, kid. Figure it out. At some point, Kyle Shanahan is going to have to figure out how he's going to make this happen. And DeMeco Ryans, similarly, where you don't have a lot of linebackers remaining, so you're going to move a former safety and hope that he clears the concussion protocol, and Marcel Harris, and hope he can play. But you might be undermanned at linebacker. And if something happens, in case of emergency break glass, what's your plan? You're going to have to go to a lot of nickel package. Maybe you're going to play a ton of dime, and you're going to have to tell your secondary, good luck, guys. We don't have a lot of help in the middle of the field. So your D-line's going to have to step up and make plays, knowing that you don't have your 2 top linebackers in weight behind you. And offensively, you mentioned it, it's been a whole lot of Deebo of late. Deebo left, Deebo right. If we need yards, we go to Deebo. Well, now it's going to have to be Juwan Jennings or maybe Trent Sherfield who gets to run the ball. Can Brandon Ayuk be the Ayuk of 2020 and be 12 targets and 8 grabs on Sunday? Kyle Shanahan's going to have to figure out how he can still run the ball and not give it to Eli Mitchell 35 times.
Well, I mean, you have a stable of backs, so you can use the other guys. You got 3 backs who have all shown that they can move the ball in this league. And why can't Brandon Ayuk do that? I don't see any reason why Brandon Ayuk couldn't do that. I haven't really seen any reason all year why Ayuk couldn't do that. They did. Whatever it was, they've worked through it. He looks pretty good. So, yeah, he's going to have to play a very big role this weekend. You know who else might play a role in this game? And this is making the rounds on social media right now because this was a funny way to sort of introduce this to everybody. So the Seahawks have signed Adrian Peterson.
What?
Yeah. Seahawks have signed Adrian Peterson. They've got, their running back room just decimated, right? Chris Carson's been down, and now he's out for the year. I don't know what's going on with Rashad Penny, but he's not very good. They've been down at times to Travis Homer and DJ Dallas, and Alex Collins has been kind of the leader or whatnot. Anyway, they signed Peterson, who was let go by the Titans about a week and a half ago after he played 2 games for them. But Ian Rappaport just sent out a tweet 20 minutes ago that states the Seahawks have signed running back Adrian Peterson, another sign they are in win now mode.
Win now mode.
Yes. And
now, are you sure
I'm trying to figure out exactly what that means.
Are you sure it wasn't a mistaken space? It wasn't in winnow mode?
Right. Let's see. First of all, they're 3-8, but that's fine if you want to say we're not giving up. We could win out. We could end up going 9-8. That's fine. But there were 2 things about this tweet that really grabbed my attention. A, does Adrian Peterson represent win now mode? I'd argue no. And then my favorite word in this tweet is another.
Right.
Another sign they're in win now. What's the first sign? or potentially the second and the third. Another makes it sound like we're just drunk.
Stacking sides.
We're just drunk with reasons over here why the Seahawks are in win now. What are the other pieces of evidence that we have right now for this team?
I'm not seeing a lot. And
they suit up. They show up to their games.
Right. They play all 4 quarters.
They do.
I still think they meant winnow mode, like winnow, W-I-N-N-O-W.
He's even got a dash in here. W-I-N-N-O-W.
See, I think the dash is a mistake.
A hyphenated.
Lose the dash, make it one word, and winnow means it's a blow a current of air through grain in order to remove the chaff. So I think that's closer to where Seattle is. They're trying to remove the chaff, which likely is Pete Carroll. So they're in winnow mode to me, Mark. They're not in win now mode, because let's say they win now, and by now we mean Sunday. Well, what does that mean for Seattle? Well, that means you're no longer the second worst team in the NFC.
I tell you what, though, with all that said, you know my rule about looking at lines. Something doesn't sound or feel right about this one. It does not.
Stinkier than the Pike's Place fish market?
Look, you're missing your best defensive player or your best linebacker, if you want to say Nick Bosa is their best defensive player. You're missing Fred Warner. You lost Greenlaw again. You have your history against Russell Wilson. Kyle has his history against Pete Carroll. It's Seattle. It's in Seattle. What were the numbers? It was either you or Kyle, not Shanahan, but our Kyle, the one who has better job security. We were talking, was it yesterday, about the 49ers' recent record against Seattle? How many times?
That was me, yeah.
How many times has Kyle Shanahan beaten the Seahawks?
I believe twice.
Okay.
2 times.
One of them was the Greenlaw tackle at the 1-yard line to clinch the 1 seed. What was the other one?
It was, I have to punch up the list, but it was, I think...
Back at the beginning, right?
The previous year. Kyle has a Savantian memory. When was it, Kyle, the second time that Shanahan beat Seattle?
I think it was week 16 of the 2018 season, that weird rain game with Nick Mullins starting.
Oh, gosh. So, I mean...
Robbie Gould game-winning field goal, maybe in overtime?
Yikes.
Well, and my favorite ever, at least in recent memory, my favorite 49er field goal attempt coming against the Seahawks, the first time they played Seattle in 2019, that overtime game that the 49ers ended up losing.
Yeah.
Wasn't Chase McLaughlin kicking for the 49ers that week? And he almost hit Jennifer Lee Chan in a tunnel.
Oh, that's right.
Right? He almost hit Jennifer Lee Chan in a tunnel that was, I don't know, about 50 yards away from the goalpost.
That was a windy day.
He made the kick to send it to overtime.
He sent it to OT.
He drilled the more important one, where if he missed it, they lost. This one, if he missed it, the OT just continued, and he kicked it to Narnia.
I mean,
wow. The line, the kick, and the wardrobe.
Through the wardrobe, yeah, Dibs.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was...
Had to get there first.
That was interesting.
Stole your own joke with my line. Mark, 5 of the last 6 meetings between these two, 1-score games. So that's where I know what you're saying about the line. It is a little bit curious considering where Seattle is, but you don't have Debo, you don't have your defense, and you're going on the road, and Seattle's had ownage. You could see that... I could see this going either way, but if I had to go, Seattle taking the 3, yuck. Niners laying.
Yeah. No, I'm not.
The Niners laying the 3 is less putrid to me.
This is a stay away game for me.
But
this is a stay away.
You
game.
have to make a play because this is sports talk radio. So you got to put your money where your mouth is. Well, you got to put your mouth where your mouth is.
If you're gonna force me into a pick, I would take the 49ers. But this is a stay away. Just buckle down. Mix in some healthy food with whatever you eat because this is going to be a turn your stomach game. Like, you know what I mean? If you sit down with nachos, get some carrots and hummus for this one as well. I want you to settle your stomach. This one's going to be ugly. It's going to take a long time to be decided. It could come down to a game-winning field goal, and Robbie Gould didn't necessarily look like he was on point last week. Seattle's a weird place to kick. This one is just like prayers up and hope they end up with one more point than Seattle type of a game. That's what this one, 24-23.
17-14, sure, any of that. I don't see Seattle really lighting up the Niners too much unless, of course, the Niners wind up not getting a pass rush, and Russell Wilson gets more and more comfortable. To me, not having the linebackers only hurts to the extent that you don't get a pass rush, because if you get 5 going after the quarterback and Russell Wilson breaks the containment, well, now you've got a problem because you don't have your usual speedy linebackers to contain Russ if he decides to run it.
Okay. Coming up in about 10 minutes, you want to do our in and out, please?
I would love to.
Yeah, I think so. And this is based off of something that Peter King said yesterday, and I wonder if you're sort of in a buy-sell mode here. Peter King referred to the 49ers this year as this year's Bucks, which is an optimistic thing to say.
Tampa Bay Bucks.
Yeah.
Not Pittsburgh Pirates.
Not Giannis either, although they won a title too. It's been a great year for Bucks.
Seriously.
So maybe this is but Peter King said it yesterday. Watch out. This is this year's Bucks. His meaning in that they could own the second half of the season and then take a road path through the playoffs all the way to the promised land.
Yes. The only slight wrinkle in that plan is that the Super Bowl is not at Levi Stadium. The Bucks, of course, had the home game for the Super Bowl, and I guess LA close enough to where maybe you could stretch the analogy to make that work.
Yeah. No, we're not going to get that, but that's okay. I don't know. Do you buy or sell that idea? What Peter King said yesterday. I feel like we're a week or two away from that. If they were to go back-to-back road wins, Seattle and Cincinnati these next 2 weeks, then my eyebrows would really be up. Then I would be like, okay, something significant could happen here. The last 3 weeks for me just saved Jimmy Garoppolo, it saved the season, and it saved a playoff chase. I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around the words Super Bowl right now.
Yeah, and I think you look at, and we're going to go around the NFC and talk about if we're in or if we're out on these very notions of their viability in the playoffs, but something about this year's NFL, Mark, feels so wide open that if you can be one of the 14 playing in January in the offs, feels like all bets are on the table.
Well, I agree with that. The AFC feels like it's very, very deep, and then the NFC feels almost just like it's very middling. I don't know if we should use the word deep there, but is there anybody in the NFC right now that scares you?
No. I think Tampa Bay scares me the most. I would say just because of the ability for their offense to get incendiary, and they can do it on all 3 levels. You know, they can do it with the run game. Leonard Fournette's been spectacular, certainly of late. They can beat you underneath with the passing game, and they can beat you over the top. All 3 levels, Mark, offensively, and I don't know if you can say that about any other team in the NFC.
Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. We'll do that coming up. Pick Your Battles is an hour away as well. And the line's open at 888-957-9570. Let's go to Austin, who is in the Bay Area, which is very, mysterious, Austin. Would you like to be more specific about where you are?
Right now, I'm in Redwood City right now.
Okay, that is more specific, and I appreciate
right now,
that.
Redwood City.
Okay, Peninsula shout out. Let's go. What do you got?
Yes, sir. Here's what I got. I feel like this week right now we gotta hit Seattle where they're most vulnerable right now. They on a downfall. I'm looking for Shanahan to open up the playbook and throw for 300, and we need a buck out of Mitchell.
The whole throw for 300 thing is like that's a fantasy football player thinks about that a whole lot. It would be great if in some way Jimmy Garoppolo could have a really big game, throw the ball around a little bit. I just don't think that that's the 49ers thing, though. I don't think that's what makes them their best. We've wanted them to look their best, and they did that by showing up on Monday night against the Rams and going on an opening drive that took the whole first quarter. And then they did it again against Jacksonville, and everybody said the same thing, which is, now the 49ers have found their pitch. This is who they are. This is who they were supposed to be. And then you get a few wins and you're like, all right, let's start hucking the ball around. I don't think I want Jimmy Garoppolo hucking the ball around for 300. he throws for 300. He's probably going to throw at least a couple of them to the other team, don't you think?
Unless it's one of those Yak Boys games or a situation where you get one that goes for 75 or 80. I think ultimately Kyle Shanahan wants to pound the rock. He wants to possess it. He wants to run it. He wants to keep his defense fresh. He wants to control it, Mark. He doesn't want to be in a situation where he has to throw it. He likes to stay ahead of the sticks. He likes to stay on schedule. He doesn't like to go to the section on that beautiful laminated play sheet. The third and long plays, those aren't what the Niners do best. He wants to be in third and medium and or third and short so that the threat of the run is always there. That way Jimmy Garoppolo has the opportunity to dink and dunk more effectively. If it's 3rd and 12 and you got to go 4 wides and really air it out, that's not where this team is strongest.
This is a good question. 510 thinking the same thing I was thinking. Do we know what the weather is supposed to be in Seattle this weekend? Because that definitely has an effect, A, on how the Seahawks play, and then B, what your sort of game plan might be. Let me look it up here. Seattle, Washington, for Sunday. Let's go to the daily. We are looking at a high of 40 degrees. 20% chance of precipitation. In other words, damp but unlikely, cloudy,
crisp,
and 40.
Yeah.
In
cold.
Seattle.
But artificial surface and, considering what they went through with the wind game earlier this year, not really as much of a concern, I don't think.
Winds light and variable out of the southeast.
Southeast. And,
coming in at about 4 miles an hour.
That's nothing. That's nothing. That'll be...
it's like a bike speed, slow bike speed. You're biking to school on your way to school.
Won't affect kicks and throws.
Gabe Kapler down the Embarcadero, 4 miles an hour.
Sure.
Yeah.
And if you're riding into that same breeze, probably not affecting you too much.
Bill Barnwell, one of my favorite writers for ESPN, responded to Ian Rappaport's another sign that the Seahawks are in win now mode. He responded and said, I'd argue that this is another sign they're in win then mode.
That's good.
So there's that. All right. In and out on all of the NFC teams that are out there, and why is Chris Bryant and Nick Castellanos both trending on Twitter? We'll get into that coming up next. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Looking for a fulfilling career with opportunities for job growth? Is paid training, excellent medical and dental benefits, and a pension important to you? Then apply to become a VTA bus operator, providing VTA customers with a great transit.
Donate your card today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2021.
Masterclass gives you unlimited access to online classes from the world's best, anytime, anywhere, and at your own pace. Create an unforgettable dish with Gordon Ramsay. Write a chart-topping song with Alicia Keys. Build an iconic brand with Anna Wintour. Or land a Yurchenko 2.5 with Simone Biles. Okay, maybe we'll wait on that one. Learning from more than 100 world-class instructors through over 1,000 exclusive lessons. With cinematic quality classes broken up into on-demand videos short enough to fit into your everyday life. You can watch from your phone, tablet, living room devices, computers, or even just listen with audio mode. So if you know somebody who wants to do everything and anything, give them the gift that shows them how well you know them with Masterclass. This holiday, give one annual Masterclass membership and get one free for yourself. Go to masterclass.com/thegame. Do it today. That's masterclass.com/thegame and get a second annual membership for free. Terms apply.
You're listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
It's the place to be. Oh, yeah.
Your body's not a temple. It's a temple of doom.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, is it in and out or in or out? Because in and out makes me hungry.
Right, it's in or out. And basically, Mark, we're going to be looking at teams in the NFC and looking at their cases, their case to be the NFC champ as we sit, because we're getting down to nut crunching time here in the National Football League. 17 games, but we're coming up on the last, 6 weeks of the regular year? 7 weeks?
It's so funny how 1 week messes the entire equilibrium
Totally.
up. I've felt for the last 3 weeks like, gosh, there's a ton of time left in fantasy football. And then I look today and I'm like, oh, wait, there's 2 weeks left until you got to go to the playoffs, right?
Yeah, we've got
most
6 weeks left
Okay.
across the board. Not every team has 6 more games. Like Cleveland's got 5 games. The Colts have 5 games. The Eagles and the Panthers have 5, which means they still have their byes coming up. But we're almost to the point where there are no more bye weeks, and that's where you get into the real playoff push in the National Football League.
All right, Willard and Dibs is brought to you by Valley Transportation Authority, and I'm glad you are calling it in or out and not in out, because I feel like we're about a year away from those people with the little handheld electronic gizmos just showing up at your office. I mean, they're out. They're not in the parking lot anymore. They're coming out to the freeway. They're coming to your office, and I can't say no to those people. You can't say no to them. There are times where I'm like, I'm on my way to Costco, and then the In-N-Out person's in the way. I'm like, all right, fine. Just get a burger, and then we'll go to Costco later.
Yeah.
So
you can't go to Costco hungry.
No,
it'll cost you an extra $500. I'll take 2 of these, 3 of these.
You used to do that on purpose, though. So go there hungry with the free samples. The free samples are back. They're back.
They're not back.
No. They're not Chris Berman.
They're
but
back-ish.
They're ish. Yeah.
You might catch a sample. You might catch 2 samples backish. Thank you. That almost got by me. I'll give you 3.
A question I've always had about
edgy.
the free samples at Costco: fair or foul?
No.
To circle back and grab another one.
No.
Come on.
You're triggering me with fair or foul.
Okay, fine.
Is there another way?
Yes. You want me to ask this in a different way?
I love John Curley, the producer of the Morning Roast, like none other.
Okay, but we won't do it. Okay. All right.
Inbounds or out of bounds?
Wait a minute. No.
2 feet in, toe drag or no drag?
Two balls.
Good form or poor form?
That's close to another bit, but I'll allow it.
All right.
Good for ball, bad for ball is the big left-hander.
Is it poor form to circle back and grab another?
No.
On the free samples?
No.
It's not.
It is, however, poor form.
What about a third?
That's fine. It's fine.
What about grabbing 2 when you're there the first time?
No, Mark, what's the problem is when you take your cart and you stand in line with your cart. That's where it's bad form.
What do you mean?
Put your cart on the side and stand in line for a sample.
I thought you meant to leave. You're talking about for free samples. You don't want the cart in the... Yeah, that's fair.
Move your cart. Move the cart.
I feel like you had a bad experience.
No,
Did you have a bad experience?
It's constant.
You're talking like you had a bad experience.
You've got samples at the end cap.
The carts are really big at Costco.
They're huge.
They're huge.
And we all have them, okay? Carts at Costco are like opinions. Everybody has them and they all stink.
I've gone into Costco without the cart. I've tried to do that.
Then you're in the wrong place.
Well, sometimes you got to go get the cart, though, when you realize I'm getting more than I came here for.
If you want free samples, put your cart somewhere else and get a sample. Because I'm trying to maneuver around. You're getting a sausage.
What if the cart's gone when you get back? Somebody else grabbed it, because people do. Oh, I'm going to go grab some out of the frozen section. They come back. They're like, I left my cart right here. No, actually, that's my cart, and you walk off with it. And now my brand new $150 2-package of television sets that I've got to buy has been rolled to a new aisle. It's a difficult situation. Kyle, what do you got?
I have this guilt thing about the free sample where I don't just walk up and grab one. I have a whole conversation with the person like, where do I get these? Where are these at?
Oh, you act like you're going to buy them.
Absolutely, every time, especially if I go back and get a second.
Wow, that's you really, boy, you had an upbringing. You went to church a lot, didn't you?
Not once, actually.
You never been to church?
No.
Never?
Like
not even for a wedding or anything?
Not with my folks.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
All right. Yeah, you got some deep-seated guilt there.
I'm very weird.
You know that the person that's behind the free samples line is not, like, incentivized for you to buy. Like, they don't get a cut, do they? Or do they?
No, but I don't know. It's just, can we do the bit?
Yeah, oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, we can do the bit. Let's do the bit. All right, are we in or out? What's going on here? NFL, NFC, whirl around. Are we in or are we out? Kyle, please take it away.
All right, so we're going to start at the top of the NFC where the Arizona Cardinals presently reside. They are 9-2. Mark Willard, are you in or out on the Cardinals?
A good uptick.
I'm out. I am out on the Arizona Cardinals.
I'm out.
Yeah, I'm out on the Arizona Cardinals because, first of all, something fishy is happening there in terms of health. They've played with the Kyler Murray and DeAndre Hopkins situation all year long. It's amazing that they've remained 9-2 during this time, but it doesn't feel to me like Cliff Kingsbury and Kyler Murray are ready for that kind of a stage. I don't like it holding up in the playoffs.
Wow, that's surprising.
I'm out.
I'm out.
Dibs?
I'm in. I'm Hotel Motel Holiday Inn on Arizona because they've been able to withstand not having Kyler Murray, and he's coming back, allegedly, at some point. And DeAndre Hopkins, I think, will return at some point.
Allegedly.
And Arizona's still sitting at 9-2. I don't know if they're going to secure the top spot in the NFC and get that bye, but I'm in on Arizona and their chances to make it happen this year.
I'm going to start being in on more teams because the in sounder is way more fun than the out. So ask me about the Bears. I'll be like, yep, I'm in.
You're in.
Yep, I think they're going to get better. They're about to turn a corner.
You talk Best Western? I'm out.
There's more I'm outs to be had. Don't just pigeonhole the I'm out into the one I'm out.
All right, Kyle, who's next?
Next up is the Green Bay Packers in the frozen tundra of Lambeau Field. I've got one there. 9-3 Green Bay is. Dibs, in or out?
I'm out on Green Bay.
I'm out.
Yeah, I'm out. I don't have faith in a quarterback with only 9 high-quality toes and a penchant for shot avoidance and vaccine tomfoolery, shall we say. I think that Green Bay is one more injury away from being very vulnerable. The mediocre Niners had him on the ropes until 9 toes got him off the hook. But I'm not buying Green Bay.
Kyle, can I give it a shot? The Green Bay Packers?
Yes, right, please. I was hoping you would take over for me.
Yeah, all right. The frozen tundra of Lambeau Field in Green Bay, Wisconsin.
I like mine better, but go ahead.
Yeah, I'm working on it. And I'm in. I am in on the Green Bay Packers. Yeah, you can say what you want about Aaron Rodgers, but he's immunized, and so everything is absolutely fine in Green Bay. He's got more hair coming out of the back of his helmet every single week. He's clearly in a very rebellious phase, and that works in football because it's a very physical sport. He's a championship quarterback. They've got the weapons that he needs. He's now got 2 backs in the backfield. That'll work as the weather gets colder on the frozen tundra of Lambeau. Anyway, we already did that.
Getting better.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm in on Green Bay.
Let's head to the opposite of Green Bay, but still a Bay. Tampa Bay, the leaders of the NFC South. They are the number 3 seed, the defending champs. Mark Willard, are you in or out on the Tom Brady-led Tampa Bay Bucks?
As much as I hate to say it, I am in. I am in. I have learned through doing this for many, many years that when Rob Gronkowski and Tom Brady are making commercials and social media videos together, you do not bet against them because they usually somehow, some way end up in the Super Bowl. And as much as you are sick of Tom Brady, this is a very different Tom Brady. Remember, there was Tom Brady, and then there became drunk Brady throwing things like trophies on boats through the waterways of Florida. A much more fun version of Tom Brady. Won last year, 8-3 this year. No reason to think they couldn't do it again.
Dibs.
Yeah, I'm also in. They have a great chance. They actually kind of have the inside track to be the number 1 overall. They're at Atlanta, which should be a cakewalk this weekend. The Buffalo game is at home. Possible Super Bowl preview.
Possible.
There in that one. They got New Orleans, and then it's at Carolina, at New York, and Carolina at home. A 3-game. It's not even a slate. It's a 3-game laugher for Tampa. If they get the number 1 overall in the NFC, I think they will run the table, Mark.
By the way, can I add one more thing, though, about Tampa and the Super Bowl? I know everybody in sports always loves to do conspiracy theories. If Tampa and New England do play in the Super Bowl, I'm out. I'm out. In other words, like, I'm out. Yeah, you are faking this whole game. If that happens, I'm calling tomfoolery, hijinks. I'm calling Roger Goodell out. Somebody's got their hands on this thing like a puppeteer if New England plays Tampa Bay. But Tampa Bay against anyone else, I'm fine with that.
All right, the Dallas Cowboys, they are the NFC East leader. They are the number 4 seed. Dibs, are you in or out on the Cowboys?
You talk about Dallas? I'm out. I'm out. Yeah, I'm out. I'm out on Dallas. I'm not believing in Dallas. I think they've got too many problems outside of the COVID-19 situation where, the head coach unable to make it happen because they got a real outbreak going on in Dallas. Their schedule coming up at the Saints, at Washington, at the Giants, at I see a little bit of a skid coming up, and I see a tough road. If you wind up as the number 4 seed, Mark, in the NFC, which Dallas very well could, that means you got to play the best of the wild card teams, which might be San Francisco. I'm out on Dallas.
Yeah, okay.
I'm out.
Dallas Cowboys, I am out.
I'm out.
I'm out on the
You got to do it right, Mark.
You've got the market cornered over there, okay?
Look.
We're not going to have Kyle do NFL films. We're not going to have me do Matt Nahagian, okay? All right. The Chargers, the Eagles, the Panthers, the Giants, the Vikings, the Falcons, and the pre-bye week New England Patriots. That's the list of teams the Cowboys have beat this year. The Patriots are good. I don't think when they beat them, they were all that good yet. And it was an overtime thriller. The Cowboys have lost 3 of 4. The only win during that time was against a hapless, which is only a word you use in sports, by the way. Has anyone ever used the word hapless outside of sports? Have you
My mother to me frequently as a child.
What does she say? What's she referring to? You?
Just me as a person.
Oh, okay. That's a lie. Your mom loves you. I can tell. Look at the smile on your face.
Also named Marianne, so there you go.
Oh,
Ties back.
You know what? Then I'll change my take. I'll take Ginger. That'd be weird.
That's why I always have a hat on, so I'm never hatless.
Okay, but no, hapless. Anyway, the hapless Atlanta Falcons by 40 just 3 weeks ago. The Dallas Cowboys disappointed us on Thanksgiving. You do not disappoint on Thanksgiving and then win a Super Bowl. It's a rule. They're out. I'm out.
Nice.
Oh my gosh.
We turn it around quick back here, Mark.
Very quick.
Wow,
Yeah.
that is quick work.
All right, to the wild card teams, the leader of the wild card team, second place in the NFC West, the Los Angeles Rams of Anaheim. They are 7-4. Mark, are you in or out on the talent collection fiend?
Do it.
Los Angeles Rams.
What do you think I'm about to say?
Hotel, motel, holiday out.
I
That's
am out.
I'm out.
I am out, LA, the same way I was to you 3 years ago. I am out.
I'm out.
Odell Beckham, Von Miller, Matt Stafford. They've lost 3 games in a row. Are they better than that? And are they going to get back on the winning track this weekend with Jacksonville in town? Yes and yes. They're a factor. They're a playoff team. However, history has shown that when the quarterback gets saved from the bad organization and sent to a new place, it doesn't look any better. It doesn't go any better. How's Sam Darnold's career going? Remember before the year started, he needed to be saved from the Jets. Now he's losing his gig to Cam Newton off a couch. Stinks. I'm sorry. Matt Stafford is nice. He's fine. He now winning a Super Bowl.
Man, the Stafford-Darnold comparison's going to sting the Stafford family for some time, Kyle. That one's gonna leave a mark.
I'm sorry. It had to be done.
Yeah, it's tough, but I get where it was going. Dibs, are you in or out of the Rams?
I'm out. And it's in part because of what Mark said, the talent collection. And yeah, they've been in a real bad way. Matthew Stafford's my fantasy quarterback, and through about 7 weeks. Through about 7 weeks,
really
if you
good.
let me. No, not to cut me off.
Oh, sorry.
But through about 7 weeks, I was feeling pretty good. The last couple weeks, my big question has been, do I start Mac Jones over him?
Ooh.
And this past week, they had exactly the same amount of points.
Did they really?
Yeah, about 17 fantasy points. And you look at what's ahead, they've got Jacksonville this weekend, fine, that's a win. At Arizona, at Minnesota, Baltimore and the Niners still remaining. The Rams are facing a tough schedule, and therefore, I'm out.
Yeah, Von Miller is so scary that the Packers triple-teamed Aaron Donald and left Von Miller unblocked. Also, guys, is Matt Stafford just Andrew Wiggins? Like, he's super impressive for a few games, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, wait, this guy?
It's sort of.
I think he's more Kemba Walker to me.
It's
phenomenal
sorta,
on a bad team, empty calories.
You asked that, and I immediately was like, why you do that to Andrew? I was offended by what you said about Andrew Wiggins. Because Andrew Wiggins, I don't think he's been given necessarily a chance in a playoff setting yet. We'll see. Andrew Wiggins this year in the playoffs is going to be really, really interesting because it's going to be his first real chance. I know he went once before. His first real chance to show if he's got that sort of pedigree. Matt Stafford's had that chance many times over. It's never worked. He's never won one.
All right, very good. Let's head to the number 6 seed, the 3rd seed in the NFC West, your San Francisco 49ers, sitting at 6-5, winners of 3 in a row, Dibs. Are you in or out?
I love the
San
tune.
Francisco 49ers?
I'd love to hear the tune, but I'm afraid if I'm going to be keeping it real, I'm out.
I'm out.
Wow.
I'm out. I mean,
hater.
They're going to make the playoffs, and they very well could win 10 games. But when I think about matchups as we go through the playoffs and a Tampa team that you're going to have to be able to air it out and beat, a Green Bay team that you played really well against, but you couldn't get the stop you needed, I don't see the 49ers as being any better than the 3rd best team in the NFC. And you would have to go to Green Bay and or Tampa Bay to get to the bowl. Therefore, I must be out. I'm out.
Okay. I'm out. The San Francisco 49ers as a Super Bowl contender.
Mark Willard.
Let me think about this.
Are you in or are you out?
He's got 12 feet.
Tell you what.
Left to right break.
Just a
slightly uphill.
As a Foster City native, I can tell you, I've been called a homer many times in my life.
Homie.
Because you take Bart so often.
Well, I got no parking spot here.
Boy. Except for today. Hashtag new guy flex. NGF.
I have been called a homer many times. So why would I stop now? I'm in. Let me tell you why I said I'm in. First of all, I wanted to see Spadone's shoulder shake again. That was a whole lot of fun. I needed it at least one more time. But secondarily, I will add, I find it highly, highly unlikely. I don't think that's where this is headed. But the reason I would put them in as a potential candidate is actually their style of play. There are a lot of different places that this could end up in January when you look up and down these teams that we're talking about in the NFC. If this does, for example, go through Green Bay, even though Tom Brady did it last year, I don't think that's where he wants to be. I don't think you would want him to try to do that again. The 49ers have a style of play that is clearly suited to succeed in the winter, to succeed in the playoffs. It can travel. We watched that already. Now, the one thing that will need to be shored up between now and then, they're needing to be a little bit more dynamic on defense, because that whole grind it out, run you into the floor type thing that they did 2 years ago, we've seen flashes of it again the last 3 weeks. That's why I'm optimistic, but the defense will need to be better. The defense is not dynamic enough. If they can find ways to be healthier and a little bit more dynamic with their pass rush, which I do think is possible, then, yeah, I think the Niners are a candidate, and I'm in.
I love it.
Yeah.
And I like what you said about it, and I think you're right to a certain extent, but I just look at what they have to get through. And the reason why it worked 2 years ago was in large part because you were playing at home, but also the teams you were trying to get by, Minnesota and Green Bay in the playoffs, were deeply flawed as opposed to this year's Green Bay, which is better defense and healthier weapons. And also Tampa Bay, they got weapons all over the field. So I'm not sure if this road is as easy as it was 2 years ago.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. But possible. I mean, based on what we're looking at, I actually, and this will sound crazy, but I think the 49ers have the third or maybe fourth best chance in the NFC as we sit here today to be the Super Bowl representative. I definitely put them behind Tampa. I definitely put them behind Green Bay because Green Bay will
ahead of the Rams.
Ahead of the Rams.
The Saints?
Definitely ahead of the Saints. The Cardinals, for me, is the one that should be clearly ahead of the 49ers. They beat them twice. They beat them with their backup quarterback.
Yeah,
they're 3 games ahead of them in the division. There's no reason for us to think that the 49ers have an in over the Cardinals. Maybe it's just because they're the Cardinals.
Right.
I'm sorry. It doesn't feel like it adds up to me.
And if Kyler Murray is back healthy, it's a different story. Although you said it, McCoy and Connor, the firm of McCoy and Connor, were able to cuff you around. But the very fact that we're having this conversation and involving the 49ers is a nice thing. Hopefully come Monday, we're still able to stoke the fire of playoff possibility.
So I want to change this up for this last one because there's the 7-seed Washington football team, but then it's Minnesota, Atlanta, New Orleans, Philadelphia.
What?
So it's Washington, Minnesota, Atlanta, New Orleans, Philly, Carolina. Those are all the teams that are 5-7
Seattle
or better.
Or 5-6, right.
Yeah, Seattle's 3-8. They're way down there.
Well, but they're in win now mode, so be careful.
Oh, great point. Okay, so we'll add in Seattle. We'll skip over the Bears and the Giants. Is there any team there that jumps out to you as another possible this year's Bucks? Dibs.
Oh, boy. You gave me the whole list. You gave me the field.
Basically the rest of the NFC.
Give me an in or out on Washington.
I don't think I have to tell you. I shouldn't have to spell it out. We've talked about it. I'm out.
Win the big Washingtons. Minnesota.
Skip the bad teams.
Minnesota, Mark.
Out. Kirk Cousins, come on. I'm out.
Atlanta? Either of you?
Big out.
The opposite of in is out, and that's what I am.
New Orleans or New Orleans?
I love the Bayou, but I'm out.
I am in.
Get out of my face.
Holiday in.
One more time, Spadone shoulder shimmy shake. But also, I want everybody to keep a close eye on something tonight
No.
Down on that bayou with them ruffles-ass ridges.
Don't say it.
Get down there on that bayou and do that thing down there.
If you bring up a BYU quarterback that's not Steve Young.
Listen, here's what I'm telling you.
Robbie Bosco.
We do have a home dog tonight now. We do have one them on no home dog.
Zach Wilson.
Right? I think that New Orleans has a really good defense. I think they have one of the best defenses in the NFL. I think this 4-game losing streak they're on has happened with Alvin Kamara on the bench. And when Alvin Kamara gets back fully healthy, which may be partially tonight, but for sure in a week and a half, I think that Taysom Hill provides something that is at least different and dynamic. No, it's not. He's not a great quarterback. Yes, it's hard to defend. You're asking me if someone can go on a dark horse run. Not do I favor them to do it, not do I think it's going to happen. Can someone go on a dark horse run of all these teams? That's the team.
Yeah, Alvin Kamara just called and
said,
I'm out.
Okay. I'm out.
He's not playing.
He's out tonight?
Yeah. I still like the Saints.
All right. Now I need help.
Cowboys, by the way, number 1 in the National Football League in offense.
I need help. No, I need help.
That, yeah.
No, like I need help for real. I need help.
Well,
I got a good question for you right now. Because if Alvin Kamara is out tonight, that leaves me with a running back spot for wait till you hear blank, blank, and blank as far as my options.
Start him and sit him.
Are you in win now mode?
Well, I'm out. This league is a group of former coworkers, and so I think it's now or never. We'll get to that.
Johnny Mathis.
Pick your battles is around the corner as well. Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Win or lose, it's just fun to watch good.
We have multiple options tonight. I will let you know that my alma mater, Cal Poly, is in action, so be careful.
That's huge. And we've got more English Premier League soccer coming up just after the top of the hour. Spadoni and I usually are sniffing a little Euro footy coming off our double victory Wednesday.
Sniffing a Euro footy is not something that sounds pleasant, but yesterday for both of you it was.
Oh, for some fetishists.
Yeah.
It's heaven.
I don't want to
Rex
ever.
Ryan.
I don't ever want to make this show about my fantasy league ever.
It's just a fantasy.
Except right now. Can I get one piece of advice real quick? Since you broke the news to me that Alvin Kamara is out.
He's out.
He's out. So what that means here for this year league, where I do sit in playoff position, no Kamara. I also have Chase Edmonds on IR. I have Deontay Foreman on a bye. So that leaves me James Robinson, who will play. And my other options on the roster are either Carlos Hyde, Robinson's backup, or Tony Jones Jr., who was terrible on Thanksgiving, and Mark Ingram is back tonight. I could also go to the waiver wire and get Ronald Jones or JaMychal Hasty. How we doing?
Not great.
What would you like me to do? I'll give you you just do it for me. I don't even want to have anything to do with this. What should I do?
I would
and text line wide open.
Yeah, texters, you can help them out. You lost me at I don't usually talk about my fantasy team because it's always a tough one for me. Although I do want to shout out Lucas, our great afternoon producer. He does, I think, start him or sit him. I don't even know what the show's called on Sunday on this very station.
Waiver Wire Boys.
Thank you very much for that.
Fight on.
Terrific this past Sunday.
All right.
I don't normally traffic in fantasy programming, but they were killing it. He and Tommy Call this past Sunday, really entertaining stuff.
Okay.
So give me the names again, Mark.
So what would
and I'll
they
play
say?
along.
What would they say?
Brandon Bolden might be a choice. He's a good PPR running back. He's like the third running back for the New England Patriots. I have him on my
you
bench.
make me want to crash my car if I was listening right now on 280.
Brandon Bolden is rostered in this league.
Boy, Tevin Coleman. Currently the backup with the Jets. He started last week. Got about 9 points.
So we're going to Jets backups.
Rostered in this league.
You know who I picked up, and I haven't decided to start him yet, but you mentioned him before, DJ Dallas of Seattle.
Yeah.
The Niners are not very good at stopping the run, and Seattle's going to try to, you know what they're going to try to do, Mark. You can say it. Pound the rock.
They're going to pound the rock.
And DJ Dallas might, all you have to do is sneak in the end zone and maybe get 50 yards in the day, and you got yourself a good fantasy day, because I did something yesterday that I didn't want to do, and it really hurt me to do it.
What was that?
I dropped Christian McCaffrey.
Ooh.
Straight drop.
Yeah.
And we have an IR slot, but unfortunately half my roster's on the IR, so I just straight dropped him. What a waste of a number 1 overall pick.
All the starting running backs early in fantasy leagues are gone. They're all out. Derrick Henry, Christian McCaffrey, Dalvin Cook, Alvin Kamara, out.
I just got Edwards-Helaire back. Very good. I shouldn't have stepped on it. We finally got you to do it.
No,
but
really glad
I'm
you did.
starting Javonte Williams, whatever that is.
No, he can play.
He's doing all right.
He's fine.
He's fine.
He's not great, but he's fine.
He's no DJ Dallas.
By the way, Mark, it's me and Dibs in our fantasy league this week.
Gosh.
Winner probably makes the playoffs, and loser's probably out.
Okay, a lot of
So
probablys in there.
Both of us are 7 and 5.
A little less dramatic when you use probably in there all the time. But
I should say they will be out.
He's
loser
out.
Of this.
I'm still in.
Oh, please.
I'm in a different division than you.
Well, it doesn't matter about the divisions, Dibs. It's just the top 4 records overall.
I don't think so.
Yeah, if you look at right now, go to the playoff projections. Both you and I are in.
Huh.
I have an 80% chance. You're at 46, and Kyle, who deserves to be on shaky ground, 0% chance.
That just goes by who you're playing next week.
Yeah, there's no percentages. Those things.
No, Kyle's been mathematically eliminated.
Okay, all right.
Gone.
And Guru's in trouble.
So, Jesus. Yeah, very much in trouble. All right. Willard and Dibs, we know that you have the Odyssey app already. All you do is you go subscribe to the Willard and Dibs show, and then your fantasy team starts winning. It's the weirdest thing. We've been hearing all about it. But if you go subscribe to the Willard and Dibs podcast, your fantasy team starts winning, and other good things happen in your life as well. Different than baseball lockouts. for example. We'll get to pick your battles in a second, but we started off today talking about the baseball lockout, which does not resonate with fans now because A, none of us are going to feel sorry for any of you baseball players or owners, and B, there are no games in December, January, or February, or even ones that count in the month of March. But I was thinking about this today, and the whole process, can you compare it to anything? Is there another business? Is there another sport? Is there another corporate structure anywhere that does to young employees what baseball does, which is that upon your arrival, A, you may have to go on a training exercise for 2, 3, 4, or 5 years, but even if you don't, and you come up and potentially succeed at the highest level, come up and be the number one salesperson in the company, you are unable to talk to any other prospective employers for 7 years, and you're unable to really get a significant raise. Is there a comp for that anywhere?
There is, but not for the timeline that you're talking about.
Okay.
For example, big corporation, and you want to get a job in this big corporation. Well, you can start out as an intern, and you do an internship, but it's not 7 years. And you might get a lower-level job in the old mailroom, which used to be the entry-level spot you could get. Or if you were an assistant to the secretary of the vice president, you would have that sort of a lower-level job. But again, to your point, that company would not be allowed, or the structure is not in place to where they could keep you in the fold. Okay, you want an internship? You got an internship, but we're going to need you for 7 years, and you may or may not ever get promoted up the ladder, but we've got you. Welcome to blank corporation. So there really is no comp. But at the same time, there's also no comp for the amount of money that can be made by these players and the minimum salary that the union provides. So a lot of this is, a lot of this plays into what unions do. The unions make these rules with the corporations, and in this case, Major League Baseball. And, the union is doing it in a certain way. They're not doing it to protect the lower level employees. They're doing it to protect the big money guys, because that's how this system is fed.
Yeah, listen, one thing I've learned, and I know, again, this is why fans are never going to feel sorry for them. Like, if a minimum salary for rookies is what are we at right now? $600,000, $700,000?
Somewhere in there.
Something like that. So no one's going to feel sorry for someone who's making that amount of money. But by the same token, I've also learned that no matter what industry you're in, you look around at the other people in your industry. Happens even within companies. And if employee A is making blank and employee B is giving the same production or maybe more, they're going to want to be compensated for that. I mean, Mike Trout went through this for years with the Angels. He came in second place in the MVP race, and they raised him from $550,000 to like $650,000.
You're welcome.
And they're like, "Look, we gave you $100,000. Good job, buddy. Here's $100,000." So I'm not asking for sympathy. I don't even have any sympathy. I'm just an observer looking at a system and saying that doesn't make any sense. And so from that perspective, I get why the players are upset.
I do too. I get it. But at the same time, you have to give in order to get. And this is a situation where we haven't had a lockout in 27 years or something, 25 years since 94. So it's been a good run of labor peace.
It's been a good run.
It's been a great run of labor peace. But the players are going to have to give in order to get what they want. And the owners want a lot. And the players want really just the one big thing. We want to be able to be free agents sooner. We want owners to stop jacking us around with service time. There are certain things that the players want. They want the middle class to grow again. It's been, 8 straight years where the average salary in baseball has gone down. It's gone down almost 50% over those 8 years. So players want that stabilized, and they want free agency sooner. But what do the owners want? And will the players be willing to give them that?
Willard and Dibs, and the moment that we're all waiting for, which is pick your battles, is just moments away on 95.7 The Game.
Dub Nation, this week the Warriors host the Blazing Phoenix Suns and the steady San Antonio Spurs back-to-back. Join us live at Chase Center to cheer on your Dubs and celebrate Authentic Fan Friday, presented by NBC Sports Bay Area. Visit Warriors.com for tickets.
Did get some text messages of other employment situations that handle things like baseball. I don't even know if some of this is true. One person texted and said Walmart. I don't know. Firefighters. I do know someone who's actually a fire chief. I don't know that when you get into firefighting, are you stuck for 7 years with only minimal raises, even if you're the... I don't know. How do you decide if you're the best firefighter on the planet or something? That's the other thing that's hard to decipher. Yeah.
It all comes down to how you handle your hose, Mark.
Well, that's okay.
Just chew it and do it.
I mean, I'm sorry that you're not as
you're right.
abreast of firefighting as I am.
I'm not.
Another one, Mark.
I did watch I watched Backdraft one time.
Sure.
I saw that movie.
It's
frightening.
Being a teacher is a little similar to that in that you can't.
You get on a chart.
But if you want to leave your district, for example, I have a close friend, super close friend, and she's a teacher.
Does it reboot the chart?
She's on the chart.
Right.
She's almost at the top of the chart, but if she wanted to move to another district, well, we've got our own chart.
Oh.
You got to start over. Now, if you do 20 years in a district and then you want to go to another district, you don't take your 20 years with you. They might only take 5 years. They might say, we appreciate your 20. We're going to give you 5.
Okay.
It's our policy.
Well, I listen.
So that's a little bit of a comp.
As the son of a teacher, as the brother of a teacher, and as a teacher myself, I know very, very well that they are financially mistreated at an incredible level. So if we can compare baseball to teaching, which we can't, but from a structural standpoint, if you could, then that's not a feather in the cap for the owners either.
Think about this, Mark, just before we pivot, and we're so good at pivoting. Max Scherzer.
Pivot!
$43 million for 1 year. Let's say he makes all 34 of his starts.
Mm-hmm.
That's roughly $1.2 million per start. Let's say he throws 100 pitches in every start, which he won't. That's $12,000 per pitch.
Wow.
One at-bat would equal a teacher's salary.
Oh.
One AB. Scherzer, he walks him on 6 pitches. $72,000. Thanks for teaching. 180 days.
It's unbelievable.
There's your perspective.
It's unbelievable. 415 said the military, and then 650 said interning. Those are the other two structures that mirror baseball.
But again, interning, and I made this point astutely last segment. If you're an intern, it's not like, okay, you're an intern. In 7 years, we're going to decide whether or not you actually get paid for what you're doing.
Right.
And that's what baseball does.
And actually, it's becoming increasingly hard in California to even intern because we're getting into a point where it's illegal to not pay the interns. And so companies are going to turn around and just be like, fine, no interns. And now there's no internships. I deal with this with my students all the time. Hey, can you help me? Internship. I'm like, I could if anybody offered internships anymore. They just won't even do them. So if this is the conversation we're having when we're trying to come up with a comp for baseball's early employee structure, then that's a huge point in the favor of the players. Even though we don't feel sorry for them because they're making huge, huge dollars. They still have a right to say the structure is wrong. And it is. So I think that actually puts them in decent position going into this one.
It does, but again, when you have these two different sides and they're deciding how to meet in the middle, historically, these sides have never met in the middle. They don't even approach meeting in the middle. So I'll give you your baseball lockout thumbnail over the next 90 days. The two sides won't grow any closer. They will make minuscule moves in late February. Nothing really will change, and we'll still play baseball in March.
Well, because the one thing that's worse than an off-season lockout is an in-season lockout, because then I can tell you exactly how much money you're all going to make, which is zero. And nobody signs up for that. This is like a couple that has massive problems in their relationship, and instead of going to therapy and getting help, they decide to just have another child, because that'll fix it. I've seen that.
We all have.
Yep. It's all sponsored by the Golden State Warriors. And it is also time for Pick Your Battles. Is exactly what time it is. Can we please, Kyle, go to the tote board and let us know where things stand this week right now?
Yeah, I'm going to tell you where things stand, Mark. I really am. Boy, this is going to be an unbelievable, the best standings reading you've ever gotten. And here it is. Mark Willard, you lost last night.
I did.
You had UOP +3 against the UC Davis Aggies.
They lost by
won that
6.
Game. Yeah, they sure
lost
did.
by 6.
Yeah, so you're 2-1.
Yep.
Dibs is on a heater. He's won 2 in a row. He had Man City, Aston Villa over 2.5, 2-1 Man City in that one.
Villa.
So 3 Villa is what I'm going with. Like David. I caught an L last night at the Clippers -8 against the Kings. Shortly after our show, it was announced that Paul George would not be playing. That line fell to 5.5. Didn't matter. The Kings won outright, 124 to 115. Spadoni is also 1-2. He got on the board with his first win. Everton, Liverpool over 2.5. 4-1 Liverpool was the final there. An easy victory for Spadone, who hit the over in the first 4 minutes of that game.
Can I ask you a question, Kyle? Like, why did you bring up the whole Paul George thing, which in theory would be to bring about some sympathy to your pick, knowing that the Kings then went out and actually won the game, I think by double digits anyway. So the fact that the spread went from 8 to 5.5 with the Clippers being a favorite and losing the game by double digits, wildly insignificant in the conversation.
Just because I ended up betting it at 5.5. And I'm mad. I'm big mad, Mark.
Okay.
I'm mad on and offline.
That's fine. You're mad.
That's all.
And you're also tied for last. I like this situation.
Yeah.
The hosts have a winning record. The other room does not.
We're actually tied for second.
And so
Third, actually, Spadoni. If you had half a clue, you'd realize that you always save room for the tie to be broken.
You are. If this was a golf leaderboard, you'd both be tied for third,
T3.
also known as last. So, other room, take it away.
Well, first, let me just say, and Kyle, I need to have you start handling this because I always forget, but this is brought to you by Livermore Casino.
Yeah, it is.
Located on 1st Street in Livermore. Yeah, it is. Offering Vegas-style blackjack. Yeah, they do.
Yeah, it does.
3-card poker.
Mm-hmm.
Baccarat.
Yeah.
And Texas Hold'em.
Yep.
It's the Tri-Valley's place to play.
Boy.
Where is it, Kyle?
It's in Livermore.
Downtown Livermore, Kyle. Kyle doesn't get it.
I didn't have the read in front of me.
Yeah, neither did I.
Now I'll get it.
Which is why I didn't do it in the beginning. Go ahead, Kyle.
What did I tell you, Kyle?
All right, I am going to go ahead. I'm going to stay in the National Basketball Association. I'm going to go with the Bulls, who are at Madison Square Garden tonight. I think the Bulls are really, really good. I'm not sure how good the Knicks are. The Bulls -2. I think they win by more than that, and Paul George is not playing in that one.
No.
Lock it up.
Yeah.
I would like to enter, just for fun, my dissenting opinion on that pick.
No, don't want to hear from you first place.
Just keep it. Yeah, keep that tucked away. I'm calling Kyle with a big L on the forehead tonight. Spadone, what do you got?
I'm also going to the NBA. It has not been good to me, but I'm feeling pretty confident about this pick. I'm taking the Milwaukee Bucks -4.5. It's the back end of a back-to-back. They won last night late. I don't know if you guys watched that game. It was pretty cool against the Hornets. LaMelo bought an awesome 3. Giannis ran down the floor, hit the game-winning shot. But I'm taking the Bucks at Toronto -4.5.
I love it. And I was all set to go English Premier League because I'm a big believer in the dead cat bounce, Mark. When any team fires or sacks, as the English would say, its manager, that team tends to perform very well. Manchester United finally got rid of Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, and they play today against Arsenal. They're only given a half a goal, but something doesn't feel right with that. And then I saw this line in the NCAA, Mark, and I'm taking a cue from you where you see a line, and I just don't get it. We've got Lipscomb at Belmont.
Oh, you're going to go back to Tim Lipscomb.
I'm going back to college basketball. The Lipscomb Bisons are 5-2, taking on the Belmont Bruins. Both teams have played Dayton. Belmont lost to Dayton by 2. Lipscomb beat Dayton by 19. Lipscomb is getting 15 on the road at Belmont. Now, this is a game you want to watch because both of these teams could be tournament teams come March. Belmont's always good.
Yep.
Lipscomb is always surprising. I can't believe I'm getting this many. Asadullah of Lipscomb is a handful. He's a double-double machine. Give me Lipscomb in the 15 at Belmont.
Okay, so you didn't actually do what I would do. When a spread doesn't make sense, you lean into it. You go against what your thought would be because someone knows something. Someone knows something. So I'm going to enter a dissenting opinion on your pick too, even though I don't know a darn thing about Belmont or Tim Lipscomb.
Asadula is an unguardable force for Lipscomb.
That's fun to say. I'm going to stay over here in the land of insider trading. Sure, there's a Thursday night football, and we got ourselves a home dog. We got a home dog in this Thursday night football game, but I'm not going there. I'm not going to go to the NFL. Instead, we'll stick with insider trading. No, we're going to go deep into the far reaches of the Cal State University system.
Oh, no.
Where I am employed by none other than Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, a team that through the years I know and I know well, and one thing I know they don't do is travel well. They are on the road at the dynamic Cal Baptist tonight, which is a 6-1 basketball team.
6-1.
Cal Baptist is laying 10. You may remember the last time we did this exercise, Cal Poly was here in the Bay Area taking on Santa Clara. I said, bang that number, and Santa Clara won by over 20. It's going to happen again tonight. Go against my lovely employer and my alma mater. Cal Poly is getting 10. I want you to give it to them. Cal Baptist will cover the 10.
You know it's tough when you go down south to take on those Baptists.
You have to. It's like Notre Dame, right? Catholics versus Baptists or something like that tonight.
Baptists with wins already over 2 state schools, San Francisco
and
San Jose.
San Jose State. Exactly right. So they own the Cal State University system, and Cal Poly, which not everybody knows is part of the Cal State system.
I didn't know that.
Is going down tonight. They're going down tonight. So good luck to all of you degenerates out there.
This is the 4th of 9 innings in Pick Your Battles.
Oh, that's right.
We've got
9 innings.
This is pick 4 of 9.
Okay.
So we've got tomorrow and then a full slate next week.
Everybody is still very in it.
Very much so.
Okay. Speaking of in it, you know who's in it today is none other than Guru. However, he's going to be hanging out in his sequestered location. And then none other than Steiny right here with us today. And how's it going, my friend?
Good. Like you said, it's going down, but are you gathering timber, Mark?
Wow. That was an unexpected attack and reference.
You know about that,
It's going
down.
Here it is.
We're gathering timber.
It's one of the classic Steiny malaprops where...
that's impressive.
Yeah.
So wait a minute. You're employed by Cal Poly.
Mm-hmm.
And you're betting against them.
Mm-hmm.
Is that legal?
Mm-hmm.
Is it Schadenfreude?
I mean, I'm just saying it on a radio station. I'm not actually doing it. I'm not like actually laying lumber in this situation.
Isn't he their leading scorer?
Schadenfreude. Yeah.
Good with his back to the basket.
His timely 3-point shooter.
Double of points and self-hatred.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you, Nick.
No, but I've tried that and I've done it with some success, and so we're going to keep doing it again until somebody tells me to stop. That's the way we do it around here.
All right.
Well, you know what I'm saying?
I'm excited today. Not because Guru's back. I got new notebooks, everybody. Yeah, big black Rhodias.
And
it's the only kind I use.
He likes to write on graph paper.
Yeah,
Mark.
you're such a throwback. Number one.
By the way,
but new notebooks.
That's a scary show right there. Not a lot on that notebook.
That's not a show that I want to be a part of.
It's funny, Mark, because we used to back in the 51-week run of Steiny Guru and Dibs.
Yes.
He would go to the Notebook, and so we created this whole bit where we would go to the Notebook, playing on the movie The Notebook, and what do you want? And it was a little too embarrassing, so Steiny killed the bit.
Well, what's a notebook without pens?
I have them in my bag.
You don't have 47 colored pens in front of you today.
No.
I'm going to tell you, you're a son of a gun.
You got notebooks, but nothing to write in them with.
It's time to see what's in Steiny's notebook.
I've got them under lock and key.
Okay.
I love you. Yeah. One of my bit failed.
How was your show today, guys? I caught the.
Well, then you tell us.
I caught the
Seriously.
9:30 to 9:45.
Okay.
And you were talking about.
How'd you feel about it?
There was something funny, but now I can't remember.
Oh, yeah, it's one of those things.
Not bad.
Yeah, you sound.
No, it was, you were talking about.
You sound like Meg Ryan in Sleepless in Seattle when she's trying to describe why she loves her fiance. Gosh, he did this thing the other day. It was so funny. Oh gosh, what was it? What was it that he did? It was so funny.
Give me 3 for your Meg Ryan.
I just
That's
love
not
him.
bad.
Yeah,
Not
That's
bad.
not bad. Can you
Not
do
bad.
the restaurant scene in When Harry Met Sally? There you go. Nice. You were one step ahead of me.
Thank you.
Oh, I know what it was. It was Madsen giving you grief that apparently you don't watch anything.
Oh, I do watch a lot, but not shows. I watch a lot of sports.
Oh, okay.
I watch a lot of stand-up comedy on Netflix.
Oof.
Do you know why I do that? What do you mean, oof? Come on. What, Bill Burr, Dave Chappelle? What's wrong?
Chappelle.
What about what Chappelle? What are you giving me that Chappelle? Like he's just some sort of scrub. What are you giving me over here?
I'm just giving you grief.
No, here you want to know why?
He doesn't find anything to be particularly funny.
First
so
of
why
all-
would he-
Idaho, Mark?
Bill Burr.
used to live in Idaho.
All right, I'll be honest with you. Chappelle is phenomenal.
And Bill Burr is.
He's all right.
Oh wow.
He's all right.
Wow. Bill Burr tickets
no
tomorrow
Raymond
at
Burr.
10:30
not
here
at
on Willard and Dibs.
Raymond Burr, of course, couldn't do stand-up comedy.
No.
Neither could Aaron Burr.
Aaron Burr. You're listening to 95. Thank you. Someone got the reference. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station, brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Privacy Simplified. The stand-up comedy thing for me, it's a lack of commitment. And maybe I've got commitment issues. I don't know. But sitting down in front of a Netflix stand-up comedy special, A, I'm only signing up for an hour. And B, if I'm not going to make it to the end, that's fine. I'm just going to stop it right here. These shows, Game of Thrones, The Wire, Breaking Bad, whatever else
I
we've
haven't
talked
seen any
about
of
today.
those, so I'm with you.
Yeah, like it feels like
Doesn't
I'm
it?
signing up for it's like a cell phone plan. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm locked up for the next 3.5 years. Is that what you're telling me? It's just intimidating. It's too much.
It's
You know what,
community
though?
is what it is.
You know what, though? Every once in a while, you make an investment in one of those shows,
Sure.
and the next thing you know, you're 4 shows in, and
You're
then
hooked.
you're 2 seasons done. Ted Lasso, for example. Did you watch that, right?
No.
See, I don't get it. Everybody in here that loves soccer doesn't watch it. You don't watch it?
I
Spinone
watched
doesn't
the
watch
first
it?
episode and thought,
I've been plotting.
You know what? I bet it's like Schitt's Creek that way. Like you need
proud
a
of you
little.
saying that.
Yeah,
Wow.
you need
It took
a
a
little.
lot for you to say that.
You need a little bit of. You got to get through the first few.
I've heard that, and I haven't ruled it out. I haven't stricken it from the record. The other one's Squid Game. I've heard a lot about
Yeah.
Squid Game, and I'm not afraid to watch a grotesquely violent, for no real reason show.
Is Squid Game grotesquely violent?
It's basically like
Kyle's nodding.
it's like the Hunger Games meets like Friday the 13th.
Saw a little bit?
Yeah, with a mix of
Yeah, I
it's
never saw that.
Super, super violent.
I'm out.
Yeah. It's dystopian.
I'm out.
I love a good dystopia. Did we get a clean edit on Mark's I'm Out?
Yeah.
I'd
Well,
love
we
to get a Steiny
we already
doing
had
the
one.
Nahegan I'm Out.
Who's more? Oh,
I'm
you
out.
did the. You know what? I don't do.
That's not. Yeah.
I don't do Nahegan as well as about 4 other people.
You only do one impersonation and you don't even do it anymore.
Which one?
Chris Mullen. Your Mully's
Oh.
really, he does a great Mully. I'll tell you.
I got to be in the mood.
Come
though.
on,
I got to be in the mood.
Be in the mood then.
Hang on. I
I
just
give you
gotta-
$5 to do Mullen
I
right
just
now.
got
ring?
Game-
Do we have it on
yeah,
silent?
Yeah, I had it on vibrate. I've actually
thank
got a
you.
guest
Yeah,
on
you
here
did.
for you guys. Mock Rivers is in the building. Mock, how's it going, man?
Willard, this is from Willard. I just can't believe you don't have the time to watch these shows. I mean, come on, Willard. That's like leaving a sporting game in the first quarter. What are we doing?
That's a 5, Goo.
Welcome back, Goo.
He's back.
It took everything I had. Jim. That was a great conversation, man.
He's like,
I
I'm
miss
out.
you,
He's
Mark.
like, I'm not on the show now. That was everything you had for today. You're off.
It's so good. I mean, before there was Gabe Yapler and Harry Kalish and all the rest, there was Mock Rivers. I'm so glad to hear from you, Coach. It's good to have you back, Mock.
Yeah, thank you, man. I'm hanging in, but that was great combo you had. But Mark, there's so many shows out there, man.
Oh,
just give yourself to one show, and like
All right.
Steiny said, you'll be 4 or 5 in before you know it.
Then y'all need to tell me right now if I told you I got time for one before New Year's Day.
Listen, I'm not a big Kevin Hart guy. True story. 7 episodes, 1 week out. It's phenomenal. Wesley Snipes and Kevin Hart on Netflix. True story. And you get back to me and let me know and thank me that I gave you that plug.
Okay. All right. Anybody else have a vote? Spadone, you're nodding. You want me to go there? You want me to go with True Story? You have no idea what he's even talking about? All right, good. All right. Anybody else have a vote?
Have you done like Breaking Bad or The Sopranos or The Wire? I'd go with a classic.
The problem with those is that I never watched him, and I feel like I watched him because I know so much about him, even though I didn't watch him because everybody else talks about him, and so I don't want to do it.
How about Curb Your Enthusiasm?
I mean, I've watched some Curbs.
Just back with a new season.
I know.
We've been.
Has it started yet?
Oh yeah, we're about 3 deep, catching up on it. And just spoiler alert: Larry's doing some inappropriate things again.
No, but it is time for me to find something because
he's incorrigible. Actually, he's incredible.
My other, I have a
Incredibly
free half hour, and I'm going to sit down and watch something. Is John Oliver's Last Week Tonight?
Okay,
but we're now out of season there. Like the season's over, so I got an open spot if anybody wants to come in and grab it.
I like that.
I just started something called The Morning Show with Jennifer.
Oh, it's fantastic. Really, really
Reese
good.
Witherspoon. I love that you just said that as if no one was going to have heard of it. I started this thing. It's called The Morning Show.
Yeah, no, I didn't know.
Well, it's Apple TV.
Apple
It's
TV.
not on your normal,
Right.
it's not on one of your big boys.
So's Ted Lasso.
Right.
True.
Yeah. Everybody knows who The Morning Show is,
I'm
right?
3 into The Morning Show.
And you like it?
Yeah, I do
Right,
kind of.
yeah.
Steve Carell is a serious actor. He does a great job.
Yeah, he's interesting.
That was a
You wait.
youthful grin that you just gave us. You really like this show.
I watched 3 of them last night.
Yeah. All
The
right.
Warriors play tonight? No. It looks like I'm 60.
Yeah, no. Tonight is all Thursday night football, the Taysom Hill experience. What else coming up tonight or today for you guys?
John Heyman, Odyssey, MLB Insider. Don't make me talk about this. There's a lockout. Hit the pike. Hit the pike with a lockout. Are you kidding me?
Come on.
Hit the pike.
Everybody knew it was coming. It's not a real lockout unless you miss games. This is just posturing. They're fine. It's fine.
No, so we don't have to talk about it.
Okay, then you don't. It's going to be hard. You're going to have a hard time talking to John Heyman about something else. But go ahead. Ask him about tonight's
Ask him about his
game.
nickname Bubba,
Yeah.
apparently.
Yeah.
And Goo's back, so we'll talk some hoops for sure. Draymond Green's show, we listened to a little of it today. He was on with Iguodala. It's phenomenal.
Really?
It's really good. We're gonna play some of that sound because he said some stuff that's already very interesting and kind of newsworthy. So we'll talk about the Warriors and Phoenix game coming up tomorrow. Little lockout and some 49ers. Got to get you ready for the Seahawks game.
Steiny and Goo next. 95.7 The Game.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Diamond, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Oh, there you are, Goo. Okay, I got you.
Call me Mock, Steiny. Call me Mock.
All right. Mock Rivers joining me today. Let's just come clean right away. Guru's been out for a couple days. He's with us today, but he's coming to us remote from his home.
Yeah.
He'll be back in studio
I've been
tomorrow.
battling. Yeah, Steiny, and we'll see, because I don't want to get you guys sick.
I know,
But I've been battling.
Steinley.
Yeah, I'm back and I'm ready to go. But look, I got to ask you this. I missed a whole lot, man, because there's a lot going on. But this lockout, get the hell out of here. People are getting locked out their apartments and out their home because of things that are going on during the pandemic. And you're trying to grow the game, and you got the audacity, not odyssey, now you see what I did?
Yes.
To have a lockout, how is this good for the game? Miss me.
I tell you what.
Dude, your hair looks great.
I got to get a haircut, man.
Dude, I don't know.
You know what's weird?
The longer, the better.
Dude, you know what? Like, it's really weird, and I'm having this trouble left and right. Like, I don't want to sit in a chair for 35, 40 minutes. I just don't.
Well, you don't. I'll tell you this. You're starting to wave and curl up. Robert Redford, so normally when you get the barber cops aren't looking for you. It's like yours is looking better longer. Rock it.
All right.
Rock it. Looking good.
Goo, I'm going to throw this out at 888-957-9570 right off the bat. And do you really care? Do you care about this lockout? I can't believe how little I care at this point. You start missing games next year, I'm giving up. Goo, I'm giving up. I was thinking about this. Growing up as a kid, 10 years old, Steiny, list your favorite sports. Baseball would be 1. Baseball would be 2.
I hate this. I love
basketball would be 3. And now, baseball is below golf. It's below football. It's below soccer? Maybe. It's certainly behind basketball. I can't. Please tell me we don't have to get into the nuance of the lockout.
Well, you know what, Steiny? I don't want to get on here and preach, and I get you, and I appreciate your list, but I've grown, man. I really have, and I'm not part of the 1%, and I'm not getting $1 million to play a kid's game, but I do love the game. I consider myself a purist, but at the end of the day, I do know baseball is got all these new cockamamie rules to sell its soul to grow because it's not as popular with the young people. And during this pandemic, Steiny, a lot of things have changed for me personally, just as a sports fan. So I find it offensive. And I heard Willard, I know he loves the game, and Dibs, they're not going to care until it really counts. But there is collateral damage of looking like you're greedy. And both sides are looking greedy, Steiny. So to me, it bothers me. But the worst part in the slap in the face, Matt Steinmetz is going to such and such. Spadoni's going to such and such. Producer E signed for 5 for 10, and then 2 days, 48 hours. Eddie Murphy, nothing matters. Wipe the internet clean. It's just a joke, and it's not helping the game, Steiny. So that's where I'm at. Could this be the death of baseball?
Maybe. I know Mark Willard just said it's posturing. I think it's more than that. I think this thing's going to linger for a while. And I'll tell you what, if they start missing games, I mean, you're just asking for trouble. You're just asking for trouble. More trouble, I should say. And now, the one thing I will say is you look at our market and, okay, the A's, they're not long for this market. But, the Giants, I almost feel like the Giants can withstand this. And I know they got hit hard back in, 94, with that labor stoppage. But, I just think the Giants are always going to draw pretty well. And it may take a minute or two for the fans to come back. But I do think that Giants fans, or the fans, have a bigger allegiance to the Giants than most baseball fans have toward their teams right now, especially since the Giants had such a great season and got a lot of their fans back after the drought.
Yeah, but I'll say this, Steiny, the rat on the table. Fans did come back, but that thing, there was a seat available. And I'm just wondering, moving forward, if we do, there's no way. They better not. If you actually miss regular season games, Steiny, will the average fan be like, you know what? So much going on. To hell with you, your greedy asses. I'm out. Our boss, I'm out.
I think a lot of fans are already out. I mean, well, you tell me, Goo. Let me ask you a question. And I see the boss across the way.
Was he wearing a nice shirt?
He's got his Michigan crap on.
Oh, wow.
First time in 6 years he's put on Michigan stuff. By the way, congratulations to your guy Harbaugh. That means he won't be coming to the NFL anytime soon.
Still got to beat Iowa.
That's true. And I'll tell you what,
even if they lose,
Hayden Fry's got the Hawkeyes playing well this year.
It would be peak Harbaugh if they lost in the Big Ten championship game to Iowa.
Yeah.
That would be terrible.
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. No, Goo, I mean, baseball is sabotaging itself. I don't think there's any doubt about it. Without picking sides, I mean, the owners did this. The owners are the ones who've locked the players out. And, I mean, do they all make a lot of money? Yeah, they all make a lot of money, but they spend a lot of money too.
You know who else makes a lot of money, Steiny?
Tell me.
Is your boy Manfred. And if all the talking heads are correct, Helen Keller saw it coming. Well, then the commissioner wasn't doing his job. He is the liaison between these two sides. I mean, if you saw this coming and it was imminent, how are you not on your P's and Q's, Steiny, to save the game? So without being in the know, shout out Fresno and Low Neal, I got to believe our guy Manfred was just asleep at the wheel collecting his check.
No, he knows exactly what he's doing. Morning Show,
he did nothing to prevent it.
I don't think he wanted to. I don't think he wanted to prevent it. They want more. More. How do you like it? How do you like it?
Who is that?
I think it's a female singer.
Sound like Steiny.
Nah.
More.
No, it's like a Donna Summer, I want to say. You don't think?
Andrea True?
Oh, really?
He don't know who.
Well, maybe the words aren't even more. Maybe
there's a lot of songs I'm looking at right now. There's a lot of artists.
Right. What do you type in? More? Like, how do you find out, Spadoni? Wow.
Somebody out there will know. I know
just typed in more, and there was like 5 different artists.
And then
type
out more. How do you like it? See if that gets you a little more.
I think I know who you're talking about.
It says Andrea True. That was the name. Yeah. Right. Maybe I'll come back with it.
Yeah, see if you can, and I'll tell you if it's the right version. I'll tell you what. Let's go out to Jesse in San Jose. What's going on, Jess? How you doing?
Hey, guys. I'm more of an average fan, I consider myself. Not like, I don't follow every game most of the season, but an Ace fan. But I've been more turned off by the way they run that organization than really anything that's going on right now. But
you're talking about the A's.
I had a question. Is this CBA, are they working on kind of helping out with that where, to stop some of these teams from letting all their players go, and we're sitting here watching these guys grow up, and as soon as they get ready to hit their prime, we're sending them off to teams that are willing to pay more.
Well, I think the simple way to say it is that the players don't want a salary cap, and some of the old, the big market teams don't really want a salary cap either because they utilize it to their advantage. And then you have a team like the A's who are content to spend very little money and then take the rest out of the revenue sharing. So wake me when it's over. Wake me when it's over.
Yeah, Steiny, but there's nothing worse than when the trade deadline is on the horizon and baseball has turned into the has and have-nots. The Pirates, the Royals, all those teams, they don't spend diddly squat. And then you got the Dodgers and Yankees going to Nordstrom getting everything they can. I mean, don't you get tired of that?
I don't.
I do, Steiny.
I get tired. I get tired. You know what I get tired of? I get tired of the Pittsburgh Pirates crying. I get tired of the Detroit Tigers stinking. That's what I get tired. You know what? You want to own a baseball team, you better have deep pockets. You want to be a sports owner, make some money.
Well, to Jesse's point, Steiny, I think part of this new CBA, they're talking about potentially having a salary floor. So there'd be a minimum amount, like $100 million that teams would have to spend.
Right.
So they'd make them somewhat contend.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which is why the owners are not on board.
Exactly. And that's why the owners are probably, we're out on that. We're out.
Let me say this, Steiny. I was reading, and I guess the players, not the stars, they're concerned about the average salary in baseball going down. I used to know or thought I knew what the average salary is in baseball. Do you know what that figure is currently? Either of you three?
Couldn't care less. By the way, we're getting some Andrea True information, and
give it to us.
Yeah, I'm going to wait till the break to confirm some things about the Andrea True connection and what Andrea True may or may not have done before her singing career took off. Dun dun dun.
You shocked me, Steiny.
Why?
Because you like trivia. We had the music. The average salary in Major League Baseball, I'm going to go with $1 million. I think that's what it is.
What?
But
$1 million?
Per player or team or roster?
Per player.
Oh, it's got to be more than that. Come on,
guess. I would guess there. I'm having fun.
I'd guess like $7 million.
What?
Yeah. I mean,
somewhere in between.
You know what it is offhand?
We're going to find this out. Yeah.
All right, it's 4.5.
For team and player.
4.5.
4.2 per player. 111 million
Damn, Steiny,
per
it
team.
wasn't off that bad. We were actually about the same. You 7, 3 over. I was 3 short.
Well, let me figure it out because I hate to lose in anything. 3-2. Yeah, it looks like you were closer. I went over though, so I lose. The old Price is Right rules.
During a pandemic is not a time to have a work stoppage, and I don't care if this is just posturing. And if you got to do this, I'm out. Just like our ball, I'm out. OUT, like I am today.
Well, I'm certainly out.
I like seeing you.
I'm certainly out right now. There's no doubt about it. I mean, with nothing going on, there's no investment I need to make in baseball right now. So we'll talk to John Heyman about it in 10 minutes and get some nuts and bolts from someone who knows and maybe try to figure out how long this thing's going to last. So we'll have that on the next break at 12:30. Brian Scalabrine, Odyssey NBA Insider at 1:15. Then we're going to have Kalen Azubuike at 2:30. Real quick, Goo, what'd you think of the Warriors-Suns game Tuesday night?
I am so excited, not from the result, but now the Warriors have convinced me that they basically, this is going to be crazy, Steiny, they had no foe. I feel like Phoenix is Houston years ago now when it was Houston and the Warriors. So I'm juiced now that we get another 4 quarters tomorrow night. ESPN, Lakers, Clippers got flexed. But I'm juiced. This is Frazier Ali. And I got to apologize to Phoenix the right way. I'll do it later.
All right.
But Steiny, I thought about Wiseman. How could you turn that game off and not say the Warriors need some size?
They need some size. That's a different conversation than can Wiseman help? Can he help?
Well, I'll tell you what.
Can he play in a game like that? But we're not going to find out. That's the other thing I was thinking. Wiseman ain't playing tonight, and Wiseman ain't playing Christmas. So boom, 3 games out the window already when it comes to the Phoenix Suns. You know what I'll say right now, Goo, and I get it. Warrior fans probably aren't going to like this, but I'm going to say it. When you compared it to the Houston Rockets and the Warriors rivalry. Well, guess what? Warriors were better than the Rockets. Right now, the Suns are better than the Warriors. Warriors got to catch up to the Suns. The Suns were in the NBA Finals. The Suns just beat them without Devin Booker. And I know Clay's coming back, but that's another thing the Warriors have to figure out. But it's going to be it could be a playoff preview. That's for sure. That's for absolute sure.
Okay, yeah. We up against it, Steiny, because I got one nugget that...
let me see.
Yeah, you know what? I don't want to shortchange myself.
Yeah, but you know what? I don't want to be in the awkward spot of having 2 minutes. And we're just going to... Yeah, we got 2+.
I know how much time we got.
We got 2+.
But let me say this to Phoenix. They, from a physical standpoint, Steph Curry is not menacing like the transformer that is Giannis. The Suns saw Giannis physically, not as skilled, but physically with the ball in his hand for 6 games on the biggest stage. And I'm watching that game like, as great as Curry is, even when he's hot, he's going to be hot tomorrow, Steiny. I don't think anything can come close to what Phoenix had to do when they had to stop Giannis. So seeing Curry at 6'3" is different than seeing what did I call him, a transformer in Giannis, to where Phoenix was like, we got this. We know Curry's bad, but physically we seen more, and that scared me.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen Steph shot get blocked at the top? Your boy blocked it in the blender.
He gets a block for that, but it was really tipped. He just tipped it.
But it was still. Give me another big that tipped it.
Well, okay. I'm going to be honest. Okay. That's a great question. I mean, and JD and I were talking about.
Big that tip Curry shot
I don't think I can right now. I don't think I can right now. I got to see tomorrow's game because I told you about my big tip, right? I got to see tomorrow's game because Steph Curry's going to be better. There's no doubt about it.
Goodness.
But the question is there anything that kind of translates into Friday? Here's where I'll end it for the Warriors anyway.
Okay.
If Phoenix comes in here tomorrow without Devin Booker and beats the Warriors, now we got something to talk about. Now we got something to talk about in terms of a rivalry and in terms of, do the Warriors have an issue with this team? at least when they don't have Klay Thompson. All right, here's what we're going to do. Coming up on the other side, we've got John Heyman. He's an Odyssey MLB insider. Hey, download the Odyssey app today and make sure to check out the Odyssey exclusive stations. From classic Christmas to Festival of Lights and everything in between, they have all the best stations curated to fit every occasion and all of your musical tastes, brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar.
Win or lose, it's just fun to watch good basketball.
Was that a more fun game overall or a more frustrating loss for you as a Warrior fan?
For me, it was a fun game.
Yeah, that's
high-level basketball. You want to see the best versus the best. Mm-hmm. This was a fun game. It was good to see the Warriors challenged like that, being physically beat up, and I'm eager to see how they adjust to this.
The Morning Roast, available on Twitch, YouTube, and the Odyssey app.
I heard the Federal Reserve may raise interest rates.
Yes, in fact, mortgage rates have already started going up on the rumors.
That's why we just refinanced with Owning. We got a 30-year fixed 2.5% rate, 2.731 APR. And we also took thousands out in cash to use for a bunch of other things. Owning made the whole process fast and easy.
Waiter, check please. I'm going to call Owning and lock in my refi now.
Call Owning at 8332-OWNING or go to owning.com and lock in a 30-year fixed refi at today's 2.5% rate, 2.731 APR. That's 8332-OWNING or owning.com.
NMLS 2611, licensed by the Department of Financial Protection and Innovation under the California Residential Mortgage Lending Act, subject to credit approval for qualified borrowers. Call 833-303-2161 for terms and conditions. Equal housing lender.
Call Owning at 8332-OWNING or log on to owning.com. That's 8332-OWNING or owning.com.
Preparing for the holidays just got easier with the perfect kitchen tools for chefing up your next delectable meal. Chef's Toys is the #1 restaurant supply store in California and is open to the public. Shop commercial-grade products for your home kitchen or restaurant. The staff at Chef's Toys loves talking about the latest cooking gadgets and is ready to help you find what you need. Visit one of their 3 Northern California stores, Oakland, San Francisco, and Sacramento, or shop online at chefstoys.com with free shipping available. For a limited time, mention 95.7 at checkout and receive $20 off.
In the time before AT&T Fiber Internet.
What? What are you doing in me dungeon?
It's the only place where the bloody Wi-Fi works.
Oh, and you don't mind the spiders?
Spiders? What spiders? Oh no, they're everywhere! Oh!
In the time after AT&T Fiber Internet.
It's nice having fast, reliable Wi-Fi in the whole house. For sure.
The dawn of a better internet era with AT&T Fiber.
Limited availability in select areas. Check eligibility at att.com/getfiber. AT&T Smart Wi-Fi extenders may be required. Sold separately. Restrictions apply.
Robert Johnson, Veritas Funding in Walnut Creek, California, talking about mortgage. Whether it's jumbo, conforming, FHA, or VA for our veterans, we're here for all your residential mortgage needs. Give us a call, 925-399-4041. 925-399-4041. Whether you're purchasing a new home or want to speak about refinancing one of yours, we're here for all your residential mortgage needs. 925-399-4041.
If you have a jumbo loan over 3%, refinance with Veritas Funding at 2.5% rate with 2.65 APR on loans up to $3 million. 2.5% on a 30-year fixed mortgage. Up to $3 million with a 2.65% APR with Veritas Funding in Walnut Creek. Call now, 925-399-4041. 925-399-4041. 925-399-4041. Veritas Funding is an equal housing lender. NMLS 252108. Rates and terms subject to change without notice. $3 million loan amount based on 50% loan to value with 780 credit score.
This holiday season, head into the Golf Mart for the hottest gifts from Callaway and Bushnell, featuring Callaway's Epic Woods, framing the future of speed with speed frame and AI technology for maximum ball speed and maximum forgiveness. It's the ultimate epic driver. And don't miss these hot gifts from Bushnell, like the Tour V5 and the Tour V5 Shift with pin seeker technology, or the Wingman with Bluetooth and audible GPS for distance. The Golf Mart is home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee, or shop us online for the holidays at worldwidegolfshops.com.
Hi, this is George with New Life Property Investments, and I buy houses in cash. If you own a house and want to sell it fast at a fair price, call me at 925-490-2000. I can pay cash and close in as little as 3 days. I buy houses in any condition, any price range, and any location in the San Francisco Bay Area. I am a private real estate investor who buys several houses a month, and I want to buy yours. I buy inherited houses, divorce houses, behind in payment houses, and I even buy my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. Do you have a house that is trash and needs thousands thousands of dollars in repairs? Great, because I love buying fixer-uppers too. I buy vacant houses, abandoned houses, condemned houses, and foreclosure houses. If you or someone you know is looking to sell their house and want to sell it fast, call me at 925-490-2000. That's 925-490-2000, 925-490-2000.
The easy way to donate your car. Donate today and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS today or donate online at carsforkids.com. Remember, that's cars with a K.
What can give you a competitive edge in today's red-hot housing market? Rocket can. That's because Rocket Mortgage can give you a verified approval. It could help your offer stand out. Rocket Technology provides a rock-solid verification of your income, assets, and credit, giving sellers greater confidence in you. Go to rocketmortgage.com or call us today at 8338-ROCKET.
A verified approval is based on an underwriter's analysis of your individual financial information, appraisal, and title report. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender licensed in all 50 states and MLSConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
But if you want to know how I really feel, get the cameras rolling, get the action going. Baby, you know, I love for you.
All right.
Take me where you want to.
Andrea True Connection. There it is. All right. Enough of that. How do you like it? Come on, we got to get to John Heyman. He's way more important than Andrea True. Joining the show right now, Odyssey MLB insider John Heyman. Insider calls are presented by BetQL. Get access to data and insights the sportsbooks don't want you to see. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. John, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Sure. I was enjoying that music, too.
Okay.
Very nice.
All right.
Yeah.
That's good to know. We're going to play it more as the show goes on, I think.
Yeah.
But first, if for the casual fan out there that may not know two or three of the big issues regarding this lockout, what are they?
Well, the biggest issue is money. Of course, everything revolves around the money in the end. And, baseball's thriving, and you'd hope they'd be able to get together. But they made only a little progress. I do think they made a little progress in Dallas, but clearly not enough. I hope they can get together and try to figure it out. I think the rhetoric, to me, looks worse than the reality. They should be able to do it. I mean, there are clearly issues. Breaking it down, again, it all comes back to the money, but free agency. Do players become a free agent after 6 years? Or, as the union wants, would they like some players to be a free agent at 5 years? Is arbitration still going to be 3 years plus Super 2s, or just can they move it back to 2 years? I mean, the draft's going to have a lottery. There are a lot of different issues, but in the end, it all revolves around what percentage of the pie the owners get and what percent the players get.
John, you tell me what you think, because I told my partner the last time baseball had a work stoppage, there wasn't we're still in a pandemic now. And you mentioned the word thriving, and I do believe that. But where MLB is not thriving is new eyes on its sport and the young people. Do you think this shoots them in the foot to the degree that this is a total turnoff? The fact that, so many Americans are without and losing things?
Yeah, I don't think so, because, we're not during the season. If we're during the season and we're missing games, look at 94, 95. I mean, that was a disaster, right? You lose the World Series, 94. It was ugly, and it took that home run chase to help bring fans back to baseball. Right now, we have almost 4 months to go before the season begins, and it's going to take months. I mean, it's going to take some months. It's not going to be done quickly, but I'm hopeful that no games are missed. I mean, I've been through a couple of these, and 94, 95 is the one that really, really stung. I was not covering back in 81, where they had to split up the season, and games were missed there. But I think at this point, it'd be ugly to miss games. If they were going to miss games now, where you've got so much competition for the entertainment dollar, it would be bad. I mean, back in 94, 95, we didn't have what we have today in terms of the competition. So they better not miss games. But for now, it's bad publicity. It looks bad. It's ugly. but I don't think it's devastating at this point.
John Heyman joining us. He's the MLB Odyssey Insider. Earlier today, we had former baseball commissioner Fay Vincent on, and I want you to take a listen to something he said on the economics, and particularly calling out Bud Selig.
This kind of economic warfare, after all, a collective bargaining breakdown is really economic warfare. It's two sides, each one trying to destroy the other. That cannot make sense, or even harm each other. The one thing we know is everybody in baseball at the moment, from the top down, is making an enormous amount of money. I think the salary for Bud Selig when he retired was $50 million. I was paid $650,000, as was Bart and Peter Ueberroth. I think Selig's pension is $10 million. So we're talking about a business that is booming. I don't know what Manfred is paid, but he's paid an awful lot of money.
So I guess what I'm asking, John, is that overstating it to say that these two sides are involved in economic warfare?
It is about the money. I think that's fair to say. I mean, obviously, Fay Vincent was pushed out by Bud Selig and Jerry Reinsdorf, and I'm sure he's not happy about it.
Right.
It was interesting to hear that he made $650. I didn't know Selig made $50. I knew he made at least $25 million.
Right.
But I mean, that's the way America today, right? The CEO makes an enormous paycheck, and the workers not as much. The differences are greater now than ever. And it's true in baseball and every other walk of life, too. So, that just kind of reflects the times that we live in. I mean, am I in favor of such a disparity as one of the workers? No. But, I think that's just reality. But, I mean, you could say that it's a war. It's certainly a battle. And, it's over money. And it is between rich people and, extremely rich people. So, I don't think anybody really enjoys this from the outside. And it's not pretty, but like I said, if they don't miss games, I think the fans will forgive them for this.
Man, you're spot on, John, because I'm up here and I definitely don't know, the inner workings of what goes on between the owners and the players union. But I have to tell you this, everything I read, everyone says they saw this coming. And am I wrong or being a simpleton to kind of blame Manfred? Because I was telling my partner, hey, look, if he knew this was coming, he's on the job. He's supposed to prevent this. Is it bigger than Rob Manfred?
Yeah, I mean, I think it is. I mean, to be fair, and again, I work at MLB Network, but to be fair, Rob Manfred was the chief of labor negotiator before he was the commissioner, and there was labor peace for a quarter century while he held that job. They had different negotiators, and obviously they were able to make deals with Michael Weiner. Unfortunately, he died much too young of a brain tumor in his 50s. It's probably been 5, 6, 7 years ago now. Very sad, and now they made deals that they weren't happy with. And the union now wants to make up for those deals that they think weren't good deals. And they brought in new people, and they're tough people, and it's been tough. I mean, I don't think there's any question about it, but I understand the blaming of the guy who's in charge. That's why he gets the big bucks, whatever it is. Even if it's not the $50 million, it's some million, and people are going to blame the guy in charge when things are not going well. And, he admitted it's not good. This is not the way it's supposed to go. This is not what they're hoping for. But, I mean, the fact that he saw it coming, he knew what the tenor of the negotiations was over the last 6 months. It was not looking good. And I never heard any real optimism from anybody except for one union person when they got to Dallas. And, I thought he was being a Pollyanna because everybody else told me there's going to be a lockout. So, I think it was probably realistic. The union is trying to redo some of the stuff that they did last time and improve on that. And, I get that, but, I wish these team sides would talk more. I wish they would compromise more. The offers on both sides have not been good enough to be fair about it.
Right. Hey, John, thank you so much for joining us, explaining some of this. And I think you're right. As long as no games are missed, we'll all survive.
We'll live, exactly.
Yeah. Thank you so much. All right.
See you later.
Yes, sir. That was Odyssey MLB insider John Heyman. All Odyssey Insider calls are presented by BetQL. BetQL is here to help us all make better bets through real proven analytics. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
You know what, Steiny? If I could share with you a quick story.
Sure.
When I was a bachelor, I wouldn't pay my PG&E bill until I got the 24, 48-hour notice, and I had the money. That's just when that's when I would do it. And I'm shocked that guys like you and John say it's nothing to see here until we miss games. But that's almost the theory I was using to pay my bill. Just because you can do it doesn't mean it's right. This is not a good thing, Steiny.
No, you're right.
It took me back to that. I'm sorry I had to share that.
No, I think, but
Who the hell is John?
I do think they're going to end up missing games. I do think this is probably a bigger deal maybe than we think. But I'm certainly not going to
lose sleep.
You can't ask me to care about it right now. You just can't. There's too much other good stuff going on. Let's go to Matt. Matt's in Napa. What's going on, Matt? What do you got for us?
How you guys doing today?
Doing well.
Just this whole baseball thing, man. I'm thinking about it. Yeah, I'm the kind of guy where I'll watch the Royals play the Reds on a Tuesday if they're on. So I know I don't represent maybe the average baseball fan,
right?
Yeah, but I'll watch any of it. But I'm about 33, so when this '94 lockout happened, I remember it happening, but I was too young to become bitter about it.
Gotcha.
And then after the 60-game season, you sort of start, not really feeling for the owners, and you see the money disparity going on, and you just want to see everybody get together and play baseball. And I know you guys were saying that right now you're out on it, but I want to know if they have a lockout and they miss games, once they come back, how do you still feel about that? I know you'll watch it because it's your job, but as a fan of the game,
yeah,
how would you feel about that?
No, thanks. Thanks for the call, Matt. I mean, that's a tough question for me to answer because I'm trying to figure out why I don't love baseball now as much as I did when I was a kid.
Right.
And maybe part of it is just, you're a grown-up now. It's more of your passion when you're a child. And I don't think it's the labor discord that has turned me off about the game. I just think there is an issue with the pace of the game. I can't sit in front of a 9-inning game unless it's a playoff game. I just can't. I think it's always been a sport that's kind of been in the background, whether it's on the radio or on TV. But now it's been in the background so long, I just don't think I just think they need to be careful because, I'm out right now, but that doesn't mean anything. The question is, once spring rolls around, where are they going to be? And if they start missing games, regular season games, I'm done, even though, of course, I'm not done because we'll still have to talk baseball on this show, but it's just a sport that I've become less and less and less passionate about as I've gotten older, whereas other sports, I've maintained my energy level. I still love basketball. I love watching football on a Sunday like nobody's business, but baseball, I'm just not with it right now.
Wow, Steiny, I appreciate it, and I'm on the opposite side of the street. It's the longest standing relationship I have with any of the other sports because it's the longest. 162 games. You could count on it. It will be there every day, until the season's over. So when I say I'm out, Steiny, I'm out hearing baseball cry about trying to grow its brand and wondering why the young people don't come to the game or find the game corny, because I'm out if you're going to pull this cockamamie, the rich battling the rich, because that's what this is to the average fan. You're not going to captivate anybody. But as far as the game, Steiny, I'm more attracted to it because, like you in golf, you don't play professionally, but every night I watch a game and somebody in that box or throw it a pitcher pitch, I feel like I'm doing it. You could be like, well, get a life. But the sport is so beautiful, man, and you get 9 innings. I just hate the facelifts that is tried to get to kind of sell its soul to be popular. But I'm out for now, but to the caller's point, because he made me keep it real, trill as they say in the South, if the game's on in April, Steiny, your boy's there for all 9.
Our guy Lobo has asked a question that part of me's almost afraid to answer, but I'm going to answer it because it's the truth. Let me ask you guys, if your job didn't require you to watch baseball, would you still tune in? Not a lot.
Wow.
Not a lot. I wouldn't. No. During the season, though, I obviously keep up with the Giants on a daily basis, but if it weren't my job, I think I'd probably go weeks without checking out a game or checking the standings or seeing who's leading the league in hitting. Sorry.
Steiny, I love the honesty, and I got to keep it real. I can't remember if it was Butch or Bonte. I was having this conversation like if they walked me out of the building and said it's a wrap, I'm looking at you through Zoom, Steiny. Nothing would change because it's appointment TV for me anyway. Like, it's a part of my life that's going to be a part of my life. And some people could be like, oh, Lord. But you get that is just me. It's a part of my being. I'm going to watch it and tape the games, even if I wasn't talking to you every day, which is a blessing.
Well, you're crazy.
No, I'm in love.
I know.
I'm crazy in love.
But you're in love.
I have a wife.
You're in love with somebody who's gotten old. You're in love with somebody who's gotten greedy. You're in love with somebody who's slowing down. You're in love with somebody quite frankly.
Yeah, that's a scripture. A verse.
You're in love with somebody who no longer loves you. Baseball no longer loves you, Daryl. And if you can continue with a relationship with a partner that doesn't love you, well, then how much respect you got?
There's always therapy.
Wow, lick a spadon. Yeah, there is.
Terrell's in Oakland. What's up, Terrell?
What up, fellas?
Hey.
My point is this. We're talking about rich people problems.
Yep.
Plain and simple. If this lockout had never been announced, the average fan wouldn't even have thought about it unless you guys talk about it. Rich people problem is not the thing to be talking about right now.
Yeah, great. You know what, Terrell?
Subject for everybody.
Man,
that's a great point. And that's kind of
it, Steiny, and I love it.
It's like I want to talk about sports. I want to talk about revenue sharing. I want to talk about 57%, and the players want, the owners take 57%. Hit the pike.
But what about
I don't want to do that.
Steiny?
I don't have to
read
do
the room. And I don't want to keep reminding everybody and be sour Sam that we're in a pandemic and people have lost a lot. That's still going on, Steiny. So am I wrong to kind of tell MLB, read the room? This ain't the time to be, the rich versus the rich. It's a tune-out.
But they haven't been reading the room for a while, right? They just haven't. They've lost touch. We can jump into this a little later, but honestly, you want to talk about the collective bargaining agreement? How do I talk about the Warriors? You know what I'm saying? I'd rather talk about the San Francisco 49ers who are playing the Seahawks. By the way,
Tebow.
Let me throw this at you. So
back to the Niners.
I
hadn't heard that in a while.
So last week the Washington football team played Seattle.
Okay.
And 49er fans are rooting for the Washington football team, and I'm like, why? Why would you root for the Washington football team? They're now 5-6.
Yeah.
Like they could theoretically catch you. The Seahawks are done. And even if the Seahawks had won last week, they'd be 4-7. And the 49ers beat them Sunday, they're done. Yeah. They're done if the 49ers beat them. So why were people rooting for Washington to win that game when Washington's going to impact the 49ers could impact the 49ers more in the wild card race than the Seahawks could? Just because it's a rival?
You wanted them to be down and out.
They
Seattle,
are down and out.
Technically they are, but they kind of own you, Steiny. So is Russell going to get off his magic carpet and they find their offense Sunday? Had they won, it goes back to me, handle your own business. But Niner fans, I get it, Steiny. They wanted Seattle to be what they're dealing with now this week after a loss. It's over. We'll let the Niners come in here and just kick our ass. But something scares me about this game still because Russell's going to tell DK Metcalf, I don't know what I've been doing and why I haven't been throwing to you, but we're not going to let Jimmy come in here without Debo and Fred Warner and beat us. Our Super Bowl is to kick their ass.
Yeah, I don't know. And I got a 925 says, over my dead body, I'll root for the Seahawks. Well, you'd root for the Seahawks if a Seahawks win over a team the 49ers are contending against in the wild card, and it comes down to the last game of the season. And if the Seahawks win, it'll keep the 49ers out. Over my dead body, we'll be rooting for the Seattle Seahawks. So 49ers, Seahawks this weekend. No Debo Samuel. No Fred Warner. So the San Francisco 49ers obviously going to have their work cut out for them, even though Seahawks stink right now.
Steiny, I was about to do it. They stink, man. What happened? Russell's out of there. He's going to New Orleans, the New York Giants, or the Raiders. Put that in the cap.
Raiders?
Think about it. Him in New Orleans would, I think, the Derek Carr.
Well, they have a quarterback. Taysom
right now.
Yeah.
Dude, if he wins tonight, Steiny, oh my God. And you remember my gripe on him. If he wins tonight.
95 mil, baby.
Wow.
How you feeling about your Cowboys tonight?
This is what they call the get-right game, right? If you can't get this one.
Where is tonight's game?
You won't hear nothing.
Dallas?
New Orleans, the Bayou. No,
okay.
New Orleans.
You know what? New Orleans is a little overrated. Well, the team, not the city. The team, not the city. Although, I like New Orleans. Is there anybody out there that's like, yeah, I can't stand New Orleans?
They got action, a lot of action. New Orleans.
They've got action. They've got
you like
a
gumbo?
lot. I love gumbo.
Yeah,
I love etouffee. Jambalaya.
My wife ain't here, Steiny. She don't make the best gumbo. Yeah.
Oh, your wife makes good gumbo?
No, not the best. Don't tell her. So, yeah, I've had the best, but hers ain't the best. So when I compliment other people on the ride home, she'll get mad. I'm telling the truth.
Is there any chance she's listening?
No, not at all. You a big gumbo guy. I know who is too, Zion. Oh, my God.
He's coming back soon.
When?
A few weeks.
He'll get hurt again.
He'll be back.
I ain't wishing that on him. But
I like all that stuff. I like.
She's coming through the door now. You think she heard?
Probably on the Odyssey app with the AirPods in.
Oh, boy.
Hey. Search Steiny Guru.
Hey. This could be.
She said, hey, she didn't hear.
Hey.
Like, whoa.
How you doing?
Gumbo talk, that's all. Yeah. We're good, Steiny. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
We got, Uh-oh. Did she? Oh, boy, she heard it.
Nah, I just, we're good.
Did she or didn't she?
Nah, she didn't.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I just said you had the best gumbo ever. We're good, Steiny.
Okay. I just want to make sure that I'm not going to be doing the second 2 hours alone. That's all. Yeah, we can start talking. You know what else? And, we got a couple minutes before the break here, so we'll come back and talk some Warriors. But, see what LaMelo Ball did last night.
Dude, oh, man.
Dude, what Giannis did last night.
Yeah. Well,
that's
Giannis.
a game winner right there. Get away from me. I'm going to the rack. No one's stopping me.
But somebody, 650's questioning my gumbo passion? So when was the last time Steiny had gumbo? Well, that's the point. You don't have gumbo 3 times a week.
But I would like to know that answer if you could give it to us.
Last time I had gumbo,
Campbell's Chunky?
Yeah, it was something out of a bag at home, I think. But
yeah.
We're
talking about the real thing.
Okay,
yeah.
Well, I used to, when I'd go to New Orleans, I'd always get it. Houston, always get it in Houston. I don't have to have it every day to. You know what? That got under my skin. Okay,
I wanted to know. Yeah, I'm just curious. I ain't judging.
You know what? I'm gonna tell a little woman to make it soon. How about that?
Mm-hmm. There you go.
And then I'll give you a scouting report.
How about that
on gumbo? What else we got? Break. It's 12:55 and the break says 12:56. Okay, we can do that because I'll.
It's a long break, Steiny.
Is it really? Okay. Yeah, Goo. Anyway, real quick, You know how they have Rookie of the Year ratings and power rankings?
Oh, man, I'm all over it.
LaMelo Ball's now in the MVP rankings.
Man. Oh. And there's nothing ludicrous about it. Like,
roll out.
Fits.
Oh, boy.
Roll out. Ooh, that's a force.
At Safeway, they partner with trusted top-quality growers for hand-picked fruits and vegetables harvested at the peak of flavor from farm to you. Visit Safeway's produce department today and see how they are perfecting the art of fresh. We'll come back, and we will talk a little Warriors. Brian Scalabrine at 1:15. I got to get Guru's thoughts on what happened the other night in Phoenix. We'll be right back to talk about it. Yes, sir.
We're planning a trip to Spain later this year.
But our Spanish
is pretty bad. So we're using Babbel.
Babbel's conversation-based method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive, bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
There's no easier way to learn another language.
Ahora hablamos español.
He just said now we speak Spanish.
Babbel, language for life. Now try Babbel for free. Just go to Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Restrictions may apply. Plans and costs for coverage may vary. Call Protect My Car for details.
Look, money's tight for everyone right now. It's been a tough year, and you sure don't need to get hit with a big, unexpected bill. Like, what if your car breaks down right now? How are you paying the bill? If it's your transmission, that's over $3,000. Your engine, up to $6,000. Even minor repairs like your air conditioning can hit your wallet hard. Here's the good news. If you have a car, truck, or SUV that's $19.99 or newer, you can stop paying for repairs right now. That's right. With Protect My Car, when your car breaks down, we pay your repair bill for you. Just dial 800-279-2827 on your mobile phone now to get started. Protect My Car pays for repairs to your engine, transmission, air conditioning, suspension, and so much more. Dial 800-279-2827 and get your car protected before your next repair bill hits. Dial 800-279-2827 on your mobile phone right now and get free roadside assistance, free towing, free car rental, and free oil changes. Dial 800-279-2827 and never pay for car repairs again. Dial 800-279-2827.
Get help managing your money for the life and years ahead with Fidelity Income Planning. We'll look at what you've saved, what you'll need, and help you build a flexible plan for cash flow designed to last, so you can go from saving to living. Fidelity Brokerage Services, number NYSE SIPC.
Hey, it's Guru here to talk about a new sports movie, National Champions. It's about a Heisman Trophy winner who on the night before the national championship game starts a boycott until all student athletes are paid and all hell breaks loose. Executive produced by Russell Wilson, Mike Greenberg, Michael Smith, and Jamel Hill. National Champions is in theaters Friday, December 10th. Go to the contest page on 957thegame.com for your chance to win tickets to a screening of National Champions before it's released in theaters.
So how does the TradeMyHome.com program work? TradeMyHome.com buys your current home so you avoid the hassle and risk of selling and buying at the same time. You receive a guaranteed cash offer. You then find your dream home and make a cash offer and move on your schedule. If your current home sells for more than the guarantee, you get the extra cash. Call for a no-obligation appointment, 408-740-7400, or visit TradeMyHome.com. That's TradeMyHome.com.
The holidays may be a little different when it comes to how we shop and celebrate this year, but singles aren't letting it keep them from dating and finding the one. Local professional matchmaker Lisa Sizemore with It's Just Lunch San Francisco joins us with tips on how to find love. Lisa, is now the right time for singles to meet someone new?
Yes, 100%. This is one of the busiest times of year for us at It's Just Lunch, and traditionally singles feel this added pressure to find a partner for holiday gatherings and parties, and maybe even to find someone to kiss at the new year. But the pandemic is changing how people are celebrating this year, and I'm seeing more and more singles investing in themselves and definitely committing to finding the right partner.
What advice do you have for singles looking for love now?
Well, I love giving this advice because first off, people need to remain positive. It's so easy to get bogged down with the stress of everything that's happening in the world right now, but we're coaching our clients to look at this time of year as truly a fresh start. So practice by having a positive mindset and open yourself up to new possibilities. And when you're ready to go on a date, whether it's virtually or socially distanced or with a mask on, remember to keep conversations light. It's okay to talk about COVID-19 for sure. It's impacted all of our lives, but don't let that rule your conversation. Dating is supposed to be fun.
If there was ever a year we could use some extra love in our lives, this is it. Can It's Just Lunch help singles find that special someone to enjoy the holidays and ring in the new year with?
Definitely. We would love to help. You could gift yourself with a membership at It's Just Lunch, or you can even give the gift of love to somebody by purchasing them a membership. And at It's Just Lunch, our process is really geared towards helping busy people who want to spend their time dating instead of just searching. So we're offering coaching on everything, as to how to have a great conversation to also what to wear. So if you want that extra level of support, definitely give us a call. We're here. We'll make dating easy and also very fun.
For more information, visit itsjustlunchsanfrancisco.com or call 415-989-9818.
You're listening to KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, yeah. All righty. That's Spinone coming back with his baseball song, You're Out of Touch. Couple things. One, text line 888-957-9570. We're talking gumbo. We're talking jambalaya. We're talking etouffee. My man Drake from Mountain View wants to know best spots in the Bay Area for gumbo and or jambalaya.
I don't have that answer.
Southern cuisine.
Yeah.
Cajun cuisine.
Like if somebody says, hey, come over like we do for the Super Bowl, my wife's cooking gumbo, Steiny, but restaurant, I don't have it. I need help.
Well,
text line, help us.
Yeah, you're gonna get help from the text line. Hey, I mean, I chuckle, but it's not that funny. It's what's it called? Oh, when your ears are burning. Somebody's talking about you. How about this, Goo? Just came over. Pelican Zion Williamson experienced a slight delay in his rehab due to soreness in his injured foot.
Wow. Man.
So his return has been delayed.
Wow.
Zion Williamson, according to Sham Sharania, did not practice today. The soreness has persisted.
Oh.
Wow. Williams will
They're going to have to go back in the foot. I mean, it's Durant.
Yet.
They had
Not
to do
yet.
that for Durant in OKC, remember, Steiny?
It says no re-imaging has been scheduled yet, and Williamson will be dialed back. Before
That's got to be the
ramping
worst
back
news,
up.
though, right?
Well,
Because
for
he
him,
ain't looking light. He ain't looking like – I mean, man, I just hope he doesn't eat himself out the league, man. And that's not trying to be a comedian. Body can take so much.
Southern Comfort Chicken is getting a mention here. Okay. Angeline's in Berkeley. What else? Shout out to Creola in San Francisco. All right, there's three.
I like that.
There's three quick ones for you. Brian Scalabrine coming up in 10 minutes. Let's talk some Warriors basketball. But go ahead, Goo. Give me your thoughts on Tuesday's game with the Suns and the Warriors.
Again, my biggest takeaway is the Warriors have a foe. And some people not in the Bay Area listening may be like, what the hell is he talking about? The Warriors haven't made the offs in 2 years. Phoenix was just in the finals. But for so much of the summer, Steiny, I told you and Dibs and anybody that would listen, I felt like they got a scholarship to the finals. I felt like, the Lakers got hurt. I didn't respect them. And for them to be the first team to hold the Warriors under 100 points in the last 43 games, you got two wings at 6'6". You got JaVale McGee and Ayton. Let's talk about the improvement of DeAndre Ayton. Steiny, he is everything I want Wiseman to be. And if that was a fight, which it was, you have to go back to the drawing board being the Warriors like, we need James Wiseman if we play this team in April. They are complete. They got Bridges. I'll never say, because there is no such thing, a Curry stopper, but that was E equals MC squared. Put the 7'1" guy with the wingspan on the 6'3" guy who likes to shoot, and you'll get that. So now I'm just like, I can't wait for tomorrow with the adjustments. But one positive for the Warriors. Steiny, I mean this, and you're going to throw something. It won't reach me. Jordan Poole is on his way to being something special. That was 16 first quarter points. He's not scared. Is he a finished product? No. But I think he's the Clay Geico. Like, let's say Clay was only at 50 or 60, and obviously we're hoping it's 80 or 90 or 100. But if he's not, it's not over the levels this team can reach. I think he can fulfill that void, Steiny.
All right, let's get specific.
Okay.
Can they win a title with Jordan Poole starting in the backcourt with Steph Curry?
From what I've seen the first 22 games of this season, Matt Steinmetz, I'm going to say yes.
All right.
Now, I can be wrong, and I'm going to admit it, but I'm telling you, I wish I could have heard Fitz yesterday. I need a life. I thought about Fitz with you and JD yesterday. I couldn't listen, but was he excited? Because he's giving them a boost, Steiny, and a growth jump that I didn't see him, I didn't see it manifesting. So what if Wiseman can channel his inner, not be Wilt Chamberlain, but just the growth to protect the basket, change the shots. And Chris Paul, I'll never doubt you again in my life. Steiny, that was a maestro at the helm at Rucker Park with the spin moves and the middies. I mean, it was perfect. I can't wait for tomorrow. I know I didn't get you 80 things, but Phoenix is for real, and I disrespected them, and I'm sorry, Steiny.
Apology accepted. It's accepted. The Poorhouse Bistro in downtown San Jose. Delicious Cajun food. That's from T-Bone and Campbell. The Bywater by David Kinch in Los Gatos. Same owner, chef as Manresa, another big-time restaurant I've probably never been to. Let's see what else. Crawdaddy Restaurant or Boiling Crab in San Jose.
I've had the Boiling Crab.
Okay.
Real good, yeah.
Yard House Jambalaya is fire. I just want to catch every Cajun Crack in San Jose. Cross Station, San Francisco.
Ooh, I've been there.
Have you?
Gotta have chicken.
Do you?
Yeah, I had some of it. It was way back.
Right. Yeah. But how, there were two things we were talking about yesterday, which JD and I were talking about. And one is how much can Wiseman do against the Suns? Because that is let's face it, that's a championship level team.
Yes, it is.
And that game Tuesday had a lot of intensity. And the question is, can Wiseman play? Is he ready to play in games like that?
That's the $1 million answer, Steiny, and I'm hoping he is. But I'll say this, and I forgot to throw this in, Steiny. Just from a Warrior standpoint, one thing that bothered me about that game, and it's advantage Phoenix, regardless of what happens tomorrow, Devin Booker didn't play the second half, and they didn't skip a beat. That bothers me because Clay and Wiseman, if you're in Warriorville here, we don't know what we're going to get. We're being proactive. You think it's going to be positive, but for Phoenix to lose, and he was looking good, but for them to still not just, wilt, I'm like, man, they got gall, they got guts, and they got D. But Steiny, to answer your question, I mean, it's the Warriors coaching staff. It's up to them and what we haven't seen behind closed doors on what Wiseman can do. And it's just like Bridges. He had 2 points, but defensively he had 50 on how difficult he made it for Steph Curry. And 23 turnovers, you're not going to beat too many teams, Steiny, but I'm saying this to you and I mean it. And I ain't going, oh, man, this guy's Mr. Phoenix Sun now. I feel like Phoenix had a lot to do with those 23 turnovers. I feel like Phoenix had a lot to do with Steph being off. They made it hard.
They did. There were a lot of Warrior fans reluctant to give the Suns credit in that regard, but I thought they did a great job defensively. Can they do as good of a job tomorrow night? Probably not, to tell you the truth, because you can't do that to the Warriors and to Steph Curry every game. That's obvious.
Yeah.
Here's got a little news from Tom Pelissero. The NFL is suspending Antonio Brown for the next 3 games for violating the NFLPA COVID protocols. The NFL is also suspending Bucs safety Mike Edwards and free agent John Franklin III because they misrepresented their vaccination status. And that's in violation of protocols.
So he was trying to do the...
Of course he was.
Oh, wow, man.
That's kind of the lowest of the low. We talked about this when it happened. To me, if you're trying to buy a fake vaccine card, that's worse than just not getting it. I mean, that's worse. To me,
charges. That's like almost not a felony, but Steiny, it's something. Like, that ain't cool.
I know it's not cool.
Antonio Brown's not in the building today?
No, he's not going to be in the building for a few weeks, apparently.
Dude just can't catch a break, man.
Who can't?
That came out wrong. I'm
damn
just
right
saying
it did.
Not like they won Super Bowl last year or anything.
Right. And he got a touchdown. My point, Steiny, I think this is worse than Aaron Rodgers.
I do too. Although Rodgers just rubs me the wrong way these days. That's my issue with him, though.
He's the man, though, Steiny. I think he may be MVP favorite right now. Remember week 1, you were concerned about him? You and the whole world.
Not Kyler Murray?
He ain't played in 4 weeks. Right. Come back, Kyler.
Colt McCoy?
Yeah, look at you. Damn, AB, I can't defend you on this one, man.
No,
damn.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Anyway, 3-game suspension for Antonio Brown, who's not in the building right now. So, Warriors Suns tomorrow night. You can catch it all right here on 95.7 The Game. Tim Roy will be on the call. And, well, that's an ESPN game, too. Wow. Boy, the Lakers got flexed out of the ESPN game. Boy.
So, what do you...
No LeBron. Okay. There's no LeBron. Yeah. That's why.
Speaking of which, guys, because I was dealing with my own issues as I was trying to get back for you guys, who's LeBron to tweet that the league... How did you take that tweet like there's something fishy going on with his vaccination? Like if the league wanted to suspend one of their blockbuster... What did you... Like, come on, Bron, what are you thinking, dog?
I'm not even familiar with what the hell you're talking about. How about that?
He put out a tweet. So he's in COVID protocol.
Right.
He put out a tweet that something fishy was going on with him being in protocol.
Oh, okay.
And I go, if I'm the league and I'm Silver, I'm like, who does this dude think he is?
He thinks he's the league, and he thinks he's Silver.
Wow, man.
Seriously. I mean,
and
LeBron,
I got to be honest with you, Scotty, I'm wondering if he's really vaccinated. Like, why I should not care about that, but, like, is that the other domino about to fall here? Because we don't know if he is or not, but I'm just 10 games. He's going to be out 10 days.
Yeah, well, Lakers are in trouble. They're in trouble, Spadone. You know it.
Westbrook playing better, though.
He stinks. I'm sick of sticking up for that guy. Well, I can never stick up for him.
I'll tell you who stinks and is soft and needs to go see the Lion.
Hold on. Anthony Davis.
Woo, my goodness, Steiny.
I thought he had everything figured out in the bubble with no fans, no pressure.
Well, you got to have heart, man. He's out there lolly like he don't care. And then the other day he did say, I'm going to take initiative now that Bron's out. You used to be the face of the Pelicans. Steiny, he shouldn't be on that top 75 list. If I had a number 2 pencil, you know what's on top of it, an eraser. Get your
No top 75 for Anthony Davis for Guru. There you go. Yep. Adrian in Benicia says, I commend Wiggins for giving it a go. Yeah, I agree with that. Wiggins wasn't himself. Back to Wiggins. That. He wasn't himself on Tuesday.
But he gave it E for effort. You're right. That was you could tell. Back spasms. I never had him, Steiny, but you're right. That's a big one.
All right. Joining the show is Odyssey NBA insider Brian Scalabrine. Insider calls are presented by BetQL. Get access to data and insights the sportsbooks don't want you to see. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Brian Scalabrine joining us. Hey, Brian, how you doing, man?
I'm doing well. You guys?
We're doing great. Let's start with Tuesday's game between the Suns and the Warriors. I know you watched it. Just give me some of your thoughts on what you saw.
Well, the thing is, the Suns, I don't think they have a weakness. I don't think they're like great. When I use the word great, I'm talking like totally exceptional. How are you ever going to stop this one thing in particular? I don't think they're great at everything, but I think above average at everything as far as like guarding the ball, off the ball, rim protection with DeAndre Ayton. They move it, pass the ball well, shoot it from three. The role players, so they're a very good team. And to say that Steph Curry's going to do that over a course of a series, I can't imagine that. So I do think that if the Warriors were playing them in a playoff series, I'd probably take the Warriors. But I will say the Suns, just across the board, they just look like a really solid team right now. And I'm wondering, when the Warriors play them this Friday, I think we'll see probably a better example of what to expect from Golden State going into that game on Friday.
Scal, believe it or not, man, I apologize to everybody affiliated with the Suns. I disrespected them. I mean, you're right. They don't have a weakness. And if you look at the progress from the big guy, Ayton, I mean, you're a big. I've been telling Steiny I'm rooting for James Wiseman so bad, Scal. When he does debut this year, I know the world is cruel and we try to come up with, quick opinions, but how many games is it going to take for you or anybody to where it's okay to say, okay, he's took that next step? I mean, in the real basketball world, what are you looking for from James Wiseman to see if the improvement has taken place?
Yeah, so I don't know what was up with Kevon Looney the other day, but he just didn't look like he had that lift. And you need that athleticism. And the thing that you can argue whether you think James Wiseman is going to be the next this or the next that. The one thing you cannot argue is at that position, he's one of the most athletic guys in the league. So I just think having that athleticism, surround that with Draymond Green and all the things that Draymond does, I think it's going to be. I do think that those guys could be a pretty good combination. So I'm looking for James Wiseman maybe in a month, maybe 6 weeks, of playing, for him to completely go to another level. And I think he'll, just like how everybody else has benefited off from playing with Steph Curry, he'll benefit from playing off Steph Curry and playing with Draymond Green. But the biggest thing is, they need some more athleticism at that position. And I would say, from the Warriors' standpoint, that probably is their only weakness now. Wiseman could sort of shore that up when he comes back.
Yeah, because I think at times, Scal, the Warriors can look small. Draymond is a phenomenal defender, but there seemed to be times in that game where once Ayton got a little deep, not even Draymond can stop him when he gets that close to the basket.
Yeah, I agree, and I think that jump hook is money, and he has soft touch when he does it. So, yeah, I mean, if you had to say the Warriors and the one weakness that they have, I would say is probably rim protection or just having size in that restricted area. And Kevon Looney should be playing 15 minutes a night, maybe 18 minutes a night, playing as hard as he possibly can. So maybe Wiseman could help that and make that thing happen when he gets back. But it's going to be one of those things. Wiseman is not going to come back and beat David Robinson, in this probably not even this year. But I think for the Warriors, can he be a contributing player? Can his athleticism be next level when you're talking about going into a playoffs? But you're going to need to have Wiseman for all types of playoff runs when you're going to have a guy at the rim, guarding the rim.
Scal, this may sound crazy, and again, you're the NBA player, so the mindset. But I'm up here feeling like after that game, Phoenix won 2 games. And the reason I feel like they have house money tomorrow is Devin Booker, a big part of their offensive game, did not play the second half. He won't be out there tomorrow. But regardless of what happens, Phoenix can say, we beat you and he didn't play the second half. Yeah, we came to your building, but we didn't have him. Anything to that?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit, but I could say, so Devin Booker getting hurt would be like Steph Curry is not going to go 4 for 21. So I can't imagine what, like the one thing the Warriors, regardless of who, if Devin Booker plays, or doesn't play, maybe the Christmas Day game, they got to figure out how to get Mikal Bridges off of Steph Curry. So that's where I think the world wants to see this too. Is we obviously know what Steph can do, but Bridges did a phenomenal job against him, and the Suns did a phenomenal job. So we'll see if Curry goes off on their defense. Now all right, it was just a one-off. Whether if they score 120 and the Phoenix Suns, you're right, score 100, well, you can blame it on Booker, but the way the Warriors were shut down is, I think, what the Phoenix Suns are kind of holding their hat on, saying our defense is so legit. Mikal Bridges is so legit. He's the guy that's going to be, assigned Steph Curry. And if he does another thing like he did the other night, but by the way, he stops everybody he goes against. So this will be a big challenge for the Warriors and Curry to see how, they can free up Steph and let him go off, or at least take advantage of when they're putting 2 on him 30 feet from the basket.
Yeah, Scal, one thing that always gets me is, Curry went 4 for 21. It was his worst shooting game ever when he took 20 or more shots. And, there's always a contingent that says, well, he's just missing open shots. He's just missing. It had nothing to do with Phoenix. Well, that's ridiculous. But, I look at that game as, did Phoenix do a phenomenal job? Yeah. But, it was a kind of game where Curry would still usually go 7 or 8 for 21. Now, I don't think he could have gone 13 for 21 in that particular game because they defended him real well. But, he's not going to go 4 for 21 again.
No. I agree with that. But, Steph Curry can have 40, and it could be a tough 40. And we've seen Steph Curry have off nights, and he got wide open shot. This was not Steph Curry just having an off night. This was great defense, but he lives for this kind of stuff. Like, you guys know Steph. Yeah. This is why he plays basketball. He loves the challenges of this type of stuff. So he'll be licking his chops, waiting for Friday to happen. But I would say from a strategy standpoint, getting Iguodala back, getting Klay Thompson back. Like, the Warriors have a lot of growth to go to. It's not just the Phoenix Suns saying no Devin Booker. Like, these guys are going to be a lot better as well. And the one thing that we can say for certainty is it looks like these are the only 2 teams in the Western Conference. Forget the Utah Jazz right now, who's up and down. Forget the Lakers. I don't know what's going on there. Like, these 2 teams are so head and shoulders above everybody else. So if we got these 2 teams in the Western Conference Finals, no matter what happens tomorrow, what happens on Christmas, everybody's going to be like, man, this is must-see TV. This is the series that we all have to watch.
Scal, I agree. That was going to be my next question to you. But my other one is, I'm listening to you the other night called Boston Philly. I feel like I'm sitting right next to you. My man Doc Rivers, what play call was that? Why wouldn't you throw it to Embiid to win the game? You give it to Tobias Harris to dribble the clock out. Is that on Doc?
No, that play was designed. That play was designed to go inside. And Al Horford's smart. And you guys know, like, Draymond Green is smart too. He knew, Al Horford knew, Jaylen Brown is on Embiid right now. I don't care what happens. I'm not going to let this pass go. And that's why Al Horford, when do you ever see guys pressuring the ball with 4 seconds left? So Al Horford's next level intelligent. He started pressing Tobias Harris, and Tobias got nervous and started dribbling. But if you watch that play, that's exactly what Doc wanted. He wanted to switch. He wanted Embiid. Embiid would have got the catch with 3.5. They had a bunch of shooting on the perimeter, and he would have been one-on-one against Jaylen Brown. So that was on Tobias Harris. But and you guys see it all the time, like what Draymond Green does is pressuring the ball, high hands, deflections. Al Horford, not as good, but he does the same type of stuff with a high IQ.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Scal, thanks as always. Look forward to doing it again.
Sounds good. See you guys.
All right, that was Odyssey NBA insider Brian Scalabrine. All Odyssey Insider calls presented by BetQL. BetQL is here to help us make better bets through real proven analytics. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. All right, on the other side, I want to get into a little what Draymond Green said on his show, which dropped last night. I'll tell you what. This could be this guy. If he keeps doing a show every week, he's going to be making news every single week because what he has to say is always very fascinating. We'll talk about that on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
It was an incredible atmosphere, playoff like.
Gary Payton with a dunk, a left-hand hammer.
You know, it's the ones that you love to play in and you get up for.
Pass over to Shamit. to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Guru's back in the house. Well, he's not in the house. Well, he is in the house. That's like a Cam Inman right there. Well, yeah, no, yeah, oh, yeah, oh, no. Guru's with us. He's back, better than ever.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Yeah, he is. He's back. Couple things. Draymond Green has his own show on The Volume. It's the Draymond Green Show on The Volume.
Volume Network.
Oh, damn. Volume Network. You know what? I'm still going to do it. I'm still going to do what I'm going to do. Even though now you kind of make me not want to do it. But I'm going to do it. And I was going to say Evan and Spadone, I think Langford might have been in on this. Just a great job in turning this sound around in a timely manner. Great job, guys. Seriously. I could listen to Draymond Green talk about basketball all day long. So anyway, Draymond Green, the Draymond Green Show on the Volume Network. He had Andre Iguodala on, but that doesn't mean Iguodala's on the whole show. So I haven't even heard some of this stuff, Goo, but I want to play it and just, all right. Hey, man, I don't need to be scripted. I don't need scripts. I ain't Kyle Shanahan. I don't need 15 scripted plays. I can ad-lib with the best of them. Hopefully there's no profanity in here. I just kind of want to go through it because I love hearing Draymond talk hoops. This is Draymond Green from his show on the Volume Network, just about the game and the atmosphere in Phoenix on Tuesday.
The Warriors versus the Suns, which I guess people may have enjoyed it. I didn't quite enjoy it that much, but nonetheless, I did enjoy the atmosphere. It was an incredible atmosphere. It was playoff-like atmosphere, and it's the ones that you love to play in and you get up for. You know what? Phoenix is quietly, when they're good, it's a great arena to play in.
Speak on it.
Yeah.
How many times did you, Dibs, and myself talk about when they were playing Milwaukee? Hey, the crowd was crunk. That's what they say in the South, Steiny. It sounded like old Oracle. I appreciate that because it ain't. You turn on a Laker or a Clipper game or a King game, Steiny, it sounded like a funeral. But that was excellent, and it added to the game. Give me more of it.
No doubt. I mean, tell me if you believe what I'm going to say here. I feel like, let's say there are 9 games that night were on League Pass. I know it was a smaller schedule than that, but let's just say you're going through games on League Pass. I swear to God, if you go, you click and it's Denver versus Clippers, okay? Click. Atlanta versus Orlando, okay, click. You turned on Phoenix Warriors, you're thinking, this game looks a little different.
Wow.
Like, this game just looks a little bit different. It looks like it's just guys are into it a little more. So that was the cool thing for me, was when you have two teams. And look, they're two teams that have enough veteran players to realize that it's still November 30th, but they also have enough know-how and experience to realize this is a big regular season game. And so I thought both teams were ready to play. I don't think the Warriors played particularly well, but I think Phoenix had something to do with that. But I'll take that kind of intensity any day of the week.
I'm with you to the utmost. And what did Dre say before that game, Steiny? He wanted to break that damn streak. They wanted that streak. And I'm going to throw this to you. I don't know if you know this. The Warriors went 4.5 minutes in the fourth. They got a couple layups at the end, Steiny, but up into that juncture, the game was over. How do you go 4.5 minutes without a bucket? And you got the chef, you got Poole, but that's what I'm telling you. Outside of that, Iggy didn't play, but even then.
And Wiggins wasn't Wiggins. I think we have to acknowledge that.
Talk to me.
But then they didn't have Booker.
I haven't said that.
They didn't have Booker, so.
But that was good defense by
no doubt.
They're the second best defensive team in the league to the Warriors.
No doubt. Yeah, and what's funny is Phoenix may come in here on an 18-game winning streak tomorrow night.
Who they got tonight?
They got the Pistons.
Cade Cunningham, he put up numbers.
Yikes.
Yeah, exactly. So let me rephrase that. They're going to get another shot at it tomorrow. Phoenix are going to be coming in here with an 18-game winning streak.
Wow, man.
So,
I can't wait. I can't wait for tomorrow, Steiny.
All right, so that was Draymond Green on the atmosphere in Phoenix. How about the assessment of the game? I haven't heard this, but I'll tell you, it's like, I can tell you right now, it's about 50 seconds. It's Draymond talking about this game, and I'm looking forward to hearing it.
My assessments on the game, I think, number one, you got to give Phoenix a lot of credit. Their defense was very stellar last night. I think they did an incredible job on everybody, making it tough. They made the plays they needed to make down the stretch offensively. And then saying all of that, we were on the road with 24 turnovers, and yet with 2.5 minutes to go, I had a left-hand layup streaking down the middle of the floor with a chance to cut it to 1. And so in saying that, I love where we are still as a team. I'm not sure you will find a game where myself, Steph, and Wiggs will play worse than we played last night. And like I said, we still had a chance to win that game right down the stretch, 3 minutes to go.
All right, so good stuff there from Draymond. But I'm going to take a shot at Draymond, just to take a shot.
Because he took a shot at himself.
He took one shot at himself. He should have taken 2 shots at himself. Because not only did he miss the layup, he lingered in the backcourt to chirp at the official, and that led to the 3 from Crowder that made it a 6-point game. Because he said that could have cut it to 1 with about 2.5. I think it was 94-91. Draymond missed the layup. Tough layup. It wasn't a gimme. But he thought he got hit on it anyway. Here's what I can't understand from just fans of the game.
All right.
Draymond Green, the most competitive guy the Warriors have, just a fighter and a scratcher and a clawer, acknowledges that the Phoenix defense was phenomenal and that they did a great job against the Warriors and against Curry. Why do people just insist that it had nothing to do, some people, that it had nothing to do with Steph's shooting night? I mean, what
is that out there?
Yes.
I've been down.
So many. Oh God!
Send people my way.
You got people on Twitter saying,
"Stop it!
Look, these are open shots." We had a lot of texters texting in and saying, Steph, Phoenix had nothing to do with Steph shooting the ball poorly, and I'm like, what?
That bothers me.
What's the point?
Dre didn't do that. Yeah,
that's what I mean. I mean, Draymond Green doesn't even acknowledge something so.
And I'll tell
fraudulent.
You this, Steiny. I'll tell you this. I'm showing you my notes. My notes are being truthful.
Hey, by the way, I got a new notebook too. Let me show it to you real quick.
Is it black?
Yeah, it's black rhodia.
Where do you find that out? Wow.
You can find a lot on the internet. Yeah.
The rat on the table, first one of the show, Steiny. Phoenix was they were making Curry work with some action on defense.
That's right.
So them legs were like a boxer's legs. Like a lot of remember I called a lot of teams dumb? Phoenix was like, boy, you about to use some of that juice on the defensive end, Steiny. And I felt like that's why he missed some of those shots. But if that's going around, that ain't cool, man. You gotta tip your cap to Phoenix. And tomorrow I expect if Steph were to get 40 or 50, I wouldn't be surprised, Steiny, but I will be interested to see if this Bridges thing and the fact that they looked at Curry like, we're about to make you work. And that's what they did.
They did make him work, and that's what you always have to do against the great offensive players. Try to keep them occupied on the defensive end. It's why Larry Bird guarded Kurt Rambis instead of James Worthy. You know what I mean? It's why Larry Bird wasn't anywhere near Dominique Wilkins the day that both he and Bird had 25 in the fourth quarter. You know what I'm saying? So deep,
like the gym.
You know what?
Yeah.
Cut this, Spadone, because I know we use the size matters. That's why defense matters. All right, defense matters. And what's wrong with giving?
Matters.
Yeah, that baby Fitz. You know what else? Even Fitz said that Phoenix deserved to win that ball game.
Oh, did he say that?
Yeah.
Steiny? Well, there it is, right there. Dre and Fitz.
That's stupid.
man,
don't say that again.
I'll say this. you look at Looney and we don't appreciate him at times, but when Looney is equal size, he can be a beast. But when he's given inches, Steiny, that's when you're like, hey, we need something else. If there was a sequence, I got the game on now. It's 50-50, 3 minutes left in the first half. Looney got the ball down low, went up. It kind of reminded me of who was the New York Knicks going up against Jordan Pippen. And
Charles
they kept
Smith.
blocking it. Charles Smith. And it was like, it ain't bad, Looney, but they got the size advantage, and the Warriors did convert. And I'm like, that's what you need from James Wiseman, Steiny. I can't wait to see if he's made strides when he comes back.
I mean, I'm getting less and less not anxious, but my enthusiasm's waning a little bit as it relates to Wiseman. And here's why. I just don't want to expect too much from that kid too soon. And I think one of the worst things that could happen is when Wiseman comes back, we expect him to be a positive right off the bat. I think he's going to have some struggles. JD and I talked about this a lot yesterday. Do I think he can help? I absolutely think he can help. Okay. Right. But it's not going to come easy. But we're going to get to something Iguodala said about Wiseman that's right up this alley. But here's so let me ask you this, because we've asked this question. Hey, Goo, when Klay comes back, whose minutes are going to take a hit, do you think?
I got to believe Poole.
Okay, here's Draymond Green.
What I do know is, and I don't know this because someone's told me, I know this because I'm not an idiot, whether Jordan's coming off the bench or starting, he's going to play 30 minutes a night. And so that's going to remain constant regardless.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I took note of that. I absolutely took note of that.
It ain't going to be him, dude. It ain't JP.
Yeah, so in other words, Jordan Poole's not going to have to pull a Magic Johnson. Ain't going to be here. You know what I'm saying? Jordan Poole, according to Draymond Green, maybe he won't make sacrifices. I shouldn't say make sacrifices. Maybe he won't have to sacrifice minutes when Klay comes back. And if Jordan Poole's minutes don't really go down when Klay comes back, that tells me that Kerr's a little concerned about scoring. Because I think he's been mostly focusing on defense this season. I mean, the Warriors are a great defensive team, and the obvious question I have is, if you're playing Poole 30 and Klay's back, can a team that's playing Curry 35 minutes, Poole 30, and Klay 25 coming off an injury, can that still be a really, really good defensive team? Wow. That's what we're going to have to find out. What do you think?
Well, no, I love that, and I'll say this. Just hearing Draymond say that, and to think about it, Steiny, the only other option would be Looney. And I tweeted this out the other night. Didn't get a lot of traction like a lot of my tweets, Steiny. But the new depth lineup, could we see Looney not start, and it'd be Wiggins, Poole, Draymond, Steph, and Klay? I think that's where we're headed when Klay ramps up. How else are his minutes not, talking about Poole, going to go? Could we see him start?
Who, Poole?
Yes.
I don't think we're going to see him start. But just like the Warriors' quote-unquote death lineup, it's the one they used at the end of the game. So if you're saying last 6 minutes of a game, you're going with Curry, Poole, Klay, Wiggins, Draymond.
Gosh. Oh, man.
Oh, man, what?
4 dudes that can hit the right. I know it ain't a 3-point guard.
Right.
If people can see your look, right. Then you got Dre at the 5, Steiny. I'm just saying.
But you
got offense.
But the finishing lineup for the Warriors in their heyday was a defensive finishing lineup. They were great offensively, don't get me wrong, but I don't know if that fivesome that you just mentioned is as good defensively. Maybe they don't have to be. Let's go to Austin. Austin's in San Jose. What's going on, Austin?
Hey, Guru, my man. Welcome back, man. I missed you.
Thank you.
Had some good conversations with your boys, and I chastised Steiny a little bit yesterday, so I want to come back, defend myself. Not myself, but for some of the other callers, too, that I just said yesterday, the Phoenix game, they got one. So what? I mean, Curry had a bad game. Mm-hmm. Let's give Phoenix some credit. Okay. Let's not get carried away. I mean, Steph's had a lot of rough games. Listen, I'm taking the Wardell any day of the week to come back and be strong. And by the way, every year we get crazy about Chris Paul. What happens to him in the playoffs? What's he ever won? He won He finally got a division conference championship last year. Every year he fades. So why is everybody getting worked up about Phoenix and Chris Paul? Here we go again. Guess what's going to happen in the playoffs? You know what's coming. The Warriors are going to kick their butts again. So I'm not worried. Let's give them their flowers, but let's not get carried away, guys.
All right, Austin. Well, that's a little more conciliatory than yesterday.
Oh, he got at you. Yes.
Oh, good.
I was asleep, Steiny. Yeah.
Austin at least said, all right, we'll give him a little credit. I think yesterday it was like, don't give them any credit at all. So he's come up a little bit, Austin.
Well, let me say something to got people like Austin, Steiny. I mean, if we're being real, Phoenix ain't got to jump nowhere. They represented the Western Conference in the finals.
That's right.
And what's concerning me about the Warriors is, as much as I love it, give me another comp to where you go to a team, forget the reasons, goes 2 years without making the offs, and then gets to the finals. I'm not saying they can't reach those heights. So, Austin, the CP3 thing, your boy's got something left in the tank because I was the one holding the flag saying he was done. Steiny, he closed that game like a conductor on the best and biggest train we got going in the States. I mean, it was like he ain't turning it over. He's going to make the right pass or he may score. That's how he was in his bag.
Yeah, he was great. He was great. But I do agree with you. It's almost like people are giving the Suns an asterisk for last year getting into the finals. And I don't understand that at all. The other thing I was thinking about, and listen, it's nuanced, and I'm not saying it's going to be a factor. But, okay, the Warriors have 5 championship players. We know who they are: Looney, Iguodala, Steph, Clay, and Draymond. Outside of those 5 guys, they've got a lot of players on this team that have not been to the playoffs or have done very, very little in the playoffs. Wiggins has only been in one 5-game series.
Against the Rockets.
Bielitsa has only been in 2 series as a bit player. Otto Porter's the outlier. He's played a bunch of...
I like him, Steiny.
Yeah, he's been great.
Like him.
But what I'm getting at is the Suns have already been to the finals.
Talk to me.
Cam Payne has been to the finals. Cam Johnson has been to the finals. All right, Bridges, young player, he's been to the finals. Well, you know what? Juan Toscano-Anderson hasn't. In fact, he hasn't sniffed the playoffs. Poole's never been to the playoffs. GP2 has never been to the playoffs.
You're right,
Damian Lee has never been to the playoffs. So that's where I think you can't disrespect Phoenix because they have been there. Now, I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, and I don't know what's going to happen down the line. And Austin, if it'll make you feel any better, which probably won't, but you're right. I mean, Curry's going to be fine. I think if you ask me right now if I could take any player in the league, I think I might take Curry. Either him or Giannis at this point.
I'm with you.
I'd probably take Giannis because he's a lot younger. But there's absolutely no doubt that the level that Steph's playing at, it kind of feels, it almost feels like he's impacting the game more than he has in the past. As much as crazy as that may sound. And I'm not just talking about the points. I'm talking about the other stuff.
I'm with you in everything that you just talked about. How much does he, along with Dre and Clay, sprinkle the others and make up verbally? You know, when they have talks about what it's like to get that experience. And maybe there are no words that can help you with that, Steiny, until you actually go through it. But I do think 3 guys that have the track record that the big, the Splash Brothers and Dre have, like, that's going to help the other guys. I got 2 things. When you talk about coaching, Steiny, I don't think I need you to answer this. When Monty Williams got that technical in a game of that magnitude and as close as it was because he assumed that Kerr was going to call a timeout, had that cost him, and let's just say they lost by a point, You look me right now, Steiny, in the face and tell me, Goo, I've seen that before. I have never seen that. And I'm like, what would you have addressed your team with, Steiny? I walked out there, y'all, because I thought the coach was going to call a timeout, and he went Phil Jackson on me. That was bad.
It was, it was a mistake.
Oh.
But I'm not one of those guys who says, like, if Steph Curry hits a 70-footer right before halftime to give the Warriors a 3-point lead, and they win the game by 2, like, I don't say the Warriors would have lost if Curry would have missed that 3 before half. I'm a believer in that everything changes after one thing changes.
But have you seen that before? I hadn't seen that.
I have not seen that either.
Okay.
And
I'm like, I can't recall that ever. Like,
right.
And he was out there.
All right, this is bothering me. The 510, he's done it again, too, because I've researched this 3 times. Steiny, you're wrong. Damian Lee has played in the finals. 2019, dude. No, he didn't play in those finals, Chief. Damian Lee's not played in the postseason. I'm on Basketball Reference right now, triple checking. So get your facts right and get back to me.
So who would he have played? Who was in the 19? I should know this, Steiny.
Was he thinking of Quinn Cook?
Probably. Or he's thinking of McCaw the year before when McCaw was with the Warriors, maybe? I don't know. But, no, he didn't.
Dude, this game won't get erased for a while. Well, tomorrow they play.
Well, that's a good. You know what? And I'm glad they play tomorrow. I'm glad they play tomorrow because, the way I feel is if Phoenix goes into the Chase Center tomorrow and wins without Booker, then I think you can say, okay, well, the Warriors have some work to do. But if the Warriors handle their business tomorrow, then what it tells me is, hey, we got 2 good teams here, and they may be the 2 best teams in the Western Conference, and we may just have seen a preview of the Western Conference Finals. But I will say this, and I say this to JD, I got to allow for Utah getting better, okay? Over the course of the season.
But outside of that, Steiny, this nothing is slim pickings.
I mean,
Dallas,
you're kind of reaching. I don't know. Is Jamal Murray going to come back this year? I don't know. What's Kawhi's status?
For 500. Yeah, you're right.
Well, that's because That's because Minnesota's got one of the best coaches in the league.
What's your boy's name?
Chris Finch.
Yeah, look at you.
Yeah, that's right. Look at him. That's right.
Where's he from?
He's from Reading, Pennsylvania. Mm-hmm.
Hey, I know we're up against this, Johnny. Yeah. We always talk about Chase and the soul of it. And obviously, up until Clay comes back, but Clay's not an option in this exercise. Outside of the Memphis game, the play-in game, which was not a playoff game, it was a play-in game. This might be the biggest game in the regular season at Chase Center, right? Just for what it's worth. I mean, you got to extract revenge. Kevin Costner, great movie. But, like regular season, I think this is it, Steiny.
You might be right. I can't think of one.
And that's not a good thing, right?
I can't. I can't think of one offhand. I mean, the one that came to mind obviously was
game against
was
Houston
Memphis,
where they won. Yeah.
Well, if that was the biggest game, it sure ain't. Sure ain't now.
Yeah. Steph was hurt.
888-957-9570. You want to jump into the conversation about the Golden State Warriors or react to anything that Draymond Green said about Jordan Poole? His playing time's not going anywhere. The playoff atmosphere in Phoenix, or Draymond Green giving the Phoenix Suns their flowers, as people like to say. We also got some more Draymond Green sound. And for those of you wondering about James Wiseman, what his deal is when he's going to come back, I can tell you who's going to help him become a factor as the second half of the season starts to come around. It's all sponsored by Lazy Dog Restaurant. Oh, he stinks.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Guru back. 1 hour to go. Kalena Azubuike coming up at 2:30. You can hear him with Bob Fitzgerald tomorrow night. NBC Sports Bay Area. Talking about the Warriors. 18-3. Playing damn good basketball.
Man,
that's a damn good package. It is. 925 says, hey, is it just me or did anyone else feel like Draymond Green had his worst game of the season? Give the Suns credit defense, sure, for limiting Curry, but Green was also majorly affected and played super sloppy. Yeah, I mean, that's the one thing Draymond said when he was assessing the game. He did say he was bad. He said he'd not play well, and he said it's going to be hard to find a game where he and Wiggins and Curry play as badly as they did. So, yeah, 925, I think you're onto something there. I don't think Draymond Green was happy with the way he played.
Not at all.
I didn't think he was terrible. I just didn't notice him as much as I normally do, or you normally do.
Right, because they had everything: speed, size, wingspan. Steiny always try to liken, all the sports together. And the Warriors threw an interception. Help me out.
Are you okay?
Help me out.
What happened?
Look.
Okay. You want me to take
I'm
a call?
battling, Steiny, yeah, right. All right, I'm all right now. But if they threw an interception, it was a pick six. Bridges played the passing lane because the Warriors just took for granted, I can make this pass at the top of the key, and Bridges was like, give me that, went in for a layup. And Draymond, the word he used, Steiny, crisp. They got to be more crisp with everything because Phoenix is the Warriors. Like, they were looking at themselves defensively.
Yeah, and what Steve Kerr, I forget the series he said it in the past when everybody was saying defenses were holding Steph when he was off the ball. And kind of rather than complaining about it, Steve Kerr said, well, there's one way to attack that, and that's to cut with more purpose and to cut harder and to make more decisive moves. So I look for something like that to happen too. All right, and this next call, and it's from one of our guys, it's from Telmo, but the comments under Telmo are that you and I are overreacting about one game. This is going to be an interesting call, Telmo, because I'm going to push back. What's up, buddy?
Well, I think, not so much to pair you, but, Guru, I love Guru. I love his passion, his intensity. But Guru is like the epitome of the sensationalist sports fan. And I know he hates it when people say he flops back and forth in this because he just says he adjusts his opinion. But this is one game. Granted, Phoenix played well. They played better than the Warriors. Can't take that away. But what if the Warriors come out and just beat the socks off of Phoenix the next two games that they play them? What's the narrative there? Because from my perspective was like, how many games do you get where you have a minus 10 turnover ratio versus the other team, which we know the Warriors just when they get over 20 or more turnovers a game, their winning percentage goes way down. So how many games do you know that the Warriors have with 23 turnovers where Steph Curry also shoots about 30% or maybe even less that game from the field, that they're still in the game,
right?
One or two possessions towards the end of the game, and that's with Draymond having a bad game. Iguodala was out, so I'm like, look, Phoenix did enough to beat them, but I don't think in a 7-game series, those two teams that we saw on the court, and throw Devin Booker into the mix, but bring Klay Thompson back, that the Warriors can't beat a team like Phoenix in a 7-game series.
Sure they can. Oh, Telmo, they absolutely can.
Telmo,
thanks for the call, Telmo. You're the man.
And I got
I'm not really overreacting. I'm not saying Phoenix is the team to beat. What have I said? These are the two best teams in the West, I think, and I don't think anybody really would take exception to that. And there were, Steph didn't shoot well. Part of it was defense. Part of it was he had a bad game. Draymond was more ineffectual than he's been. Part of it was I'm not saying the Warriors are done, and this is a team they can't beat. I'm not saying that at all. But what I am saying is, you know what? Keep an eye on Phoenix. Don't, I get it. Nobody's saying Phoenix is the best team in the NBA and they're going to win it without losing a game. But also, don't dismiss what they did as nothing. That's all. That's what I would say.
Steiny, and I'm coming back. You're throwing me the loop. And Telmo, we love you. But not one of us said Phoenix was the team to beat solely on the result and outcome of this game. I went Julia Roberts because I put the Warriors on a pedestal in a league of their own. I thought they were by themselves. So this was more about Phoenix and me disrespecting what Phoenix has done, not just this year, Steiny, last year. So when you look at how bad the Warriors played and Phoenix not having Devin Booker, that was impressive. And Telmo, moving forward, this is going to be a 15-round bout. And I'm not saying the Warriors by no stretch can't beat Phoenix, but Steiny, I put Phoenix next to the Warriors when before I was telling you, again, has a team ever made that jump from no ops for 2 years to the top?
Well, yeah,
but now I'm
Phoenix.
putting Phoenix in the Warriors category. But you know what it is? I'm putting the Warriors in Phoenix's category because Phoenix was in the finals last year.
Well, Phoenix is one of those teams you're talking about. They missed the playoffs for a few years
in the West.
And
well, okay, talk to me right there.
Well, Phoenix didn't make the playoffs in the bubble season, and then last year they made it to the final. So it's, that's kind of their ascension. Obviously, Chris Paul had a lot to do with it. Sam's in Sonoma. What's going on, Sam? How you doing, man?
Hey, Steiny. I kind of agree with that last caller. I think you were giving Phoenix a little too much credit the other night. First of all, Curry played a crappy game, and I contend that even if Curry played just a good game, they would have won that game. So I'm not saying the Suns are not a really good team. They are, and their defense was great last night. But I don't know. I think Curry plays a good game. The Warriors win that one.
I agree, Sam. But one of the reasons he didn't play a good game was because of their defense.
Right.
Now, here's what I want to say, too, about this. By the way, Gina Davis, League of Their Own, not Julia Roberts.
I thought she was in it.
And Madonna.
Gina Davis, Tom Hanks, Madonna. Mm-hmm.
No,
there's no crying in baseball.
Felt good off the top. Her and Gina Davis favor each other, but go ahead, Steiny. My bad.
All right. One of the reasons, like I get it, people can say, well, Curry had a bad game. Well, that's one of the reasons this is something that's in a way got to be talked about. He had the worst shooting night of his career when he takes 20 or more shots. Yeah. So that's a bit. Now, if you just want to, is it an anomaly? Yes, of course it's an anomaly. But that doesn't mean there wasn't some reasons behind it. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Steiny, and if you know basketball, there's no way you can be blinded by what you think you saw. And I've said it to you when the show started. I expect Curry to have 35 or 40 or 50. I wouldn't be surprised. And I'll tell you what, partner, let's just say Steph struggles again. That's still only 8 quarters for us to not go Della Vadova. Nobody's doing that. What I'm doing is reacting to what I saw and how long I've robbed Phoenix of their defensive prowess. And it's bigger than the Warriors in this instance, Steiny. They were doing it all the way to the NBA Finals last year. And I just, for whatever reason, I wasn't giving them their props. But I'm not saying by any stretch, or we are, hey, they're the Warrior stoppers. I'm just pointing out that they got 2 wings that are 6'6". They got a 7-foot. If they got Ayton down there, that feels like he's an 8-foot monster. And what about JaVale McGee? Lo and behold, coming in there, down there, dropping them in. Steiny, they got size, so they're a good defensive team. That's all.
All right, so here's kind of what I mean about
I can't get the text line.
Curry.
You
don't need it. You don't need it. I'm just bringing this up to bring it up. You look at Curry in the 2016 NBA Finals. Here's what he shot against Cleveland. He was 4 for 15, okay? Then in Game 2, they won that game. In Game 2, he was 7 for 11.
Okay.
Nice. 6 for 13. Okay, it's a 2-1 series now. In Game 4, he's 11 for 25. Game 6, he's 8 for 21. Game 6, he's 8 for 20. And Game 7, he's 6 for 19. All right. So in that series, he has one game where he shoots over 50%. Are you telling me that Cleveland's defense had nothing to do with that, but for 6 of 7 games, Steph Curry was just not quite making shots? Or he got the same shots he got all year long, he just missed them for those 6 games against, get out of here. Defense matters. And it doesn't mean that Curry couldn't, here's the other thing. If Steph Curry comes out tonight and gets 39, all right, 13 for 19, it's of course he got 39. He's a great player. But guess what? Phoenix shut him down one game, and then Curry got his one game. And maybe if they play the third time, Curry will be 7 for 22, and we'll say, now that's 2 out of 3. It's not about, nobody's going to shut Curry down 100% of the time. But can they do what they did Tuesday a few more times if they have to in a series against the Warriors or in further games against the Warriors? That's all.
And I'll go back to 16 with Cleveland and those stats, Steiny. It's just who I am as a person, my being. I won't say it was one somebody, but I'll say it was collectively. You have to tip your cap to the Cavs, and that's just what comes with the territory when you spout off those numbers. That's just what it is, man. And I'm not saying there's no Curry stopper, because there's not. I'm just reacting to those games. 8 for 20 and 8 for 21? Wow. I'm saying the defense had something to do with that.
Of course,
and there's nothing wrong with it. Where we're going, Steiny, where we're going is, and I'm not mad because fan is short for fanatic, but the Warriors, to me, I had them just by themselves, and now they have an adversary. And right now, that foe and adversary is the Phoenix Suns. And Phoenix, on the other hand, could be like, Steph Curry ain't played a meaningful playoff series in 2 effing years. How y'all putting him in our category just after 23 games? But I'm doing that because I'm going off of what we've seen in the resume. But I think people are getting mad that we're putting Phoenix, just dare we say, up in the Warriors class.
Well, they're both 18-3.
Yeah.
I mean,
and one's beating the other.
I mean,
one's beating the other. Stein.
Where's my guy who just put it succinctly? 707. You can't win 17 games and call it a fluke.
That's all.
They've won 17 games in a row.
After getting to the finals.
I'm gonna make Warrior fans excited about James Wiseman. In fact, when I heard this, I thought, interesting. This is Andre Iguodala from Draymond Green's show on the Volume Network. This will get you. This is what I wanted it here, to tell you the truth.
Stepping stone for Wiseman is simplifying the game of basketball, and once you simplify it, that's when everything else opens up. Instead of trying to do everything at one time, it's like a startup. You got to focus on one little thing and then grow out from there. So I told Juan in the second quarter, I'm like, bro, we have so far to go, and we're still one of the best teams, top 2-3 teams in the league. It's scary, but it's not given. We got to go get it. So
keep it simple for Wiseman.
But what he was saying, Steiny, is what Barber, I don't need them, but enhancements. The Warriors got 2 enhancements coming, in Wiseman and Clay. And there's going to be, Steiny, when I say Wiseman to you, I wish I could just draw or write poetry on what I envision him being. It's not him getting 30 or him being Shaq. It's him doing what DeAndre Ayton was doing to the Warriors. And maybe he can't do that this year, and I'd be a bit disappointed. But Steiny, just give me Steiny, 12 and 8. What was it?
No, I don't like 12 that. And you know what? I can't stand those numbers.
But he did that when he was raw.
Right, and the games meant nothing. The games meant nothing. And they catered to him. They fed him. They spoon-fed him. They gave him everything he wanted. It's not about him doing what Ayton does. It's can he stop Ayton from doing as much as Ayton did. It's not. It's just a handful of plays we're talking about with Wiseman, or it's just can he? When he's in his 12 minutes, can he make Ayton? Can he neutralize Ayton for 12 minutes where he doesn't hurt him? So now Ayton's playing 32 minutes, but guess what? For 12 or 15, he didn't really hurt us that much. So
Steiny, you can't teach 7-1. And I hear what you're saying, but if Wiseman went to guard Ayton and just put his hands up, and if his lower extremity, if he's gotten stronger in the ass, just put his hands up. That's all I'm asking you to do on one possession. That alone is something nobody else on this team can duplicate because you got the size, you got the gifts from the basketball gods. So if he can just be strong in doing that, and maybe the shot goes in, but making it difficult, Looney can't do that.
Right.
The JTA can't, Draymond can't do it. That's what I'm hoping Wiseman has grown in and can help this team that way.
Yeah. I think the most important thing is, can Wiseman help him by the end of the season?
Right.
Can we get a role for Wiseman by the? Well, that's what he's going to need. He's going to miss half the year. He's not coming back till January at the earliest.
Yeah, I'm blown away at that timetable.
Yeah.
And can I ask you about Iggy? When's he going to play against Steiny?
He's got some soreness. Right knee soreness.
He's got what?
Right knee soreness. Vegas Rob's in Las Vegas, of course. What's up, Vegas?
LV.
What's up, Steiny, man? I talked to y'all yesterday. My phone hung up, but I don't want to give Phoenix props, man, because this is my reason why. Because we're not at full throttle. Like, we haven't been at full throttle. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna use what y'all said against. What y'all saying? They shut Steph down, okay? And y'all at full capacity, and y'all only won by 8. Y'all was in the playoffs. Y'all was in the finals last year. You beating the Hawks.
All right, Vegas, that phone.
Yeah,
God, your phone's killing us.
It sounded robotic.
I hear what you're saying. And
but they won. Hold on, and I ain't Phoenix Daryl. They won the second half. Booker did not play.
Yeah.
You got to give that point to Phoenix.
And
I thought it was over, Steiny. I said, oh no. And when are they going to get the buckets?
And Vegas Rob, if that's the avenue you're going to go down.
Yeah.
Well, then the Warriors better win tomorrow when Devin Booker doesn't come in here, right? But Vegas, you got to get a new phone. By the way, the Draymond Green podcast, you can find the podcast on the iHeart Podcast Network. All right, let's do one more. It's Draymond on Kuminga.
Let's hear.
Why? Because all right, we'll do Kuminga. Is he really going to be a factor this year? Well, let's just listen to Draymond.
One of the things that I've been trying to do is, when dealing with JK, view him more as my child than my brother. View him more as a younger brother than a brother that I'm going to hang with, that I grew up with.
All right, so Draymond's got a lot of love for Kuminga.
Yeah. You got to be a bad dude to say that, Steiny. I look at Steiny as my child, but I know it was a term of endearment, but you got to be the sheriff to say that.
No doubt. I mean, it's, if you were to ask me which young player I'm most intrigued with the Warriors, it's Kuminga more than Wiseman to me.
Wow.
But that doesn't mean I think Wiseman's not going to be any good. There's something about Kuminga I like.
I got a trade proposal just floating around I want to hit you with after the break. You tell me, would you do it? You probably didn't seen it, huh?
I probably saw it and probably snorted at it.
Sabonis for Moody, Kuminga, and Wiseman. No, who's not doing that one?
I wouldn't do that if I were the Warriors.
No, that's what I said.
Hell no. You're giving up your 3 20-year-olds essentially for
basically
for Sabonis,
who don't finish by the basket in crunch time.
Is it for his dad? Is it for Arvidas? Then I might do it. Domantas? I'm out.
So you're telling me
I am.
If Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, Andrew Wiggins, and then you add Domantas Sabonis in there, that's not the title favorites right now.
Oh, not. Wow. Did I say
put
that?
Put it like that, Spadoni.
I don't.
The goal is to win a title. Why not do it?
Because that's too much. It's just too much.
He's only 25.
For the future,
He's only 25, so it's not like they're getting some old guy.
All right, I got to be honest. I'm not a huge fan of Sabonis, believe it or not. I think he's a little bit of a hollow numbers guy.
You know, he's soft, Steiny?
I don't know if it's soft, but
when you say hollow,
17.5 points, 12 rebounds a game.
Well, okay, how many assists?
4 assists a game.
Okay, here's who he reminds me of. Not as a player. Not as a player.
56%.
Not as a player. But here's who his reputation reminds me of. Kevin Love back in the day. Oh, Kevin Love, he's a superstar. Kevin Love, one of the top 5 players. Kevin Love, 25 and 14 for Minnesota. Kevin Love, okay. How good was Kevin Love really?
Wow.
When it really got down to it, and he's playing in big boy games, it was okay.
The Warriors wouldn't have the dynasty they have now had they had shipped Klay off.
Think about that.
Man.
It's true, but Kevin Love also never took the Timberwolves as the best player on the team to the playoffs. Sabonis has done that with the Pacers a couple times.
Spadoni, that starting
but that's ignoring ignoring some of the players on Indiana. Malcolm Brogdon's pretty good. I like Miles Turner a little bit. Scooter's in Danville. What's up, Scooter? Miles Turner, he's a jackass. All right. What's up, Scoot?
Hey, guys, how's it going?
Going well, man.
All right.
Can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely.
I've just been listening and had a few things that I was curious on your opinion about CP3 and Steph and the differences that they both bring to the court. And so one of the things that I thought was evident is, and Guru just said about how the defense affected him. Steph was affected by that defense, but the whole team was actually affected. If you look at the way the Warriors play and the movement of the ball and the movement of the players, that all got disrupted by Phoenix's defense. So that's why I think it had such an impact on the team. But the other thing that's interesting is when Steph gets shut down from his shooting, he doesn't really have an outlet to become an assist point guard because he's a scoring point guard. And CP3 has more of an assist point guard mentality that can also score. So I think that that's an interesting difference between those two types of players that has to be exploited when those two teams play each other. Just wondering what you're thinking.
I think you're right on the money. And I think there's strengths and I think there's drawbacks and pluses to each. Like, okay, Chris Paul has the ball in his hands more than Steph Curry. And Chris Paul doesn't turn the ball over. So if he's got the ball in his hands a lot, probably Phoenix isn't going to turn it over a lot. So when I look at the Warriors, well, Steph doesn't have the ball as much, so he's not in control of the Warriors' offense. But here's what I said to JD yesterday, kind of along this line. So I'm looking at this game, and the Warriors had 23 turnovers.
That's a lot.
Steph had 2. Only 2 turnovers. He also only had 2 assists. All right. What does that tell you? It tells you he couldn't get the ball. They couldn't get the ball to him like they wanted. That's what it tells me. And it also tells me that either Steph wasn't in a position to make plays for others, or Phoenix made it far more difficult for him to make plays for others. But when is the last time the Warriors had 23 turnovers, but Curry wasn't a part of those turnovers? That's why the game was a little wonky, if you know what I mean.
You know what? I love the word, but Steiny, I guess, and it's not you, how could it be anything other than the defensive pressure by the Suns? Like, why can't that be the reason? And I don't have why did Curry only have 2? Because he was focused, but they didn't meet or expect that intensity from Phoenix. And I just feel like if anybody's looking at or trying to say there's some other reasons why, then you're hating or not giving the Suns defense that much credit. But I'm going to say this about Chris Paul, and I'll let you go, Steiny. The biggest compliment or attribute I give Chris Paul that nobody else will is the fact that he had a less talented Houston team up 3-2 on a Golden State Warrior team that had Kevin Durant. I will never forget that. And for him to pull that hammy or whatever happened, with the lower extremity, it was almost basketball cruelty that he couldn't play in that Game 6, Steiny. But when I always want to diss Chris Paul like I have for so long, he had that Rocket team up 3-2. And then, his body gave out. But he's a bad man.
He's a great player. Chris Paul's a great player.
I'm still doubting that dude.
He's still a great player. I mean,
he was just in the finals. I'm just saying.
408, and I'm taking it out on this one.
I can't see it.
408 says, ball denial, not talked about enough. Correct.
Wow.
Correct. They made it hard for Steph to get the ball. Doesn't mean he couldn't get it all. Just made it a little hard. Kalena Azubuike coming up next. Hey, find a career with great benefits and work-life balance and do what you love. AC Transit is hiring journey-level mechanics and service employees. Join their East Bay team to maintain AC Transit's fleet of buses. Apply today at actransit.org/careers.
It was an incredible...
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, welcome back. Joining us, you can hear him on Warrior broadcasts on NBC Sports Bay Area, along with Bob Fitzgerald. Let's welcome in former Golden State Warrior, Kelena Azubuike. Hey, Kelena, how's it going, man?
I'm doing great, man. How you doing?
We're doing great. We've gotten a lot of mileage out of this game Tuesday because it was a really, really good ball game, I thought. Let me just throw something that kind of stuck out to me, and you tell me just what you think about it off the top of your head. When do you think the last game was where the Warriors turned the ball over 23 times, but Curry only had 2 turnovers and only 2 assists? So that tells me they were having trouble getting him the ball.
They were. That's a good observation. Obviously, a lot of times when they do have those big turnover games, Steph has a good amount of turnovers, 4 or 5. But I just thought they were so out of sync. Even when they weren't turning the ball over, they had trouble getting into their most basic sets. I thought the timing was off. I thought they picked up their dribble at really weird times. And you got to give the Suns credit. They really were good defensively, but the flow and the movement just wasn't there for most of the night for the Warriors. And the result was they ended up going against just a set defense where the Suns weren't really having to work a ton side to side, having to go from help to on the ball, back to help, getting them in scramble mode. And so the Suns just made them uncomfortable and kind of kept them off balance the entire night. And they did a pretty good job off the ball with Steph. As you said, the Warriors kind of struggled to get him the ball where he could score in good position. So I really feel like when you don't have that flow, the way to get it back, the best way is to play fast and get up and down and get some transition opportunities and fast break opportunities, which the Suns made it hard at times. But it's not like the Suns were just scoring like crazy. The Warriors were pretty solid defensively, too. So just being more intentional about getting it up and down, getting more opportunities in transition. Then if you can't, inevitably you're going to have to play in the half court at some point during the game or a good amount of times during the game. And so you may have to just run some of your most basic sets that everybody knows, everybody's comfortable with, maybe your go-to set, whether it's just throwing the post, split action, or it's just pick and roll. They got some good stuff out of pick and roll last game against the Suns at times. And at other times, the Suns switched, and Steph is normally just deadly when it comes to big switching on to him. Last game, you could tell he just didn't have a rhythm. He was just kind of not in sync, and he got blocked. I think it was JaVale McGee, and then next time he drove by him, he got blocked. Mikal Bridges came over. So you got to think Steph is going to have a big bounce back. Usually his bounce back games are pretty crazy. And I think the rest of the team will probably follow suit, but run some more sets if you need to, the most basic sets, and then always have a secondary action that you can just flow straight into. That was the issue. Like when the first primary action wasn't working, they struggled to flow into the next thing fast enough, and they got 24-second violations or came close to getting those. So it was just a struggle the entire night, and I think the Warriors are probably going to bounce back. They probably watched a lot of film. I know Steph probably watched a lot of film, and they're looking to get some revenge for sure.
Kelena, when I heard your voice, before I answer my question, I'm going to give you some love, man, because we're in such a vicious world. When you say something nice to somebody, oh, Guru, you're being soft, but you're coming to your own, man. You're doing a great job, so keep up the good work, you and Bob. But I got to share with you this, Kelena. No problem. What's the next step for Jordan Poole? And I'm going to leave it up to you and Bob to come up. Is he the third splash brother? I mean, I'm listening to you, and my jaw's dropping on a good night with his footwork, his ability to just put the ball in the hole. What's the next step for JP?
Well, I think the perfect role for him is going to be when Clay gets back, honestly, Guru, because once he's coming off the bench and him and Andre are really running that second unit, and he's got more freedom, and he can just kind of get used to that role and settle in there. I think that's where we're going to see him really flourish. Like last game, he was really good. But when he's got the freedom to just be a scorer and a playmaker and kind of diagnose the game and have that type of autonomy there coming off the bench, I think that's kind of his best role for this team. And when Clay gets back, everybody's going to settle back into what their real roles will be. But he is really intriguing to watch because we've been talking about it. The way he uses his quickness, the way he has the change of pace, he's so much better this year in using that in the right way and keeping defenders off balance and coming off of those pick and rolls and figuring out when to shoot his 3-ball, and if it's a deep 3-ball, figuring out when to shoot that. And I just love the communication that I'm seeing. We saw in the Brooklyn Nets game when he shot that long one, and Coach Kerr kind of pulled him aside and was saying, hey, I want you to shoot every shot that you feel comfortable with when you feel like you're open. But that shot right there, we could have got a better shot, right? And that's just the perfect way to kind of encourage him and also kind of keep him accountable and help him understand, there's a thought process. There's some thinking that has to go into the way you play this game, and especially with shots like that. Those break out of the offense, break out of the ball movement, the offensive flow type of shots, you better be doing it at the right time. And he's going to get better and better at that. But the playmaking ability is what I love to see from Jordan Poole. When he's getting others involved, when he's got the gravity of the defense after he's gotten hot, and he's understanding that. He's understanding, anticipating that this second defender is probably going to stay with me a little longer. I can get it to my roller. I can hit him with that pocket pass. So he's got all that in his game. He was doing it at Michigan, and he's gotten better and better every single year. And then his work ethic is such that you're confident that he's going to continue to grow because he's staying hungry. He's still the guy that's using the key card the most, it seems like, when it comes to getting in the gym. So I'm excited for what the future holds for that man.
Yeah, you know what, Colin? I always chuckle to myself when a coach says, well, this player works harder than everybody, and that player, he's an unbelievable worker. And I kind of did that when Steve Kerr was talking about Jordan Poole. But the fact is, the results kind of speak for themselves. This is a player who I think some people question whether he could play in the league his first year. And now I'm sure he thinks, and he can't, he can be a starter in this league and a scorer in this league. So, have you seen, the improvement's been pretty dramatic if you think about it.
It really has. And the funny thing about saying the guy works harder than anybody else, now they got proof. You can't just say that. They got technology is such that each team usually has key cards or some form of being able to track when players are in the gym. So now it's not just about saying, it's like, we'll show it to us. So they can actually show you, his key card is being used a ton and more than anybody else's. So that's the cool part about it. But he's going to get better and better. And as long as he stays hungry, and I just love kind of the phases he's gone through. We've seen him in past years being sent down to the G League, and he's humbled himself. He's had the right attitude. He's come up and had a nice stretch after being sent to the G League. So I just think his head is in the right place, and that's one thing that people talked about him when he came out of Michigan, like he's almost got too much swag for his own good. And now there's a nice balance of swag and humility and hunger and wanting to strive to be the best he can be, and work ethic and all those things. You need all those things to be a successful NBA player and maybe a star in this league. And he's got the intangibles, and the coaches are loving what they're seeing from him. And every time I watch him, it's interesting. From the jump, when we went to training camp, I watched him practice and their scrimmaging, and no one on the Warriors had any answer for this man. He was just dominating. And when I say dominating, it was like, whoa, what is happening? They cannot stop Jordan Poole. He is quicker than him, but he's playing at a different pace. He's got the change of pace thing. He's got this burst of speed thing he does. He's finishing much better. He's not avoiding contact. And so, yeah, he's got it. He's got it. Whatever it is, he's got it.
Kalina, all show long, I've been telling Steiny, you know what? I've sold Phoenix short. I just don't know what it was. I expected the Clippers to be in the finals. The Lakers were hurting. Even, they gave Milwaukee all that and some. I still didn't respect them. Was there anything you saw from this Phoenix team the other night to where when the game was over, you were like, whoa, I didn't know they had that? Because I did. I'm just curious, was it just me?
I had seen it because on their winning streak, they had a nice mix of close games and games where they really put it on teams. But in those close games, they were so poised under pressure. And they got a lot of smart players that just have been there and seem to rise to the occasion when they really need them to. And they really respect Monty Williams. And you can see it, the way they play for him. And he's a really good coach. They're a well-coached team. Their player development is good. But they understand the way they want to play. Everybody seems at peace with their game. And defensively, you can see it. Mikal Bridges is kind of the guy that sticks out to me for them defensively. His length, his athleticism, the way he anticipates, and he's not gambling and putting everybody else on defense in a bad position. He's in the passing lane just because he's in the right position. And he's got that length, and he knows how to use it. And he's got the quickness that he can move his feet, the IQ, and it's not just him. There's really not a weak link defensively in their bigs. DeAndre Ayton and JaVale McGee, that tandem, we talked about it last game. They're proof that bigs can still have a big impact on the game in this league. And when you got two dynamic guys like that are hungry, DeAndre Ayton didn't get the contract, the max deal he wanted. He seems really hungry, and he's really diagnosing games well. And when they play teams like the Warriors where they know they're going to have a size advantage, they really use that. And they're understanding how they can really hurt teams that way. So it's a really smart team. And then you got Devin Booker and Chris Paul, who really need no introduction. We all know what they're about. Paul is probably having one of his best seasons, even though his scoring isn't as high as it normally is. He's been efficient. He's assisting. And he can just take over games at the perfect time. You saw last game where Devin Booker went out, and I'm saying, look, this is going to be a Chris Paul-heavy fourth quarter, and he just kind of took over and controlled the game and really worked off the pick and rolls. They kept attacking Looney, even if Looney stopped him, they kept going back to it. And Chris Paul still has a lot to give. And so that's what happens. We're not big on the next man up thing when Devin Booker goes down, like someone's got to step up, but it does happen that sometimes when your best player goes down with injury, everybody else kind of takes it as a challenge and kind of rises up knowing that everybody's saying, okay, they're done. They're kind of anxious to show. We still got some ballers out here.
Right.
And you just assume that we're going to go down here. And so they put it on the Warriors there. You got to give them credit. But the Warriors, I'm sure they're licking their chops, and they're anxious to kind of get back to it and get to play them at Chase again.
Yeah. Hey, Kalina, thanks as always. Really appreciate it, and should be fun tomorrow night at Chase.
Yeah, I can't wait, man. Thanks for having me, guys.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's it's Kalina Azubuike. You can hear him on the broadcast tomorrow with Bob Fitzgerald, NBC Sports Bay Area, 7 o'clock tip-off. And as always, pregame show, Warriors Live at 5:30.
I mean what I say, Steiny. How far is Poole from being into the Splash Brothers?
A long
Is he the
way.
cousin?
No.
Is he?
Come on.
Steiny, the boy can get hot.
He can get hot, but okay.
And I may add this. In year two or wherever year he's in, he's getting to the rack better than them two year two in. How about that?
Well, he's in his third year.
Okay, third.
And
oh, boy.
I'm not willing to call him that simply out of, and this is where people need to listen to what I'm saying here. You can't put Klay Thompson and Steph Curry are among the greatest players who have ever stepped foot on the hardwood. All right? They are two of the greatest shooters in the history of our game.
You're right.
And Jordan Poole is shooting 35% for 3-point.
But when I heard that clip you played with Dre, like, hey, he getting 30. That ain't changing. It's like they know. And I'm looking at the other team's bench, Steiny, when he's on fire, like, who is this mofo? Like, this boy is coming.
This from the 408. Steiny, why would you not expect the same improvement and work effort from Wiseman? Why is everyone reluctant to admit that he needs to spend time in the G League? A couple reasons. One is because he's been hurt. And so I don't think, he can't work as hard as Jordan Poole. He can't be in the gym as much as Jordan Poole right now because he was hurt in his rookie year for a period of time, and he's hurt now. And the other reason, just simply kind of the big man traditionally takes a little longer than a guard to develop. But listen, I'm not ready. I'm definitely
not saying he's done.
I'm not ready to give up on Wiseman, but I'm also not going to sit here and say when they get Wiseman back, they're going to be dominant. I'm not ready to say that at this point. I don't think.
Well, they're dominant without getting contributions from them. So I totally get people saying, well, you don't need what you don't have, but you're going to need it down the road. And again, Steiny, I'll never forget when we got news and it was announced Jordan Poole was going to Santa Cruz. I didn't think he was ever coming back. Now, that's just me. And for him to be at this stage, and I know, you're right. Hey, Goo, it's the small and the big. But you can't tell me, and I'm talking to the basketball world, when you see Ayton doing his thing, and even JaVale McGee, it's room for everybody to eat on the hardwood. And we got the youngsters, the smalls, but give me a nice big, Steiny, that knows what he's doing around the rim. Because Ayton he changed that game for him.
Do you think Wiseman's a nice big who knows what he's doing around the rim? See, I don't yet.
I'm hoping, Steiny, by the failures of last year, and I won't call it all a failure, but there were some bad, dark times. I'm hoping he learned from that. And you're going to say, well, Goo, he couldn't get on the court. Well, okay, what about the video component of it all? The talks with Durant and Lord knows who, maybe Dre. I just got to feel like he's ready to go. He's yearning, Steiny. You know that's my word he's yearning to go out there and show. From the shoulders up, I'm already better than what I was last year.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll find out sooner rather than later. Sean's in Fremont. What's up, Sean? How you doing? What do you got?
How's it going, guys?
Going well.
Hey.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Steiny and Guru, you guys are my favorite on the radio right now.
Thank you.
Took me a while to come over to the game, but
there you go.
I just had a prediction for Friday.
Okay.
I think that the Suns put everything they had into the Warriors on Tuesday night, and they just can't do that twice against the Warriors. So I'm expecting Curry to have 8 or 9 threes, get 6 or 7 rebounds again, and get back to the way he was playing the first few 15 to 20 games of the season. And
Go ahead.
Kuminga. With last week, you guys have been trying to compare him to somebody without really agreeing with it. I think that the only person you can compare him to right now is Wiggins. The aggressiveness that they both have, Kuminga might be a little bit more of a natural athlete, I think, and not have to. Wiggins just has to work so hard for everything, But
right. Well, thanks, Sean. Appreciate the call, and I'm with you. If I had a bet, I'm betting on the Warriors tomorrow.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, that would be a good bet.
Well, it depends what they're giving and all that stuff. I don't know what Kuminga.
Willard and Dibs.
I don't know what Kuminga is. I think he's more of a 4 than a 3.
Can I tell you what's bothering me?
He's a competitor.
They're 18-3. What can be bothering you?
Oh, no, about Kuminga.
There's nothing to be bothered by Kuminga.
Well, yeah, there is. I fell in love with that big body, but the car's in the shop a little too much for me.
Goo.
I'm just saying, Steiny, the car's in the shop a little too early for me. I'm like, hey, bang it a little. Every time I'm looking for the Ferrari, it's telling me it's in the shop.
He's healthy. He's just not playing.
Right.
Do I keep saying the game's tonight? The game's tomorrow.
I wanted to say.
Thanks, Lobo.
People know. You know what I mean?
Actually, they don't know because our guy Lobo just says
it's Friday.
Now, our guy Lobo he said, hey, I keep thinking the game's tonight, Steiny, because that's what
producer E, we all think the same. No, Spadoni, nobody said anything.
Well, you can. Just Friday. Game's on Friday. Yeah, what do you got?
I was down bad. Nobody cares, Steiny. I was battling, but I did turn you and JD on, and it was at the end when you said, Jay, I'm trying to go somewhere and watch it. I was like, did you find somewhere to watch it? Because I was thinking of you.
You know,
get a life.
I don't have to tell you, but I'm going to tell you, as Robert De Niro said, just to tell you. What I ended up doing, although, let me make sure it's before 3. Yeah, okay. I just wanted to make sure
I thought about
somebody wasn't listening. You know, here's what I ended up doing, Goo. I ended up kind of going out and having one right after work.
Okay.
And then I had, more than one right after work. And then by the time 7 o'clock rolled around, or let's say 6:30, I was like, all right, I got to get home to watch this game. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying.
So you got it in, but you ended up where you were supposed to be. I ain't mad at you.
Yeah, I ended up watching the game from home. So
there you go.
Let's go to Jim. Jim, wrap us up, buddy. How you doing? Jim and Marin.
Hey, guys. I really would. Yeah, hi. I'd really like the chance to say something about Wiseman. But first, I'd like to comment on Guru's comment about Kuminga. They're athletes. Anytime you're using your body and you get hurt, it's no fault of the player. And it's sort of wrong-headed to say the guy's in the shop too much. But anyway, the deal with Wiseman is all these guys who I hear on the radio, they're commenting on something they haven't really got the full knowledge of. I mean, They're commenting on his weakness on defense when here he was, his training camp were actual NBA games. And, it's not fair. I mean, look, John Wooden, if anybody remembers who he was, said you can't teach height. And the Warriors need height. And the guy runs like a gazelle. So what's not to like? Just give him a chance.
Thanks, Jim. Appreciate the call.
Nice call, Scotty, but he did play 37 games last year, and there were some things that, it wasn't all perfect. But to be honest with Jim, we got to judge him off 37 games. And there were times to where you were just like, he needs to work on that, get stronger. I don't think that's a bad thing, Jim.
No, look, Wiseman's going to get a chance. He's going to get a chance. But he's going to have to play better than he did last year. But he's going to be asked to play differently than last year. And you heard Iguodala. They're going to simplify it for him. So, all right, Goo, we got to get out of here, man. 4:15, Tim Kirkjian coming up with Ratto and Damon. And then at 5 o'clock, Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr, 5 o'clock. Don't go anywhere on 95.7 The Game.
Listen to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
We're talking about the lockout here.
If they miss one day.
They miss one day.
If they miss one day.
Miss one day.
In this era. WB1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
Welcome. Hopefully 80% of me is better than 0% of me. Thanks very much to Matt Kolsky and yesterday Whitey for filling in. I have been bedridden, Ray Ratto, with one of the worst flus that hit me in like a half decade. I'm not even kidding. Certainly the sickest I've been since the pandemic. So sick, I even took a COVID test just to make sure it wasn't. It's not. Just the good old-fashioned flu. I am back on the air, but I'm doing it from home once again today because, as you know, the rule is protect Raymond Ratto at all costs. Hello, Ray. Turn your mic on. Oh, God, how did this show even function without me? What's going on, Ray?
Does it function with you?
I hope so. I really hope so. I'll tell you what. I was still in bed, just laying there, kind of wiping the sleep out of my eyes, and I got my phone in my hand. I'm checking Twitter, thinking about things. I turned to my wife and I said, Steph Curry's only shot 8 free throws in his last 4 games. She's like, you seriously need to get back on the air. She's like, I've had it with you. It's time. Go downstairs. Tell all of it to Ray and your audience for a few hours because she didn't want to hear another word.
She married you. Let her listen.
I know.
I mean, I'm just here for 3 hours. I don't have to put up with that.
Well, she didn't want to put up with it either. But Ray, you got to put up with me. You're well. At least we compensate you to put up with me. So at least pretend to like it for the sake of the show. How are you? Did you miss me? I missed you. I hope you had a good Thanksgiving.
It was okay.
Good.
No one died of poisoning.
That's fantastic.
Well, we have a low standard.
Yeah, well, again, so does the show. So it's good to be back here. We have a good one for you today. Tim Kirkjian on everything that's going on with Major League Baseball, which is basically all the headlines that they certainly don't need and can't afford at this time. Being able to afford things is the reason for the headlines, and we're going to get into all of it today. If there's one thing I do know, Ray, that the topics of greed and pettiness are 2 of your favorite. And it looks like we got an awful lot concerning Major League Baseball. We got some stuff to talk about that's happened while I've been off the air for about a week now. We have an awful lot of that Suns game just the other night to talk about because, like a playoff series, both of these teams are turning around and facing each other right off the bat again tomorrow night, which makes it a little interesting and a little more interesting than just a one-off game in December. But let's start with this. There can be no statement games in the month of December in the NBA. It does not happen. Are they 2 very good teams? Are the Suns right now streaking like Halley's Comet? Absolutely they are. 1 game is a win. If Phoenix wins another game on the road without Devin Booker, I'll even extend to them the courtesy of that was a little bit of an early season statement, for sure. They're very, very good, and they bottled up Steph Ray in a way that I haven't seen any other team bottle him up in a real long time. Not even Nick Nurse and the Toronto Raptors ever did as good of a job shutting down Steph Curry for 4 quarters like the Suns did in Phoenix.
No, well, I mean, they had one advantage that, frankly, you see only very rarely, which is they had a guy who could stay on him, match his quickness, match his stamina, and be stronger than him, and that was Mikal Bridges. And because of that, it was incumbent on the rest of the Warriors to figure a way around that, which they have done in the other games in which he hasn't shot well. And last night they didn't, or the other night they didn't, I should say.
Look, you can't have an off shooting night from Steph and turn the ball over like you want to share it with the other team and expect to beat a really good team. That performance, the Warriors are good enough to have a game like that against the Sacramento Kings, the Minnesota Timberwolves, maybe even the middle of the NBA, not just the bottom tier. and still win it. That's how good they are this year. But against a really good team, which the Phoenix Suns absolutely are, that's a recipe for disaster. It was a rough game in Phoenix, and we're going to talk to Steve Kerr all about it coming up in just a little bit. It is good to be back on the air. We are brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com to book your visit. We have the 9th work stoppage, Ray, in the history of Major League Baseball, the first one in about a quarter century. And look, it's just bad timing. I mean, I don't know if a lockout will ever have a good time, but with everyone and all that we've been through and all the talk of economic insecurity that is feeling, the entire world is feeling it. The entire world right now could use a little bit of a raise, a reason to want to go out and enjoy yourself at a Major League Baseball game. But the truth is, because a lot of people didn't get that raise, or even worse, going out to a Major League Baseball game didn't happen nearly as often as it did in the past. And that's something that baseball needs to seriously consider as it enters this lockout period. The only thing I can tell you that's good is that pitchers and catchers don't report for 3 months. But if this hangs over baseball for 3 months of bad press and 3 months of billionaires bickering with multimillionaires, it is going to do damage. It is going to do damage to this sport, which in the past it has recovered from without missing a beat. I don't think it does that this time, Ray. I think this could be one of those, you better be careful on the balance beam of this lockout, because if you fall off it in the wrong way, you're going to lose a portion of your audience that just you might have lost anyways.
Well, they had already lost a portion of their audience due to the pandemic, and I think it's safe to say that, they haven't fully recovered from that. And I think that's one of the reasons why this lockout was essentially foreordained. The owners want to get all their money back. They want to consolidate the gains they got from the last negotiations, and the owners want, and the players want to get some of that back. So, if I thought that any of this arguing was going to be about the future of the game, I'd be more interested in picking a side, but it won't be. It's going to be about money again, and it's never the right argument, and they never approach it the proper way, which is as partners. They're not partners in this, and baseball needs partnership almost more than any of the other sports, because they're the ones who have taken the beating twice. And if they're going to bicker about this, yeah, I think you're right. I think they will lose some people, maybe not forever, but it will prolong the time it takes for them to recover.
If time heals all wounds, I guess, we've seen baseball recover from bad press, bad PR of its own making or outside creation every single year since baseball's been around us. But it really looks like we're at a moment in the course of, what would we call it? Human history. I don't know if this is human history, but just our history, where people are making choices as to what they're willing to do to go catch a little entertainment. Going out to the ballpark to catch a little bit of an entertainment is more of a financial commitment than a lot of people are willing to or can afford to make these days. And all I'm just telling you is that it was obvious that for some people it was very easy to choose to stay home. I'm talking while the Giants were winning 107 games. That upper deck was not full like you thought it would be. That crowd was not reaching around the foul poles. And I'm not saying that this is just the Giants or anything like that, but Giants fans will fill that ballpark. There is money in the Bay Area like there isn't money in other parts of the country. And if people are tightening the belt here, Major League Baseball should look around everywhere and think to itself, can we really afford 3 months of bad press and then losing games on top of that if this were to go all the way into the regular season, which I've read some stories today thinking the cooler heads may prevail. I've read some stories today, Ray, that this could go to them. They might go to the mattresses on this one, because And this is why we're going to have Tim Kirkjian on at 4:15 today, in about an hour from now, to talk about what the players are really asking for. I read on Barry Pacheski from the Defector. It's you're involved with them, Ray, obviously. That owners would rather shut down their business and give their players more financial freedom. And that financial freedom is contractual freedom in terms of free agents eligibility, arbitration eligibility. Players want to hit the market earlier than their current major league service contract, which they say owners tinker with in terms of when their major league clock starts. And you're getting down to the bare bone. What is the spinal cord of Major League Baseball? Well, that you are a team's quote-unquote property for the first 7 years of your career. If the players really want to undo that, and they're not coming back until that's undone, I could see how we could miss regular season games over this one.
Well, but the reverse is also true. If the owners wanted to make sure that baseball is uninterrupted, there are things they can bend on, like tampering with the start of the major league clock. These are things that they can manage to do, but they don't want to because they won the last negotiation and they want to win this one even more. They've been spoiling for this fight for more than a quarter century. And these owners are, by and large, more conservative, more anti-union, less conciliatory than the ones even in 1994. So I think... yeah, I mean, it's not Armageddon, but you can see it from your spot on the highway. And, they could screw this up. And, I mean, Pacheski's got it mostly right. It's really about sort of the freedom to tap in to the money that owners have gotten over the years with their franchises becoming more valuable. And the owners saying, no, the increase in franchise value belongs only to us. And, I mean, there's a fundamental argument right there that they have to sit down and bridge like adults. And they've never been adults before on this. So I wouldn't be looking too forward to the idea that they would this time.
Week 13 officially begins tonight. We got Dallas at New Orleans. Week 13 has the 49ers heading to Seattle. Sounds like a win, except it's Russell Wilson. And Russell Wilson sees the 49ers, and the only thing he thinks is free lunch. He kicks their rear ends. So we're going to talk about that an awful lot today. We've got Steve Kerr at 5, live at 5, Tim Kirkjian at 4:15. And until then, it is Ray, it is I, and it's good to be back. It truly is. How do I sound? Does everything sound okay? Because I'm about 80% here. A little nasally, a little stuffy. This has been the high water mark of the last week.
It's early.
It is early.
Check back with me about 4:45.
Deal. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. It's good to have you along this afternoon. We are brought to you by the Santa Clara Valley Transportation Authority.
Looking for a fulfilling career with
Back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open at the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit.
It's good to be back. It really is. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. I was out with just the worst flu I've had. Guy on Twitter says, what are you like the unicorn who gets the actual flu? You sure it's not COVID? Look, Ray, it was so bad I took a COVID test. I couldn't smell the coffee, and I brew coffee stronger than Valerian steel. So, I mean, when I can't smell the coffee, that's when I was like, geez, I wonder what this is. I'm a little freaked out. Took the at-home COVID test, and don't have it. Don't have it. Just the flu. People get sick.
I'm sure your wife was thrilled that you were sniffing around a coffee pot that she probably wanted to use.
No, non-coffee. Full no-coffee drinker. My wife doesn't drink coffee, doesn't smoke weed. So the two things I value the most in the house are all mine. I don't have to worry about anything pilfering anyone. So
you guys are incompatible.
No, we're perfectly compatible. There's nothing better than a woman who's not busting into your stash, Ray. Come on.
You're the worst. By the way, you were talking about baseball before.
Yeah.
Take a look at MLB.com right now.
Oh, is it just like a series of blank faces and?
Yeah, they've taken down all pictures of players at the advice of their lawyers, and then blamed the National Labor Relations Act for it. It literally looks like a website that a sixth grader decided to start.
You know, it really is. More than anything else, it is baseball admitting to something that they don't want to admit to. There's absolutely nothing going on, and there's nothing to look at without the players. It really is.
Yeah.
There is a legal case to be made about how important players are to baseball by looking at how mind-numbingly boring MLB.com is right now. Your top picture is a stack of 3 baseballs on a foul line. After that, it is a picture of Rob Manfred, who just is dying to be punched in the face. Would you like an interview with Bob Costas? Because apparently MLB.com can offer you that too. It's something else. It really is. Anyways, got a little breaking news that is not baseball, but we'll get right back to baseball, and we do have Tim Kirkjian joining us in less than an hour from now to talk about the particulars of this first work stoppage in, 26 years. LeBron James is apparently back, baby, just like me. He did test positive, or had a false positive, we can call it. I don't know. I don't even want to get into particulars, but he just had 2 negatives 24 hours apart, which means he could be returning. When he tweeted that something fishy was up, I'm guessing he was, upset that a positive had returned when he didn't think he had it. and he doesn't have it. Or if he did have it, it came and went like the wind. So LeBron will be back in the saddle in no time at all, I guess, for the LA Lakers, which should affect their season, but not dramatically because they're not good.
I think it will affect their season fairly dramatically because he is
LeBron
good.
James.
Yeah, I mean, without him, they're not very good. Without Anthony Davis, they're not very good. So, and they haven't been without both of them yet. But yeah, they've not looked good because without those two guys, they definitely are, as you said, not good.
Yeah,
but LeBron has changed bad teams before.
Well, yeah, you're right. We haven't seen what the Lakers look like yet this year. Do you think he's going to try to trade Russell Westbrook? I mean, that's the question. Can LeBron James have Russell Westbrook come all the way back home to Los Angeles just to tell him, get the hell out of here, man, when it's all said and done?
I think it's hard for players who function as general managers to admit when they're wrong. You know, regular general managers are pretty bloodless about that. But, you know, when you bring in a player as a player, that's part of the brotherhood. And by that, I mean, if you're making sort of broad hints to the ownership that you want player X, you know, nobody's going to tell you not to. I mean, I would think that by now, Kevin Durant might have raised a stink or two about Kyrie Irving being an absentee. But that doesn't happen either. It's just they've made their choices and they will stand with them.
Good times. Good times in L.A. If you're looking for all the best Warriors content, you'll certainly find plenty of it when Steve Kerr joins Ray and I at 5 o'clock today. Text the word Warriors to 20357. Warriors to 20357. You hit the subscribe button, and then anytime we're talking Warriors here on 95.7 The Game, you get that segment. Not a segment about the Niners, not a segment about baseball's lockout, not a segment about bobsledding or whatever we want. You know, I don't think we have any bobsledding segments today, but you know what I mean. It's just basketball, Warriors-centric stuff delivered to you. Boom. Enjoy. So, baseball's lockout has begun, Ray. Here we go. Again, none of this matters to fans right now. It's all Dorcas Malorcas lawyering until games start getting missed. I think that's how the casual fan looks at all of it. Pitchers and catchers still don't report for 3 months. But one of the bigger issues that would affect how fans watch games that is kind of, you know, in the negotiation soup that they will try to sort out here is that the league wants 14 teams to make the playoffs with a creative attempt to like incentivize winning. The best team in each league would get a bye while the other division winners would choose their wild card opponents. To me, and I know it's all about the pursuit of the almighty dollar, and you can charge more for postseason games than you can regular games on TV. I get it. But baseball, to me, damages itself by allowing the mediocre into its postseason. Because we have seen, not that the Braves were a mediocre team this year. They went on to win the World Series. They were a very good baseball team, but they did not have a very good record. They did not have an extraordinary record. I think baseball waters down its own product by letting more teams into just the grid to begin with. You know, you could say, well, but look at how the wild card has added fan bases leaning forward and paying attention in September, and it's made the trade deadline more interesting because teams fancy themselves contenders longer than they might have. The special thing about baseball was you had all these teams battling each other throughout the regular season, and very, very few get in. This is not like basketball. This is not like hockey, where half the league is a playoff team by format of playoff alone. Not necessarily because the team deserved to be a playoff team, but we need to fill the bracket, and the bracket goes, 8 different ways. So that's why there's so many teams in. I think baseball devalues its own postseason by letting so many teams in. But obviously, the owners are just thinking about it, not in terms of competition or competitiveness or properly framing a single season by making its best team have a chance to win a championship. They're just looking at it as TV dollars. That's it.
Well, yeah, no, it's inventory, and it's also inventory that isn't part of the regular salary the players get. So essentially, it's almost like free baseball for them. And of course, they want more games, and of course, they want to make the playoffs look more like the NHL and the NBA. I mean, the NBA just expanded their playoffs to 10 teams per side. So 2/3 of the league makes the playoffs or a form thereof. That's where we're heading. Because the one thing that baseball could do to make this more interesting is the one thing they absolutely would never consider, which is promotion and relegation. Because there's no teams to promote because they've made sure that the minor leagues are under their thumb. And there's no reason to exclude teams from the illusion of being in it. I mean, that's all they're selling is the illusion that the standings look nice. And, eventually people get excited by that. I mean, people were excited by the chances of the Giants making the playoffs in 2020 with what turned out to be a losing record in a truncated season. So, yeah, they're on that, absolutely. And the players' only sort of recourse is to say, well, then you pay us more for those. And, of course, now we're in another sticking point. I mean, that's what this is about. In terms of sort of the traditions and honors of the game, those are gone. I mean, they've been gone for a while now, and whatever you see now is going to fade away soon enough. The idea that there's a DH in one league and a not a DH in the other, the idea that there are two separate leagues, that's largely gone. There's most of the romance that you're referring to, they've already scrubbed out because it's all one big hunk of people, and all those nuances that made baseball different for good or ill from all the other sports are being rubbed out because they want baseball to look like all the other sports.
Well, then get yourself a salary cap, because that's what all other sports have. Only baseball has this. Every single team is a casino unto itself, and you can build as many penthouse suites as you want. I mean, it's insane. It's insane that baseball has its own unique thumbprint that it is now trying to make look like other capped sports thumbprints. They'll never get more popular by doing that.
No, they won't. But it's about inventory. It's not about,
What's crazy is they got the most inventory of all sports.
There's no such thing as enough inventory.
Well, God.
Yeah, I mean, your surprise surprises me. Only because, all they know is there's more that we can squeeze out of this turnip.
You can't complain about we need more inventory and our games have to be shorter all at the same time. You can't, that right there does not meet logically at all.
No, but are you suggesting to me that the people who run Major League Baseball are not raging hypocrites whenever it serves their need? I mean, they don't care about that. They want all the inventory you can get, but they want it on their terms. They believe that fewer games is an indignity, but shortening games is okay because they still get to charge the same price whether a game is 7 innings or 9 innings. I mean, they're just squeezing the turnip as hard as they can until there's nothing left, and they're heading toward that.
How can you cry? Economic, don't want to share it, which is what the owners are. The owners do not want to share their slices of pie.
No.
Yet at the same time, on Sunday alone, and this does not include the Max Scherzer deal, but on Sunday alone, 9 players, just 9 players, signed for over $500 million. The average league value, $120 million. So you can give 9 players the cost of, a franchise almost. It's amazing. It's amazing how much money they're willing to spend while crying poor at the same time. You're going to have Mets. The Mets are going to be paying a player what, 40-something million?
$43 million a year.
$43 million a year to work once every 5 days. Once every 5 days. And that's his years 38, 39, and 40 year career seasons. I mean, it's just, Scherzer's awesome. He's a total stud. We understand that. The Mets are going to finish third.
But that's an owner's ego spending. If Stephen Cohen had owned the Mets for 5 years, he probably wouldn't do that. And if he owned it for 10, he absolutely wouldn't. But he's an anomaly there. There's another anomaly going on in Texas where Ray Price just spent $500 million to get Corey Seager and Marcus Semien. He's decided, I need those guys because I want them.
At least those guys are in the lineup every day.
Yeah, but whatever it is, this is a team that hasn't spent money in a good long while. And all of a sudden, because they have a relatively new owner who wants people to pay attention to him, all of a sudden they find money that they claim they don't have. They're willing to squeeze their minor league system. They're willing to, try to lowball players in general. But for the few guys that they really want, they spend like drunken sailors because it's fun to spend like a drunken sailor.
When, if ever, and I think I know the answer to this question, when, if ever, will the union turn around, hold a mirror to itself and say, a little bit of the greed is on us here too? I mean, there would be more money to go around if the top 5% of us didn't demand billions to be split among just the top 5% of us, leaving any concept of the middle-of-the-road major leaguer dead by the roadside.
It's because owners can pay that anyway. There's no limit to what they can spend or what they want to spend when they want to. I mean, this is money that's coming, from the fact that the owners' teams are worth far more than they were 5 years ago and 10 years ago. But they regard all that as theirs and not to be shared. What they say is, no, we have a budget and it's artificially set by us and we can cry poor based on that. You can't get richer and claim that you're getting poorer at the same time. And I have yet to hear a baseball fan ever say, I'm going to the game to watch the guys in the ticket window. They want to see the players. The players are the show. And so whatever they get is completely fine. It's the owners who are making more money than they ever have, claiming they're not making money. And if you can't prove that you're not making money, you don't get to cry poor and you don't get to say, hey, you guys have to give back.
Tim Kirkjian joins Ray and I at 4:15 to talk about the particulars of baseball's lockout. If you're in the market for a new car, get yourself to BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com and book your visit today. As I was saying earlier, the NFL's Week 13 starts tonight. Thursday night game, we got Dallas in New Orleans. This game, Ray, this game has as many moving parts attached to it as you've seen a football game have in a long time. Like half the Cowboys coaching staff, including their head coach, out. I think we're seeing players getting added to the possibility of playing that you thought might not play. We'll know it all by the time we kick off tonight. The Saints are on their third-string quarterback. They don't have Alvin Kamara. They don't have an awful lot of their depth chart available to them, and it's going to get a massive number. It's Dallas in New Orleans. It's going to be a huge game tonight, but it's not going to affect what the 49ers are looking at. I mean, you don't need to worry about New Orleans turning itself into a playoff participant in the NFC this year, and Dallas is going to win its division, so you don't need to worry about them taking a spot that the 49ers might have been able to occupy. The 49ers have the Jaguars at the Rams this week. Obviously, well, the 49ers are in Seattle, but looking at the NFC West, the Rams are hosting the Jaguars. The Cardinals are in Chicago. So let's just look. The Rams are going to 9 wins this Sunday, you would think, right? Unless there's some massive upset, and they're coming off a bye week. If they don't beat the Jaguars, there's going to be a panic button smashed in Los Angeles like you wouldn't believe. The Cardinals are at Chicago. Arizona's going to reach 10 wins. So the real question is, can San Francisco, looking for a fourth straight win now, find their seventh win just to keep pace in Seattle? It's no easy shakes. Like, I don't care how bad Seattle's looked, and Seattle's looked terrible. Seattle's got a lot of things that are wrong with it. What's right with Seattle this week, I think, as far as the Seahawks are concerned, is that the 49ers are on their schedule. And the 49ers have been hammered by Russell Wilson. There is no other team that Russell Wilson would rather see on his schedule than the San Francisco 49ers. So, I'm just telling you right now, Seattle is a home dog, +3. I just straight up put it on the money, honey. That's how much I think Seattle is going to play better than their record. That's who they are when the other team are the 49ers.
Well, yeah, I mean, you might be right because, Seattle, as a home dog, that's playing to gambler's strengths rather than being a home favorite. But this is the first time where Russell Wilson enters a game banged up and showing the effects of that damage. They are the second worst team in football in terms of protecting their quarterback. He gets sacked on 11% of his passing attempts. The last 2 weeks he has looked very much like he's having to relearn the game, and so I don't know what to make of this game. I historically, yeah, but historically Russell Wilson was upright and healthy and movable. He's upright, but he's not healthy, and I don't know how well he's going to throw the ball. He also doesn't have Chris Carson to hand off to, which means their entire offense is him throwing to DK Metcalf with a broken hand and Tyler Lockett also with a broken hand.
How would we even describe the 49ers offense right now? I mean, they're going to lean on a running game.
3 yards in a cloud of lint.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Debo, the show is, let's just say, dark for a week. Hopefully at most, could be 2, maybe 3. We'll find out, right? Debo Samuel has been shut down for certainly the weekend in Seattle. He is just, look at it this way. Just 3 players in NFL history have ever had 1,000 yards receiving, 5 touchdowns, and 5 rushing touchdowns in a single season. Debo Samuel's done that in only 11 games, and he's the first wide receiver ever to do that. Everyone else has been a running back. So what is the 49ers offense? The 49ers offense basically this year has been throw it to Debo, run it with Eli. That's it. The Niners have become wildly predictable. In the last 3 weeks, Brandon Ayuk has gotten involved. And hey, what do you know? How long is this winning streak? It's 3 games. It's good to have someone else out there. Debo's been, shadowing as this team's backup running back and, could make the Pro Bowl almost on that alone. He's been spectacular in that regards, but it's time to get back in love with George Kittle. George Kittle has to have, I think, for the 49ers to win in Seattle, George Kittle's got to have one of those oh my God games. I think it's up to him. I think this team is going to have to lean on him in a way it really hasn't all year so far. In 8 games, he's only got 35 catches, 425 yards, and 3 touchdowns. He was targeted a season high 10 times against Seattle in a game that the 49ers lost at Levi Stadium earlier this year. But it's got to be a heaping spoonful of George Kittle, I think, to get through this one.
Well, I mean, they have to involve him more only because, Samuel's not there and somebody's got to get those targets. But I think this is a game that Seattle will not be able to generate much in the way of points. So the 49ers might be able to do what they've been doing, which is possess the ball for 38 minutes, run the ball 40-plus times, and get away with winning that way. I mean, A, it's worked, and B, Seattle right now in its present state is not a team that shows much sign that they can prevent that. So I don't know that they need to suddenly involve Kittle a lot more. It would help. I mean, if they want to go from scoring 17 points to 31, but they might not need him based on the fact that Seattle is they're in shambles.
They might be. Their get-right game is the 49ers. Historic. Russell Wilson is 15-4 against the Niners. He's thrown 34 touchdowns against them in his career as a team. That is the best record and the most touchdowns against any opponent in his career. And DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett are going to look at the 49ers secondary and think free lunch. I mean, they have to. As bad as it's gone for the Seahawks, they are going to be at home against a team that their quarterback beats in his sleep. You know how Kyle Shanahan, doesn't matter how the teams are, Kyle Shanahan just owns Sean McVay. Owns them. He really does. Well, Russell Wilson owns the Niners like that. It's even more extreme. We got to take a quick break. When we come on back, we're about a half an hour away from saying hello to Tim Kirkchin. He joins us at 4:15. We're going to get into the Warriors. Again, no statement games in December. The NBA doesn't give you statements to be made in December. The season's too long. But if the Suns were to come and beat the Warriors 2 times in a row without Devin Booker at Chase Center tomorrow night, that would be as close to a statement as a team could make in the month of December. Warriors head coach Steve Kerr, live at 5. Today on 95.7 The Game, Damon and Ratto, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
You know a spot, but not just a spot. The spot. Actually, with the all-new Nissan Frontier, you know a bunch of them. One for hitting a trail. One for catching a wave. One where this happened.
Yo, where'd our tent go?
Another where the fish get bigger every time you tell the story. Some spots, you made your mark. Others marked you. And one? Oh, okay, let's stay away from that one. But the key to these great spots? Being able to reach them in the first place. Your spot is out there. Find your frontier in the all-new 2022 Nissan Frontier. With best-in-class standard 310 horsepower, advanced tech, and 281 pound-foot of torque. Comparison based on 2022 Frontier S versus latest in-market Ward small truck segment. Base models compared based on manufacturer's website.
You work hard, we know that. So you deserve the good things in life. Like getting an amazing deal on awesome internet. That's why there's never been a better time to switch to Xfinity. Get the fast and reliable internet that you deserve for $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And ask how to get 12 times the internet speed for the same price when you add Xfinity Mobile. That's more speed, and you'll save hundreds over AT&T. Or you can score a $200 prepaid card when you get gig speed internet.
back to Damon and Ratto. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Damon and Ratto here. Good to be with you. Good to be back on the air after missing about a week due to the flu. Thanks for holding down the fort, big fella. Do you feel like a cornerstone of 95.7 The Game now, Ray, or are you still just an interloper?
Gravestone. No, that was all Whitey and Kolsky.
Well, thanks very much to the both of them for filling in and dragging you reluctantly along through, 9 hours of radio, plus with some Warriors Live thrown in there. I don't know if my memory is what it used to be, but somebody here says, Damon, you're crazy. Didn't the Niners beat the Seahawks to go to the Super Bowl just 2 years ago? You must have had a brain fart forgetting that. No, they beat the Green Bay Packers to go to the Super Bowl a couple of years ago. Thank you very much.
Oh, they beat the Seahawks to get to the Packers.
Yeah, but that's not to go to the Super Bowl.
I understand.
To get to the Packers.
I'm trying to give the guy a reason to go on living.
Yeah, well, I hope he does.
Although I'll be honest with you, if he's texting us,
right,
his life can't be that good.
Yeah, look, I mean, 2 years ago?
2 years ago,
can I grab my crotch on the radio? I don't think anyone would see that, though. But here's what I think of 2 years ago.
I'll tell you what, just the image of it is insufficient. Just
2 years ago. Who cares about 2 years ago? 2 years ago.
2 years ago.
2 years ago. Might as well be
ago.
50 years ago in the NFL. So, congratulations, Russell Wilson. Historically, kicks the 49ers' ass. It's just all he is. And if you're looking at the Seahawks and looking at the record and thinking, there's an easy one because playing in Seattle's so easy, you're wrong. You're absolutely wrong. Kyle Shanahan's not going to get caught sleeping like that. Here he is just yesterday talking about how Seattle is Seattle is Seattle is Seattle.
I know it's a matter of time with them. They've done it before. They got a lot of good players there, some competitive guys. I know their coaching staff, too, is a good coaching staff, so people go through it, especially when your quarterback misses some time. You have different guys in there. It takes a while to get that continuity, but even though they struggled on Monday night, just like typical Seattle fashion, you saw how they almost won the game, too. It took stopping a two-point conversion, having a legal formation on onside kick, and so it really doesn't matter how they've been. It's always going to come down to the wire.
Look, man, they play the Niners better than their record all the time. And you know how this works out for the 49ers, too? When the Niners are down, they give Seattle more of a game than they probably want, an awful lot. But still, more often than not, in the regular season, in 19 games, Russell Wilson's won 15 of them. That's ownage. All due respect to Mike Krukow, trademark, all rights reserved.
Yeah, again, and you said it yourself, 2 years ago may as well be 50 years ago. So the history doesn't matter except if Russell Wilson was healthy. And I think they rushed him back with this preposterous, I was working on strengthening my hand 19 hours a day malarkey. And I think over the last 2 weeks, we've seen that he came back too soon. So I don't know what Russell Wilson is going to happen. You can't really conjure up the magic of the past if your throwing hand looks like a hoof. So I think it's very much an open game. I don't think it will be easy. The 49ers will have to earn what they get, but I don't believe that this is the same Seahawks team that has owned the 49ers. I think it's a team that looks more vulnerable than any Seahawk team we've seen in the Wilson era. And that's why I'm proud to say I have no idea what's going to happen Sunday. I'm just saying it looks like it should be easier for the 49ers than it has been because the thing that kills them the most is going to try to do that with one hand, and that hand is the wrong hand.
Download the Odyssey app. You get hundreds of new music-exclusive stations, sports stations, all available to you. Christmas stations. You want Christmas music crammed down your throat from now to December 25th? Well, check out the all-new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar. Ray, you strike me as very much a Christmas jingly type of guy.
Do I now?
Yeah, you seem like you get all lost in the winter wonderland. That never happens in the Bay Area because it doesn't snow here.
I think it's important to note that the most popular Christmas album ever was Phil Spector's Christmas, and he died in prison. There's a lesson in that.
Do we know that, though? Like Mariah hasn't gotten him by now?
I don't believe so. I could be wrong. I don't want to Google it because I don't care enough. I will say, though, my favorite song ever is Christmas in Jail.
By? I don't.
The Youngsters. It's like from the late 50s.
Jeez, Christmas in Jail. I don't. All I know is that
Lucas can find it. He's not doing anything now.
When I'm back in the studio, we're going to need to find that one. We're going to have to put it on the board. I got a little Christmas jingle that historically have been played on this show too, and you'll be singing along with it by the time we're hanging tinsel on the tree, Ray. Have you put your tree up yet?
No.
Do you have a tree yet?
No.
You will soon, because we're going to be doing a show a week from yesterday, next Wednesday, on the 9th. Was that the 9th? Is that next Wednesday?
The 8th is next Wednesday.
The 8th, pardon me.
And that's when we will be there, yes.
We are going to be at the Guardsman Tree Lot down at the Fort Mason Festival Pavilion doing our annual Christmas Tree Lot show. Ray, you've done these in the past. Dare I say that just for a minute at the Guardsman Tree Lot, you've caught a little bit of that Christmas spirit?
I saw your wife and kid, if that's any measure.
That was nice. It was nice.
Oh, no, it was infinitely better than seeing you.
Thank you.
I think but I mean, let's be fair. Who would not rather see your wife and kid than you?
You.
Yeah, I mean, Duchess. Where's she going to be?
Duchess will be joining us about a week later. She'll be flying in, and I'll make sure to set you two up on Zoom, because I know there's a little, cross-continental admiration and romance going on. Look at it this way. I'm not even kidding, Ray. No, my mom, knowing that I was sick yesterday, tuned in just to listen to you for a little bit, because you're part of her afternoons now, too.
She brings the wine, I bring the glasses. That's the deal.
There you go. Linda, vino, aisle 1.
Red.
Red. Oh, well, it's for the holidays, of course.
And it needs to be as black as Rob Manfred's soul.
By the way, I've been told, very important breaking news by the studio, we do have Christmas in Jail. Let's hear it.
Christmas in jail, Christmas in jail. Had a little too much to drink. Ain't got no bail, ain't got no bail. And I'm spending New Year's Eve in the clink. I was in the wrong lane.
I love it.
Feeling no pain. Souped my car to 75. Ran right into you can guess who. And
absolutely love it. Oh, they even got the sirens in there. Ambiance in the Christmas song. By the way, speaking of Christmas, happy Hanukkah. It's Hanukkah. All the celebrations are happening.
Huzzah.
I'm in the mood for a little happiness, Ray. I really am, and I know that with you, I've come to
you've entered the wrong window.
According to my research, by the way, Elvis Presley's Christmas album is the number 1 most sold all time.
Number 1 most sold all time, Ray. It's another wild inaccuracy on your part. Will you apologize to the audience who?
This audience doesn't deserve the truth.
How do you have the entire list up, by the way? Do we know where Phil Spector's It's a Very Possibly Shot Her Christmas
didn't make the top 10?
Not in the top 10 even.
No.
How's Mariah doing?
It used to be.
She's sitting at number 2.
So I wasn't far off.
No, you weren't. You're a genius.
$5 million behind Elvis Presley. $5 million.
I tell
or
you,
copies,
we don't give.
I'm not sure.
We don't give Mariah a lot of credit on this show, but I will have to give her this one. Her Christmas song sounds like a Christmas song that she covered like years ago. She wrote it. Got to give her credit for that one. It's made her more money than any pop hit, anything with Puff Daddy ever. So forget about that. Jingle bells, everybody. And happy Hanukkah.
Yeah, let's defestive this show and get back onto the point.
You want to talk strike? We will be talking strike here.
It's a lockout. Let's make that clear.
Oh, yeah, well, you know what? You're right. I mean, it really is. It is a lockout. Let us absolutely make that clear. The 9th work stoppage in the sports history, the first in 26 years. It's the only thing, other than the wild card, the invention of the wild card, that I'll give Bud Selig credit for. God, I hate doing that, but it's the truth. He got the wild. I said the wild card sucks, Bud. He's like, Damon, it won't. He was right. I'll give him that.
But you have to give him one other thing, though.
No work stoppages under his watch.
That's exactly right. He was the guy who understood that the game mattered, and that's something that Rob Manfred has not sort of grasped. And I think in part because Rob Manfred has a whole new set of owners who paid a hell of a lot more for their teams than Bud Selig's owners ever did. And so it's all about just being another company in the grand tradition of corporate weaseldom.
And on that note, welcome everyone to your 4 o'clock hour.
Ho, ho, ho. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
So before we bring Tim Kirkjian aboard in about 15 minutes, I want to talk about what the players are asking for. Because it basically turns into 5 things. 5 big things. And there are certainly other things that are in the mix here, but these are the 5 structural issues which players submitted to the owners, and the owners, instead of counter-offering, just said, nope, lock the door, we're done. This comes from the defector, which is a rag that is associated with Ray Ratto.
Well, it can't be a rag because it's not on paper, but other than that, I won't quibble.
It's a virtual rag. Players would like to reach free agency faster than they currently do and become eligible for arbitration sooner than they currently do. These are, I will probably, right, this is the one point where if I were an owner, I'd be like, look, no, no. Baseball's been set up this way for all these years. It's worked very, very well for players and owners, and that brings us to the issue that is their second issue. Players want owners to stop cynically stashing them in the minors long enough to delay starting the clock on both their arbitration and their free agency years. This, to me, is the one place where owners, I think, would do themselves well coming to the table and agreeing. Like, yeah, we don't even have minor leagues anymore. Or we've certainly done away with so many of them. So when a player's ready to make his major league debut, we're going to bring him up. We're not going to delay the start of a major league clock just to get a year in front of your first bite of the arbitration apple or year 7 where you can finally hit free agency. Like, that is the one place where I think owners could make a concession without losing their shirts on it, because they're not preventing a dollar amount going out. They're just delaying it.
Yeah, I mean, all those are just sort of incremental at the edges things. The free agency, when free agency is triggered, is always a big argument. And they're also going to argue pointlessly about the postseason. And it still doesn't address the notion, the basic fundamental notion that they all ought to be in this together, because baseball has been diminishing as a cultural touchstone in America for a good long while. And it would take both sides, plus some intelligent people outside the owner, the labor management combination, to just sit in a room and go, here's how you can, change that, or at least alter it so that your slide isn't as quick as it's been. I mean, because they are at what I would suggest is a crisis point, because they've now had 3 straight years of either declining or no attendance. For some of the reasons are not in their control, but the damage is still done. And now they're coming, on top of all that with a work stoppage that, quite frankly, looks a lot like this is going to last into April, May, and June. And what we've seen in all sports is when you're unavailable, people get out of the habit of caring. And that's the most important thing of all. It's just, if you're really going to say that our argument is more important than putting a product on the field that people can enjoy, then the message will be, okay, well then if you don't want me to come, when you come back, I won't be there.
So I'm going to come back and ask you a question to a point you just brought up and in a second. But first, again, we're going through like what the players want here.
Yeah.
Players would like teams to stop receiving draft pick compensation for losing players in free agency, thus penalizing owners for signing big money players and depressing those player offers. Again, that shouldn't be a problem, right? In what sport do you sign a team or do you sign a free agent and then you owe that team that you signed the free agent from something? Like that, I always thought that was a weird part of baseball, but basically I always called that like that's the Yankee rule. Like the Yankees used to use the Kansas City Royals, the Baltimore Orioles, and to an extension, the Oakland A's as their own major league developmental system. And so baseball thought, all right, well, since the Yankees can just buy all the talent that these smaller markets can no longer afford, what's the one thing we can do to get these small market owners to shut up? Here's a draft pick. You get a supplemental draft pick for this guy being signed. There is no small market in baseball anymore. There really aren't. It's just, they're all major league entities. They're all making money hand over fist. You got, the smallest market team in Tampa Bay doesn't even have that market, so they need to have Montreal now too. And they're just signing guys to, who have played, like Wander Franco. Like Wander Franco, before he's played 71 games, has been offered a $100 million year contract or a $100 million contract over 8 years by the Tampa Bay Rays. Like you can't be losing money and be willing to drop $100 million on a guy who hasn't even played the amount of games you normally get before an all-star break in his career yet.
No, well, because none of them are losing money. What they're trying to do is argue that franchise appreciation is not money that counts. It's just that's theirs because it's theirs. But they're all getting richer while claiming that, oh no, we're losing money because we didn't have people coming through the turnstiles. No, it's an investment in the game that they refuse to make, and the Wander Franco contract is a classic example of that. Of course he's worth $100 million to the Rays. I mean, he's got Ozzie Albies, Ronald Acuna type talent. And both of those guys signed incredibly team-friendly deals that Franco and Franco's people said, no, you're going to have to do better than that. That's the free market working.
12 years, $223 million is what he signed for.
Yeah.
And there's like a new way of doing baseball business. I mean, look at some of the numbers that have come and gone. Ronald Acuna, 8 years, $100 million. Wander Franco, 11 years, $182 million. Fernando Tatis got $340 million over 14. It's crazy what rookies are being bought out through now. So don't tell me. And by the way, last time I checked, Atlanta, Tampa, and San Diego never thumped its chest as a big market franchise.
No, they didn't. But that's the point here is the owners have money to spend when they feel like it. But when you have money to spend when you feel like it, it means you have money. And their argument that, economic conditions are such that we're suffering. No, I don't even know if they even bother to advance that anymore, because I think everybody's sort of onto them with that. It's more, we don't want to give it to you, and we'll close the doors until you agree to what we want.
Tim Kirkjian.
That's why this is stupid.
Sorry, right? Tim Kirkjian joins us at 4:15. The final thing that the players are asking for, which is like the big things that the players want here, is players would like to see owners who spend the least to stop receiving revenue sharing money, essentially rewarding them for keeping their checkbooks closed. You would think that this would be one of the things that could divide the owners. How tired? I mean, let's just call it what it is. This is the John Fisher clause. By the way, did you see that John Fisher today released some artistic renderings of a dome stadium that would be right on the Strip in Vegas?
Yeah. Did he have any on the surface of the moon? Did he have any in Paris by the Champs-Élysées? Artist renderings are you can go anywhere.
Oh yeah.
I have seen no indication that there is any piece of land on the Strip that isn't going to be, used for something far more lucrative than a baseball team. I mean, that's just nonsense. And that's the reason why people don't take them seriously, because it's always nonsense with them.
Getting back to what you said earlier, when you said this could go on till June, let me just ask you straight up, Ray. Do you think Major League Baseball will be missing regular season games in this current lockout?
Yeah, but my sense is, based on nothing at all, that they'll probably realize about the end of April that this is just folly, and that they're making critical mistakes on top of sort of benign mistakes, and this is one that they may not be able to come back from. So that I think both sides might cave before June, but if they don't, then we can basically say with complete certitude that the owners would rather not play at all. In which case, then why do you have teams? Why does the sport exist?
What owner will try to preach let's play baseball to other owners first? Who will be, let's just say, more dove instead of hawk on this lockout?
If I had to pick one, maybe Mark Attanasio in Milwaukee, because he's always been a moderate on most things. The question is, how many moderates are there in the room? Last year, there weren't nearly enough. This year, there might be even fewer. That's the first question I want to ask Kirkjian is, all right, who are the owners that want to drive this lockout, and who are the ones who are positioned in a way that they need the doors to be open?
We're going to ask that to Tim Kirkjian of ESPN in just a moment. He joins us next year on 95.7 The Game. We're going to get right back into Warriors conversation at 5 o'clock when Steve Kerr joins us live at 5 here on 95.7 The Game. In the meantime, we are brought to you by BioNTech and Pfizer. Look, we got festivals going on. We got football in the air. It is a great time to be around family and friends and gathering for the holidays, which means it's also the perfect time to get vaccinated. If you're not vaccinated right now, go get vaccinated. Stop watching Fox News. Getting vaccinated is a good thing. Damon and Ratto, 95.7 The Game.
It was an incredible atmosphere, playoff-like.
what you'll need, and help you build a flexible plan for cash flow designed to last, so you can go from saving to living. Fidelity Brokerage Services, number NYSE SIPC.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Damon and Ratto with you here on 95.7 The Game. Two words you never want to see together, baseball and lockout. Here it is for the first time in a quarter century. Tim Kirkjian of ESPN, nice enough to stop on by for about the next 15 minutes to talk all about it. Thank you very much, Tim, for joining us today. We understand it's a busy day for everyone covering the game because we have a new headache to deal with. How long do you think this headache goes on? Let's just start with that. Do you think baseball would be audacious enough to actually take this into the regular season?
Well, I think that would be a really bad idea. Baseball is not exactly dealing in a position of strength right now, given its popularity just simply isn't what it used to be. And basketball's gotten bigger, hockey's getting bigger, and football is a monster, as we all know. So anything is possible, but I have to think there's so much money to be lost by not playing the regular season that somehow, some way, they're going to get this done. But the next 2 months, I think, are going to be really difficult, long, arduous attempts at negotiation because they weren't even close to getting it done on December the 1st. I was told by several people involved, we just can't agree on hardly anything. And that's just a bad sign. So I think it's going to be a long way until to February the 1st. Let's just hope we get there and an agreement is in place.
I've been told more than once that the key to brokering a deal is to find the one wedge issue on which one side simply won't budge, and then the other side, if it wants to do a deal, will make accommodations on that. What is the one? What's the wedge issue here? What's the one that the players are absolutely adamant about? What's the one that the owners are adamant about, and how do they fix it?
Well, I think part of the problem, Ray, is there's more than one wedge issue. That's the problem. However, I would say that free agency, as always, is a critical piece here, that the players want to be paid before they get to 6 years of free agency, because a lot of them are, say, 30, 31 years old at that time, and a lot of them are being left out of the free agent chase if they're not great players, and they have to wait 6 years, and then there's no payoff. So they want free agency granted much earlier, such as maybe even 3 years, where it doesn't appear that Major League Baseball is willing to bend on that. And, the whole arbitration situation is, something that the union wants looked at, and Major League Baseball doesn't seem all that interested in that. And the union is trying to make sure there is no service time manipulation with young players, and the union is adamant that has to be fixed. So they're all kind of one issue, but that's the wedge issue, is that players get paid earlier in their careers because a lot of them just aren't getting paid when they get to be 31 years old.
Tim Kirkjian joining us here on 95.7 The Game. So, look, we know that the bad guy is usually the owner in the room. The man with the most amount of money refusing to give it around is the bad guy in this negotiation. It's easy to hate owners. It's easy to hate Rob Manfred. Players get defended all the time, left and right. What do we assign blame to this union for? What's the one thing that the union has done poorly on? I mean, I think that we've just seen owners spend billions of dollars on a small handful of players, and the middle-class major leaguer, which is such a huge part of the game, feels squeezed out. At what point does the union do anything other than represent the top dollar?
Right. Well, that might be precisely what has happened. Look at the numbers for the middle tier free agent, where those salaries have gone in the last 6 or 7 years. It's ridiculous. It's gone from like $11 million a year down to $6 million a year, and that's a big problem. So maybe you could blame the union for not taking care of people in the in the union who are not star players, because those guys are clearly getting paid again. But I think the big problem is this goes back to what happened in 2016 when the union was just so interested in making sure the players were taken care of with off days and food and everything else. Meanwhile, the owners just did a tremendous job getting, the financial situation straight for them. As one former player told me, in the last negotiation, he said, we got an agreement with Whole Foods, and the owners got a salary cap. And since then, the union has been trying to make up for the losses that they suffered in 2016. They want to get everything back, and that's usually not how it works in a negotiation.
Who are the owners who are most hawkish in these negotiations, and who are the ones who might be most conciliatory?
Well, it's interesting, Ray, as you know. Our owners just aren't as visible as they used to be. They're not out there anymore, meaning they're not saying, stepping forward and saying, my team can't exist under the current circumstances and things have to be changed. And then George Steinbrenner would step forward and say, no, we're going to do it any way that we like to do it, and we're not listening to anybody else. I just don't see any high-powered, high-profile owners just stepping forward and saying, this is what we need to do. So I'm just not sure there are the hawks and the doves like there used to be, and I think that's part of the problem, is identifying exactly who wants what. All we know is that Steve Cohen wants to spend as much money as he can as the owner of the Mets, which he already has.
No kidding. ESPN's Tim Kirkjian. Let's say we sent you into the room to be the doctor that operates on the patient to fix this. How would you go about fixing it?
Well, I would get everyone together and make sure they recognize how much money there is to be lost if this goes into the season. And I'm not sure this would do any good, but I would bring some older players, David Cohn, Tom Glavine, guys who've been through these labor wars, to speak to the players to say, look, this is what we went through. This is how it works. And I just don't think our players today are really in tune with what happened before, and maybe they shouldn't be, because none of them has really been a part of a labor situation before. I mean, back in 95 and 2002, a bunch of those players had been through multiple work stoppages. And now these players, other than COVID last year where money was lost and a negotiation didn't do very well, they've never been a part of this. So I think it would help if some veteran players would walk in and try to explain how things used to be, and maybe the players could look at it and say, all right, maybe we have to be a little bit more flexible. That's what I would do if I went in and spoke to the union, and if I went in and spoke to the owners. I would say, look, you guys are still doing awfully well here, and that's obvious in the money that's already been spent since October the 1st. I mean, $2.1 billion have been spent on salaries and extensions and free agency. So I would get in there and say, look, you're not going to win like you did in 2016. You're going to have to lower the bar a little bit if we're going to get this thing done.
If you were in the room with either side, would there be any benefit to just nail-gunning them all to chairs and saying you don't leave until there's an agreement?
I just don't know if that works anymore. And what happened here, as you guys know, is both sides kind of looked at December 1st as, well, it's an arbitrary deadline. It's an artificial deadline. There's nothing official about that. But once it passes, and now we're in a lockout situation, to me, a lot of things change after that. When the industry shuts down, everything changes, and I think they tried to get to a situation where they weren't going to leave a room, but they're so far apart on many of the issues that it was pointless. It was fruitless to stay there. Now they've got, let's say, 2 months to really get to work on this. You just wonder why they didn't get to work on this better during the summer, so we could have avoided what happened last night.
Tim, I know that you got to go work on something else here real soon. So let's just wrap up with this. When baseball does drop the green flag on its next season, what team will Chris Bryant be playing for?
That's a great question. There was a lot of interest in him in free agency, and now, of course, that's all gone until the shutdown ends, the lockdown ends. The Rockies, I know, were the last team to show significant interest. I would think, and I don't think it's going to happen, I would think the Giants would still be interested in bringing him back. But I think a lot of other teams should have interest in him. He's a good, versatile player, but I didn't hear anything truly concrete. I thought all along the best shot he had was to go to the Mets, but when Eduardo Escobar ended up going there, I don't think Chris Bryant's going there now. So he's just one of 10 or 12 guys, big-time free agents, who are going to be sitting here for 2 months wondering where they're going to play next year.
Ray, if you got one more in, you make it quick.
Explain Texas's sudden spending binge after years of not spending for anything.
Yeah, they won 60 games last year. They got outscored by 190 runs. I got told by a talent evaluator that other than Adolis Garcia, their young kid, had such a great rookie year, he told me they don't have one position player on their team that could play every day for a winning type of team. That's how weak they were in position players. So they had to go get a shortstop, and they got a great one in Corey Seager. They had to go get a second baseman, and they got a great one in Marcus Semien. So now they have the best middle infield potentially in baseball. Now they're going to have to address their starting pitching. John Gray will help, but he certainly isn't the answer. So the Rangers just looked at it and said, we're in big trouble. We have money to spend. Now's the time to do it. So you got to commend them for going to get two really good players to fill two critical positions.
As baseball leaves us shaking our head once again, the only thing that we definitely know is none of this would be happening if they would just make Kirkjian the commissioner. It would be a lovely day. Thank you so much, Tim, for joining us.
Okay, fellas, take care.
Great stuff. Tim Kirkjian, ESPN.
I'm surprised he was anti-nail gun.
I know. Look, I mean, you know what? Basically what you're saying is deadline. And the deadline is the single greatest tool that anyone can pull out in a negotiation. And that's what makes this lockout so infuriating, Ray. It feels like it is going to hang over this sport the way this cold has hung in my head and in my lungs right up until opening day. I mean, it will take nothing short of missing some spring training revenue to get this. So they basically got what, to the middle of February to make any traction one way or the other on this, and we know that nothing's going to happen by the middle of February. So you can wipe away that first week of spring training right now. Plan on going to Scottsdale for the NCAA tournament and the ultimate dude trip of all time? Nah, it might not be happening this year.
Well, but it's interesting that you say deadline. I think they ignore deadlines cheerfully because they don't believe in them anymore. I think their deadline is not based on the baseball calendar. It's when do we see the whites of their eyes so that we can shoot at them? I mean, and that's the problem that I think this gets down to, is that every lockout, every work stoppage, if you line them up, they've gotten more and more acrimonious. And the only guy who ever stopped that train was your pal Bud Selig, who just said, I'm not going to sit through these. And he got owners to listen and bend and make more money than they ever made, while players made more money than they ever made. This is now about what they believe is a finite pie and who's going to get the most part of it. And if they want to address that, they've got to figure out a way to make the pie bigger. And none of these are about making the pie bigger. It's about fighting about the shrinking pie.
The only way baseball owners think about growing the pie is the next television deal, the next postseason television deal, and what owners are willing to charge their own fans to walk into their ballparks. If fans aren't walking into ballparks, it's a long ways away from any postseason deal or new TV money, Ray. They just negotiated and renegotiated all of that, didn't they? I mean, there's There isn't a new television deal to be struck.
No, but one of the places where baseball has made a ton of money is through ML BAM, which is advanced media. That's where the cash cow is. It's not the TV deals, because one of the things that's happening is that regional sports networks like NBC Sports Bay Area, they're getting squeezed and they're shrinking, and they're showing less interest in signing long-term lucrative team deals with teams. So they've got to figure out other ways to make that money, and the advanced media stuff, going on Netflix, going on YouTube, doing stuff like that, is where the future money is, and they don't seem to have a grasp on how to do that effectively.
Well, as baseball's wondering if people are just going to come on back, what didn't exist during the last lockout? It didn't exist 26 years ago? Netflix, Hulu, and a billion other things to watch. A billion different distractions in which to throw your time. I mean, at some point, baseball is competing with podcasts. At some point, baseball is competing with, new episodes of South Park on Paramount Plus. Like, people don't even really care where they put their attention anymore. They just want something that they like and something that's easy to access. And hopefully relatively inexpensive, since everybody just took it into shorts over the last 2 years. Major League Baseball will never be less expensive than it is today. And today, it's very expensive.
Yeah, it's because at a time when you would think a price adjustment downward would make sense for everybody, the owners are trying to make up for the money they lost in 20 and 21.
Right, they just got to let it go, but they can't.
No, they can't, because their view of money is what's mine is mine, and what's yours we'll split up, and we'll get the lion's share of that. At some point, they have to basically look at the value of their teams and say, we have to include this in the economic picture, which they don't want to do, and which to date they haven't done.
Just to bring it back to baseball, actual Giants baseball, what do you think happens with Chris Bryant? I really think that he is the kind of guy that you need. If you plan on playing postseason baseball? If the answer is yes, you need a guy like Chris Bryant. Chris Bryant is the only dude who showed up with a bat in the postseason, except for Buster Posey, who's never going to show up in any season of baseball ever again. So how do you let Chris Bryant walk away when he is going to be commanding top dollar? If you want a top performer in the postseason, you got to pay top dollar. Now, the funny thing is the guy you got in the postseason was much better than the guy you might get in the regular season. I don't know if Chris Bryant is worth $200 million, blah, 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 blah. But I also don't think you can afford to let a talent like that walk away all at the same time. I know that Farhan is here to make sure that you can replace a guy like that in the regular season. I don't think you can replace a guy like that in the postseason. I would walk up to Farhan and just ask him this question. Do you think you're going to be in the postseason next year? Yes or no? If it's yes, re-sign Chris Bryant.
You're asking the wrong guy then, because I am not convinced that the Giants in their new regime, which is run by Greg Johnson, Charles Johnson's son, aren't tightening belts, because you don't see them making the dramatic let's reach out and spend some money deal that they used to be willing to engage in. And I wonder if they are viewing this in a different prism than they used to, which is we've got to watch our money. And if that's the case, the question is not for Farhan, because Farhan's answer might be because I've been told we can't afford it.
Steve Kerr is coming up at 5 o'clock. We'll talk Warriors then. But man, I just don't want to hear about the Giants crying. I mean, you just won 107 games. You just won 107 games. That means you better win about 100 next year. I mean, really. I mean, what have they lost? They've lost Kevin Gausman. And is that it so far? It's the list, kind of.
Yeah, of the players that are impact players. I mean, they let Alex Dickerson go, but nobody in the firmament.
Right. So look, if it's not going to be Chris Bryant, you better get Nick Castellanos in here. Is it Seiya Suzuki?
Mm-hmm.
The Tokyo Carp from Japan, who they're billing as another real impact hitter coming to Major League Baseball. You better get in that market. Well, there is no Anthony Rizzo market for them because they got Brandon Belt still. Michael Conforto, I mean, is that where you're going to settle on and play with? If not Chris Bryant, who just gives you so much flexibility. The kind of flexibility no other player at that price point would buy you. All players at the Chris Bryant price point are locked into one position, pretty much.
Well, but the thing is, this is not about baseball right now. And I wonder, because we've gotten no indication otherwise, whether the Giants are no longer a team that views themselves as a cash cow. Because that changes everything you have to think about when you're talking about them. They're, under Peter McGowan and, people thereafter, this was a team that made tons of money every year and would spend it. But I wonder if with Greg Johnson at the helm as the head of business, the guy who gets to set the budget that Farhan Zaidi operates with, whether there's a new dynamic going on. And until we get the answer to that, I can't give you an educated guess on what Bryant's going to do, because you would think if they really wanted him, they would have gotten him in the pre-lockout rush. And they didn't. And didn't seem to be keen on getting that done.
Let's squeeze in a quick call real fast here, Lucas. Give me Tyler. Tyler, you're on with Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. How are you, Tyler?
Good, gentlemen. How are you? I hope you guys had a fantastic Thanksgiving. I just wanted to, I've never understood why baseball controls players until their late 20s, early 30s, and then fans get up in arms when these guys sign 10-year contracts and they can't perform the entire 10 years. Well, yeah, it's because they don't sign it until they're 30. These guys need to be able to be free agents when they're 24, 25. It'll make the game better. And then I'm a Dodgers fan, full disclosure. I know that's not a popular thing up here, but I'm also a baseball fan, so when the Giants and Dodgers are both good, I love it, and I hope that the Giants go out and just sign somebody or a couple of guys to make that rivalry what it is. To me, it's the best rivalry in sports where both teams are good. I always root for the Giants to be good because it makes the game better. And for me as a fan, it makes it better for me to watch. And then to close out my call, I just want to say I appreciate what you guys do. You guys are both very knowledgeable. I love listening to you. Ray, man, you crack me up. I can't thank you enough for making me laugh on my drive to work. So I hope you guys have a safe and happy holiday. And that's all I got, guys.
Thank you, Tyler. Say something nice to Tyler, Ray.
Think about what you just said, Tyler. People listen to that. They're going to make fun of you when you go to the playground. Reorganize your thoughts. No, he made a bunch of very salient baseball points. The problem is the lockout's not about baseball. And I think that's the one thing that people have to get their heads around. The thing that they love baseball for, the thing that they go to the ballpark to see or watch at home is nowhere in evidence here. And the idea that baseball did all this manic $2 billion worth of player signings right before they announced that, we're not doing anything anymore, is almost a cruel joke in some ways. It's almost like this is the fun of the offseason, is watching players go to different teams, watching owners burn money, and then all of a sudden a curtain comes out and says, now we're not even going to talk about baseball. We're going to take all the faces off our website because we're in lockdown. We're going into stasis. And how do you maintain interest in a game that is aggressively refusing to let you express your interest?
Well, as I've said, 26 years ago when baseball had a lockout, there was no Netflix. People's attention spans weren't infinitesimally shorter than they were the 25 years before that. If you don't grab someone's attention, or if you're willing to concede to lose somebody's attention, the promise of getting it back no longer exists. It's a different customer. It's a different world. We have more things to distract us than ever before. The number one thing distracting people is the dumbest app you've ever seen, which lets you give a 15-second long video or whatever TikTok allows. And that's who you're dealing with now. Major League Baseball is trying to live in a TikTok world. And by locking everything down, you're going about it a really, really funny way. When we do come on back, more proof that times are a-changin'. And Warriors head coach Steve Kerr live at 5 here on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here at the Bet River Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by Bet River Sportsbook, your hometown sportsbook. Thursday Night Football, New Orleans, a 5-point home dog against Dallas. Total is 47. This number could climb.
ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
In 10 minutes, Steve Kerr joins Ray and I here on 95.7 The Game. Got a preview, a game against the Suns, and review a game against the Suns with Steve Kerr in just a little bit here. So, Suns coming and going here on 95.7 The Game. Kind of like every day of the week, right? The sun comes and goes, and that's how it works. That's how you know it's a new day.
We're all day to day.
We're all day. Everyone is officially day to day. I'll tell you, this is one of the biggest changes in my life, Ray. And I know that we are not sitting in a hotbed of college football, anything. But a city as old as San Francisco certainly understands tradition and old-timey things, even though it's the hub of all new technology and all that too. Notre Dame just got treated like a MAC school by its winningest coach. It's really unbelievable, Ray. We have seen Notre Dame and Oklahoma become stepping stool jobs. And that, to me, it's astonishing. The Irish won't join a conference, but just got left by a coach for a better conference. And without looking this up, I can tell you assuredly that Brian Kelly is the first coach to leave Notre Dame in my lifetime without a pink slip.
The Kelly thing is bizarre because unlike Oklahoma, which was about to join the SEC, which is a much more difficult leap than people understand, Notre Dame was not changing anything. They were going to be as stable as they've always been. The difference that I read about was that they were arguing with Kelly about facilities, and upgrades. And Kelly is not, and you've seen it in the way he's coached and the way he's treated subordinates. Kelly is not a guy who does well with no. And I think between that and the fact that I think he thought that Notre Dame was as good as it was going to be and there was no point in chasing that dream anymore, I think, him leaving is less of a surprise than where he left for. Because LSU is crazy town. It's in the SEC, so it's much more difficult than an independent schedule that basically you can tailor to get to 11-1. And it's also with a fan base that makes the Notre Dame fan base look like the Stanford fan base. Those people tolerate nothing. If you don't win 5 of your first 4 games, they want your ass.
They'll throw the etouffee right at you. There is no doubt. But who doesn't win a national title at LSU, right? Like you can talk about how difficult it is in the SEC. LSU is a magnet of true NFL talent that gives you a puncher's chance in a conference that you better be a heavyweight in. And they are a heavyweight in that conference. It is Bama. It is LSU. Georgia gets to talk about it now and then. Florida gets a higher right here. Florida can talk about it once again. And, Texas is about to become Arkansas with better uniforms. Oklahoma is another school that always comes up with the right hire. I mean, they're going to get a good coach at Oklahoma. I can promise you that. But, man, the luster that has come off the Golden Dome, and Brian Kelly can make this about facilities all he wants. This is about 10 years, $9.5 million per. And, Ray, forget about it. This is not college football. This is professional football.
Oh, of
this
course
is professional football, period. You've got college coaches lapping NFL coaches in terms of salary now, which means this is a professional sport.
Well, it's a professional sport that is basically going to make Lincoln Riley's next contract from an NFL team in about 2 years worth $12 or $13 million, not the $10 million that John Gruden made. Everybody thought that the Gruden contract was crazy.
Yeah, there's going to be a $15 million head coach one day.
Oh, yeah. And frankly, if he can hang out long enough, it'll be Bill Belichick. While baseball is basically trying to low bridge its managers with power and salary, football is basically saying the coach we want is worth whatever he asks for, plus a couple of $1 million plus real estate. The Brian Kelly deal, he could have gone back to Notre Dame and he might have been able to get more salary. But he wasn't good. But LSU would have come back and go, well, we'll see what you got there, and then we'll double back, because for us, money is no object for the one thing that matters to us, which is football.
Right. We will give you the salary that you want. The facilities are second to none. And oh, by the way, another thing that we'll deliver to you that unfortunately South Bend can no longer guarantee is 9 guys who will have first 2 rounds of NFL draft talent just dripping off of them in every recruiting class you're going to get.
Yeah.
I mean, and by the way, Lucas, someone said earlier on the text line, they like watching the show on Twitch because they get to see you behind Ray Ratto in the shot. Lucas,
put
Lincoln
some pants
Riley,
on.
Lincoln Riley is already the darling of the transfer portal. He just needs to close the gates around L.A. and boom, Trojans are back, baby.
It's a link fence around the state of California now, by the way. Oh, I've used my word count for the week, I think, on this, so I'll let you go on.
Lincoln Riley's been to more college football playoffs as a head coach than the entire Pac-12 has been in the last 8 years. So, great hire for the Trojans. USC feels like it's back. Notre Dame today feels more like a diminished brand than any time I've ever seen it in my lifetime. And it feels that way for modern Newt Rockne, which is what Brian Kelly is, except without any signature wins, as Lou Holtz said. It's something else. It's just, you want to talk about how is sports different now than when you were a kid? Well, in lots of ways. But maybe chief among them is Notre Dame is now a MAC school. It's unbelievable. I'm shocked. I really am. Oh, by the way, Indiana did not win the Oak and Bucket game and loses in double overtime to Syracuse, and I was very distraught, Ray. Very distraught.
That's probably why you're sick now.
Another thing made me distraught. We had to put the dog down. The beloved dog.
Oh, well, then what are you working? Why are you at work today? You've got too much on your plate.
There's been a lot. But
I get for people who like dogs, the day the dog has to join the feathered choir is a tough one.
It is. It was a tough one, man. Tough one. It wasn't today. It was 2 days ago.
Oh,
it was tough.
Okay.
It was tough. But it lingers, man.
Yeah. I'd like to mock you for that, but I can't.
You can't. You look at it this way.
Dogs are a different deal, and I get that.
You have spent way too much on canine ACLs to diminish that. And also, there's a reason why you like dogs, Ray. They're not humans.
That is a thing
quality
on their resume that they can be proud of. That's no question there. I mean, every time I look at my dog, or the family dog, I should say, to be more accurate, that's the thing that goes through my mind. At least you're not one of the kids.
Steve Kerr is going to be joining us in just a little bit. Again, the Warriors found out what the NBA was suggesting with, what was it, a 16-game winning streak before they beat the Warriors, now a 17-game winning streak. The Phoenix Suns are good, and we're not talking about them enough. We're not covering them enough, and you know what I think they get a little extra credit for, too, is it's really tough. I've always thought one of the most impressive things about the Golden State Warriors is they won 73 games the year after they won a championship. How do you win a title and come back even hungrier? Not that the Suns won a title last year, but just reaching the NBA Finals is a really big deal. And they bring back Chris Paul, and people say, well, you know, it's going to be a case of the two olds when it matters most again, and maybe it will be. Let's see how Chris gets through a season or doesn't. But, man, they're very good. And they closed out on shooters like the Golden State Warriors do. I mean, that was as well-played defensive professional basketball game in the month of December, Ray, as I think the league has seen in maybe 5 or 10 years. Nobody plays defense in December except these two teams, and they played it like it was a playoff game.
Yeah. You mentioned sort of the key thing in my mind is they not only closed out on shooters, they stayed with them as they were trying to run their offense. The thing that made Stephen Curry look as vulnerable as he did on Tuesday night is that when he ran around, he couldn't shake Bridges. And normally he is so active in the course of a possession that his guy gets lost at some point. And Bridges did not allow that to happen. And that's one of the reasons why there were so many more turnovers, because you know where Curry is, but if he's not there because somebody's impeded his way, you know, perfectly legally, that ball that's supposed to go to Curry is going to go out of bounds. And I think between those two things, the fact that Curry couldn't, you know, get comfortable looks at the basket, and the fact that their offense in general was dysrhythmic and confused at times, is the reason why they ended up with 96 points.
Welcome, boys and girls, to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo, privacy simplified.
One of the rules in the NBA is there's no such thing as a big game in December, but that was as close as it felt, and the Suns took a win. With a win tomorrow night, that, I guess, would be a statement to talk about what happened in Phoenix, what could happen tomorrow. Warriors head coach Steve Kerr joins us here on 95.7 The Game. Steve, a pleasure to have you on once again. How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Doing well. I'm a little congested. Back for the first time since last week when I've been out sick, so pardon the voice as much as you possibly can. That is, I think, the hardest I've seen Steph Curry bottled up by anybody, certainly in the month of December. We saw two teams play a playoff-level caliber defense against each other, and even though you didn't get the result you wanted, both head coaches had to be thrilled with the defense that was played in that game.
Yeah, it did feel like a playoff game, Damon. I mean, both teams got after it. It was a very physical game. And as you guys know, the game has gotten a lot more physical this year just with the rule changes. So it was hard to find any footing in that game for us offensively. I thought Phoenix did a great job. They did a lot of good things defensively. And, watching the tape, I think it's a 1-point game with 4 minutes left, and we haven't had anything going at all, and you're on the road. So we gave ourselves a chance, and it's a testament to our team that on a night when really, we couldn't get much going other than Jordan Poole and Otto knocking down some big shots, but we couldn't really get into a rhythm offensively, and we didn't play particularly well. We still had a shot, so it was a good effort. We just couldn't get it done.
Was the length of Bridges and Ayton a bigger factor than the physicality that you just alluded to that is allowed to be played now that a couple years ago in the NBA was not allowed to be played? Was it physical in nature, or was it just the size and, you got a wing defender in Bridges who has 9.5 foot long arms, for goodness sakes?
Right. Yeah, well, when I say physical, I mean, it's both ways, right? I mean, Draymond's one of the most physical players in the league, and so I think the new rules benefit us in a lot of ways. And we don't have a lot of we don't have any guys really who kind of seek out fouls and play the way that some of the guys in the league have been playing the last few years. So I like the new rules. It was a physical game, but it was a game that was really cleanly played, and I thought Phoenix's length and their scheme, they were really on a string, all five guys together on their switches. They didn't really make many mistakes, and yeah, I mean, they have a team that just went to the finals, so they're obviously really, really talented and well coached and well put together.
Was there anything tactical or structural that was different about Phoenix, or did they just do what they normally do very well?
Well, everybody that we play has a plan for Steph. There's going to be a big physical defender on him. There's going to be help everywhere. People are going to blitz him, trap him, switch on him. He's seen it all, and I think the key the other night was that Phoenix really didn't make mistakes. Generally speaking, when you throw a lot of people at Steph, you're going to make some mistakes at time, and I felt like Phoenix was really disciplined and did not make many mistakes at all. So give them credit, and we'll have another crack at them tomorrow.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr, weekly conversation. It's always good to have him here on 95.7 The Game. I saw that Steph Curry has shot 8 free throws in his last 4 games, and 4 of them have been him shooting techs. So that means he's gone to the line twice on a you got fouled taking a shot in 4 games. It's been, 84 shots he has taken in those last 4 games, and I think he actually gets hacked more off the ball than on the ball. I don't want to get you in trouble with any zebras, Steve, but to me, this is an officiating abomination. He is the most disrespected, straight-up, bona fide living superstar, I think maybe in all of sports. Is there anything you can do to fix that? Can you start getting ejected from games? Can you start raining hellfire on officials, either publicly or privately in the locker room? I mean, what can be done about what I think is a serious blind spot in officiating?
Well, I think one of the things that happens with Steph is that he's very different from most stars in that he often plays without the ball. He's so good moving without the ball, and so I think in the NBA, the officials are very much in tune with pick and roll play. Looking at the ball handler, seeing where the contact comes versus the ball handler. Maybe less so when it comes to off-ball stuff. And, we always point it out if we think he's getting held and, if he's getting knocked down, whatever it is, we point that out to the officials. And, if you feel like it's an issue, you can send clips into the league. You can file a formal complaint with the league, all that kind of stuff. But, I have no problem with the officiating this year. I think it's been really good. I think I like the new rules. Are there times when Steph could get a call? Absolutely. But I think every coach would probably say that, about his best player. So it's all been fine with me.
About officiating, how pleased were you when Steph teched Brian Forte, and would you like him to do that more often?
Yeah, I was pretty upset on that one too. That was the Clipper game you're referring to Sunday afternoon, and I thought there were some missed ones, and that one in particular was pretty egregious. Just not having the defender not having position, and there being that amount of contact in transition. That looked like an easy one to me, but yeah, I mean, Steph got upset, and when he does, he frequently goes off like he did in that game. So if that's what motivates him, then whatever it takes.
Let me follow up. It's just giving the tee, though, is what made that special. I almost would accept the fact that was a dodgy call because of what we got as a result. I mean, I don't know if you've ever seen somebody else tee up an official, but I thought it was grand theater.
I love that. That was fun. I mean, when he got his little revenge, I guess, after making his third straight three. Steph's an entertainer. We know that, and that was amusing.
Should build a whistle into his mouth guard. He can start blowing it. That'd be good too. Steve, you went on Sam Amick's podcast recently, and you talked about how expletive deleted. You want to win, and I absolutely love that. That sounds, fair or not, different than the Steve Kerr who said, we're not chasing wins a year ago. And I know you hate that gets slapped on you, and people keep bringing that up. But there's no doubt that the chasing of wins is back. And is that coming from you or just the circumstances that this team finds itself under, the start that no one really saw coming?
Well, yeah, and I deserved that for using that phrase last year. I mean,
I'm pretty sure you wanted to win then too. I'll give you that.
I wanted to win. I think the context of the quote was important. The whole point was I don't want to chase wins by playing Steph 40 minutes a night when he's got 6 or 7 years left in his career.
Steve, this is Sports Talk Radio. We don't do context. Come on.
Yeah, you like to clip stuff, so that's fine. But that's my mistake for using that choice of words. But look, the point is, we were not great last year. We were in development mode. We were in, we knew we were without Clay. We were in a position where, I was not going to burn Steph Curry out in a year like that. And I've always been very frank and honest. You guys know that I chose my words poorly because it allowed everybody to latch onto them. This is a totally different year. We have a championship contender. We're now in a position where we are one of the best teams in the league. And I mean, I want to win every year, but when you're in a position to win big, you're just there's a fire that burns, beneath you every day because you feel it. You're close, and I think that's the sense this year.
Is there anything that makes you? Let me ask it this way: does Andre Iguodala being unavailable change your rotation more than you thought it would, and in what ways?
Well, it changes things a lot, and every game has been different over the last week with Damian Lee missing games. With Andre being out, with the matchups that we've had, we've gone different directions based on who we were playing, how we were playing. Andre is always a stabilizer, and the way we've used him this year, it's kind of 2 8 to 10 minute runs, one each half, and he kind of keeps us going. So it has been a big adjustment without him, but it's also been a great chance for the younger guys to play, a great chance for Chris Chiozza to play, who's been fantastic. And I always look at these times when guys are out as a really great opportunity for other guys to step up, and I think that's what we've seen.
We've seen Chiozza and Juan Toscano-Anderson more than we've even seen the draft picks this year, and you've had success because of that. I know that they were just down in Santa Cruz, and my goodness, so was Klay Thompson. And that's got to be pretty cool if you're a Santa Cruz Warrior and then all of a sudden Klay Thompson is in here dropping daggers on you in a scrimmage. Like that is a tool that is available to you due to the proximity of your G League team that not every team in the NBA gets to enjoy. How nervous, though, do you get when Klay is, let's just say, out of your primary nest, and even though it's still kind of the Warriors' nest, but definitely another nest. Do you get worried about what might happen when he's not under you?
Not at all. Not at all. You know, Seth Cooper, who's the head coach there in Santa Cruz, who's been on our staff the last couple of years. The whole staff was in training camp with us. We run all the same play calls, out-of-bounds plays, same actions. We're in contact. I talked to Seth a couple nights ago after their game late last week, or over the weekend, I guess it was. But you know, we talk all the time. They're an extension of us. It's one of the great resources that we have with the Warriors. You think about it over the years, how many players have played in Santa Cruz. We've had coaches and training staff members go through there. It's just been a fantastic development tool, and it continues to be this year.
Does the fact that he's now getting to be on a floor and playing at close to normal speed allow you to maybe worry a little less about sort of his mental state? Because I know Marcus Thompson wrote the story about him sitting on the bench after that home game recently and looked like he was, suffering the agonies of hell because he hasn't been able to get out there. Does the simple fact that he can get out and play in scrimmages now allow you to relax a little bit about that one part of him?
Well, we've been, aware of Clay's journey without ever being able to put ourselves in his shoes, over the last almost 2 years, I guess more than 2 years. So all you can do is offer support, but nobody really knows what he's gone through. And so when you see him in a tough state and you see him struggling, it's really difficult. He's meant so much to us. We're all so close with him, and he's right there, though. It's literally a matter of weeks, and so he's in good spirits. He had a great weekend in Santa Cruz. It's wonderful to see him, happy and playing, but these last few weeks are going to be maybe the hardest time of all because he feels like he's ready to play right now, and so he's still anxious to get out there.
In general, how would you grade him as a patient?
This year, fantastic. I think the first year after the ACL, that was, after we lost to Toronto in the finals, I think there was a general exhaustion with the whole team. And so I don't know that Clay was around much. He rehabbed, mostly in L.A. It didn't feel like he was part of the team that year. It was a strange year anyway, given what we were all dealing with. But over the last year, he's been in our building, pretty much every single day. And he and Rick have worked together hand in hand, and Clay's been a great patient.
Steve Kerr here with us on 95.7 The Game. So, with it being a back-to-back with the Phoenix Suns, do you treat this a little playoff-ishy more than just that atmosphere that we keep on talking about? Or have you already sat down with Steph and talked about what didn't go well for him in this game and what adjustments need to be made going into the next one? Or is it not nearly the playoff feel that the media has hyped it up to be?
Well, it's all circumstantial in the regular season. So the fact that we had yesterday off and then a good practice today gave our staff plenty of time to look at the film. It gave us plenty of time today to talk to the team and to go through some things on the court. And so we should be well prepared for tomorrow. It's still not the same level of preparation as for a playoff game, obviously, but I think where this game falls, it's about as prepared as you can be for a regular season game. So, and they play tonight. They're playing Detroit here coming up, and so they'll have a tough back-to-back. But every night's different. The Spurs will be resting tomorrow night, waiting for us the following night on our back-to-back, and this is how the NBA goes.
Are you prepared for a baseball lockout?
Well, I think Kenny Smith once said, a lockout in the off season is like saying the barbershop's closed on Mondays. Like, it's always closed on Mondays. So who cares about a baseball lockout right now? If you tell me there's a lockout in April, then that'll bother me.
Well, that's sort of what I was getting to, because there certainly sounds like this is going to be a long one, and knowing how you like baseball.
I do love my baseball, so yeah, I'm hoping it ends before spring training.
When Clayton Kershaw throws his next pitch, whose uniform is he going to be wearing, Steve?
Oh, he's a Dodger. He's a Dodger for life.
You're a hell of a general manager.
Yeah, Kenley Jansen?
I think Kenley Jansen's a Dodger too. I think he had a great year this year. I would guess he's back there.
Man, it's always great to talk to you. We thank you so much for stopping on by once again. Again, we're really looking forward to version 2.0 of the Golden State Warriors. The 1.0 of this year has been amazingly satisfying. What you will become when Clay gets back into the mix, when Wiseman is back in the mix, this is one of the more fascinating starts to any basketball season I've ever seen you guys have. It's been an entertaining run, and hopefully you can get back into that win column against Phoenix tomorrow night. Steve, thank you very much for joining us.
All right, guys, thanks for having me. We'll talk to you next week.
Great stuff as always with Warriors head coach Steve Kerr. Really, man, I mean, it's a fascinating season. And the fact that we get to watch teams play more defense, commit more defensively. I mean, all the elite teams. I don't know how many elite teams we got, but man, the two best teams in the Western Conference aren't waiting around, Ray, to start playing some defense. You don't have a 17-game winning streak. That's big boy territory right there. I mean, that makes the Suns they might be having a really nice follow-up season to their Western Conference championship last year into more than that. I mean, that's a lot. That's a monster winning streak. If the Warriors win 17 in a row at any point in time this year, people are going to be burning buses in San Francisco. I mean, people are going to go nuts.
And when you're talking about elite teams in defense, probably the only other truly elite team at this point is Utah, and they're sixth in defense. The Warriors are first, Phoenix is second, Utah sixth. Then the Clippers, who are basically a 500 team, then Cleveland, which is falling off, Boston, which is an average team, but there's a level of defense that gets played at the top of that order that I think probably has done a better job of adapting to the new basketball than all the other teams. And I put Utah in this group only because they've also done that. Everybody else is sort of still trying to figure it out, it seems. But the Warriors, Suns, and Jazz have very much absorbed the fact that this is now a moderate hand checkers league again.
I don't mind it. I actually think I might prefer it. And it definitely plays into who the Warriors are and who Draymond is. And I think that as much as the winning has locked Draymond into this year, I think he feels like, well, you've given me a shot to do what I do best, and I'm going to take that in this season as we're redefining what is proper on-court defensive protocol game by game in this league. It feels like the book is still open to interpretation, and Draymond's going to push it.
Well, yeah, I mean, because he is, as Kerr said, he's a guy who likes to play physically, because when you're undersized against a lot of the guys that he guards, like you have to be able to put a body on a body. And I don't know if the league is going to maintain this level of vigilance, but if they do, there are going to be a lot of teams that you thought were going to be good who are going to be middle of the road or worse because they couldn't adapt and they didn't have the roster to adapt.
Guy from the 708 area code says, DB, this is not the snot-nosed Hoosiers. Stop crying about fouls. No, I'm not crying about fouls. I am pointing at the clearly painfully obvious fouls that superstars in this league become superstars to earn. And I'm not even talking about a cavalcade of assumed fouls. I'm not. Steph Curry, his shoulders look like the ice after the end of the first period, before the Zamboni comes out and cleans it all up again. He is scratched to high heaven. He is being held by his jerseys, by his shorts, by his waistband, off the ball. I mean, Curry with the ball is probably less likely to be fouled than with him off the ball. And that's where Steph is getting absolutely mauled game after game after game after game. This guy gets no respect from a league that has historically gone all the way back to Magic Johnson and Larry Bird, given, look at it this way, Isaiah Thomas got a cleaner whistle than Steph Curry did, and nobody liked Isaiah Thomas or the Pistons or wanted them to be successful at all. But he played himself to a caliber of player, and he also had a body type that says, hey, you know, when he spills on the ground, it's probably because something happened. And it's like that with Steph. Steph is picking himself up off the floor, off the ball, all the time. Why? Because he doesn't have good balance? No. It's because he's getting yanked all over the court. He gets pulled, pushed, coerced. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And, you know, Steve is going to say the right thing. He's not going to do anything to make his weekly appearance with Ray and I cost him $30,000 in the league office by criticizing officiating. He says all the right things that need to be said in publicly. I promise you, he was nodding in agreement with me during a little bit of that. I am not off base on this one, not for a millisecond. And I do think it's time that Steve, in games, get a little bit more militant, policing this crap. How do you get the attention of an official? Turn him into the bad guy. You don't want to be the whistle. You don't want to be the official not blowing the whistle on Steph Curry, because here comes Steve Kerr. I mean, the game that you were talking about, that he got up and he gave the tee to the Clipper, official in that game, and when he got cut in half and didn't get a whistle, Steph Curry reacted more violently to that non-call than I've ever seen him get up angry at anything. I thought that Steve Kerr should have followed that and gotten himself ejected from that game. You can't tolerate this anymore. If you're a contender again, if you're going to win a championship again, Steph Curry going to the free throw line 50 more times in this season than he might could be the difference between a 1 seed and a 4 seed.
Well, except that the game is being played in a more physical way for everybody. Everybody's free throws are down. So I don't know that Steve Kerr pitching a fit is going to change that at all. What Stephen Curry is going to have to do is adapt to it, the way he's adapted to changes in the game since he started. One of the things that makes him Stephen Curry is that he's adapted to conditions. And there's, officials are not going to suddenly go, oh, Steph's upset, I think I better stop. That's not what's going to get this done. He has to beat the system. And he's been beating the system his entire career. So he simply has to do it one more time. And based on the numbers he's put up, he's been beating the system.
Yeah. I mean, I just think he's just the greatest shooter of all time. So it makes it look like he's beating the system. The system's beating him up.
And he's been beaten up before. I mean, it's the nature of the conditions under which he plays right now. And because I believe he's got more ability to adapt to it than maybe you do, I don't think this is that big a deal. I mean, he's just a guy who says, okay, I'm going to get angry sometimes, but I'm going to get mine in the end, like he did in that Clipper game, because that's who he is. And that's why I don't regard this as a huge issue. James Harden has had to change his game. A lot of guys have had to change their game. This is a game where you can use your hands again. And you either adapt to conditions or you get crushed by them.
But again, the conditions should still equal that's a foul. And what is a foul on other players in other games is not a foul on Steph Curry? Don't pretend like my concept of a superstar's whistle is something that I'm pulling out for the sake of doing a radio show.
I didn't say that, but I don't think he's treated worse than any other elite player. I mean, the only issue that you could make is that he gets beaten up more because he's smaller and because he runs around more than other players. And that's true. Now, do you want him to run around less? He won't get hit as much, but he won't be nearly as effective. It's the choice. This is the business he's chosen, to steal a line from a movie. This is who he is. This is what he does. And if he gets knocked over from time to time, most of the time he will get the whistle. Sometimes he won't. Bryant Forte missed a call badly, and now he's got to pay a fine for getting teed up by a player. That's what should happen.
Do you think
I think without that foul, we don't get that moment.
I'd rather have the free throws, Ray. I'd rather have the free throws.
No, I'd rather have the tee.
No, give me the free throws. I mean, that's the thing. You got a guy who hits free throws at almost 100%. So that's valuable to me. It's very valuable to me. And they have been winning games going away. Someone says, Damon, you sound like an old stuffy man yelling at clouds. I'll give you that one. But these clouds are real. These clouds are real. The cloud is in the officials who are not looking at Curry getting prison yarded. I mean, I'm off the ball. Don't give me this, jump shooters, he doesn't go to the rim. And that's another total misnomer, too. Steph Curry crashes the rim.
No, he goes to the basket.
He goes to the basket a ton.
Yeah. And I don't think that he is mistreated, unduly compared to other great players. I mean, there are some guys who will, create more contact than he likes to. But that, too, that's Curry. That's part of what makes him him. It's that, if he takes contact, he's still good enough to overcome it, and he does get his share of calls. It's just that his number of free throws is down this year because everybody's number of free throws is down this year.
See, I guess there's a difference between how you and I watch basketball. I have never thought for a single season of the man's career that he gets his fair share of calls. I see it the other way completely, like comically the other way. The man hasn't gotten a single season's worth of his share of calls ever. And now that he's the single most important spoke in the entire Wheels operation, and I'm not talking about the Warriors, I'm talking about the NBA's, Steph Curry is the single most valuable entity in the league. You'd think they go about protecting him a little bit more, because that's the way the league has worked since George Mikan was playing.
The only guy I think gets beaten up more without reward is Chris Paul. I mean, Chris Paul plays a much more physical game than Curry does and shoots far fewer free throws. That's a guy who I think has a more legitimate beef. I'm not troubled by this. I mean, this is a guy who, he's figured out how to adapt to changing conditions since the day he got here. And he's in the process of adapting. In fact, I would suggest he's already adapted to it. Just the way he plays. He doesn't sort of flail and try to get a call that he used to try to do all the time because he was lousy at selling calls.
Yeah, no, look, he's done that. He's absolutely done that.
Yeah, I don't want officials protecting him more than other players. I just don't.
Why not? He's more valuable than all of them. All of them almost put together.
Because part of
what's the point of becoming an NBA superstar, the most important guy in the entire sports constellation, if it doesn't buy you 30 more trips to the free throw? I mean, the old story on Jordan was I met him once, and Michael Jordan, by the way, lived through and played his entire career straight through the punched you in the face with brass knuckles, no whistle.
He played hockey.
Right. And the old saying was, I once met Michael Jordan in an airport, shook his hand, and he went to the free throw line. Like, and you were allowed to have brass knuckles in a way that you were not then. And he still got a superstar's benefit. And again, I'm not asking for anything unfair. Steph Curry's earned a more generous whistle. And certainly where it is the least looked at is off the ball. And off the ball Steph Curry is what makes with the ball Steph Curry the most dangerous man on the planet. So to delay and hold back his off the call whistles, it's crazy. It's crazy to me. And by the way,
nobody ever gets off the ball whistles when the game is played physically. That's part of the nature of basketball, and it's always been that. Michael Jordan went to the line 8 times a game because he went to the basket all the time because he had the ball in his hands all the time. Steph Curry, for all the great players, if you take like the top 15 players of all time, I'd be willing to bet you that Curry has the ball less than any of the others because so much of what he does is motion without the ball. And off-the-ball calls have never been a priority in the NBA, ever. He's a different kind of player, so that there's just going to be a different kind of dynamic to how he's officiated. I mean, do you want him not to run around when he doesn't have the ball? No. He's a better player because he does that, and if he gets bumped, he gets bumped.
No, I don't want Steph Curry to change a thing.
Oh, well.
What I want changed are the officials watching him. Because they do a crap job.
If you're complaining that he's getting fouled when it's off the ball, well, nobody's ever gotten off the ball calls. One of the things, and you may find that maddening about the NBA, but since the first day, they all look at the ball. Nobody looks off the ball. They don't bother with that. They figure that's all part of the deal. So I don't see them changing it, and I'm not sure that I want them to change it, because if you start calling off-the-ball fouls all the time, there's going to be a parade to the free throw line that stops the game and ruins the rhythm. The trick here is for Curry to figure out, and he has most of the time this year, to figure out where nobody is and then go there and then go somewhere else where nobody is and then get the ball when he's got an open look. And he's done that all his career.
By the way, is your position on Jordan Poole changed, evolved? I know that you have, in years past thought he is not even a real NBA player.
No, that's not my position.
It was your position.
My position was he was a guy who shot a lot, but I wanted to see more of the rest of the game because if he plays on the Warriors, he has to do more than just shoot. I still think he's a below average defender, but he's getting better at it. And I think he's been a better shooter, although he's still very streaky. He's clearly improved, but I never said he wasn't an NBA player. I just said that there are parts of his game that Steve Kerr is going to hate. And one of the things that he hated was that he was not very good defensively. He's better than that. He's still below your average NBA player, but he's improving at that. What is going to be interesting to me is what they do with him and how they use him once Thompson is back.
Well, Draymond Green was doing his volume podcast on the iHeart Podcast, Colin Cowherd, whatever you want to call it, network. And he said that Jordan Poole, when Clay comes back, he's still getting his 30 minutes a game.
What I do know is, and I don't know this because someone's told me, I know this because I'm not an idiot, whether Jordan's coming off the bench or starting, he's going to play 30 minutes a night. And so that's going to remain constant regardless.
He's right. Kid's a player, man. And, this is, I guess, a question we'll have for Steve next week is, what is increasing this man's basketball IQ? It's the reps. It's playing. It's getting comfortable out there. It's year 3 for him. This is the year the players take that leap forward. And this guy is taking about as decent a leap forward in year 3 of any Warrior we've seen in a really long time who is not one of the guys who gets a statue one day. You know, like by year 3, you knew Curry was sort of coming a little bit. You just hoped his ankle was going to hold out for you. By year 3, you could be like, geez, this Klay Thompson guy's a little bit of a shooter. By year 3, Draymond Green was becoming Draymond Green for sure.
No, he's unquestionably a better player than he's been, and part of it is because he's gotten to play more. I don't think there's any dispute there. I mean, his defensive numbers, he was a minus 2.2 his rookie year, which is not good. He was minus 1.4 last year. He's minus 0.6 now. That's steady improvement every year. The only question that I have about him is how he's going to be used when Thompson comes back. I'm not sure he's going to get 30 minutes a game because I'm not sure how Kerr is going to tweak his rotation, because it's not just him that gets affected when Thompson comes back. It's not a linear 1-to-1 relationship. It's how does he continue to use Iguodala? How does he use Porter? How does he use Payton? You know, it's...
Well, I mean, Chioz's not going to play very much once Klay comes back.
Well, he doesn't play very much now, so that's not a factor at all. I'm just talking about the other guys in the 8-man rotation, how all that gets adjusted, because there's 30-plus minutes that are going to Klay Thompson. Who's not going to get as much? That to me is an interesting question. I mean, because
Damian Lee. Damian Lee.
Maybe. You know, I mean, that's what I want. That's my interest in Jordan Poole this year. He's improved in all the ways he can improve. He's now a player who, I mean, I think he averages what? I'm just trying to look off the numbers here. He's averaging 30 minutes now. I don't know if he's going to get 30, but I don't think it's going to be because his play's deteriorated. It might be because somebody's got to come off the floor for 30 minutes, and it isn't just going to be one guy. Because Klay Thompson's getting his 33, 35 a night.
I mean, but not right away.
Maybe
Certainly
we don't know.
Not right away.
I mean, he might be ready to go. I mean, I'm not saying I have an answer, but I don't think anybody else does either, and that includes Steve Kerr.
I just think looking at the history of this team, cautiously approaching injury, minute, workload, load management, whatever you want to call it, I would bet the under on Klay Thompson workload in at least the first 6 weeks of him being back.
Maybe. I mean, I'm not arguing because I don't know. I just think it's a wild card.
Damon, are you sick? You sound a little congested. Yes! What do you think I missed the last 3 days for? I wasn't in Aruba, sipping umbrella drinks. I've been sipping NyQuil and DayQuil. Oh,
yeah, but with umbrellas.
Yeah, we always put the umbrella right in the NyQuil. You're right. There's a little thimble that you get when you shoot. Here's a
absolutely
little, make it goes down better.
And a huge half wedge of pineapple right at the top.
Totally. That makes it classy, like a boat drink should be.
It's a night tie.
Look, Ray's got jokes, everybody. Stick around because you've been warned. It's a Thinking Man's Thursday, which means Ray and I are going to think. Ooh. Coming up next. We are brought to you, by the way, by the Lazy Dog Restaurant.
Our friends at Lazy Dog Restaurant are hiring. Get interviewed and hired on the spot and enjoy food, fun, and prizes at their career day December 8th from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. at the Lazy Dog in Newark. Drop by and learn more at lazydogrestaurants.com.
If you haven't noticed, Draymond is playing 4D chess with the media.
I will go to the man who was called just last week the best defensive player on planet Earth.
By himself.
And Draymond, well...
What it is he's priming the pump for his DPOY candidacy.
Yes.
He started on day one, and every chance he gets, he reminds you, it's genius.
Williams. You watch me live on TV.
And I'm the dad from that hilarious sitcom you watch on demand. Thanks to DirecTV Stream, our worlds have been brought together.
And there's a laugh track.
Oh, who, them? Yeah, well, they kind of just follow me everywhere.
Introducing DirecTV Stream, the best of live TV and on demand with no annual contract. Get your TV together at directtv.com.
Requires high-speed internet and compatible device content. Varies by package and location. Restrictions apply.
Why is this oven still going? Hi, this is Dinesh.
Dinesh's Bakery just landed a sweet catering contract.
40 dozen fritters? Friday at 5 a.m.?
He needs an event planner to help him rise to the occasion.
Oh, every Friday at 5 a.m. Not a problem.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Get help managing your money for the life and years ahead with Fidelity Income Planning. We'll look at what you've saved, what you'll need, and help you build a flexible plan for cash flow designed to last, so you can go from saving to living. Fidelity Brokerage Services, number NYSE SIPC.
Here's what happened today on The Game. Presented by the County of Santa Clara. The morning roast from 6 to 9.
People are trying to count how much money they can spend for Christmas this year, and baseball owners are crying over $9 billion and how to divide the pie.
Willard and Dibs from 9 to noon.
This whole lockout is a titanic waste of time. The owners aren't going to do away with this indentured servitude that they've created.
Steiny and Guru from noon to 3.
Warrior fans probably aren't going to like this, but I'm going to say it. Right now, the Suns are better than the Warriors. Warriors got to catch up to the Suns.
And Damon and Ratto from 3 to 6.
George Kittle has to have, I think, for the 49ers to win in Seattle, George Kittle's got to have one of those oh my God games. I think it's up to him.
The best of the game, presented by the County of Santa Clara. You can get vaccinated right now for free at any of the drop-in locations. Available evenings and weekends. Locations include San Jose, Gilroy, Sunnyvale, and more. Call 211 or visit sccfreevax.org. Now back to Damon and Ratto. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
It is time to think. Thinking Man's Thursday starts now with Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto.
Cut that, and it didn't even get any better. That's what we do here on 95.7 The Game. All right, Lucas, what do you got for us as we put a bow on this Thursday show? By the way, I finally heard my own voice back to me during that commercial break. I am a little stuffy. I hope it's better tomorrow, everybody. I played hurt today. You're welcome.
It's a hell of an athlete move by you, Damon. Appreciate you.
It's the only athlete move I got left.
We're going to talk about rookies and rookie behavior today, and I want to start, we'll start with sports here on a Thinking Man's Thursday, as we normally do, and actually all of our stories have to do with sports, but real, actual, on the court, on the field, sports is where we begin, and we start here in our own backyard with Elijah Mitchell, who is coming off of his best game as a rookie, 6th-round draft pick. He had 32 touches in his last game, caught a touchdown, ran a touchdown in, ran for 133 yards. Is there any chance that he could win Rookie of the Year? I know Mac Jones is a heavy favorite, and Jamar Chase also having a really good season. Gentlemen, what do you think? Is there any chance that Elijah Mitchell could sneak into the Rookie of the Year conversation?
He would have to be the central reason why the 49ers ran the table from here out, and even at that point, it would be hard for him to do it. Mac Jones is going to get this thing locked up. And I think he finishes third in the voting. I really do. Turn your mic on, Ray. God.
I didn't even say anything yet. You have to wait till I start talking into a dead mic before you yell at me for talking into a dead mic. That's the rule.
I just felt it coming.
Yeah, I feel this coming. It's really simple. Quarterbacks win every award unless proven otherwise. And Mac Jones has been the narrative since week 3. And just the 49ers have run the table for 4 weeks. New England's been running it for 8. So yeah, I think he has essentially no shot, but he'll be on ballots. I mean, like he'll be a down ballot guy. But this is Jones, then Chase, then the field.
I think he's got a chance at Len Eschmont. That's where maybe his year tops out in terms of postseason awards. He has been so crucially important to everything that this offense has done and has been one of the biggest surprises in the NFL. But Rookie of the Year is probably too big of a mountain for him to climb without them winning out, which I don't think necessarily happens. Do we have time for another one, Lucas?
We do. We should have time for one last one. I was going to ask you about Paulo Banchero, who's the number one prospect coming out next year. Apparently, he loses 7 pounds in sweat every single game that he plays. We don't have time for that, so I'm not going to ask you about that. I am going to ask you if you saw what happened.
The kid from Duke?
Yeah.
Too bad he didn't sweat that out of his system before he got pulled over. Oh.
He wasn't the driver.
No, that's well.
It was his car, though.
It was his car, and I guarantee you that he was the driver. And Krzyzewski's grandkid took the bullet for the program because that's what made men do.
That's right.
I don't know that I'd take a DUI for anybody, not unless I'd earned it. And thank God I've never had that problem.
Congratulations. All right, what do you got, Lucas?
I don't know if you saw what happened in the Arkansas Pine Bluff basketball game. I believe this was last night.
It's safe to say the vast majority of everyone listening didn't see what happened.
They were playing in Ames, Iowa. They were playing Iowa State. That's Ames, right? Anyways, they were in Iowa State, and they were trailing by 20 points a minute and a half into the second half. Their coach, I have his name here, Solomon Bozeman, called timeout a minute and a half into the second half, down by 20, not to give his team a rest, but to make them run laps in the timeout, baseline to baseline. So, what do you think about that? Pretty darn embarrassing, right?
Did they win the game? Did they come back, or did he burn more gas on the way to an embarrassing loss?
They did not come back and win.
Did they cover?
I don't have that information. I can find out.
We don't need to find out that information. No one had any money on that game, except maybe the coach.
You'd be surprised. There's probably a lot of money in that game.
Except for the coach who had his players running wind sprints in a timeout, Ray. That, I'll tell you, in a world of how to motivate a young man, that's a new one. Bobby Knight, a certified basketball genius and maniac, never did that once. So I'll tip my cap to that one.
He did motivate with chairs and other upholstery, though.
Right, but it was the chairs running the laps, not the actual players. Yeah. Players got to rest.
So what was the end game on what was the end on this game?
They lost by 19, and in fact, they did cover. They were a 27.5-point dog.
Then it's a brilliant coaching move.
They were down 20, and they were down 20 when he issued the fatwa for sprints, and then they only lose by 19.
Yeah,
so they clearly improved.
Yeah. I mean, the proof's in the result. That's what numbers are there for.
Let's say the Warriors get off to a slow start against Phoenix Suns. Is it time for suicides from the team during a timeout? It's a great timeout, Ray.
Yes, that's absolutely that. You know, I mean, you want Steve Kerr to jump up and down and yell at officials? No. Let's punish the players during a timeout. That's what it's there for.
Wind sprint. Get the cheerleaders off
run
the
stairs.
Court. Wind sprints. Oh, and they could fans could high-five them as they were going up and down the stairs.
No. This is supposed to be a run of shame. They don't get to have eye contact with others.
No eye contact. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Snyder. And we'll have a little bit more on the Washington football team tomorrow. Did you see that RG3 actually says that he was sexually harassed as quarterback? He's got a new book coming out, so maybe he's just trying to sell a book. But okay,
that's not the one you make up.
Well, yeah, that's really it. That you're going deep in the bag to get attention if that's the one you're going to, I was going to say whip out. Never. Let's just end the show.
Yeah, good idea.
Thank you very much for tuning in today. Again, 1,000 apologies for the B- voice that you heard here today, but thanks so much to the voices of Tim Kirkjian and Steve Kerr for stopping on by. For Ray, I'm Damon. Guys back in the studio, great job. Thank you so much. Coming up next, it's Warriors Roundtable. Kevin Dana, Gary St. Jean, Kolsky and Company starts at 7 o'clock tonight here on 95.7 The Game. In the meantime, sports don't build character. They reveal it.
And like that, he's gone.
If you thought you missed the lowest mortgage rates in history, you're in luck because they're back. Mortgage rates are near historic lows again. So if you have a mortgage, refinance it and forget it. You'll never have to worry about refinancing again. Network Capital Funding is offering a low 15-year fixed rate at 1.75% with a 1.94 APR. Incredible! Network Capital has built a reputation for saving people time and money with our unique process that's fast, simple, and secure. Our 15-year fixed rate is 1.75% with a 1.94 APR. Now, second chances don't come